Wang Feng found himself in a world of cultivation, awakening a system, and initially thought he could become a celestial being and reach the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. However, unexpectedly, a stunning woman appeared out of nowhere, and the 9 lives given by the system were reduced to 1 through her hands. It seemed as though they were destined to be together, as they kept running into each other no matter where they went. In his 9th reincarnation, Wang Feng unexpectedly encountered her once again. The good news was that after a great battle, she was severely injured. Her Tao heart and imperial body were heavily damaged, and she had to break through and recultivate, losing all her power. The bad news was that she still had her memories and magical treasures. System, now that she has no power, it's the perfect opportunity. Give it your all to conquer her. If I can win her over, I can directly. Chapter 1 Brain Storage. After going through a little black room and cutting some parts, I've tried my best to keep the plot complete. Please forgive any incoherence later on. Rest assured, it's still readable. In the south region of the Tian Tsang continent, in a remote area of the Danyang dynasty, an unknown force was condensing. First, a silhouette appeared, followed by internal organs, bones, flesh, and hair. The condensed Wang Feng clutched his neck and staggered back, only to fall flat on his face, rolling several times on the ground. I'm fine. Wang Feng was overjoyed to find he could speak again. He had resurrected. However, his expression turned serious. This was his last life. He had battled the Ice Empress for countless days and nights. They fought fiercely in the void, nearly shattering the entire void and almost affecting the Tian Tsang continent. That was the strongest iteration of his 9 lives. He referred to it as his 8th life of mere survival, and yet he still died due to his inflated ego. But he didn't lose out. He managed to grab the Ice Empress. Just before dying, he had endured the cold sword piercing his heart and kissed her passionately, determined to disrupt her Tao heart even in death. Chapter 2 The scene returns to the present. Wang Feng was clutching his waist. Despite the pain, he felt extremely happy. The Ice Empress was finally dead. He no longer had to live in fear. System, hurry up and scan where this is. After calming down from the news of the Ice Empress's death, Wang Feng issued a command to the system. Ding, insufficient origin, unable to scan. Damn. Frustrated, Wang Feng slapped his thigh, which aggravated his waist pain, causing him to yelp in agony. Forget it. Ignoring the pain, Wang Feng climbed up a tree to observe his surroundings, which seemed relatively safe, and immediately began to cultivate the chaotic dominance body technique. The chaotic dominance body technique, as its name suggests, refines the physical body, can alter one's constitution, and practices both body and Tao simultaneously, making it incredibly powerful. Wang Feng had relied on this technique to reach the Emperor realm in just 1,000 years, achieving it with both his physical and magical forms. This was why he'd been blindly confident he could defeat the Ice Empress. Unexpectedly, the final outcome was a 60-40 split, with the Ice Empress at 6 and him at 4. If he had just been a bit stronger, he could have killed the Empress, but by that time he was already exhausted. Sounds of crackling emerged from Wang Feng's body. This was the chaotic dominance body technique, changing his constitution. Chapter 3 Turning Around. Where is everyone? At this moment, Wang Feng had already walked to another part of the village. Examining the large willow tree in front of him, Wang Feng discovered that this willow tree had a hint of divinity. It should be what is known as the village guardian deity. Identity of the willow tree. Fragmented soul of Lu Ling realm. 9th layer of spirit gathering realm. Lifebound weapon, willow branch. Fragmented soul of Lu Ling. Who is Lu Ling? Wang Feng stated he had never heard of this name, even in his previous 8 lives. He had never heard of this name. It seems this willow tree is extraordinary. At this moment, the large willow tree extended a branch that slowly fell behind Wang Feng. Wang Feng was not polite and directly sat on it, as he could tell that the willow tree had no ill intentions. The willow branch slowly retracted, bringing Wang Feng up to the trunk of the tree, and also enveloped him in a layer of green, spiritual energy. This was a small opportunity. Wang Feng was delighted and quickly began to cultivate the Chaos Overlord body technique. Tempering body 4th layer. Tempering body 5th layer. Tempering body 6th layer. His realm soared to the 9th layer of tempering body before stopping, as the tempering body realm is the lowest realm in the cultivation world. For Wang Feng and those with Emperor-level techniques, it was really too easy to improve. Thank you. May I ask what request you have? Wang Feng asked in the language of the Tian Tsang continent. He didn't believe this willow tree would give him such an opportunity. for no reason. Chapter 4. Wang Feng hid above the large tree, holding his breath as he watched the scene below. A long, fair leg first stepped out from the circular teleportation portal, and just this leg almost made Wang Feng spray blood from his nose. He confirmed at a glance that the person in front of him was not only female, but also not wearing any clothes, so he had to take a good look, right? She is coming out. Hiss! Wang Feng gasped as he looked at the woman's body. A wave of heat surged up his nostrils, and with a puff, he really started to bleed from his nose. Because this woman was not only completely naked, but also the body of one of the 4 divine beasts. A great calamity. Wait a minute. This is Jiang Hanshi. Wang Feng was dumbfounded when he looked up. His heart had already undergone a massive earthquake. He would never forget this stunning face. It was the woman who had killed him 8 times. Dog system, didn't she die? Wang Feng turned and ran, cursing the dog system in his heart. Ding, host, wait a moment. Wait for what? Every time the system said something, Wang Feng retorted, making the system angry. She currently has no cultivation. It's a good time for you to kill her. Not waiting. Wait a second, what did you say? Chapter 5. He didn't know what grade of protective treasure this thin gauze was, but it was definitely very high. At least he couldn't break it with his current tempering body realm. He tore her clothes into strips one by one. Looking at her only remaining layer of thin gauze skirt, Wang Feng was almost driven to explode on the spot. Suppressing the restless feelings in his heart, he decided to go back to the village and find a house to take it slow. The cultivation world was too dangerous in the wild, and he had heard that many people died like this. He tightly bound Jiang Hanshi, especially her hands, fearing that she might suddenly take out a treasure from the divine sea space. Fortunately, her skirt was long enough, leaving only her nose exposed after binding her completely. Wang Feng pinched her jade-like nose. Hey, wait a minute, I can't stab her heart, but I can smash her head. Thinking of this, Wang Feng decisively threw a heavy punch at her head. With a bang, Wang Feng was sent flying out. What is this reason? Wang Feng was furious. Damn it. I can't kill you, then I'll just do it to you, turning raw rice into cooked rice. Jiang Hanshi, who was bound, seemed to move a little, and Wang Feng quickly followed up with a knife hand to her neck. Chapter 6. Wang Feng felt extremely guilty, but he straightened his back to meet her gaze for a moment before quickly lowering his head. Jiang Hanshi saw he was like the villagers and dispelled her doubts. Have you seen someone holding a cold sword with one hand? Jiang Hanshi suddenly realized she couldn't describe that person's appearance at all. Fairy sister, are you looking for someone who looks like a pumpkin? Wang Feng volunteered to step forward. Have you seen him? Jiang Hanshi thought for a moment. This description did fit that person. He ran outside. Wang Feng pointed outside the blue barrier, where it was pitch dark and completely impossible to see the road. I will kill you. Jiang Hanshi's cold gaze looked at the direction Wang Feng pointed, muttering to herself. But she could only give up for now, because even if she went out, she might not be able to find him. She found a spot to sit down and began to cultivate the Imperial Ice technique, an Emperor-level technique, and also the one she regretted the most. Last time she cultivated 2/3 of the incomplete version of the Imperial Ice technique, and by the time she collected the last part, she had already become an emperor. One of the reasons she was recultivating was because of this. Chapter 7. Tempering body. 6th layer done. A faint chill surrounded Jiang Hanshi and then entered her body, disappearing without a trace. After resting for a while, Jiang Hanshi endured the hunger in her stomach. She could probably hold on for a few more days. Tomorrow she would hunt some monster beasts and have them help her roast some. They should agree. Hey, eat some. At this moment, Wang Feng walked over with a string of monster meat beside her. Approaching her, he felt the temperature around him drop slightly. She was simply a human-shaped air conditioner. I want tea. Don't be polite. Seeing that Jiang Hanshi showed no signs of disgust, Wang Feng saw an opportunity and instantly interrupted her. He reached out and grabbed her soft palm, making her hold the branch with the monster meat. Jiang Hanshi didn't expect the relatively handsome man in front of her to suddenly grab her hand. She instinctively tried to pull back, but found she couldn't. Just when she was about to exert more force, she realized he had already let go, and her palm was now holding a string of monster meat. Wang Feng maintained a calm expression on the surface while secretly showing off to the system. Did you see that? This move is called desire to capture and let go. Ding. Host, you're amazing. This is your last life. Don't let her kill you again. Chapter 8. You should hurry up and go to bed. How can a fairy sister sleep on the ground? No need. Jiang Hanshi, dressed in a blue skirt, stood in the room and coldly said to Wang Feng. Wang Feng closed the door, immediately laid down on the ground, and continued, "If you don't sleep on the bed, then that bed will be wasted tonight. And sleeping on the ground with little stones will be uncomfortable. I'm tough. I'm not afraid of little stones, but you have delicate skin." Wang Feng felt that he had said enough and decided not to continue. Saying too much would only annoy her. Jiang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng, who was facing away from her on the ground, feeling helpless. It was hard to believe that such an indescribable person existed in the world. Wang Feng, hearing the sound of someone getting onto the bed behind him, felt a surge of joy in his heart. If his favorability level in Jiang Hanqi's heart was 1 just now, it should now be 2. He was only 98 points away from successfully capturing her heart. Conquering Jiang Hanqi was just around the corner. This broken system was also frustrating. It didn't even have a proper favorability value for him to track, so he could only calculate it in his mind. Ding task. Find a hunting team in Lu Village. Time, 3 days. Reward, breakthrough to the gathering spirit realm. Ding task. Capture the Ice Empress Jiang Hanqi. Reward, breakthrough to the invincible realm. Chapter 9. The next morning, Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi, whom he was holding tightly. The first thought in his mind was that he was doomed. What should he do? How did he end up sleeping on the bed and even holding her? Run. He had to run. If Jiang Hanqi found out he had held her all night, she would definitely draw that cold sword and give him a taste of it. Looking at Jiang Hanqi's fair and rosy profile, Wang Feng slowly raised his hand and then his foot. He rolled back, and the sound of his body hitting the ground echoed. Wang Feng had already rolled a good distance away from the bed. Jiang Hanqi heard the noise. Her eyes moved, and she slowly opened her eyes. After staring blankly at the ceiling for a while, she got out of bed. "What are you doing?" Jiang Hanqi asked, looking at Wang Feng, who was doing push-ups. His posture looked rather ungraceful. I'm doing push-ups, a way to exercise," Wang Feng replied. Feeling a bit guilty as he did push-ups, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground, not daring to look at Jiang Hanqi. "Nonsense. You're just pining after me." Jiang Hanqi's cold voice rang out, and Wang Feng felt everything around him fall silent in that instant. Chapter 10. After putting the village chief down, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a frail, pale woman emerged, tears still in her eyes, clearly having just cried. When the woman saw Wang Feng, she greeted him respectfully. After all, her child could eat meat and drink soup thanks to Wang Feng. "Li Mei, is Zhang Si feeling any better?" the village chief asked with concern as he leaned closer. "Still the same. Hasn't woken up," Li Mei replied, wiping her tears and choking on her words as she spoke of her sorrow. "May I take a look?" Wang Feng spoke up from the side, thinking he might be able to help since he had countless techniques at his disposal. "Come in. The room is a bit humble. I hope the benefactor won't mind." Li Mei opened the door and let Wang Feng and the village chief in. No. Wang Feng quickly waved his hands. He had seen worse living conditions. In his 7th life, having a room to live in was considered good, as he had died in a pitiful state. Once inside, Wang Feng's eyes fell on a little girl and a gaunt man who looked to be in his 30s. Chapter 11. She had never seen anyone willing to risk their life for others. Most would pull others in to shield themselves from disaster. "Because they are my family." Wang Feng's words became more outrageous as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Hanqi. "Family? Ha! Too bad I've never experienced that feeling, and I probably never will." Jiang Hanqi said expressionlessly as she adjusted the chaotic spiritual energy in Wang Feng's body. However, she felt self-deprecating inside. To outsiders, it seemed her master had taught her well. But there was no sense of family in it at all. The pressure she bore behind the scenes was known only to her. If she made a mistake in her cultivation, her master would either hit or scold her before continuing to guide her. Fortunately, her talent was strong. If she didn't learn something the first time, she would get it on the second try. However, she didn't hate her master. Without her, she would have long been eaten alive outside and wouldn't have her current achievements. "Would you be willing to be my family?" Wang Feng saw the timing was right and quickly threw a choice question at Jiang Hanqi. This question stunned Jiang Hanqi, and she stared blankly at Wang Feng's chest. But soon she came back to her senses. Chapter 12. Jiang Hanqi put the bowl back on the table and returned to her sleeping position, sitting cross-legged again. After a while, she spoke up. "I know there's a group of people trapped somewhere, but I'm not sure if it's the hunting team you're looking for." After a while, without hearing Wang Feng's voice, Jiang Hanqi intended to drop the subject. It was his own fate. "Really?" Just as Jiang Hanqi was about to fall asleep, a surprised voice reached her ears. This sparked a bit of anger in her heart. She was almost asleep, and this man woke her up with another sentence. Really, but let's talk about it tomorrow. Jiang Hanshi clenched her teeth, her tone unfriendly. Wang Feng felt a shiver run down his spine and dared not speak again. If only she didn't have her protective talisman and that cold sword. Wang Feng wouldn't be afraid of her at all. He could just end her with a single blow or take care of her right then and there. As Wang Feng indulged in his pleasant fantasies, he also fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of his sleep, his body twitched slightly. The room was very quiet, with the occasional chirping of insects outside. The night passed without incident. The next day, Wang Feng first went to Zhang Xi's house to see how he was doing. Chapter 13. Please, fairy sister, help me just this once, I beg you. Wang Feng clasped his hands together, pleading with Jiang Hanshi. At that moment, it seemed Wang Feng suddenly thought of something. He smiled and said, Fairy sister, I suppose you don't know how to cook, right? Given Wang Feng's understanding of Jiang Hanshi over 8 lifetimes, it would be strange if she could cook. She rarely even saw those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With her current cultivation level, she would definitely be hungry. Jiang Hanshi was indeed caught off guard by Wang Feng's question. She really couldn't cook. She naturally understood what Wang Feng meant. Fairy sister, are you planning to eat the meat of this horse and sheep raw? That won't do. Eating it raw will be particularly fishy. Wang Feng's words carried a hint of teasing as he saw Jiang Hanshi deep in thought. Wang Feng didn't disturb her. After all, she was an empress and shouldn't be unable to comprehend such simple words. Think about it. Since you're out here hunting demon beasts, the trap hunting team might be dealing with a large demon beast. When you kill it, I can cook for you. Saving the hunting team would be a simple task. ISN, T to win-win. Seeing Jiang Hanshi's thoughts wavering, Wang Feng continued to press his advantage. Chapter 14, the chaotic spiritual power surged into the bag, and with a strong throw, it landed on the burrowing rat. With a thought bang, the clothes wrapped in what seemed to be some kind of beast droppings exploded in front of the burrowing rat. Moreover, the chaotic spiritual power was quite domineering, causing the droppings to stick firmly to the burrowing rat's body. Ha ha ha, stinky rat, enjoy your poop. Wang Feng laughed heartily from below the burrowing rat's line of sight, and Jiang Hanshi finally understood what he was doing with the droppings. Squeak, 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 roar. The burrowing rat was so enraged that it let out a roar, and then it jumped down, ready to fight Wang Feng with its eyes bloodshot. Seeing the situation was not good, Wang Feng quickly summoned his strong henchmen, running while shouting, Fairy sister, help me. Wang Feng ran behind Jiang Hanshi, grabbing her arm and looking terrified at the burrowing rat. Let go. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who was holding her arm, with an unfriendly tone, and Wang Feng quickly released his grip. Otherwise, before the burrowing rat died, he might end up dead first. Fairy sister, quickly attack it. Without Wang Feng's urging, Jiang Hanshi, holding the cold sword, rushed forward. She was equally annoyed with the stinky rat, never expecting to be provoked by this guy with a pile of droppings. Chapter 15. Well, that works. Just follow us. Wang Feng turned around and ran back to Jiang Hanshi with the burrowing rat covered in droppings. Fairy sister, I'll guide you. You clear the way. Wang Feng watched as Jiang Hanshi expressionlessly distanced herself from him a bit, clearly because the burrowing rat on his back smelled bad. Jiang Hanshi responded from a short distance away, holding her cold sword. The group began their journey. To say it was a search for a path was somewhat misleading, as they were just following the blocked passageway. With Jiang Hanshi destroying the boulders one by one, they quickly reached the cave entrance where they had just arrived. Wang Feng looked up at the entrance, which was at least 4 or 5 meters high, but for them, jumping up should not be a problem. Wang Feng's eyes shifted. Fairy sister, you go up first. It's a bit inconvenient for me, with the burrowing rat on my back. Jiang Hanshi didn't waste words. She tossed the sword beneath her feet and flew up with it. The people from Lu village were stunned. Was this the spirit formation realm? Flying on a sword either meant she had a high cultivation level or that the sword was of a high grade. I'll go ahead. You all wait a moment before coming up. The 6 from Lu village listened to Wang Feng's words, somewhat confused about what it meant to wait before going up. Chapter 16. It's strange that there were no evil spirits in the hole dug by the burrowing rat. It was unclear whether they had been killed by the burrowing rat or for some other reason. Throw that boy on the back of the burrowing rat. Let's go. A middle-aged man shouted, and one person went to carry the burrowing rat. But for some reason, he felt that the rat smelled really bad. At this moment, Wang Feng was lying on Jiang Hanshi's back, feeling the softness of her body and her unique fragrance. He thought to himself that the whip he received was worth it. However, Being carried by a beautiful woman suddenly triggered Wang Feng's masculine instincts, especially since her body was pressing against him. No. Wang Feng quickly suppressed it, desperately trying to hold it down. Second brother, you must not stand up at this moment. If he accidentally got aroused, he would be chopped up by her. Wang Feng focused his thoughts on beautiful scenery, evil spirits, and the disgusting things from his previous lives. Finally, he managed to suppress the urge that was rising. Awake? Jiang Hanqi sensed the movement behind her and asked, wondering if he was still shivering. Wang Feng had suppressed the urge, but his movements were noticed by Jiang Hanqi. Can you walk on your own? Jiang Hanqi stopped, preparing to let Wang Feng down, as she felt uncomfortable carrying him. Chapter 17, Jiang Hanqi's spiritual power had recovered to its peak state, and she would be able to break through to the gathering spirit realm in a couple of days. She could have broken through today, but she needed to rely on some items. Now, she could only exchange time for it. However, Jiang Hanqi was surprised that she couldn't see through this man. It was just like the lecherous emperor back then. She also couldn't see through the powerful emperor she fought against. But in the end, she still managed to kill him. So it seemed that this was due to some special physique that made her unable to see through him. However, this person was probably only at the 9th level of body refinement at most. These matters were irrelevant to her. After a temporary stay, she would leave and head north. Without any cultivation technique, this man would probably just die of old age in this village or fall prey to a beast. Jiang Hanqi naturally wouldn't give a cultivation technique to someone she didn't know well for no reason. She wasn't as kind-hearted as this man before her. With Wang Feng having a system by his side, Jiang Hanqi naturally couldn't see through him. This was also why Wang Feng wasn't worried about being discovered while interacting with Jiang Hanqi. He had already discovered this invisible function in his previous lives. Are you asleep? Wang Feng called softly to the closed-eyed Jiang Hanqi, feeling very cold. Chapter 18, the skeleton's body had merely been stripped of the bone horse, and the sound of willow branches hitting the bone horse echoed continuously. The bone horse fell apart and collapsed within a few breaths. However, the skeleton wielding the long, straight knife seemed to feel no pain, raising its knife to meet the willow branches with a barrage of strikes. Wang Feng examined the skeleton and was alarmed. Bone horse skeleton general identity. Bone horse skeleton general from South Forest Realm. 8th level of gathering spirit realm life weapon. Inferior grade, long straight knife, just now. Wang Feng had seen that outside the boundary, there were definitely more than one of these bone horse skeleton generals. There were also countless skeleton soldiers, and he even saw many mounted ones. Some even had evil spirits wrapped around their necks, clawing and howling. Wang Feng hurriedly ran to Jiang Hanqi's side, supporting her and draping her arm over his neck. She had no fatal wounds. It seemed that without that protective treasure, she would have died long ago. When Jiang Hanqi saw that Wang Feng could no longer hold on, her head drooped and she fainted. Hey, wake up. Wang Feng patted her delicate face and called out several times. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, the cold sword trembled on the ground, as if signaling Wang Feng to save its master. Chapter 19, the next morning. Jiang Hanqi's eyes flickered, slowly opening as she rubbed her forehead. My head hurts. Sitting up, she noticed that the places with wounds were all covered with medicinal herbs, just like the herbs she had applied to that heavenly man. Jiang Hanqi quickly checked her body. Fortunately, the herbs seemed to have been applied from the outside of her clothes. At this moment, the cold sword hanging nearby trembled. Jiang Hanqi walked over to take a look. Unsure of what message it was trying to convey, she ultimately put it back into the sea of consciousness. The cold sword, Jiang Hanqi, who had blocked the door, changed into a long blue dress. She suddenly noticed a bamboo slip on the table, which was inscribed with many words. Jiang Hanqi walked over, picked it up, and read it aloud softly, word by word. Beautiful fairy sister, I'm going to leave the village for a long journey. Don't miss me. The content was simple, just the news of Wang Feng's departure. Jiang Hanqi then saw another line of text, message from the lovely Wang Feng. At the very end, there was a smiling face drawn. So, that silly boy was named Wang Feng. The corners of Jiang Hanqi's lips seemed to curl up, but she suppressed it. Chapter 20. Wang Feng discovered that the skeletal horseman seemed unable to ascend the cliff. It appeared there was some restriction. Restrictions are good. Wang Feng flew a bit further away, using the object control technique to send a long straight sword flying towards the skeletal horseman. The skeletal horseman was not a target. It raised its large knife to counter the incoming long sword while maintaining a 90-degree position on the cliff. Bang! Clash! The two swords collided, both being low-grade yellow weapons. One a long straight sword, and the other a large knife. Neither weapon yielded, sparking in the night air. Fortunately, there was no support behind the skeletal horseman, and with Wang Feng's strike, both the skeleton and the horse fell off the cliff. Wang Feng lost interest and recalled the long sword back to his hand, placing it diagonally behind him. He then took steps away from the edge of the cliff. Meanwhile, behind him, the skeletal horseman stood at the cliff, watching Wang Feng leave at a 90-degree angle. If given the chance, it really wanted to compete with him. The skeletal horseman moved its bony mouth as it gazed at Wang Feng's retreating figure. Chapter 21. That silly boy has probably already died in the darkness, right? Jiang Hanshi flew in the sky on her flying sword, her thoughts unknowingly drifting to that silly boy in her heart. What a loyal and righteous person he was. Jiang Hanshi shook her head and looked down. On the ground, there was a figure carrying a bundle, leisurely making its way. That figure seemed somewhat familiar. Jiang Hanshi squinted, adjusting her focus. It turned out to be that silly boy. He was still alive. A hint of joy unexpectedly surged in Jiang Hanshi's heart, something she didn't even realize herself. Forget it. Fate has brought us here. I wish you to go further on your path of cultivation. Jiang Hanshi silently thought, accelerating on her flying sword and continuing to fly into the distance. Fairy sister, fairy sister. Wang Feng felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the sky and looked up. It was indeed Jiang Hanshi, and he immediately called out, hoping she would give him a ride. Jiang Hanshi ignored the voice behind her. They were destined to be on different paths. When she reached the ice palace, she would definitely return to the Emperor's realm. And that silly boy was just an inconspicuous little stone dropped into her water surface during her cultivation journey. Chapter 22. Thank you for your hard work, Erha. Wait a moment. I'll get you some beef and horse meat to supplement you. Wang Feng patted Erha's forehead. And Erha was still its usual silly self, panting and shaking its head. In the deep night forest, a person and a dog were roasting beef and horse meat. Erha occasionally howled, as if scolding its wolf friends. In the end, Wang Feng gave it a few knocks on the head, and it finally settled down. I'm going to sleep. Keep watch for me. If you dare to run away, I'll cut off your little eggs. Wang Feng leaned against a tree by the fire, threatening the dog that was crunching on the beef and horse meat. Upon hearing this, Erha stared with its intelligent eyes, hugging its front paws, looking terrified at Wang Feng. The silly dog had a chance to escape, but was affected by its own intelligence, obediently lying beside Wang Feng to keep watch. Jiang Hanshi was cold-blooded and heartless, an iceberg. He didn't know how to win her over. It would probably take him a lifetime to conquer her. Wang Feng closed his eyes to rest, yet his mind wandered to Jiang Hanshi's cold face. He really didn't know how to cook and heat up that cold demeanor. Let it be. After all, their fate was not shallow. Chapter 23. A mid-grade yellow cultivation technique would at least require 100 low-grade spirit stones. But he bought it for 50. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud until he turned to the last page, where 8 big characters were written. Just these simple 8 characters almost caused a myocardial infarction. To practice, one must first enter the Palace of Self. What? The shopkeeper was stunned and hurriedly ran out, but there was no trace of Wang Feng outside. My 50 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth at the door of the shop, not daring to shout too loudly, lest he attract the patrolling soldiers. Helpless, he could only hold on to them for now. Whether to sell them or practice was uncertain. Wang Feng wandered the streets with his gear, mainly because many shops were closed, leaving him nowhere to go. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, followed by smoke and fire rising not far away. Something to watch. Wang Feng jumped onto a rooftop, finding a good spot to sit. He refreshed the system store, but only found sweet cone ice cream available. This broken system wouldn't refresh for seeds. Chapter 24. Carrying the beautiful girl as delicate body all the way to the wilderness, Wang Feng placed the unconscious Jiang Hanshi against a tree. Encountering you is surely no good. Wang Feng gently knocked on Jiang Hanshi's fair forehead and opened the nearby bundle. Ignoring the aphrodisiac, he looked at the soft bone pill quietly lying there. If Wang Feng dared to drug Jiang Hanshi, he was sure that when she woke up from the heat, the first thing she would do wouldn't be to make love, but rather, it would be the sound of pu. Forget it. I won't feed it to you, but... Wang Feng picked up the nearby black silk, comparing it against Jiang Hanshi's white dress. It looked like it was custom-made. System, is this specifically for Jiang Hanshi to wear? Wang Feng was truly speechless at this system. Could there be such a coincidence? Custom-made stockings. But I like it, hee hee. Wang Feng grinned mischievously, slowly reaching his hand toward Jiang Hanshi. Crackle. The sound of dry wood burning brought a bit of warmth to the lonely night. Wang Feng sat by the fire, mumbling to himself while singing. Jiang Hanshi leaned against a tree, her fingers moving slightly on her abdomen. Chapter 25. As he watched Jiang Hanshi take small bites of her ice cream, Wang Feng felt the urge to eat more. He bought another one for himself, feeding Jiang Hanshi while enjoying a sweet cone ice cream. This is delicious. You should eat the cone too. You're hungry at the top, Wang Feng said, looking at Jiang Hanshi, who had finished the ice cream at the top. He stuffed the remaining bit of sweet cone ice cream into his mouth in a few big bites, his mouth full as he stammered for Jiang Hanshi to eat the cone as well. Do you want more? No. After Jiang Hanshi finished, Wang Feng clapped his hands and continued to add firewood to the fire. He took a clean leaf from the side to wipe his mouth. Let me wipe it for you, or your mouth will be sticky later. Wang Feng took another clean leaf to wipe Jiang Hanshi's mouth. Despite her frantic head shakes, she ultimately couldn't escape Wang Feng's mischievous hands. You sleep. I'll keep watch, Wang Feng said, flipping the crackling fire with a piece of wood while speaking to Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi didn't say much. She couldn't even recover her spiritual power now. This was the consequence of forcibly using a treasure that was beyond her realm. Why did it feel like something was binding her legs? Was it the side effect of forcibly using a holy artifact? Chapter 26. While trying to start a fire by drilling wood, Wang Feng thought of the erha. To be precise, he missed the steel claws of the erha. Jiang Hanshi didn't understand what this silly boy was doing. Drilling a sharpened stick into a broken piece of wood. Wang Feng drilled for at least over an hour without stopping for a moment. After drilling for 49 minutes, he finally made some progress. Watching the smoke rise, Wang Feng hurriedly blew on the small spark and placed it into the hay. Fairy sister, look! Wang Feng held the burning hay in front of Jiang Hanshi, smiling broadly. Jiang Hanshi looked surprised. She didn't expect this silly boy could start a fire with just a small stick and a broken piece of wood. It just felt a bit time-consuming. Once the fire was going, Wang Feng ran behind a tree to change into a pair of big floral shorts. The wet floral shorts he had worn into the water felt a bit uncomfortable. Fairy sister, why are you looking at me? When Wang Feng came out from behind the tree, he found Jiang Hanshi looking at him with a strange expression. It left Wang Feng confused. When he walked over to his bundle, he finally understood why Jiang Hanshi had that strange look. Chapter 27. Hee ha ha ha. Watching Jiang Hanshi's defeated expression, Wang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not only was there a reward, but it was also incredibly fun. Time passed quickly. On the morning of the 30th day, Wang Feng was leaning against a tree, looking at his character panel. Wang Feng Realm, Spirit Gathering Realm. 9th Layer Technique, Chaos Overlord Body Technique Items. Intermediate Yellow Grade, Long Straight Sword. Low Grade Spirit Condensing Pill. Low Grade Softening Pill, Big Floral Shorts. Low Grade Heavenly Flower Spring. Origin Points, 425 Comprehensive Evaluation, Average. Wang Feng had finally gotten rid of the chicken evaluation, and these items were from his storage space. Over the past month, Wang Feng had opened 3 cubic meters of storage space with the origin points earned from tasks. It cost a total of 300 origin points. Today, it's the day I advanced to the spirit binding realm. Wang Feng took out a low-grade spirit condensing pill from his storage space. Although it didn't matter whether he had this pill or not, having it would make his breakthrough smoother. He tossed the pill into his mouth, and soon the surrounding spiritual energy began to gather. Jiang Hanshi, who was still resting with her eyes closed, also felt the fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy. Chapter 28. Panting and covered in sweat, Wang Feng chuckled to himself. Jiang Hanshi should have realized what was on her legs by now. As for why a person in the spirit binding realm was sweating profusely, it was all due to fear, a mix of excitement and fear that made him break out in a cold sweat. She should have thrown away the black stockings by now, right? TSK. What a pity. I really wanted to see her walk around in front of me wearing the black stockings. What a waste of those 2 black stockings. I wonder if they would smell. Ding. Host, please rest assured, all products from the system are of high quality. The black stockings will only smell better, not worse. Even if you wear them for 1,000,000 years, as long as they don't break, they won't smell. Hey, you useless system. Why are you only saying this now? If I had known earlier, I would have taken them off and brought them with me. Wang Feng cursed at the system in his mind, and another thought popped up. Should I go back and take a look? She should have thrown them away, right? TSK, forget it. I won't go back. I don't want to run into her. After some contemplation, Wang Feng abandoned this thought. It felt a bit perverted, and there was a possibility he would run into Jiang Hanqi. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly heard some familiar sounds. Chapter 29. This person is so ruthless. We must not offend them. In the next few days, avoid offending people for no reason. A purple-clad woman, seemingly the leader, spoke. The deaths of these people were too gruesome. Just looking at them made her feel nauseous. Boldly, the Purple Spirit sect killed my sect's disciples. What should be the punishment? That must be the crime of exterminating the sect. I will quickly report this to the sect master. 5 purple-clad women watched as 2 people walked towards them, singing and speaking. Behind them followed a group of people, cursing under their breath. They were actually taking the blame for others. Wait, the Purple Spirit sect still has a chance. We just need to marry their sect master to me. Then we can become in-laws and avoid a deadly conflict. The young master stopped a disciple who was about to turn and leave. It seemed they still had a chance, which was to marry their sect master to him. As for who killed those disciples, he didn't care. They were just a few disciples, not worth worrying about. However, he knew from a ruthless methods that it wasn't people from the Purple Spirit sect who had killed them. But didn't matter. He was worried that there was nothing to pressure the Purple Spirit sect. Now it was good. They could pin the blame for the deaths of those disciples on others. Bah, get lost. Chapter 30. Guest. Are you sure you want to use this spirit stone as currency? The boss looked terrified. Wang Feng could tell this was someone who knew the goods. If you really want to use this spirit stone, then this inn is yours. Stay as long as you want. No need, just give me 80 of the inn's income, and the remaining 20 will be your management fee. Wang Feng placed the low-grade spirit stone on the table, and the boss happily accepted it. This was a profitable deal. This is the top-tier Tian room key of the inn. Master, you can stay in whichever room you like. The innkeeper respectfully handed a bundle of keys to Wang Feng. Wang Feng went upstairs and casually picked the Tian room. Lying on the Tian bed, Wang Feng listed all the items in his storage space. Low-grade bone, refining pill X1. Infinite water flask X1. Low-grade spirit stone X68. Low-grade yellow weapon straight sword X1. Low-grade unorthodox long sword X2. Low-grade unorthodox soft bone pill X1. Low-grade unorthodox super potent Viagra X1. Low-grade unorthodox flower powder X1. Low-grade unorthodox cow spring X1. Big floral underwear X1. Scented towel X2. System. Convert everything except for the low-grade bone refining pill, big floral underwear, straight sword, infinite water flask, and towel into origin points. Chapter 31. After finding a room, Jiang Hanqi sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Jiang Hanqi did not expect the cost of forcibly using the Nirvana Saint Seal to be so great. For over 30 days and nights, her body felt completely weak, with only her head still somewhat able to move. However, it was quite uncomfortable to turn her head, especially when that foolish boy forced her to eat. Turning her head caused neck pain. That foolish boy must have done something to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up wearing that outfit. Fortunately, she had been wearing a split skirt those days. Otherwise, that foolish boy would have seen everything. However, when she woke up, her clothes were intact, so that foolish boy probably did not undress her. He may be mischievous, but his nature isn't bad. He shouldn't be a lecherous person. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of her in those 30 days. Jiang Hanqi was secretly relieved that she had not misjudged him. Otherwise, during those 30 days, even if she had to die, she would have used her last trump card to perish together with him. Being groped and kissed by the lewd emperor, Wang Feng, would severely damage her Dao heart. If she, weakened from reconstructing her cultivation and using the sacred artifact, were to be forcefully taken by Wang Feng, it would lead to revenge or mutual destruction. Although part of the reason was due to her severe injuries from battling that emperor. Chapter 32. Save me. That voice called out again. Wang Feng turned to look, and it was the so-called leader of the Xiling sect, Master Zishan. Although she had a deep gash on her neck that should have killed her long ago, it seemed she was kept alive by some treasure. Wang Feng saw that the body had been thoroughly checked. He hurried over to help her up and asked, "How did you offend that woman?" Zishan visibly trembled. The scene of being stabbed in the throat flashed through her mind again. "We only revealed her whereabouts," Zishan, supported by Wang Feng, said in a weak voice, as if she were on the verge of death. "Oh, close your eyes. I'll send you spiritual energy to keep you alive." Wang Feng looked at Zishan, who obediently closed her eyes, then gently placed his hand on the top of her head. Bang! To ensure she could die peacefully, Wang Feng specially condensed a virtual spiritual claw with his spiritual energy to envelop her entire head. Sorry, but I keep running into her. If you have some sacred grounds backing you, I won't have it easy either. Chapter 33. The Creation Jade Butterfly. Wang Feng was greatly surprised. 8 lives ago, anyone who had a little knowledge of the cultivation world would know about this creation jade butterfly. Moreover, there is a legend in the cultivation world that in ancient times, a quasi-emperor fought evenly with a powerful emperor, relying on a complete creation jade butterfly. One should know that there is a significant gap between a quasi-emperor and an emperor. Those lacking talent cannot cross it in their lifetime. While a powerful emperor might not be able to kill a quasi-emperor with a single slap, 2 would certainly suffice. Wang Feng's talent was originally lacking, but it changed thanks to the Chaos Overlord body technique. He was still on the first level, only possessing the aura of the Chaos Overlord body. Once he reached the second level, he would gain strength, and after the third level, he would gain substance, at which point the Chaos Overlord body would be complete. In fact, Wang Feng had a guess in his heart that the Chaos Overlord body technique might not be just an ordinary Emperor-level technique. The ability to change someone else's physique and talent was unheard of. Moreover, it could cultivate an extraordinarily powerful Chaos Overlord body out of thin air, dual cultivating both law and body. Looking at the rewards, he noticed an extra creation cauldron, which he knew nothing about from his previous 8 lives. But the name suggested it was related to the creation jade butterfly. Chapter 34. Wang Feng looked at the transparent, floating small sword that had appeared in his storage space. He pointed at it with his mind and suddenly felt a surge of memories related to swords flooding his brain. The scene in front of him flipped, gradually revealing a person who looked exactly like him, practicing with a 3-foot-long transparent sword in an open area. Sometimes, the simulated Wang Feng on the ground seemed to be stuck at a bottleneck in sword practice, pondering deeply for an unknown amount of time before starting to practice again. As if he were a vivid, living true Wang Feng. Master? Master? With Xiao Hao's voice arriving, Wang Feng's surroundings rapidly changed. Finally, the scene shrank and dove into his mind. The images seemed long, as if years had passed, but in reality, only 3 seconds had gone by. At this moment, Xiao Hao suddenly felt a change in the aura of his precious master. The aura became imposing, giving him the feeling of being sliced by countless tiny sharp swords. Jiang Hanshi, outside the town at the town's entrance, seemed to sense it as well. She turned to look towards the direction of the town and murmured, "Is this sword intent?" Then she continued to step towards the outside of the town. Chapter 35. I Cleave. Wang Feng swung his sword down, and the mid-grade yellow weapon sword instantly left a blood mark on the tiger's body. Roar! But this also ignited its ferocity. With a roar, it opened its mouth and unleashed a wave of condensed yellow, demonic energy. No martial ethics. Xiao Hao shouted in surprise, instantly getting sent flying. When he crashed into a tree and came to a stop, his chest was charred, and he was barely alive. The fierce tiger seized the opportunity and pounced forward, but its body seemed powerless in midair. Then, with a splat, a thin line appeared in the middle of its fierce face, which then split into 2 halves. The mountain-sized tiger was cleaved in half, with a perfectly neat cut. Slowly emerging from the middle of its split body was a handsome young man with long hair, who was none other than Wang Feng. Disciple, you're such a genius, but you can't even fight above your level. You still need to train more combat experience. After sheathing his sword, Wang Feng mocked Xiao Hao and walked over to him, sending gentle spiritual energy to help him recover from his injuries. Although he knew he could never defeat this fierce tiger, it was already quite impressive to be able to injure it. Chapter 36 à Shilin aura suddenly érupted, stirring up the dust inside the cave. The fire pit crackled, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Hiss wheeze. Wang Feng raised his hand above his head and slowly pressed down, taking a deep breath as he stood up to stretch his limbs. Immediately, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of bones that hadn't moved in a long time. The sound was magnified in the sealed cave. Master, you have finally awakened. Just as Wang Feng finished stretching, he heard a weak voice and turned around in shock. Who's this ghost? I am Xiao Hao. The current Xiao Hao looked lifeless, with a terribly pale complexion and cracked lips. Although his face was not sunken from starvation, it was still concerning. Quickly, drink some water. Wang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and took out the infinite water flask to pour water into him frantically. This nearly left Xiao Hao gasping for breath. After drinking some water, Wang Feng noticed his complexion improved a bit before asking, "How long have you been guarding?" Wang Feng had no idea about the passage of time while breaking through, so he naturally didn't know how long had passed. Chapter 37, Do you want to become my family? This sentence flashed through Jiang Hanqi's mind again. Now, receiving this heartfelt little rattle, a ripple stirred in her heart. Unable to help herself, she shook the rattle in her hand. What she didn't know was that this action also helped Wang Feng escape from that empty city. Shaking the little drum, Jiang Hanqi wondered if this could really summon him. She remembered Wang Feng saying that as long as she shook the rattle, he would sense it, but she thought it must be a lie. This should be me, right? Jiang Hanqi looked at the little girl on the rattle, her face cold and unapproachable. However, it still evoked a feeling of affection in her heart. Jiang Hanqi flipped the little rattle over and saw a grinning little boy on the other side. Is this him? She couldn't help but recall the scene where Wang Feng smiled and called her fairy sister. The cold sword beneath her feet trembled for a moment, and Jiang Hanqi felt the sensation coming from below. Only then did she realize and hurriedly put away the little rattle. Jiang Hanqi, oh Jiang Hanqi, you're getting flustered. Jiang Hanqi silently reminded herself, waking herself up. Chapter 38, The sound of three collisions almost merged into one, and Wang Feng's expression was disdainful. If they were looking for death, he might as well fulfill their wish. Is that so? What if I am at the 4th level of the spirit binding realm or above? How would you respond? Wang Feng said casually, and his aura gradually rose. Wang Feng felt that wielding a sword would only limit his actions, so he tossed the long sword beside Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao was startled as he watched the long sword fly through the air and plunge into the ground. The 3 members of the Qing Xian sect showed surprise. Without weapons, what would he use to fight us? The clash of fists and swords left Wang Feng's arms unscathed, while their long swords sparked with flying embers. Damn it! The leader of the Qing Xian sect had no choice but to take out a blood-burning pill and swallow it. In just a few breaths, his cultivation rose to the mid-level of the spirit binding realm, which was the 4th level. Taking medicine in front of others. Are you an idiot? Wang Feng swiftly grabbed his head with a sinister smile. Bang! The head of the Qing Xian sect leader, unable to break free from his grip, instantly exploded like fireworks in the sky. Fortunately, Wang Feng had formed a layer of spiritual power in front of him to prevent any splatter from hitting him. Chapter 39, Marry her? I want it too. Wang Feng slapped Xiao Hao's hand away, his tone solemn. Then hurry up and go for it, such a beautiful master. If you wait a few more years, she might not be yours anymore. Xiao Hao shouted at Wang Feng, even changing how he addressed him. This attracted the attention of everyone around, and Wang Feng really wanted to jump up and give him an electric shock. Disciple, you are truly going to get your master killed. Wang Feng looked towards where Jiang Hanqi had been, only to find she had already disappeared, letting out a secret sigh of relief. Master, master, master. You. At this moment, Xiao Hao exclaimed in shock. His eyes filled with terror as he looked behind Wang Feng. Wang Feng had already vaguely guessed what was happening, grabbing Xiao Hao by the neck and running. Suddenly, a pulling force came from behind. Just like that, Jiang Hanqi grabbed Wang Feng by the collar, and Wang Feng held onto Xiao Hao's neck. The 3 of them formed a bizarre posture at the city gate, being watched like monkeys. Wang Feng released the astonished Xiao Hao and slowly turned his head, speaking cautiously. Hee, fairy sister, we meet again. You recognize me? Jiang Hanqi asked, somewhat confused, as she was wearing a white veiled hat. Chapter 40, Wang Feng took a deep breath and blurted out an astonishing line. Does that mean I would have to strip you of all your clothes? If silence is golden, then the room where Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi were at that moment was a golden house. Silence. Quiet. The air seemed to have solidified. Fairy sister, if you don't like it, you can return it to me. I'll give it to someone else. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi, whose eyes seemed to be frozen, and said another line, testing the waters at the edge of death. He simply decided to ask Jiang Hanqi to return it to him, but he figured she must have already lost it. Wang Feng lowered his head, closely watching Jiang Hanqi's movements. The moment he saw her make any sudden moves towards him, he was ready to flee. I lost it. Jiang Hanqi's voice was sharp and different. It made Wang Feng feel like her way of speaking was somewhat different from before. It felt strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd about it. If it's lost, then it's lost, but if it makes Fairy Sister think of something unpleasant, to kill or to maim, let Fairy Sister decide. Wang Feng really didn't know how to explain, so he simply opened his arms and let Jiang Hanqi do as she pleased. Chapter 41, Rows of crimson-tiled houses, this classic local flavor. Unlike those earthen houses outside with thatched roofs. If given the chance, Wang Feng really wanted to meet this so-called Eastern Sun Empress. He wondered if she was merely a puppet controlled by others, like the emperor he had in mind from thousands of years ago. Passers-by were diverse, and there were quite a few at the spirit-binding realm. However, there must be some high-level cultivators suppressing the entire imperial city. Even if conflicts arose, they didn't immediately engage in combat, but either agreed to fight outside the city, or simply let it go, or engaged in a verbal sparring match. "Excuse me, do you know where the Little Sword Sect is?" Wang Feng stopped a passerby, with Xiao Hao beside him. The passerby looked surprised for a moment, and upon seeing Xiao Hao's plump face, his expression became even more peculiar. "Are you two also going to participate in the entrance competition of the Little Sword Sect?" After hearing Wang Feng's words, the passerby asked in confusion. Recently, the Little Sword Sect just happened to be holding its once-in-a-decade entrance competition for recruiting disciples. Entrance competition? Is the Little Sword Sect recruiting disciples now? Wang Feng was also a bit stunned. What a coincidence. It seems he could just shove Xiao Hao in there without a second thought. Chapter 42, seeing that the situation was not right. Xiao Hao quickly spoke up, "Master, I have had a sudden realization, so I will leave first." Wang Feng gave Xiao Hao a deep look, exchanged a glance, and nodded. "Well, in that case, you may go." Wang Feng waved his hand. In his heart, he was exclaiming that although this disciple seemed a bit dim-witted, he had quite a good sense of the situation and was sensible. After Xiao Hao left, before Wang Feng could say anything, Jiang Hanshi asked, "When did you take on a disciple?" It seems to be about 30 days ago." Wang Feng recalled and realized he might have forgotten. Mainly because this disciple came out of nowhere, he hadn't been counting the days. However, if his brain had been kicked by a donkey, just take his words as a joke and don't take them seriously. Wang Feng jokingly said to Jiang Hanshi, who was walking alongside him. Like master, like disciple. Wang Feng knew what she meant. He had just said that Xiao Hao had been kicked in the head by a donkey. So, Jiang Hanshi's words were essentially saying he was also kicked in the head, right? "What do you mean, Sister Fairy?" Wang Feng didn't want to hear it. So he treated it as if he didn't understand and threw the question back to the one who posed it. Chapter 43, that's them. Grab them. Jiang Hanshi's words were interrupted, and a hint of displeasure rose in her heart. Turning around, she saw the young man who had invited her to the tavern earlier. Drawing her cold sword from the sea of divine consciousness in an instant, since he repeatedly sought death, Jiang Hanshi didn't mind killing him. "Sister Fairy, hurry and come with me." Before Jiang Hanshi could move, Wang Feng suddenly slapped the sugar-coated hawthorn stick from her other hand. Holding her hand, Jiang Hanshi suddenly felt a warmth from a hand that didn't belong to her. Her eyes trembled involuntarily, and she instinctively lifted her hand holding the cold sword and swung it towards Wang Feng. But after swinging it, she regretted it. How could a silly boy in the spirit-gathering realm possibly dodge her sword? Wang Feng also noticed this sword strike and almost sprayed the urine in his bladder out of fright. Hurriedly stepping his right foot forward and leaning forward, he used the strongest movement technique he could think of to dodge. Then he grabbed Jiang Hanshi's warm, slightly cool, and soft hand, pulling her whole body to run wildly. Don't run, daring to hit someone in the Imperial City. If you run again, the crime will double. Chapter 44. Jiang Hanshi raised her eyes slightly and frowned. Did this silly boy not think about whether I would dislike him? Sister Fairy, you wouldn't dislike me, would you? Wang Feng seemed to just think of this, and a faint fragrance of tea wafted from him. Jiang Hanshi glanced at him sideways and replied blandly. Goodness, her dislike is so obvious. Wang Feng could only helplessly eat the nearly melted sugar-coated hawthorn. His gaze intentionally remained fixed on Jiang Hanshi, looking very happy, like a lovesick fool. Jiang Hanshi felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at and wondered what this silly boy was looking at her for. Wow, sister, you're so beautiful. At that moment, a girl in an ancient dress, about the same size as Xiao Hao, suddenly popped up in front of them, stretching her head to look at Jiang Hanshi. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi both turned to look at the sound. The girl's face still showed some youthful innocence, but her clothes were extraordinarily luxurious. An ancient dress in maple leaf color. Even in the Imperial City, ordinary people could never afford to wear such clothes. Who are you? Wang Feng asked somewhat unhappily, as he was trying to deepen his relationship with Jiang Hanshi when suddenly a kid popped up. Chapter 45. Wang Feng could only disrupt the flow of his spiritual energy. It might be impossible for ordinary people, and they might even explode. But for someone who had cultivated for 8 lifetimes and even ascended to the realm of the Emperor. It was quite simple. "Big sister, is he okay?" The girl beside them asked in fear, not expecting that this big sister was not only cold, but also so fierce. "Master." Xiao Hao was caught in midair, flailing desperately, with bloodshot eyes. Wang Feng almost wanted to give him a thumbs up for that shout. Xiao Hao finally understood the saying trouble comes from the mouth, but this time his master blocked it for him. "Let go of me," Xiao Hao shouted angrily, his aura rising continuously, making the surrounding air become sharp. Uncle Zhang was startled. This sharp aura seemed like that of those genius sword bodies awakened in the Little Sword sect. Moreover, this aura was much stronger than any sword path genius he had seen. After thinking for a moment, Uncle Zhang finally decided to let go of his grip on him. "Master." Xiao Hao hurriedly ran to Wang Feng's side, only to suddenly feel a sharp pinch on his hind leg. Wang Feng also seemed to be affected by the injury, coughing loudly in pain. Chapter 46, I Can't Get Up. 3, 2. Jiang Hanshi counted again, and she had already confirmed that Wang Feng was absolutely fine, with no injuries at all. "Oh, I suddenly feel full of strength." As Wang Feng felt the Gatling suppressed, he suddenly jumped up, pretending to be surprised, causing the three people standing not far away to be speechless. Chu Yin'er even suspected that this person might have a serious illness. "Are you sick or something?" After seeing that Wang Feng was fine, Chu Yin'er couldn't help but curse, thinking he was too good at acting. "What do you mean, you? What does it have to do with you? If you say another word, I'll smack your butt." Wang Feng's face darkened. If this thing couldn't talk, it should just keep quiet. "What's wrong with you? My master is handsome and talented. Can't you speak properly?" Xiao Hao jumped out, immediately defending his master, as he had to stand up for him after being insulted. Jiang Hanshi stood aside and silently watched this farce for a while. Feeling somewhat annoyed, she used a kind of escape technique to disappear, while the few of them continued to argue, spitting words like a bunch of shrews. Chapter 47. The Empress looked at her daughter's expression and guessed that it was just a minor scuffle among children. "Yin'er, since you scolded others, you must be prepared for others to scold you in return. Also, you are the daughter of the Empress. I hope you one day inherit this throne in the future. You need to work harder when you join the Little Sword sect, and must not be so rude anymore." The Empress began to educate Chu Yin'er, making her feel a bit embarrassed. "Mother, I understand. I will pay more attention in the future." Chu Yin'er pouted while holding the blanket. Although she was unhappy, she always listened to her mother. "All right, go to sleep. In a few days, you'll participate in the entrance competition of the Little Sword sect. With your special sword body, you are destined for a bigger world." Chu Yin'er nodded, covered herself with the blanket, and the Empress gently patted her back to lull her to sleep. "I really don't know when Yin'er will truly grow up. I hope she can get along well with her senior brothers and sisters at the Little Sword sect." A few days passed quickly, and only one day remained until the competition at the Little Sword sect. Chapter 48. Wang Feng had already assessed their cultivation levels, the highest being the 4th level of the Spirit Formation realm, which was that villain-faced Yu Quebec. "I need this." Wang Feng rubbed his hands with a smirk, his meaning quite clear. "Fellow Taoist, here are 50 low-grade spirit stones, plus this storage bag, worth about 100 spirit stones. Is that acceptable?" Chen Baixiao looked at Wang Feng's smug expression, his mouth twitching as he took out a storage bag from his waist. Wang Feng took the tossed storage bag and glanced inside. It was indeed spirit stones. Not too many or too few. He didn't know how he had prepared them in advance. Wang Feng took out a few spirit stones and scattered them around Xiao Hao. Heaven and earth without koan. Practice. Wang Feng performed a few hand seals, and a red barrier slowly rose around Xiao Hao. Just to be safe, Wang Feng set up another layer of barrier. You never know when the opponent might strike. The three people in the distance looked astonished. Setting up a formation with ease showed absolute mastery, and their cultivation was definitely higher than theirs. "Thank you, senior." The few of them changed their titles and sat down to watch Xiao Hao, who was surrounded by sword energy, break through. Chapter 49. I'm angry. Xiao Hao shouted angrily, and the sword in his hand suddenly emitted a faint glow of fire. It quickly turned red, but halfway through, it lost its vigor and became a dark red color. Is this the sun sword body? At this point, the three finally recognized it, their faces filled with shock. This sword body may not be the best, but it ranks among the top 10 strongest sword bodies. Lin Yuyu became even more cautious. In the cultivation world, it is rare for geniuses to fight above their level, but possessing a sun sword body could make him one of those exceptions. Xiao Hao roared, and charged at Lin Yu. He rushed over with great momentum. He flew back in a fierce manner. A moment later, "Master, save me." Xiao Hao lay on the ground, covered in sword wounds, looking weakly at Wang Feng in the tree. The jade disc on his neck was healing his wounds. Wang Feng jumped down from the tree and smiled, telling Lin Yu to go back. Xiao Hao indeed couldn't compete with Lin Yu. After all, it was impossible to fight 8 small realms above in such a situation, especially with just one sword. Chapter 50. If you lose, but your talent is favored by the elders, you can still be accepted as a disciple into the sect. Just to the point, do not take lives. However, blades and swords are blind, and if you accidentally become disabled, our little sword sect will not take responsibility. However, the winner can claim the healing costs from the sect after entering. Lastly, the first place in the competition will receive a piece of top-grade mysterious sword intent stone, and the second and third places will receive middle-grade mysterious sword intent stones. A righteous middle-aged man stood among a dozen large pillars, using spiritual power to announce the competition rules and rewards. The crowd below erupted into a deafening roar upon hearing these words. Top-grade mysterious sword intent stone. Wang Feng himself was moved, contemplating whether to suppress his cultivation to the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm for the competition. Wang Feng glanced at the little black shadow on top of the pillar. It turned out to be a practitioner at the Yuan 3 realm. Breaking the Yuan realm, Wang Feng was shocked, realizing that this must be a branch of the Sword Sect. He had thought of the Sword Sect as soon as he heard the name Little Sword Sect. This was a sect that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, slightly stronger than the Ice Palace where Jiang Hanshi was from. Chapter 51. Make way. Make way. Wang Feng called out to those around him, and under the terrified gazes of the crowd, pulled a large bed out from his storage bag. This was specially prepared by Wang Feng. Since the system's storage space was not large enough, he used the storage bag space to supplement it. "Master, you are too well prepared." Xiao Hao shouted, not feeling embarrassed at all, giving Wang Feng a thumbs up. "It's all right. You haven't seen how prepared Master usually is. Always soaking in the spirit spring while watching others compete." Wang Feng's words immediately drew disdain from countless people. This person, like a country bumpkin, not only spoke but also boasted about soaking in the spirit spring, really daring to say such things. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, and snacks like Brave to Heaven were all prepared. "The people on stage, please start your performance." Wang Feng set up a table in front of the bed and shouted a few words at the people on stage. However, it was clear that this barrier had soundproofing capabilities, as the people on stage could not hear him at all. Yet the sound from inside could be transmitted out, indicating it was only to prevent outside interference. "I want to eat too." At that moment, a girl jumped over and unceremoniously hopped onto the large bed where the 2 big men were sitting. Chapter 52. Undoubtedly, looking down from the dozens of large pillars. Aside from the battle on stage, a bed, 3 people, a table, and a feast made their spot the most eye-catching. An elder saw this scene and smiled, praising, "These 3 are truly genuine, free-spirited." Oomph. Just as the elder finished speaking, a loud masculine voice echoed, making one think a beautiful girl was angry. The elder looked at the sound transmission disc beside him. This was used for communication among so many people. They couldn't always speak with spiritual power, otherwise some little secrets would be overheard by those below. "Old 2, why are you humming? All you do is hum every day." The elder's face instantly showed dissatisfaction. Tu Guangyi tended to contradict him every time he spoke. These 3 people are utterly disrespectful in such a public setting. Could it be that they are intentionally trying to attract attention? The other elder, Tu Guangyi, spoke up, immediately placing a label on Wang Feng and the others. The sect leader, standing in the middle of the large pillar, smiled and said, "What if 2 of the 3 have exceptional talent? What would you say then?" Seeing that the sect leader was siding with the elder, Tu Guangyi felt even more displeased. Even if one of them is among the top 10 solar sword bodies, I still look down on such disrespectful people. Chapter 53. Chu Yin'er finally understood. This person was bullying others with his higher realm. Because an ordinary 9th level of spirit gathering realm definitely does not possess such a powerful aura, and he was not actually at the 9th level of spirit gathering realm. But why haven't the sect leader and elders noticed it until now? Although Chu Yin'er couldn't tell when Wang Feng wasn't deliberately releasing his aura, she had indeed felt the pressure from Wang Feng's spirit connection realm before. At this moment, the people on the arena finally became serious, and some even entertained the idea of jumping off the stage to leave. After all, There would be opportunities to enter again later. But they still gritted their teeth and endured, choosing not to leave. They could still have a chance to fight again. Moreover, watching from such a close distance might help them gain some combat experience. After all, if they went down, they would just be watching others fight for a while. So it was better to observe closely. The arena was large, and as long as they stayed in the corners and were careful, they generally wouldn't be targeted. Bang! Start! With a heavy bell toll, a barrier enveloped the entire arena. From then on, only one could stand until the end. The others had to either obediently lie down in the corners and admit defeat, unable to make a move, or be knocked down. Chapter 54. You bully others, you actually. Chu Yin'er glared at Wang Feng, about to condemn him, but her words were interrupted. If you call out again, I'll smash your mouth in front of everyone. Wang Feng interrupted her fiercely. The matter of suppressing realms could not be discovered. Chu Yin'er pouted. She could tell from Wang Feng's expression that if she dared to speak, this person would really smash her mouth. He really didn't understand how to cherish a lady. Chu Yin'er complained angrily. Look at your good brother. Don't yell randomly. How can a stinky brat like him be worthy of being my brother? Hearing his words, Chu Yin'er snorted again. But she couldn't help but glance at the arena where Xiao Hao was. If it weren't for her mother wanting her to live independently and saying it was safer in the Little Sword sect and refusing to send a master to protect her, she wouldn't be afraid of this man in front of her. However, she was also curious about how that stinky brat on the arena would deal with someone of a higher realm than him. He would probably be beaten into admitting defeat, right? At that time, she must mock him well, hee. Wang Feng also focused on watching. After teaching for so long, it was time to see the results. Chapter 55. 25 minutes later, the other 8 people on the arena huddled tightly together, trembling in the small corner of the arena. Ignoring their injuries, the 8 joined forces to create a barrier, preventing any accidental harm to themselves. Although the arena was large, they felt a bit safer with another layer of barrier. The fighting styles of those two were simply terrifying. In their view, Xiao Hao was currently half kneeling on the ground, the tip of his sword pressed against the ground. One had already been poked blind, his left arm was severed halfway, and he was dripping with blood. His body was covered in bloody sword wounds. Some parts even had the smell of being burnt by spiritual power. The other cultivator was also in a bad state, with his right arm completely severed. He originally had little spiritual power left, and now it was almost exhausted. He thought he could quickly deal with this first level of spirit gathering realm kid, but unexpectedly, this kid was like an unstoppable cockroach, his injuries continuously healing. He didn't know why, and during their battle, he felt extremely frustrated. At this moment, the cultivator looked at Xiao Hao with a fearful expression. This kid was actually exchanging injuries with him. Despite having a blinded eye, Xiao Hao still managed to cut off his right arm. Ha! Old Chu woman, did you see that? I will win for you shortly. Chapter 56. He only saw that Wang Feng was at the peak of the 9th level of spirit gathering realm, with nothing particularly special about him. At that time, he could only vaguely see that Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er had unusual physiques from a distance. He never expected Tu Guangyi's mouth to be so accurate. This kid truly was a solar sword body. Watching until now, the kid's reckless yet rational fighting style had also moved him. He must take him in. Just based on his solar sword body, he was already qualified to become a direct disciple of their sword sect leader. That's right. Their little sword sect was a branch of the sword sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken that name. Nor would they be so well known among so many imperial nations, with countless people eager to join. Enough. I've seen your battle, and your injuries prevent you from continuing to fight. After the sect leader waved his hand, the barrier opened, and he tossed a token to the 5th level of Spirit Gathering Realm Cultivator. After recovering a bit, take this token and enter the sect directly. The recovery resources will be reimbursed by the sect. The cultivator was overjoyed, taking the token and first bowing in gratitude to the sect leader on the pillar. Then giving a single-handed bow to Xiao Hao, speaking in an admiring tone, I admire you. I will take my leave now. Chapter 57. Chu Yin'er gritted her teeth as she looked at the two, making a sound like a little dog, as if she wanted to bite them. If you make another sound, I'll smash your teeth. Wang Feng warned her, unable to hold back. It was truly nonsensical. Chu Yin'er could only eat her snacks in silence. Master, these injuries were healed by him, and the person above said they want me to join their sword sect. Sitting on the bed, after understanding Xiao Hao's experience after going up, she nodded in delight. Then you should join. The sword sect is good, I knew it. Master, what do you know? Xiao Hao looked at Wang Feng's excited expression with confusion. The sword sect is not the little sword sect, and the little sword sect is not the sword sect, because one is a main sect and the other is a branch sect. You should understand such a simple principle, right? After Wang Feng finished speaking, he saw Xiao Hao's bewildered expression and knew he hadn't grasped it. The surrounding people were also not surprised. It was common knowledge that the little sword sect was a branch of the sword sect. Master, I understand. So I can join? After thinking for a while, Xiao Hao finally understood. Yes, it was originally intended for you to join this little sword sect. I didn't expect there to be unexpected joy. Chapter 58. No. Xiao Hao's expression was displeased. Why should he give clothes to that annoying old Chu woman? TSK. Wang Feng clicked his tongue, his gaze making Xiao Hao feel a chill. Fine. Xiao Hao could only take out a set of clothes from the storage space his master gave him and walked over. The female emperor of the Dongyang dynasty, who had changed her appearance, quietly watched this scene among the crowd. How could she let Chu Yin'er come out alone? The solar sword body and the lunar sword body, they have some connection. However, their relationship seems a bit off. That kid doesn't care about Yin'er at all. The female emperor thought as she watched the two not far away. Xiao Hao walked in front of Chu Yin'er, lifted the clothes in his hand, and draped them over her back. You dead rat. Am I impressive or what? Chu Yin'er looked at Xiao Hao and weakly said with a forced smile. Impressive, impressive. You're the most impressive. Seeing her like this, Xiao Hao didn't plan to argue back, fearing she might spit blood on him in anger. Help me up. Chu Yin'er knew her current state and just wanted to lie down on the ground and rest without a care. But her pride wouldn't allow her to do so. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been brought to tears by a few words from Wang Feng. Chapter 59. Jiang Hanqi's hat was knocked off, causing an uproar in the audience. Is that a fairy? Regardless of gender, everyone gasped in amazement upon seeing Jiang Hanqi's true form. Wang Feng's hands were firmly pinned to the ground. He couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. What's going on? How could my dual cultivation of law and body be weaker than hers? Jiang Hanqi couldn't possibly have such great strength. Wang Feng was astonished as he looked at Jiang Hanqi sitting on his stomach. She was indeed not simple. Why did you deceive me? Jiang Hanqi pressed down on Wang Feng, her cold gaze fixed on him as if trying to see something from the depths of his eyes. She had already realized that Wang Feng was definitely that scoundrel, and even his movements were identical. This meant that he was the one who had seen her body. He was also the one who had ill intentions towards her in the village, and the one who had bound her back to the village. Wang Feng thought Jiang Hanqi was talking about deceiving her regarding his cultivation level, so he turned his head away in guilt and remained silent. Little did he know, Jiang Hanqi already knew the truth. She had been deceived all along. Seeing Wang Feng not speak, her anger instantly surged. She quickly stood up, grabbed Wang Feng's wrist, and flung him towards the barrier. Chapter 60. Wang Feng's face instantly turned awkward. He really wanted to cry. Jiang Hanqi dragged Wang Feng away from the crowd. The noisy sounds gradually decreased, but many gazes were still directed their way. Eat this. A pill appeared in Jiang Hanqi's palm as she pinched Wang Feng's chin and shoved it into his mouth. Wang Feng was immediately startled. Could this be a poison pill? He hurriedly lowered his head, trying to spit it out. No spitting. This is for healing. Facing Jiang Hanqi's commanding tone, Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, looking at her with doubtful eyes before slowly swallowing it down. If it really was a poison pill, the system could detoxify it, but it would cost a lot of essence. Jiang Hanqi didn't deceive him. It was indeed for healing. The tight pain in his chest quickly disappeared after taking the pill, and he found that this pill did more than just heal. It also gently nurtured his meridians and blood, making his whole body feel warm and particularly comfortable. Why did you deceive me? Jiang Hanqi repeated this question, her voice cold enough to freeze Wang Feng's eardrums. Wang Feng's face was tearful because this time, Jiang Hanqi was afraid he would run away and was tightly gripping his arm. Chapter 61. Suddenly, Wang Feng felt a pulling force on his hand, and he was dragged over. Under the gaze of 1,000 eyes, Jiang Hanqi silently pulled Wang Feng up to the stage, ignoring the strange looks from countless people. What are you two doing? The sect master looked at them with a peculiar expression. Oh, it's nothing. She just likes this. She's afraid her sweetheart will run away. Wang Feng casually waved his other hand and said. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the rope tighten, making his hand turn pale. Wang Feng quickly tugged gently, as if begging for mercy, and thankfully Jiang Hanqi let go of him. Oh, The sect master naturally noticed this and smiled meaningfully, but didn't he pursue the matter further. He then raised his hand, and 3 ancient black stones floated in the air before him. These were the sword intent stones. There was a deep sword mark on them, and just a glance made one feel a slight pain in their eyes. These sword intent stones were left behind by the young prodigies of the sword sect's Hanyuan realm, and he hoped they could make good use of them. The 3 of them accepted the sword intent stones, and another bystander had already left. The sect master, seeing that Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi had not yet left, couldn't he help but feel puzzled. Chapter 62, I won't join. Jiang Hanshi suddenly said when the sect master looked at her. Well, I won't force you. You can rest in the sect for a few days, and then use the teleportation array to go. I will explain it clearly to the main sect. The sect master was already very satisfied to have these 2 with exceptional qualifications join. As for the other 2, although they were very strong, they were the first and second place in this competition. Their qualifications were unclear, and their success in reaching the first and second place was also due to their realm. Since they didn't want to join the sword sect, he wouldn't force them. Young friend, you also want to go to the central continent, right? It would be good to go together later. The sect master suddenly remembered Wang Feng's earlier question. They could just go together in a few days. Can I join? Jiang Hanshi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. It was a very concise statement, but the sect master immediately understood. Together it was. Little sword sect at night. To prevent Wang Feng from escaping, Jiang Hanshi even shared a room with him despite there being other rooms available. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After all, she had lived with this scammer before. Although this scammer had deceived her, he had never done anything out of line. Chapter 63 at that time. She had just broken through to the Holy King realm and was quite puzzled to hear that the Ice Palace had taken in a male disciple. However, she didn't dwell on it, believing that the higher-ups of the Ice Palace knew what they were doing. According to the rumors Jiang Hanshi heard, although that male disciple had mediocre qualifications, he had a good character. Aside from being sweet with the saintess every day, he diligently practiced under her encouragement and didn't disturb other female disciples. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Ice Palace didn't look down on or treat that male disciple maliciously, and they would occasionally offer him cultivation resources. However, in later rumors, the 2 did not end well. They both perished in the Demon Valley during a trial, and their bodies were never found. The high-ranking officials of the Ice Palace were furious, and even she took action, causing a bloodbath in the Demon Valley. This news shook the entire Tian-San continent. The bloodbath was unprecedented, resulting in the emergence of a quasi-emperor-level demon cultivator, who was quite famous in the Tian-San continent, particularly for targeting women. The Ice Palace leaders speculated that perhaps the 2 holy maidens from that time perished at his hands. After all, the holy maidens had a peak holy king-level protector in secret who also disappeared. The final outcome for that quasi-emperor demon cultivator was to be slain by the Ice Palace's elder with a single strike of his sword. Chapter 64. Should we snatch her away? Wang Feng pondered for a moment. Never mind, her background is probably not simple. Someone with a royal artifact cannot just be an ordinary princess of a mortal dynasty. The system sometimes only displays one identity in its identity information. Wang Feng had long complained about this issue, but it remains unchanged, just like a certain game company for Blue Star. They only consume source points and ignore everything else, not caring about any issues. You guys don't go. I'm leaving. Chu Yinner did not insist and turned to leave, but just a few steps away, she was called back. Wait, we must go. How could we dare not attend when Princess Chu invited us? Wang Feng quickly called her back, even changing her title from Old Chu Girl to Princess Chu. He secretly thought that this time he must get something in the palace that could be exchanged for source points. No, it's borrowing. This Chu Yinner, aside from her slightly lively and irritable temperament, is actually quite nice. Wang Feng was in urgent need of source points for development, so he planned to borrow just a little, absolutely no more. He would have to return it later. After all, he is a person of integrity. Let's go then. Chu Yinner smiled and waved her hand. Chapter 65. The Grand Princess. The palace maids and other servants would greet Chu Yinner whenever they met. You are still the Grand Princess? Xiao Hao said in surprise. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinner slowly raised her proud head. It's just SOSO. My mother is the current Empress, and I'm her only daughter, right? Chu Yinner waved her hand, appearing modest, but the sense of vanity brought by her identity was almost overflowing. Does your mother have 3,000 beauties in her harem? Xiao Hao asked curiously, as past emperors usually had 3,000 beauties in their harem. He wondered if this Empress had any. Knock. Oh, hissing. Master, why are you hitting me? Xiao Hao covered his head, looking at Wang Feng with confusion, grinning in pain. How can you ask someone's daughter in front of others if her mother has 3,000 beauties in her harem? Isn't that the same as asking if her mother has 3,000 husbands? Wang Feng gave Xiao Hao a look, signaling him to understand for himself. No way. My mother is not like those past emperors. Hearing Xiao Hao's words, Chu Yinner's face darkened a few shades. Oh, sorry. What about your father? The four of them walked while Xiao Hao continued to ask Chu Yinner questions. Chapter 66. I have guests today. I don't want to argue with you. Hurry and leave. Mother, why is he so annoying? Chu Yinner said irritably. That guy seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Recently, he came to find her mother every day, insisting he was her royal brother. And her mother, for some reason, just wouldn't convict him on the grounds of impersonating a royal descendant. Chu Yinner even suspected whether this person might really be her royal brother. But she had no knowledge of this person growing up. Mother, Dad doesn't want me anymore. I have nowhere to go, so I can only come and find you. The boy in the distance shouted again, and as he spoke, he began to cry, snot and tears flowing. Please wait a moment. We have an uninvited guest. Chu Moxie stood up, her phoenix robe swaying, exuding an aura of authority. I'll say it one last time. I'm not your mother. If you dare come again tomorrow, I will execute you for impersonating a royal descendant. And this is the palace, not a place for you to act recklessly. Chu Moxie walked up to the man and coldly warned him. The guards indeed could not stop him. Mother, he is going to die. Otherwise, he wouldn't be driving me away. Chapter 67. Wang Feng no longer paid attention to Jiang Hanshi, silently observing the surrounding palace. Some places were indeed exquisitely beautiful. Seeing Wang Feng like this, Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but feel puzzled. What bad intentions is this fool plotting? However, she couldn't be bothered and didn't believe he could do anything significant while being tied up. As night fell, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi seemed to share a tacit understanding, not speaking at all, but silently walking together for a day. Meanwhile, Xiao Hao and Chu Yinner occasionally got into fights, but it was always Xiao Hao getting kicked in the butt. Yet he remained completely unyielding, persistently rebellious. The palace was not dark in the night. Lanterns lit up everywhere, and the brightness seemed to be no ordinary lanterns. Princess Chu, do you have any wishes? Wang Feng suddenly asked Chu Yinner while sitting on the steps watching the stars in the night. Su Yan'e found it, her eyes narrowing slightly as she pointed at Wang Feng and said, What are you doing? Are you plotting something bad? Just say it. And if it's something I can fulfill later, I'll help you realize it. Wang Feng smiled and did not deny her words. But Chu Yinner didn't think much of it. Chapter 68. I'll go with you. Are you sure? Wang Feng quickly sat up straight, looking at Jiang Hanshi with eyes that seemed to shine like 24K titanium alloy as he asked. Sure. Jiang Hanshi's tone remained as cold, concise, and understandable as ever. Then you must not disturb my plans, and you must not hit me. Everything must follow my plan. Can you do that? Wang Feng stated his conditions. If it's not possible, he planned to break free from his bindings and escape using his cultivation of the spirit formation realm right on the spot. Jiang Hanshi's gaze was cold and suspicious as she asked, What trick are you trying to play? Just say whether you can do it or not. If not, untie me. As long as your plan doesn't involve touching me, it's fine. Wang Feng was about to say something else when Jiang Hanshi interrupted him. Hearing her words, Wang Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His original plan was that if Jiang Hanshi agreed, he genuinely intended to make a move on her. After all, Jiang Hanshi was known for keeping her promises. Unless she was extremely furious, she wouldn't break her word. Chapter 69. Let us go, let us go. After Wang Feng got dressed, he lowered his voice, taking Jiang Hanshi's hand and gently opening the door. First, he stuck his head out to take a look around, ensuring no one was present before pulling Jiang Hanshi to prepare to go out. The two, dressed in thief-like attire, quietly stepped out and closed the door behind them. Although Jiang Hanshi was wearing a stealth outfit, it couldn't hide her cool demeanor. If it weren't for the outfit looking too much like that of a thief in the night, she might have appeared just as beautiful as if she were wearing normal clothes. Even with the black mask on, just the sight of her beautiful eyes and the upper half of her face would make one feel that beneath that mask, she was definitely a stunning woman. As for Wang Feng, 3 words summarize it. Just a thief. Swift. Wang Feng said a word and pulled the other end of the rope. Jiang Hanshi seemed to understand and followed Wang Feng with a few leaps. The two flew to the top of the palace, and Wang Feng turned around, giving Jiang Hanshi a thumbs up. Crouch down, crouch down. Wang Feng pressed down with his hand, signaling Jiang Hanshi to crouch beside him. Jiang Hanshi suddenly realized that he wasn't going to fetch something. He was going to steal something. What are you going to steal? Jiang Hanshi didn't sternly criticize Wang Feng, but instead asked. Chapter 70. All right, let's do it. Wang Feng planned to swallow the system that was currently packing weapons into the storage bag of Qin Feng. If this person's character was decent, Wang Feng intended to take out a royal-level supreme technique to compensate him. If not, he would simply kill him. This is the cultivation world. It's either you swallow me, or I swallow you. Wang Feng was just following the unspoken rules of this cultivation world. Back in the day, when his face was stepped on by others, he had to obediently hand over the resources on him. In the end, relying on his trump card, he exploded someone's head with a punch. Brain shattered, heart crushed, soul captured, and then burned to ashes with heavenly fire. Finally, divided into thousands of pieces and buried in the southeast, northwest, and central regions, leaving no chance for resurrection. Anyone who dared to humiliate him would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. And robbery was also one of the quickest ways to obtain resources. It was already good that Wang Feng thought of leaving a line. Wang Feng made a hand gesture to Jiang Hanshi, and she glanced at him and immediately understood. Jiang Hanshi, finding it troublesome, gently untied the rope on her hands since there was only one big door to escape. She was confident she could knock out that person in a few breaths. Chapter 71. Hurry, 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 take off your clothes. After Wang Feng finished speaking, he disregarded everything and swiftly started undressing in front of Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi turned her head away, as usual. Why do you always change clothes in front of me? Aren't you embarrassed? Jiang Hanshi coldly questioned Wang Feng, her back to him. Embarrassed? We're so familiar with each other. How about this? If you feel like you're at a disadvantage, you can change in front of me too. That way we'll be even. After changing clothes, Wang Feng walked in front of Jiang Hanshi, grinning. Get lost. Jiang Hanshi shot a glance at Wang Feng, who looked like a fool, as if a few black lines were appearing on her forehead. Then, she quietly walked into the bathing area to change her clothes. When she came out again, she was already wearing a blue dress, looking even more like a fairy. She looked completely different from the time she was doing questionable things with Wang Feng. Fairy sister, where's your outfit? Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi in confusion. Where's your stealth outfit? What do you want it for? Jiang Hanshi replied expressionlessly, realizing that this scammer wanted her worn clothes. It was obvious he intended to use them for something bad. Chapter 73. The next day, morning. Wang Feng felt the softness in his hand and couldn't help but squeeze it a couple of times. What is this? Wang Feng's eyes were still closed, but his heart began to stir. He touched it again, squeezing a couple more times. It was soft, warm, and smooth, very nice to touch. Wait a minute. This is an arm. After squeezing dozens of times, Wang Feng finally realized what this was. Whose arm? Whose arm could it be? Wang Feng's heart raced. He was hugging her again, and this time he even reached into her sleeve. No wonder it was smooth, warm, and soft. Why was this happening? Why was this happening? His divine sense shouldn't be like this. Even if someone entered his room silently at midnight, he would be able to sense it. Why didn't he notice when hugging Jiang Hanshi? She must have discovered it this time. After all, she was at the second level of the spirit connection stage, capable of staying awake for days and nights. But why didn't she resist? Jiang Hanshi felt the sensation coming from her arm and slowly opened her beautiful eyes in the bed, turning to look. Wang Feng was still tightly holding her, curled up under the covers with his eyes closed. Chapter 74. The two nodded crazily. They also wanted such a celestial partner. Fairy sister, why don't you give him a binding rope? Jiang Hanshi glanced at Wang Feng, remaining silent. To Wang Feng's surprise, after a little while, Jiang Hanshi really took out a binding rope from her divine sea space and handed it to them. Huh? Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er were stunned. I don't want to bind with him or her, the two said in unison, instinctively moving a bit further apart. And your rope is a binding rope. If we bind, won't we lose our cultivation? At this moment, Chu Yin'er suddenly remembered that this was the binding spirit rope. Because she saw Wang Feng and the other two tied up every day, she had forgotten about it. Well, you guys are out of luck. Wang Feng smiled widely, but inside he was cursing. Who would want to be tied up if they didn't have to? Jiang Hanshi, upon hearing this, stored the rope back into the sea of consciousness. By the way, Master, don't you feel uncomfortable being tied up together? Why not hold hands instead? On the road, Xiao Hao raised this long-held question to Wang Feng. Chu Yin'er also leaned in, curious to hear the answer, as she was puzzled too. Chapter 75, not bad, not bad. The next life is just around the corner. As long as he doesn't anger Jiang Hanqi to the extreme in this life, she shouldn't attack him again. Should we do a couple of lucky draws? With a source point, Wang Feng's heart began to itch. Oh no, this is the psychology of a nouveau riche. Should I draw? Wang Feng hesitated. Let's do it. If we're going to draw, let us go big, directly 100,000 prize pool. After this draw, I'll stop for the next one. After all, he still needed the source points to extend his life. System, please bless me with good luck, I beg you. Heaven bless, earth bless, air bless, world bless. Wang Feng repeated his prayers in his heart hundreds of times, summoning all sorts of deities, leaving the system utterly speechless. Wang Feng trembled as he focused his thoughts, inching closer to that poop-colored button. Press it. Click, 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 with the loud sound of the spinning wheel. It started slowly, sped up, accelerated, slowed down, and then gradually came to a stop. Whether it was Wang Feng's prayers working or not, the pointer finally moved bit by bit to the golden edge's boundary line. Chapter 76. It really doesn't look like acting at all. Master, no. Old Chu girl, do you have any healing pills? Hurry, hurry. Xiao Hao's eyes welled up with tears, wanting to help Wang Feng up. Jiang Hanqi stood in front of them, lowering her eyes to carefully examine Wang Feng. She thought to herself, it shouldn't be like this. His body cultivation level is much higher than hers, right? After all, that night, she couldn't break free and could only be forcibly held, no matter how hard she tried. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Feng coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, supported by Xiao Hao, his eyes dazed as if he were about to die. This time, Wang Feng really spent a lot, truly a matter of life and death. I'm going to die. Wang Feng's eyes were dazed, and he began to roll his eyes back, his body limp, blood flowing from his mouth. At this moment, Jiang Hanqi's anger finally cooled down, and slowly her heart began to panic. What is going on? Isn't his body cultivation level very high? Why is he like this? She didn't even use any spells to avoid seriously injuring this scammer. Why was he beaten like this? Chapter 77. That is good, be quiet, okay. Wang Feng gently placed Jiang Hanqi's hands into a basin of water and began to wash them, as if soothing a child. Of course, he knew that blood is hard to wash off once it dries, so he had to use some force. Jiang Hanqi lowered her head, watching Wang Feng focus on washing her palms, a bit lost in thought. The two pairs of hands in the water looked like a pair of mandarin ducks, playing in the water. One pair was quiet, beautiful, and gentle. The other was lively and cheerful, splashing water onto the gentle and beautiful little hand. Xiao Hao and Chu Yin are huddled together again, whispering, TSK, TSK, TSK. They were just about to die, and now they're so affectionate. Is this what they call love-hate? Chu Yin'er marveled, wondering if this is the so-called love-hate relationship in the stories. Are you envious? Would you like me to wash your hands too? Chu Yin'er suddenly turned her head, looking at Xiao Hao in disbelief. Are you crazy? Or has your brain been burned by your own constitution? Do you want me to release some energy to cool you down? Chu Yin'er reached out to touch Xiao Hao's forehead, checking if he was losing his mind. Chapter 78. Ah, fairy sister, could you please not wear that hat? Wang Feng looked at her with pitiful eyes and pleaded. But this time, Jiang Hanqi seemed to revert to her usual self. She ignored Wang Feng and walked towards Chu Yin'er. Wang Feng had no choice but to quickly dump the red water from the large basin. He collected everything back into the storage space and followed her. Little sword sect. In a room, Jiang Hanqi took the mid-grade sword intent stone from her sea of consciousness. Wang Feng was puzzled as to why she would participate in the little sword set competition for this sword intent stone. Jiang Hanqi took out the cold sword, and Wang Feng instinctively moved away from her. What are you afraid of? Jiang Hanqi was confused every time she took out the cold sword. This scammer seemed to become very afraid of her. Fairy sister, I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of that sword. Huh? Jiang Hanqi responded in confusion, clearly not understanding the connection between him and the cold sword. It's fine. It won't hurt anyone for no reason. Jiang Hanqi reassured him. Wang Feng's mouth twitched. The cold sword indeed shouldn't hurt anyone without cause. But what if there was a reason? Chapter 79. Void Transmission Path. Wang Feng and the others suddenly felt darkness before their eyes, and when they opened them again, they could see nothing. Fairy sister, what is happening? Why can't I see anything? Wang Feng's tone was panicked, and in his fear, he hugged the fragrant Jiang Hanshi beside him tightly. Let go. Where's this? I'm scared. Where are we being transported to? Why can't I feel the ground under my feet? We're not locked here, are we? Wang Feng clung tightly to Jiang Hanshi's arm, his body almost pressed against her, his speech stuttering. We haven't been transmitted yet. We need to wait a bit longer. Jiang Hanshi said as she tried to pry Wang Feng's hand off, but he seemed to be glued to her. Jiang Hanshi's eyes flashed in the darkness. Primordial cold eyes. Activate. Jiang Hanshi's vision became incredibly clear in the dark void. However, apart from being able to see people, the void was still an emptiness. Turning to look at her right arm, Wang Feng was like a chewed bubblegum, sticking tightly to her. His expression was still panicked, his eyes darting around, just like a normal person in a state of panic. Chapter 80. Hey, I don't mean to ask you for anything, so don't overthink it. Everyone, why does it feel like the master is selling him? The sect leader saw that he had made it clear, so he didn't say much and fiddled around in the divine sea space. In the end, he took out a storage bag from somewhere. Inside were some pills and spirit stones. Take them. Wang Feng quickly accepted with a smile, and with just a few casual words, the resources were in hand. It felt great. These higher-ups really can't lose face. They're the easiest to pit. Disciple, look how good he is, don't worry. Staying by his side will definitely benefit you. Wang Feng quickly pulled Xiao Hao over and whispered in his ear. All right. Xiao Hao saw that his master had said so he could only agree. Come with me. The sect leader waved to Xiao Hao and Chu Yener. He didn't seem to care about Wang Feng being Xiao Hao's first master. Wait a minute. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi, who had been silent, spoke up and stopped the sect leader. The sect leader turned around, puzzled. Why are you wearing a bamboo hat? The sect leader didn't probe his divine sense to look at her face and wasn't interested in seeing it. Chapter 81. What the hell am I calling for? Wang Feng knew in his heart that calling out wouldn't help. At most, he would only run out the distance of the room. At that time, the old folks outside would definitely catch him back to sell Jiang Hanshi a favor. After figuring it out, Wang Feng put his hands down from his mouth and sat down across from Jiang Hanshi. Facing Jiang Hanshi's surprised gaze, Wang Feng raised the kettle on the table and heavily placed a cup down. He poured himself a cup of water, his eyes fixed on Jiang Hanshi as if he wanted to stare her down. Gulp. He drank a cup of water down hard. This damn thing is hot water. Wang Feng jumped up directly. Some water even splashed out from his mouth. Right now, he only felt his mouth was burning. Luckily, he was cultivating, otherwise he would definitely have blisters from the burn and his throat would be scorched to the point of being hoarse. Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but laugh at this scene. The water she drank had been cooled by cold air. This guy came over like a fool, didn't even look and just drank. Wang Feng was focused on using spiritual power to heal his burns when he suddenly heard a voice. He looked up and saw Jiang Hanshi looking at him without changing her expression, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 82. Then you sleep? I'll just sleep on the chair. After Wang Feng said this, he sat cross-legged on the chair, closed his eyes as if he were cultivating. Jiang Hanshi watched this scene, pondering whether she should practice on the bed or sit cross-legged on the chair. If he didn't sleep on the bed, it should be fine, and besides, the bed was a bit far from him. Jiang Hanshi thought for a moment. It seemed that after spending so much time with him, he only hugged her when he was sleeping on the bed. In the end, Jiang Hanshi still lay down on the bed, practicing the Ice Emperor technique. With a more comfortable environment, of course, she would choose to cultivate in a more comfortable environment. As night fell, bang. Oh. Jiang Hanshi heard a noise and turned her head warily. She happened to see Wang Feng fall off the chair, landing face down, sprawling awkwardly. Seeing his ugly appearance, Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but want to laugh. Wang Feng squinted his eyes, looking dazed, and slowly propped himself up with his hands. After standing up, he swayed, looking like he was drunk, and walked over to Jiang Hanshi. P.S. coming again. Jiang Hanshi, seeing this, tensed up and quickly prepared to roll off the bed to dodge Wang Feng's advance. Chapter 83. Feeling the softness on his chest. Wang Feng's mind was a bit muddled as he just woke up. Instinctively, he opened his eyes wide. Eyes. Two pairs of beautiful eyes stared at each other. Jiang Hanshi's eyes seemed to carry frost. This is the fairy sister. Why are you pressing down on me? Wang Feng reacted in an instant and shouted. He played the card of turning the tables, momentarily leaving Jiang Hanshi stunned. Even if you want to sleep with me, you can't do it like this, right? Jiang Hanshi remained silent, but her eyes grew colder. Because Wang Feng was awake, Both his hands and feet were tightly locked around her. His words were so shameless. What do you mean she was pressing him? Seriously, if you want to sleep with me, just say it. I wouldn't refuse. Wang Feng gently released his hands and feet, then ran away. Wang Feng swiftly slipped out from under Jiang Hanqi. The scene suddenly flashed outside, as if afraid of not keeping up with Wang Feng's speed. Bang! The door of the room where Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi were located was instantly kicked to pieces. Wang Feng used his movement technique to the extreme, merging everything he could into one. Chapter 84. Wang Feng, scared, opened his eyes and saw Jiang Hanqi standing beside him, looking down at him. When Jiang Hanqi saw him open his eyes, her expression turned cold. Wang Feng felt a rush of joy in his heart, his arms trembling slightly as he fearfully closed his eyes again. I know what I did to you, but I really don't know why it happened. If you want to hit me, come on, hit. Instead of letting her take the initiative to hit, it's better to be straightforward, pretending that last night's incident wasn't his intention. Although getting beaten wouldn't hurt much, he still had to pretend, which was quite troublesome. Why would I hit you? When Wang Feng heard Jiang Hanqi's words, he suddenly opened his eyes, doing a flip and jumping up. He looked at Jiang Hanqi in a daze, wondering if she wanted him to let his guard down and then kick him again. What did he just hear? He slept with Jiang Hanqi, and she wasn't angry? He was sure that with how he locked Jiang Hanqi last noon, he absolutely hugged her in the middle of the night. But wait, why couldn't he control his body at midnight? Sleepwalking? That shouldn't be the case. He was a cultivator. Just yesterday, he dreamt about happily playing with gentle and considerate Jiang Hanqi. Chapter 85. Sword Sect, Great Hall. Miss, I have contacted the Ice Palace, and I believe they will send someone to find you today. Thank you. No problem. Jiang Hanqi replied with a thank you, and the sect leader responded symbolically. Then Jiang Hanqi took Wang Feng and walked out of the Great Hall. Fairy sister, where are we going now? I don't know, just wait. Jiang Hanqi was left speechless by a remark from Wang Feng. Were they really just standing here, waiting for that group of busybodies from the Ice Palace to come over? To be honest, he really didn't want to go to the Ice Palace and face those cold expressions. He still wanted to search for that buried treasure from 10,000 years ago. As for whether that treasure would be taken by someone else, he wasn't worried. After all, that thing had drunk his blood. If it dared not recognize him, Wang Feng would slap it into its original point. When he used that mysterious grade teleportation talisman, he initially intended to run straight out of the Sword Sect. Unexpectedly, he encountered a useless thing, and now Wang Feng thought about running back to give it another electric blast. Wang Feng found an open space with Jiang Hanqi, took out some food, a table, and chairs from his storage bag. Jiang Hanqi was stunned, wondering how this scammer's storage bag had everything. Chapter 86. TSK. Could it be that the so-called palace is taking the initiative? Is another scene similar to that of the Ice Palace's Saintess about to unfold? The Sword Sect's master commented while looking at the empty seat they had just transmitted away from. If possible, he would love to taste this big melon. There is something that very few people know, and it can be said that the number of people who know it is less than 10. That is, the world knows that a saintess from the Ice Palace fell in love with a man. She forced the issue, disregarding the objections of the elders, and brought him into the Ice Palace. At first, there was nothing unusual. However, what later surprised countless people was that the man was a demon cultivator. Moreover, he was a peak Saint Realm demon cultivator, with some treasure hiding his aura. In the end, in the Demon Valley, it was unknown what he did to that Ice Palace Saintess and the Protector, but he broke through to the Quasi-Emperor realm in one fell swoop. However, it's not hard to guess that he probably absorbed or sacrificed the Saintess and the Protector to advance to Quasi-Emperor. After all, in the end, even the corpses of the Saintess and Protector were never found, leaving them with no choice but to give up. Fortunately, that demon cultivator was slain by the Elder just now. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died on the continent. Chapter 87. After Jiang Hanqi took Wang Feng away, the three elders sat back in their grand chairs and began to discuss. Should this child be kept or killed? The elders spoke, and the three old women sat in their respective places, their tones icy. I think, since he has the potential of a great emperor, if he can bring benefits to our Ice Palace, it wouldn't be impossible to nurture him. The second elder lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest as she spoke, calculating in her mind. I agree with the second elder. After all, that great emperor who suddenly appeared from who knows where 10,000 years ago almost killed the palace master. Moreover, it is said that that great emperor was in a newly broken through state. If he had hidden for a few hundred more years to stabilize his cultivation, he could have wiped out our ice palace all by himself. The third elder mentioned Wang Feng's eighth life, saying that great emperor was indeed a troublemaker, making the continent stink. When Wang Feng was at the peak of quasi-emperor, he truly stirred up the entire continent into chaos. In the era when no great emperor appeared, Wang Feng was indeed a king-like existence, and no one could do anything to him. Countless people were relieved that Wang Feng was not a murderous person. He just liked to borrow treasures from others. Chapter 88. After speaking, Jiang Hanqi stood up and walked towards the door, as if she had deliberately come to say a few inconsequential words. Wait a minute. Huh? Jiang Hanqi paused at the sound, looking at Wang Feng with a puzzled expression. Sister Fairy, I'm scared. It's so cold here, and I'm afraid those 3 old women will sneak up on me at night. Wang Feng said, dramatically hugging a pillow nearby, trying to give Jiang Hanqi a watery-eyed look. Sister Fairy, can you tell me about the layout of the ice palace? Wang Feng played a request card, effect, 50% chance of making Jiang Hanqi stay. After spending some time, you will understand the layout of the ice palace. Jiang Hanqi played an evasion card, planning to dodge Wang Feng's request card. But I don't know what the palace rules are. What if I accidentally offend them? Jiang Hanqi pondered at the door. Forget it. If Sister Fairy doesn't want to, I 1T force you. You can go back to sleep. Wang Feng played a retreat to advance card again. Then he lay down on the bed, turned over, and stopped looking at Jiang Hanqi. It seemed like he wanted to sleep, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Feng looked a bit wronged. Chapter 89. Oh, then I won't collect these things anymore. I'll only collect those low-level items in the future. No, just kidding. Look, little servant was just joking. The handsome host actually took it seriously. Wang Feng was completely speechless at the system. However, he couldn't really not collect these, as he still needed source points. As for why the system was so humble, Wang Feng wasn't quite sure. He only knew that the system seemed to be quite obsessed with these higher-level items. Perhaps they also had something similar to performance metrics over there. Subsequently, Wang Feng divided his useless and useful items into 2 parts. In the end, he transferred everything to the storage space and, using it as a medium, began to collect those weapons, etc. By the end, only low-grade to top-grade spirit sources. The top-grade holy artifact, Star Sword, a few royal artifacts, and some pills remained. Wang Feng had hardly collected any pills. Pills were hard currency in the cultivation world, and they could be used when he needed them. Wang Feng checked his panel again. Wang Feng, Law Body Realm, 6th layer of Spirit Binding Realm. Please host breakthrough quickly. Skill, Chaos Overlord Body Technique. Chapter 90. He hid because he wanted to pursue Jiang Hanqi. As for those who wanted to take him down, he would crush them all. Ahem, let me say something. Wang Feng coughed twice, cleared his throat, and raised his hand to signal for silence. Everyone quieted down, wanting to see what this man, who could be accepted as the palace master's personal disciple, wanted to say. It must be said, this man looked quite handsome. Some naive girls, after being glanced at by Wang Feng, instinctively looked away. Ahem, I hope that those below the 8th layer of the spirit binding realm do not come and challenge me. I'm afraid I might kill you with one punch. Boom! This sentence instantly stunned countless female disciples in the audience. They had thought this young man was gentle and unassuming, but unexpectedly, he was so arrogant. Arrogant! Come down. Let us see if we can beat you to death. Suddenly, the crowd erupted with shouts, all wanting to beat Wang Feng. Wait a minute. Wang Feng shouted again, but it was of no use. The crowd was noisy. You disciples, sit down first. But the elders must stand. What is your identity? Just say sit down and sit down. Wang Feng's words were clearly not being heard by the female disciples below. He looked at Jiang Hanqi helplessly. Chapter 91. Has she been possessed? Wang Feng felt a wave of confusion in his heart. After yesterday, why did it suddenly feel like Jiang Hanqi had become a different person? Fairy sister, wait for me. As Wang Feng was deep in thought, Jiang Hanqi had already walked quite a distance away. You should practice diligently. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Jiang Hanqi coldly left a sentence and left, seeming like a heartless woman who was discarded after being used. Wang Feng scratched his head, unable to understand, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He closed the door, sat cross-legged back on the bed, and took out a pill to consume. As time passed, the effects of the medicine began to manifest, and a surge of sharp spiritual energy started to rush towards Wang Feng. Ding! Activating the breakthrough aura shielding function requires 5,000 source points. Dog system, Didn't you collect it last time? Ding, last time you used it, but you didn't break through, ah ha ha ha. So petty. Fine. Fine, just activate it. Wang Feng was really going crazy. He was almost ready to release it all. However, with the system messing around, he could only forcibly suppress it. Ding, activated. I wish the dog host a pleasant breakthrough. Wang Feng ignored the system. He had no choice but to ignore it, because a wave of spiritual energy was already wildly rushing around in his body. Chapter 92. The whip wanted to strike a second time, but the void had already begun to close rapidly, leaving the whip with no choice but to retract. Once I become an immortal, I will kill you immediately. After seeing the void completely close, the old man felt accomplished and began to roar in anger. Crack! The old man's roar seemed to have been heard, and a cracking sound echoed from the void. Seeing this, the old man quickly flashed away. The scene shifted back to the ice palace where Wang Feng was watching as his arm suddenly transformed into a sword. With a thought, it transformed again into a knife. Looking at the blade formed from his arm, Wang Feng felt a wave of surprise with no sense of incongruity. Weaponization, turning the body into a weapon? Now Wang Feng finally understood. With a thought, his hand returned to its original form. This meant that the stronger his body, the weapon he transformed into would have the same strength as his body. For someone like him who practiced body cultivation, this was simply a blessing. This meant that previously, when he struck someone, he could only send them flying, but now he could directly cut them in half with a single strike. Chapter 93. Did you search his divine sea? Jiang Hanshi coldly questioned the second elder. Yes. Why? Jiang Hanshi's voice became visibly sharper. The third elder was startled. This was the first time Jiang Hanshi had lost her temper at her. Palace Master, there's something you don't know. Do you remember that passionate saintess? What does this have to do with it? Jiang Hanshi raised an eyebrow, her expression icy. What you learned when you emerged from seclusion was just what we wanted the world to know. In fact, the quasi-emperor demon cultivator from that time was the one who had feelings for that saintess. After a detailed explanation from the third elder, Jiang Hanshi finally completely understood the matter. Do you know that searching someone's divine sea can lead to severe madness, or at least leave them unable to take care of themselves for 2 to 3 days? I know, but he has the qualifications of a great emperor. If he can't withstand this, then isn't he just a bird in a greenhouse? The third elder didn't see anything wrong with her statement. After all, the ice palace didn't need weaklings. Moreover, she was also trying to see if that kid had ulterior motives. Fortunately, after a thorough search, she found no issues, allowing them to cultivate him. Chapter 94. System. Hurry. Jadadisk. Wang Feng quickly shouted in his heart to the system, admitting that he was somewhat scared. No need for you to say. I've quietly placed it on your chest. Wang Feng secretly clenched the lucky card in his storage space. Once the sword pierced into his body, it would directly shatter. Jiang Hanshi looked at the emotionless Wang Feng, her cold demeanor beginning to count, as if to make Wang Feng fear enough to move. Master, quickly kill him. Why are you still counting? But Jiang Hanshi seemed to ignore the cold sword's words and continued counting. 2. Master. 1. The last number. Jiang Hanshi almost gritted her teeth to say it. Ha! Godi. With a clang, Jiang Hanshi drew her sword and stabbed straight towards his forehead. Wang Feng's heart nearly stopped. No, why aren't you following the script? Stab my heart instead. Seeing the scene, Wang Feng's divine sense was ready to crush the lucky card in his storage space. After a long while, drip, a drop of warm blood fell from Wang Feng's forehead onto the white snow below. Chapter 95. Oh no. Wang Feng didn't expect Jiang Hanshi to have such an experience. He only knew that she had been abandoned before, but he never thought it was in such a way. What secrets and purposes do you have? How can you be revived so many times? Jiang Hanshi stood by the bed, looking at the handsome and otherworldly face lying on it, pale and clean. Why do you go to such lengths, risking death and injury, just to get close to me? Jiang Hanshi murmured to herself by the bed, and the only response was the wind rustling outside the door. Do you still want to continue lurking by my side in this life? Jiang Hanshi's tone changed, as if she were asking the absent-minded Wang Feng. Wang Feng didn't reply to her, nor did he dare to. He let her imagine whatever she wanted. After all, he just had to keep pretending. As for that broken cold sword, he needed to find an opportunity to give it a couple of kicks. Its murderous intent was too strong. After Jiang Hanshi asked him this question, she stood still by the bed, not moving at all. Wang Feng, with his eyes closed, almost thought she had left. As for the question of whether he should continue lurking by his side, Wang Feng did consider it, but this karmic bond is unbreakable. Should he find an opportunity to leave the Ice Palace for a few days? To seek out that thing in the central continent? Chapter 96. This pill protects his divine sense from harm, allowing the Grand Elder to enter Wang Feng's divine sea and gather the wandering souls. Here we go again. Wang Feng was almost dumbfounded. Fortunately, this time he had the pill's nourishment, so the system only deducted 20,000 source points from him. Jiang Hanshi watched the increasingly serious expression on the Grand Elder's face. For some reason, her heart began to tighten. How is it? Jiang Hanshi's tone was still cold, showing no emotions on the surface. This all right, I understand. Jiang Hanshi immediately understood the meaning of the Grand Elder. The third brother's approach was truly heavy-handed. Forcing him to wake up now might damage his soul. They could only wait for him to wake up on his own. The Grand Elder had a way, but it came with risks, so it was best not to use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, a young man with the potential of an emperor cannot have any accidents. With this thought, the Grand Elder couldn't help but sigh. Go back. I'll watch over him. Jiang Hanshi's words were always concise and easy to understand. How about we place him next to the three of us? Being with you like this might affect your cultivation. Chapter 97. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became awkward. Jiang Hanshi noticed that Wang Feng was silent and hadn't spoken again. Is he really lost in thought? Jiang Hanshi reached out her fair and beautiful hand to Wang Feng's chin, intending to adjust his head back to the right position. When her hand touched Wang Feng's handsome face, Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but pause. In an instant, she thought of something, and her face began to flush slightly. Just as she fully adjusted Wang Feng's face, he seemed to unconsciously extend his arms and wrap them around her bent body. Before she could react, Jiang Hanshi was suddenly pulled forward. Her head was instantly buried in Wang Feng's embrace, and he casually placed his feet against her back. Once again, Jiang Hanshi was locked in place by Wang Feng, just as expected. Once in the southern region, once in the central state, and now again in the northern border. Jiang Hanshi released all her cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit realm while being locked in Wang Feng's embrace. But Wang Feng was at a much higher realm, even though it was technically just a small realm difference. Chapter 98. Wang Feng continued to breathe normally, but he not only needed to breathe. He also pressed closely against Jiang Hanshi. It must be said that being close to Jiang Hanshi was quite refreshing. Her face had clearly not been adorned with anything. Yet Wang Feng could smell a faint, soothing fragrance, as if she had applied some moisturizer. With each warm breath, he exhaled against her face. Jiang Hanshi's cheeks began to heat up, and she felt her heart racing faster. Despite being the ancient cold body, for some reason, being held by Wang Feng made her feel warm and stuffy all over. Looking at Wang Feng, whose breath was steady and whose nose was close to hers, Jiang Hanshi gently tried to move her head to separate from him. However, as she moved, their foreheads and noses seemed to be connected, synchronously shifting together. After trying to adjust several times, Jiang Hanshi ultimately gave up. She could only try to ignore the warm breath that brushed against her nose every few seconds. Thus, Jiang Hanshi was locked in Wang Feng's embrace for an entire night, disturbed by his warm breath until the next day when the second Grand Elder came. Knock, knock, knock. Palace Master, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 99. Two tigers running fast. A beautiful singing voice rang out, and the person was actually signaling with Wang Feng. They even lowered their voice, as if afraid of being discovered. Huh? Wang Feng was stunned. Wasn't that a children's song from Blue Star? How did it end up in the realm of cultivation? But despite his shock, Wang Feng quickly realized that this person was definitely a traveler from another world. However, he didn't move. He wanted to see what was going on inside the Ice Palace. She probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, she might not be able to leave. Wang Feng still held onto the fortune card and the random weapon summoning card, ready to crush them both at the first sign of trouble. Huh? Not a fellow villager? The beautiful voice approached Wang Feng, getting closer until it was right in front of him. As soon as she saw Wang Feng's eyes, she was startled, her heart racing. This person is not asleep. No. As she realized, she discovered that the person on the bed had a vacant expression, as if he were dead. Lung Ningyue identity, Saintess of the Ice Palace. Traveler realm. 9th level of the Breaking Yuan realm, fated weapon. Cold Spirit Eye Spear, a Saintess of the Ice Palace. A traveler? Good heavens, system. She has made it this far. Are you sure she doesn't have a golden finger, or where's her system? Chapter 100. Who are you? Although you're good looking, you can't just slander me like that. Also, where's this place? Wang Feng said, trying to get out of bed, pretending to walk towards the door. Since Jiang Hanshi had spared him so many times, it seemed there was some emotional foundation between them. Clang! A cold sword appeared at Wang Feng's neck, and he was genuinely startled this time. Wait, don't be agitated, we can talk this out. Wang Feng raised his hands, not daring to move an inch with the cold sword pressed against his neck. Since he needed to act a bit, he tried to maintain the same demeanor as before. However, he absolutely couldn't have any memories related to Jiang Hanshi come up. Master, kill him quickly, please. Master, woo woo woo. The cold sword's voice wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly fell silent, apparently sealed by Jiang Hanshi. Lie back down. Jiang Hanshi coldly said 3 words. Wang Feng dared not disobey and could only obediently lie back down. Tell me, who are you? Jiang Hanshi wanted to see what trick he was playing, whether it was true amnesia or false. It would be known with just one test. Me? Yes, who am I? Chapter 101. Unrelated to the content of this article. P.S. Ding. This system has discovered that you seem to not like seeing Jiang Hanshi being deceived, so let me skip a few chapters first. The story will be guided in another direction later, so please take an antidote pill first. If there are any problems, you can speak directly. The system is always here, and will make changes. Thank you for watching, and please look forward to it. Please, let me go, okay? Wang Feng cried out, his tone bitter. Upon seeing Jiang Hanshi open those mesmerizing eyes, he quickly lowered his gaze, not daring to make eye contact. You tell me what you know, or I will make you suffer excruciating pain until you die. Jiang Hanshi spoke the scariest words in the most indifferent tone. If Wang Feng didn't know better, he might have been fooled by her. I really don't know who I am, or where this place is. I only know that I opened my eyes and saw you. When you said demon, I instinctively thought it was something bad. Please let me go. I really don't know anything. Wang Feng's expression was on the verge of tears, leaning against the wall, looking frightened as if he wanted to run but couldn't. Chapter 102. Wang Feng was taken aback by the system's words and tone, his thoughts in disarray. He had been killed by Jiang Hanshi in 8 lifetimes, and in his 9th life, he only thought about surviving. He really hadn't considered this issue. When the system first issued the strategy task, he was just trying to stay alive, and besides, Jiang Hanshi was good-looking, so it was definitely a good deal to conquer her. As for whether he actually liked Jiang Hanshi in his 1st, 2nd, and 3rd lives, he was purely after a body, and then he died. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th lives, he sought revenge and wanted her body, and he died. In the 8th life, it was simply for revenge. He didn't care about her body anymore, and just wanted to kill Jiang Hanshi, and he died. However, in the 9th life, he truly began to understand the good side of Jiang Hanshi. At least it wasn't like the first 8 lives, where they would fight upon meeting. Jiang Hanshi was a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart, and after getting to know each other, he really enjoyed teasing her. If he were to say, Jiang Hanshi was the person he had interacted with for 9 lifetimes in this world, how could he possibly have no feelings for her? So did he like Jiang Hanshi or not? He didn't know. Wang Feng replied to the system, feeling somewhat confused himself. But let's not forget, he had been a perpetual bachelor for tens of thousands of years. Liking something was so elusive that he couldn't articulate it. Chapter 103. In the Ice Palace. At the dual platform. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Feng was tied up like a zongzi, covered in hundreds of talismans, and shouted in fright. Ha. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Accept our judgment. A group of female disciples, acting like ruffians, flung Wang Feng toward the dual platform. The talismans and other items on Wang Feng automatically flew back to their original owner. Wait, what did I do to offend you? Wang Feng climbed up and stood on the dual platform, looking completely bewildered. Trying to pretend you don't know? No way. The second sentence was shouted in unison by countless female disciples. Is there a door here? Wang Feng's words left everyone in silence. Indeed, there seemed to be no door here. Enough talk. Let's take him down. Some of the female disciples, although beautiful, spoke fiercely, ready to take action against Wang Feng. You are so aggressive. Then I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay it all out. Wang Feng erupted with the aura of a peak 9th layer of the spirit solidification realm. As for why he only erupted with the peak of the spirit solidification realm, it was mainly because he was afraid that if he revealed his cultivation at the expansion realm, it would be troublesome if someone at the 9th layer of the expansion realm showed up. Chapter 104. Master, I just came out and got caught by them. I don't even know them, and now they want to beat me. Wang Feng hurriedly ran behind the already descended Jiang Hanshi, gently tugging at her sleeve, and cried out to her. His pitiful appearance almost made all the female disciples blush and break character. You dug this hole. You handle it. After saying that, Jiang Hanshi took a few steps to the side, leaving Wang Feng stunned in place. Wait, Jiang Hanshi, you can't do this. Wang Feng complained in his heart, seizing the opportunity while the group of female disciples was momentarily distracted and quickly ran away. Look, even the palace master won't protect you. What are you going to do? Countless female disciples were delighted and immediately surged forward, chasing Wang Feng around the ice palace's outer gate. Help! Master, you can't do this. After running for a while, Wang Feng returned to his original spot and pleaded for help again in front of Jiang Hanshi. Don't run. Wang Feng heard the voice, looked back, and stopped pleading, quickly running again. Jiang Hanshi stood silently watching Wang Feng and the group of disciples pass by her repeatedly. Where is everyone? Where are they? Chapter 105 Master. You seem like a fairy. There's a voice in my heart that wants to call you fairy sister every time I see you. Wang Feng said this, his voice gradually lowering, as if afraid Jiang Hanshi would hear. The volume was just right, neither too loud nor too quiet, leaving it uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental. Or perhaps it was intentionally accidental, just loud enough for Jiang Hanshi to hear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanshi paused in her steps, standing still for a while, and Wang Feng also stopped. Although Jiang Hanshi didn't speak, her eyes under the hat seemed to be staring intently at Wang Feng. Wang Feng crossed his arms and shrank back, taking 2 steps back in fear. Master, what's wrong? Nothing. Jiang Hanshi continued walking, and Wang Feng hurriedly followed. The two made their way back to the courtyard, and Jiang Hanshi stopped at the entrance. You can try following the voice in your heart. Perhaps it will awaken some memories. After saying this, Jiang Hanshi walked in a bit flustered, turned her back to Wang Feng, and began to meditate and cultivate. Wang Feng's expression first showed shock, then turned into heartfelt delight. Chapter 106 Junior Brother. Since you're new here, do you need someone to help you familiarize yourself with the layout of the palace? The first thing Long Mingyue said upon arriving was not to directly ask Wang Feng if he was a transmigrator. Senior sister, what should one generally do when meeting for the first time? Wang Feng rubbed his fingers together, making his intentions clear, causing Long Mingyue's expression to darken. Reluctantly, she took out a storage bag, fiddled with it for a while, and finally handed it to Wang Feng. This should be acceptable, right? Thank you, senior sister. Wang Feng took the storage bag without hesitation, bowed to her, and then turned to leave. It's all about the game of desire and restraint. You must not fall into a passive position. Hey, why are you just taking it and leaving? Long Mingyue grabbed Wang Feng's sleeve, stopping his steps. Senior sister, may I ask if there's anything else? Wang Feng pulled back his arm, shaking off Long Mingyue's hand. Is this guy a eunuch? Doesn't he feel anything seeing a woman as beautiful as me? Long Mingyue thought to herself, unable to help but complain in her heart. Junior brother is really impressive, single-handedly facing a group of women. Although he was being chased, essentially, he had already achieved a great victory. Chapter 107 So, your current idea is to never leave the ice palace, right? Wang Feng noticed the change in her gaze. What a smart person, fake. All fake. Otherwise, the cultivation world is said to be extremely dangerous, and the female disciples in the palace often talk about the demon cultivators they have killed. When they spoke to me, I could only try to maintain the aloof demeanor of the original body they knew, silently smiling and nodding in response. Do you know? I'm really pretending, and it's so exhausting. I really want to die. Wang Feng looked up, frowning, and said a word he had anticipated. I don't want to die. I really want to eat the delicious food from the Blue Star. Boo-hoo as she spoke. Long Mingyue seemed to suddenly not know what to do and began to cry bitterly, with snot flowing out. Wow, big sister, can you stop crying? Wang Feng helplessly patted his forehead, truly exasperated. He thought this was a smart person, but it turned out to be a fool. It was really hard to watch. Didn't the elder of the ice palace notice? Wang Feng felt puzzled. Had those 3 old ladies really become senile? Little did he know why Long Mingyue felt so wronged and scared. It was because she was being pressured by the elders of the ice palace, her master, or some other elders. Chapter 108. In the end, Wang Feng walked out of Long Mingyue's residence with a big smile on his face. His storage space had also gained an unknown number of spirit stones and treasures. Meanwhile, inside the Holy Maiden Palace, Long Mingyue was still racking her brain. Wait, I'm the Holy Maiden now. I'm just slightly inferior to the palace master, and inner disciples should treat me with respect. When she realized this, Lung Ningyue hurriedly chased after him, but Wang Feng had already run off, making her furious and her face red. Forget it. Let's consider it an extra layer of protection for myself in the realm of cultivation. Although she comforted herself this way, Lung Ningyue still felt like she was at a loss. 30 years ago, aside from the 8 years of torment from the observation of the God-seeking sea, the rest of her cultivation level was achieved by consulting the elders, breaking through from the 9th layer of the He Yuan realm to the 9th layer of the Pi Yuan realm. Otherwise, her position as Holy Maiden wouldn't be so stable. Fortunately, her original body's talent was still there. Otherwise, she would have faced severe consequences. The host is really a dog, even deceiving this ignorant girl. If the host has the chance to cultivate to become an emperor again, the host should earn the title of Deceiver Emperor. Wang Feng listened to the system's complaints on the way back, feeling speechless. Screw you. I don't even know if she's deceiving me. Whatever, hurry up and convert all these things into source points, quickly. Chapter 109. Palace Master, you must be mistaken, right? Everyone in the palace knows that aside from cultivation, I generally don't go out. Lung Ningyue could only force herself to act, her hands in her sleeves trembling slightly. Ahem. Let me say something. It feels a bit strange for us to stand here chatting. Let's go inside and sit down first. Wang Feng stepped forward, raised both hands, interrupting the clash between the two women, and then he became the focus. Since you want to go in, just go in and sit. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately froze, hands raised, although Jiang Hanqi's tone sounded normal. Upon closer inspection, Wang Feng gently lowered his hands under the gaze of the two women, silently bowed his head and walked back behind Jiang Hanqi, no longer speaking. This was the first time and the last time. After Jiang Hanqi said this, she turned and left. Her meaning couldn't be more obvious. Thank you, Palace Master. Lung Ningyue could only bow her head and thank Jiang Hanqi's departing figure. This was a warning. Even a cultivator at the Pi Yuan realm was sweating. The pressure from Jiang Hanqi was too strong. Not only could she not see through her realm, but her words were also so cold. She was genuinely afraid that the Palace Master would come and search her soul. Chapter 110. I'm stuck. His shout was heard even by Jiang Hanqi inside the room. Jiang Hanqi immediately thought of the scene outside and couldn't help but chuckle. The bucket she had taken was originally meant for him to fetch a bucket of water to splash and wash. He probably went straight inside. Jiang Hanqi closed her eyes and continued to cultivate, letting Wang Feng outside create his own ruckus. With his strength, he could easily burst out of that bucket with his spiritual power. Outside the room, oh, this feels good. Wang Feng felt the temperature coming from the bucket in this cold, snowy day and couldn't help but let out a low moan. Forget it. Let's soak for a while. After all, it's a long-lasting hot spring. System, take some low-grade spirit essence from my storage space and pour it into the bucket. Wang Feng didn't even want to stretch out his hands, nor could he, because he was still stuck. Mainly, it was just too comfortable. It was like how someone who gets up early in winter doesn't want to expose any part of their body outside the quilt. Ding. Handling fee is 100 source points. You want 100 points? Are you kidding me, system? The system can't afford it. Can a host send me some source points? With wide, longing eyes. Chapter 111. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi, whose hair was slightly damp. This was truly a delicate beauty. Just thinking that this was all because of him made him lower his head a bit, feeling somewhat guilty. As for why Jiang Hanqi didn't react much upon seeing Wang Feng on the bed, it's because her bed had long since become Wang Feng's. Wang Feng also couldn't understand why she absolutely refused to sleep on the bed, insisting he should sleep there instead without so much talk. Wang Feng circulated the chaos dominance body technique, instantly dispelling the coldness in his body, and somewhat shyly asked, Master, how did you suddenly appear in front of me? You scared me. Wang Feng was wrapped in the quilt, shivering, with the quilt already dampened by the water on him. I saw you hadn't returned all day, and I was going to look for you, but I didn't expect you to sleep at the door. Jiang Hanqi frowned, looking at Wang Feng, who was huddled in the quilt and shivering. She glanced at her own clothes, which were wet in some places, and really wanted to give him a slap. After staring at Wang Feng for a while, Jiang Hanqi finally turned and left, returning after quite some time. She had already changed into a gradually blue long dress, and the wet white dress was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Hanqi thought that once she returned, Wang Feng would quickly change his clothes, but unexpectedly, he was still huddled in the quilt, looking around. Chapter 112, Task Pavilion. Wang Feng stroked his chin, looking at the tasks on the board, lost in thought. They're all from the northern region. How am I supposed to get to the Central Plains? Wang Feng picked and finally chose a task to kill a layer 5 snow demon and bring back its heart. As for why he chose this task, it was because it had a long duration and was within his capability to complete. He tore down the task board paper, and the gazes of those around him instantly focused on him, with someone even advising him. Junior brother, are you sure you can handle this snow demon with your cultivation level? A layer 5 snow demon looked at Wang Feng, almost calling him junior sister due to getting used to the terminology in the Ice Palace. Don't worry, elder sister, I won't take on a fight without confidence. I have a 99% certainty of completing this task. Well, junior brother, let me ask a question. What kind of cleansing liquid do you use? Seeing Wang Feng like this, that female disciple no longer meddled in his affairs. Someone who could be brought back by the palace master was probably not an easy character. But her next sentence left Wang Feng speechless, because he didn't even know what kind of floral liquid Jiang Hanshi had given him. Body fragrance, body fragrance. Wang Feng wanted to say something, and in her surprised gaze, he spoke those words. Chapter 113. 4 days after Wang Feng descended the mountain. He wondered what Jiang Hanshi was doing now. She should be cultivating, right? Wang Feng flew aimlessly in the sky, his thoughts involuntarily drifting to Jiang Hanshi's cold and beautiful face, and her expression that often turned crimson when teased by him, especially her ears, which seemed particularly sensitive. He thought he should take the chance to bite them and see. Lost in thought, Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Alas, he didn't know how long it would take for Jiang Hanshi to fall in love with him. After realizing this, Wang Feng felt a bit melancholic. As he pondered various matters, he rode his flying sword, playing along the snowy edges while making his way. From above, the path he traveled looked like a giant snake had slithered through. Jiang Hanshi, who was cultivating in the Ice Palace, seemed to sense something as well. Subconsciously, she glanced at the bed, only to find it empty, which made her feel a little gloomy. Deciding to lift her foot off the chair, she opened the door and stepped outside for some fresh air. The direction she looked in was precisely where Wang Feng was, but unfortunately, they were too far apart to see each other. Jiang Hanshi looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky, and in her fair hands appeared a small rattle, causing her lips to curve slightly. Chapter 114. D. With a furious roar from the snow demon, Wang Feng's eyes widened in shock. How many people had this thing killed? It could actually trigger and control avalanches. Wang Feng looked at the massive snowstorm accurately heading toward him in the distance, his heart racing, and he quickly changed direction to flee. Normally, a snow demon could at most trigger an avalanche, but this one could control it. The entire avalanche was roaring toward Wang Feng, which meant this snow demon had likely slaughtered an entire town. He really didn't know what those cultivators on a mountain were doing. They couldn't even deal with a snow demon. During his stay in the Ice Palace, Wang Feng also learned that this place wasn't just dominated by the Ice Palace. There were many other forces, but the Ice Palace held the most power. Damn it. Without an avalanche, you can still create one? Wang Feng was chased all the way to the town's outskirts, and suddenly he saw the snow on the ground begin to swirl. It piled up together like waves crashing toward him. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll crush it. Wang Feng turned around, his hand gripping the blue heart as if he was about to exert force, and the snow demon immediately halted. Chapter 115. Wang Feng casually thought about it. After all, a person with the potential of a great emperor going out would definitely need a protector. However, he really didn't expect that this old woman would be his protector. It was quite unexpected. Moreover, she not only acted as a protector, but also liked to hide in the shadows like a mouse. Was she afraid that I would bully her with my power? Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I need to find a chance to shake her off. Having her follow me might affect my journey to the central continent. Wang Feng pondered how to get rid of this old woman. He was confident he could protect himself. It didn't matter whether he had a protector or not, and being watched was really annoying. The next day, in the ancient city, Wang Feng stepped in and could faintly hear discussions about his battle with the snow demon on the streets. Some said they perished together. Some said he left after winning, and others claimed he was a hero who defeated the snow demon. There were countless rumors, and upon hearing them, Wang Feng just smiled and walked into an inn. A little while later, someone said, "Let me tell you, that hero and the snow demon fought like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. A strike from a heavenly fire spear swept out, and that snow demon. TSK. Chapter 116, Central Continent, Northern Region. In a dilapidated, ancient city, Wang Feng's figure suddenly fell from the sky. Damn! Wang Feng was startled and quickly used his spiritual power to fly up. I knew that old man was unreliable. Wang Feng cursed angrily in his heart. Which family's teleportation array would send someone up into the sky? Once he landed on the ground, looking at the ruined, ancient city before him, his mood grew increasingly gloomy. System, scan and tell me where this is. Ding! Deducting scanning fee of 5,000 origin points. The host is currently located in the northern part of the central continent. Damn old man you. Wang Feng was so angry that he jumped up and kicked a huge stone beneath his feet, sending it flying. He had a vague feeling that old man was unreliable. And it turned out to be true. Now, he had to find a teleportation array again, which was really frustrating. Looking at this ruined ancient city, a wasteland, he had no idea where the teleportation array he was sent from was located. No wonder he was sent up into the sky. It seemed that the teleportation array was likely buried under this wasteland. Interestingly, that teleportation array, no matter where it was, could still function. It was quite impressive. One had to admit that old man had some skills. Chapter 117. What's the point of discussing this now? Should we go look for him or wait? The Grand Elder spoke up, scolding the two of them into silence as they contemplated. With the Palace Master's stubborn temperament, since she left secretly, we probably wouldn't find her even if we searched. The third elder thought for a moment and spoke first. The second elder and the Grand Elder didn't oppose. It was indeed like that. They had been by Jiang Hanqi's side for at least 10,000 years and were well aware of her temperament. After all, if Jiang Hanqi didn't actively reveal her aura, even they couldn't detect it. Undoubtedly, she must have some significant hidden cards, which was also the reason they weren't in a hurry and flustered. Forget it, the Palace Master certainly has treasures for self-preservation. Otherwise, she couldn't have safely returned from the southern region to the Ice Palace. Moreover, after returning to the Ice Palace, the resources in the Divine Sea space were also sufficient. As for that kid side, the Grand Elder sighed, thinking that a kid who could sneak away from the Third Elder must not be simple. Now, let's prepare for the matter of the Imperial Ruins Secret Realm and focus on cultivating Ningyue. Staying in the palace all the time without any training is not going to work. By the time the Imperial Ruins Secret Realm is about to open, the Palace Master will surely receive news, and we won't have to worry about searching. Chapter 118, because behind him, the city of celestial immortals had already begun to seal off, and many people were flying in and out, both inside and outside the city. It seemed that the Wang family had already begun their search. If it weren't for his royal-level teleportation talisman, he might not have escaped. Wang Feng flew as fast as he could, and he could even hear the angry shouts coming from the city of celestial immortals. You barge into my Wang family and hit my daughter. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. This roar echoed far and wide, and Wang Feng ran as far as he could. The slap he gave not only struck the face of the Wang family's precious daughter, but also the face of the Wang family master. I don't want to either, but this is my thing. It has drunk my blood, and I'm just taking it back. As Wang Feng ran, he couldn't help but curse in his heart, and this thing was about to come out. If he didn't take it back soon, he would suffer a huge loss. After all, this thing had been with him for 2 lifetimes. How could he let it go for nothing in this life? Wang Feng didn't dare to stop for a moment and ran for an unknown distance, finally digging a tunnel while holding the oval black stone. After digging for an unknown amount of time, he stopped when he felt he was at least 1,000 meters away from the surface. You have caused me great harm. Chapter 119, Daddy Awu. Wang Feng ultimately couldn't stand anymore, let out a mournful cry, and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. He took out a recovery pill and, after much difficulty, swallowed it down, beginning to slowly regulate his breathing. Daddy, I'm hungry. The little dragon, about 1 meter long, was intertwined with red and blue stripes, its original color being golden. It coiled around Wang Feng's right arm and called out in a sticky voice. Daddy, Daddy, let Daddy recover first. Wang Feng, panting and speaking haltingly while lying on the ground, made the little dragon obediently coil around him. Then, a faint golden stream slowly flowed into Wang Feng's body, and its golden scales visibly dimmed. It was supposed to be at the Yuan San realm or above at birth, but unfortunately, it was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. However, it was still good to have the strength of the transformation spirit realm. This golden stream should be one of its abilities. Wang Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the little dragon coiled around him. He felt his spiritual energy and his entire being rapidly recovering to peak condition. Daddy! After a little while, the little dragon called out in a babyish voice, lying on Wang Feng's chest, looking somewhat listless. Chapter 120. Eastern Zhongzhou, Wang Feng affectionately held the little dragon, which had transformed into a little girl, as they walked through a sparsely wooded forest. He was preparing to head to the immortal city he had learned about from travelers on the road, and then find a large teleportation array to return to the ice palace. Daddy, I'm hungry. The little dragon's mouth hadn't stopped the entire way, constantly asking Wang Feng for food. Wang Feng began to doubt whether he could afford to raise her. Daddy, I'm hungry. All right, eat, eat, eat. I'll give you something to nibble on. Wang Feng took out pills, or spiritual sources, and placed them in the little dragon's hands, which immediately made her cheerfully beam with joy. Daddy's face is a bit dry. Moo. The little dragon playfully kissed Wang Feng's face, causing him to uncontrollably reach out and playfully mess with her face. The little dragon was clearly very dissatisfied, wrinkling her watery eyes and shaking her head wildly to resist Wang Feng's mischievous hands. Ha, let's go. Daddy will take you home to find Mommy. Seeing this, Wang Feng stopped teasing her and took off running towards the direction of the immortal city. After following Wang Feng for a while, the scene suddenly pulled back sharply. Mommy. Chapter 121 Day. Wang Feng lifted his foot and executed a whirlwind kick, and with a bang, that vicious dog was instantly kicked away. The guards hadn't reacted yet, and watched helplessly as the massive heavenly machine dog flew away like a kite. It's over, it's over, it's over. The leading guard hurriedly ran to pick up the barely breathing vicious dog, looking anxious and flustered. The vicious dog at the first layer of the spirit bond realm was almost killed by Wang Feng's kick. Now the heavenly machine sacred land would definitely blame them. Capture him. While treating the injured dog, the leading guard shouted to the remaining guards. Damn it. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng knew he wouldn't be able to teleport today and wondered why that mad dog had attacked him. Wang Feng picked up the little dragon and, with a kick infused with spiritual energy, sent the guards flying in all directions. Goodbye. Wang Feng activated his spiritual energy and swiftly ran towards the city outskirts. Don't let him escape. Suddenly, many people surged around to attack Wang Feng. Chapter 122. In the outside world, his arm began to split inch by inch due to the use of the cold sword light, as if it would explode into pieces at any moment. Wang Feng pulled out a blood-burning pill, and, as long as his body could endure, he swallowed every pill he could. Instantly, Wang Feng forcefully raised his realm to the transformation spirit realm. Transformation spirit. In an instant, Wang Feng felt the spiritual energy flowing through his veins begin to attach to his flesh. It circulated throughout his entire body, filling every vein and muscle with explosive power. But this was only temporary, thanks to the pill that burned his body's potential. Daddy. Upon seeing this scene, the little dragon began to cry, its aura becoming powerful and domineering, emitting red, blue, and golden light. No, Daddy is fine. Don't revert to your original form. Wang Feng switched the already sealed cold sword to his other hand. He dashed back and picked up the little dragon, stopping her from reverting to her original form. Wang Feng was sure that someone was definitely watching them from the shadows. Now, there was already an imperial artifact tempting them. They just weren't sure if Wang Feng had any trump cards left. After all, someone who possessed an imperial artifact was definitely not simple. Chapter 123. Don't die. Please don't die. Jiang Hanqi hurried along the road, constantly praying for Wang Feng, hoping he could hold on until she arrived. At the border between the Celestial City and the Earth Immortal City, the area where Wang Feng was located was filled with blood-red stars. It was none other than blood mist. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng, with his right hand covered in golden dragon scales, held his sword and laughed loudly. His upper body was bare, covered in bloodstains, and he wore a jade disc around his neck. His left arm was already empty, bleeding profusely, but Wang Feng seemed to feel nothing. His shoe was stepping on the last remaining second-layer Broken Yuan Realm cultivator. Chase me. Ha. Wang Feng's voice was hoarse, like a demon from hell, looking down at the person beneath him with a sinister grin. Coupled with his golden, interwoven blue and red dragon scales, he appeared even more terrifying and domineering. No, don't kill me. I am willing to recognize you as my master. The Broken Yuan Realm cultivator, firmly pinned to the ground, begged for mercy like crazy, surrounded by countless blood clots. Why call it blood clots? because they had all been turned into blood mist by Wang Feng's sword, leaving nothing but remnants on the ground. Chapter 124. Jiang Hanqi's proud and cold, beautiful face was covered in blood-red cracks. It displayed a seductive color, as if it would shatter and break apart at any moment. Jiang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng, her eyes filled with many emotions, yet seemingly very few, just a desolate gaze as she quietly stared at Wang Feng. With a soft thud, Jiang Hanqi ultimately couldn't hold on any longer and her head slumped onto Wang Feng's chest. Wang Feng looked down and saw that Jiang Hanqi's arms were empty and bleeding profusely, with blood trickling onto his chest. There was a loud explosion. The sound of flesh and blood. No, it wasn't fake. Jiang Hanqi's arms had been completely shattered due to the backlash from controlling the imperial corpse, exploding at the shoulders, leaving even the sleeves of her clothes gone. This was the consequence of forcibly manipulating the imperial corpse, which backfired and caused her arms to explode completely. Even her body was affected, covered in blood-red cracks, resembling a spider web clinging to her body. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi's face, which was covered in blood-red cracks, and felt a surge of panic due to the warmth of the liquid on her body. Even the 8th generation, who had lived cautiously to reach the Emperor realm, had never felt this panicked in 1,000 years. The nemesis of the 9th generation was suddenly about to die, and it was for his sake that she was dying. Wang Feng's eyes instantly turned red. Chapter 125. Do you know how this emperor strike came about? There was an old man living in seclusion who had no idea what was happening this time. He only knew that he was hidden in the Earth Immortal City, uninterested in worldly affairs, and was asleep. He didn't even know that a great battle was happening in the Earth Immortal City. It wasn't until he noticed an attack coming that he hurriedly joined forces with the other 2 Saint Kings and the many cultivators to fend off. It was that kid. A middle-aged Saint King at the 7th level spoke up as they looked at the blood-soaked ground. The place they were looking at was precisely where Wang Feng and the others had left, and this particular area was intact. Which kid? An old man with a long beard at the 9th level of the Saint King realm asked in confusion. There was a kid holding an imperial artifact, single-handedly resisting the cultivators of half the city as he broke out of the Earth Immortal City. Moreover, the heavenly Tao had bestowed great fortune upon him. I was also thinking of going to snatch it, but then I thought better of it. We all know that anyone favored by the heavenly Tao is not an easy character. If we offend him without killing him, it would be disastrous, even threatening our own families. We haven't fought or competed for many years. Luckily, I didn't break my vow this time. Chapter 126. However, Jiang Hanqi had no clothing to cover her hands, and her body was weak and powerless, only able to move slightly. Don't move, Wang Feng gently reminded her, quickly taking out a top-grade spirit source and letting the little dragon, who was still gnawing on a mineral to recover his breath, twist off the lid. Then, he gently controlled the spirit source to fly out with mild, chaotic spiritual power. The spirit source was lightly applied to Jiang Hanqi's face, and then he raised his hand to spread it evenly, allowing the spirit source to nourish her skin. He had been doing this for days, constantly monitoring Jiang Hanqi's injuries to prevent them from worsening. Drink a bit. Wang Feng had the little dragon gently support Jiang Hanqi and brought the bottle containing the spirit source to her lips. Because she couldn't swallow these days, Wang Feng could only feed her mouth to mouth, but that wasn't a problem, as they had kissed before. Jiang Hanqi felt a bit resistant, recalling the scene of being fed that icy, sweet substance before. Be obedient, otherwise, your injuries won't heal. Wang Feng's tone became a bit heavier, and Jiang Hanqi still felt some resistance, but Wang Feng's next words made her obediently open her mouth. If you don't drink, I'll have to feed you with my mouth. Wang Feng's tone grew serious, pretending to pour the spirit source into his own mouth, causing Jiang Hanqi to quickly open her slightly closed mouth. Chapter 127. Why should I chop you? Think about it. Can someone who has been killed by you so many times not be afraid of you? Wang Feng seemed a bit angry, tightening the hand around her slender waist, making Jiang Hanqi tremble. Jiang Hanqi shot him a fierce glare and then lightly bumped her head against his chest. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, Wang Feng cried out dramatically, trying to lighten Jiang Hanqi's mood. Hearing Wang Feng's cries, Jiang Hanqi stopped, seemingly afraid of hurting him again. Why can you summon the cold sword? That's my trump card. But the cold sword has already returned to your sea of consciousness. Wang Feng thought for a moment and decided to be honest. But he didn't plan to mention the system and such, seeing that Wang Feng was unwilling to elaborate. Jiang Hanshi didn't press further and instead used her spiritual awareness to glance at the sea of consciousness. The cold sword was indeed quietly suspended inside, and the imperial corpse was still sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed in the depths of the sea of consciousness. However, the cold sword was now unsealed, and with her cultivation level, she likely wouldn't be able to use it again. It would have to be sealed again when she returned to the Ice Palace. Chapter 128. Jiang Hanshi took a moment to calm down in Wang Feng's arms before angrily uttering a single word, unsure of what to curse him with. Most of the time, she spoke very little and in a straightforward manner. How could she know how to curse? Next time, if you do this again. What will you do? I will smash your mouth. Jiang Hanshi paused for a long time, thinking that if she said she would kill Wang Feng, then what did that mean for saving him the other day? In the end, she could only say she would smash Wang Feng's mouth, which at least sounded fierce. But Wang Feng seemed unconcerned. Then come on, hurry up and recover. I'm waiting for you to smash my mouth. Jiang Hanshi furrowed her delicate brows, her rosy face trying hard to maintain a cold expression, which made her even cuter. Does it hurt? Your injuries? Wang Feng suddenly changed the subject, looking at the blood-red cracks on Jiang Hanshi's face and neck, his eyes revealing a hint of inexplicable emotion. It's fine. Jiang Hanshi seemed to return to her usual self, though the blush on her face hadn't faded, and her body felt warm. As for whether her injuries hurt, she knew that very well without needing to say more. Chapter 129. Mother. The little dragon looked at Jiang Hanshi with big, watery eyes and called out in a soft voice. However, the little dragon seemed to be lost in thought, drooling. Mother? Are you calling me? Even Jiang Hanshi, with her eternally unchanged expression, was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening slightly as she looked at the little dragon. Oh right, little dragon, come on, transform for her. Upon hearing this, the little dragon pouted and shot an unhappy glance at Wang Feng. You promised me delicious food. If you don't give it to her, that's fine. But now you want her to transform. In the end, the little dragon still complied, and Jiang Hanshi could no longer control her expression, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Her eyes sparkled brightly, golden glimmers shining, combined with her shocked expression, making her incredibly adorable. Heal her injuries. Wang Feng gently placed the little golden dragon, which had transformed into red and blue patterns, into Jiang Hanshi's arms. Jiang Hanshi still looked a bit incredulous, ignoring the little dragon in her arms. Slowly raising her gaze to look at Wang Feng, she finally understood what it meant to be far away, yet close at hand, realizing that this girl didn't have a mother, but was actually a dragon. Chapter 130. You sister. Wang Feng couldn't help but curse this shameless system in his heart, feeling that this system was even more despicable than him. Then Wang Feng opened the information about the sun and moon marriage bracelet. He didn't know if this was a golden item during the lottery. He wasn't paying attention because he was busy fighting. Sun and moon marriage bracelet conditions. Both parties must be in love, and they must love each other to a certain extent before they can wear this bracelet. Function. When this bracelet is worn on the hand of another person with whom one has a mutual affinity, the male faces the sun, the female faces the moon, with heaven and earth as witnesses, the sun and moon bearing witness. At that time, it will bring down the great fortune of heaven, and the sun and moon will shine together, ignoring bottlenecks, leading to a significant breakthrough in realms, greatly increasing both parties' fortunes, while forcibly locking their fates together. After reading the introduction, Wang Feng's mouth twitched. What kind of condition is this? They have to be in love to a certain extent? What does that even mean? There's no precise explanation. How is he supposed to know? System. Speak up. Where did this product come from? I want to return it. Wang Feng outside stoked the fire and vented his complaints to the system in his heart. As a result, the system didn't respond at all, infuriating Wang Feng, who cursed it in his mind. Chapter 131. Wait a minute, I'll wash you. Jiang Hanshi let out two sounds in succession. The first one a bit confused, the second one clearly in shock. I won't wash. Jiang Hanshi flatly refused. How could she let a man wash her? Wang Feng began pouring water from a kettle into a bucket, then placed a firestone inside to heat it up slowly. With the strong smell of blood on both of us, if we don't wash, do you want to keep fermenting like this in the future? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanshi's nose twitched slightly as she sniffed the smell on her body. It seems to make some sense. No, that doesn't mean I can let him wash me. Crackle, crackle. Besides their conversation, there was also the sound of the little dragon munching on something. Wang Feng looked at the little dragon and considered whether to chase her away. He wasn't worried about the little dragon being taken away by a beast. Her dragon aura was enough to make all beasts submit, even those of the Yuan 3 realm. This was also why they hadn't been disturbed by any beasts in the forest. Forget it, she's just a little girl anyway, just like Jiang Hanshi. Chapter 132. No. I want to change. Jiang Hanshi visibly started to panic, her hands bracing against the ground as she tried to force herself to stand up. But she only managed to rise a little before nearly falling back down. Wang Feng quickly grabbed her delicate white arm and gently leaned her back. What are you afraid of? Don't you have a layer of thin gauze clothing on? Wang Feng could smell the blood on her. If she didn't change in a few days, she would really start to smell. Her injuries probably wouldn't heal in less than a few dozen days, during which she couldn't use her spiritual power and couldn't take care of herself. So, not washing? Impossible. She must wash. You. Although Jiang Hanshi had already vaguely guessed that Wang Feng had seen her body while she was unconscious, now that Wang Feng had confirmed it, her heart still skipped a beat. Shameless. The thought of Wang Feng seeing her body while she was unaware made Jiang Hanshi feel both ashamed and angry. Was it when she was in Lu village, or when that middle-aged city lord was chasing her, or just a few days ago? Can't I cover up the important parts for you? Chapter 133. Wang Feng lifted Jiang Hanshi's hand and pressed down on the uncut clothing between her legs to prevent any exposure. Jiang Hanshi was a bit surprised by this scene. It seemed he wasn't as shameless as she thought. After pressing down the clothing between her legs, Wang Feng grabbed the hem of Jiang Hanshi's skirt and pulled it away. Just as he pulled it away, Wang Feng froze in place, his eyes wide open. He stared blankly at Jiang Hanshi. You. Wang Feng slowly raised his head to look at Jiang Hanshi, his voice stuttering, unable to articulate. Jiang Hanshi bit her lip, shyly avoiding Wang Feng's intense gaze. Because, didn't you say you lost it? Wang Feng's tone was filled with shock because Jiang Hanshi was currently wearing a pair of black silk stockings, the very pair he had given her. I lost it in the divine sea space, is that okay? Under Wang Feng's questioning, Jiang Hanshi could only cover it up with a flushed face. But her words sounded as if she was trying to deceive Wang Feng like he was a 3-year-old child. This is how you lost it. Chapter 134. Yes. Hearing Jiang Hanshi's confirmation, Wang Feng picked up the scissors and began snipping away. At that moment, the little dragon was squatting outside the shielding array, munching on ores and spiritual sources, her mouth never stopping. That's right, she had been kicked out. Her father said that he couldn't let her see anything either. The little dragon didn't mind much. She was just a bit dazed and wronged when she was gently kicked out, tears swirling in her eyes. She had been eating happily when suddenly Wang Feng kicked her out, and she didn't even know why. In the end, Wang Feng had to comfort her with a lot of ores and spiritual sources before she calmed down. Snap! A sound of clothing tearing echoed, and Wang Feng quickly stopped cutting further up. Although he couldn't see anything, Wang Feng was momentarily stunned, and images automatically surfaced in his mind. Hurry up! Oh! Wang Feng snapped back to reality at Jiang Hanshi's shout, shaking off the images in his mind. Where's the position? Wang Feng didn't dare to be too reckless and asked Jiang Hanshi to tell him herself. Chapter 135. The little dragon turned her head and saw all the food. Her eyes instantly brightened, as if there were stars twinkling in them. Eat. After Wang Feng said this, he even put a grape into the little dragon's mouth in front of Jiang Hanshi. The little dragon crawled out of Wang Feng's arms and began eating the fruits and snacks. Jiang Hanshi silently watched, speechless, and finally looked away. No one knew what she was feeling inside. After a little while, Jiang Hanshi suddenly felt something round and smooth bump against her lips, and she quickly looked down. Just as she had imagined, it was a big grape, and Wang Feng was urging her to open her mouth. Jiang Hanshi turned her head to the other side, clearly indicating that she didn't want to eat. Wang Feng, however, was not discouraged. He thought she was just pretending, probably sulking inside, just a little temperamental. Even if it wasn't an act, with her current weak and powerless appearance, it might as well be. Then Wang Feng leaned his face toward the direction Jiang Hanshi was facing, locking eyes with her. Not eating? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who had leaned over, and coldly said one word. Really not eating? Chapter 136. The atmosphere fell quiet for a moment, and Wang Feng spoke first. Actually, we have a special connection, you know? I don't know. Wang Feng's mouth twitched. It seemed Jiang Hanshi thought he was deliberately seeking her out. If something happened, would you still kill me without hesitation like in the previous lives? Jiang Hanshi suddenly looked at Wang Feng, unsure of what he meant by this. However, she caught on to a key point. His last life. Last life? Yeah, I'm sorry. Jiang Hanshi apologized, her voice trailing off at the end, filled with regret. Huh. It's all self-inflicted. You didn't know my temperament back then. I was just forced to behave now. Wang Feng casually said a few words. If it were during the time, right after his revival, he would have wanted to strangle Jiang Hanshi. But alas, he just couldn't kill her. Then he started to deceive Jiang Hanshi, and, unknowingly, he got caught up in it himself. Thinking of this, Wang Feng couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smile. Fate really was playing tricks on him. Chapter 137 Really? Wang Feng smiled and leaned closer to Jiang Hanshi, sitting beside her, speaking softly. Jiang Hanshi seemed to be unwilling to see him because she felt tricked earlier, turning her blushing face to the other side, not wanting to look at Wang Feng. Ding. Task. Personally dressed Jiang Hanshi in white silk. Reward. White phoenix embroidered shoes. Wang Feng. Wait, little system. You're even preparing a full set? Wang Feng was a bit confused by the system's prompt. Wearing white silk also came with shoes? By the way, those embroidered shoes aren't red, right? Upon hearing embroidered shoes, Wang Feng thought of the big red embroidered shoes for Blue Star, which he didn't really like. Ding, not at all. To match the white silk. This system personally created white embroidered shoes. Sure enough, the reason the black silk broke was because of you, right? Wang Feng had long suspected that the black silk was the system's doing, just to give him the white silk. Now hearing the system's prompt confirmed it even more. It was definitely its trickery. But well, I like it, Wang Feng chuckled a few times in his heart, appearing somewhat lewd. Ding. If the host feels that using one hand is inadequate to help Jiang Hanshi wear the white silk, you could try using your left hand with some magical transformation. Chapter 138. Then he took out the white phoenix embroidered shoes, and just as he pulled them out, Wang Feng's first impression was, such exquisite and beautiful shoes. The embroidered shoes were entirely white, with a few white clouds and white phoenixes embroidered on the surface, as if the white phoenixes were soaring above the clouds. Additionally, there was a long white string at the back of both pairs of shoes, seemingly used to wrap around the ankles. Wang Feng placed the shoes on the ground, propped Jiang Hanshi's feet up, and first took the left shoe, gently putting it on her foot. Where'd you get these shoes? Jiang Hanshi thought she would have to go barefoot. Oh no, she meant just wearing foot clothing for these days. She didn't expect Wang Feng to actually have women's shoes. Moreover, judging by the craftsmanship, it was incredibly detailed. The person who made these shoes must have put in a lot of effort. I learned some embroidery skills before. Actually, I finished these shoes many years ago. But at that time, I didn't have the chance to give them to you, nor did I dare to. Wang Feng held Jiang Hanshi's ankles, and after speaking, he lowered his head, as if wanting to hide his bad emotions. Chapter 139. Wang Feng carried Jiang Hanshi as they walked through the streets of the small town, looking around and occasionally buying some snacks. There weren't many cultivators in the small town, with the highest being around the spirit connection realm, at least from what Wang Feng could see. Of course, there might be hidden strong practitioners, but they were still few and far between. In the cultivation world, mortals were still the majority. Cities like Celestial City and Earthly City were quite rare. As Wang Feng walked down the street, he let Jiang Hanshi's legs hang around his waist, holding her with both arms. To prevent her legs from getting sore from hanging too long, Wang Feng even specially helped support her with his tactile right hand. Meanwhile, his left metallic hand was busy munching on a chicken leg, eating, and after finishing, he went to buy candied hawthorn. He held the candied hawthorn behind him, letting Jiang Hanshi have a piece first before he started eating. Countless people in the city looked at the affectionate couple with amazement, because this time, Jiang Hanshi was not wearing a hat while being carried by Wang Feng. The killers are back. Run. Just as Wang Feng was enjoying his food while walking down the street, suddenly a shout echoed from somewhere. Instantly, the street fell into chaos, leaving Wang Feng bewildered. Chapter 140. Sir, we were recruiting disciples just fine when suddenly he came out and slaughtered us. You must kill this demon. Yi Shufeng lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the elder. Smack! A hard slap sent Yi Shufeng's head spinning. You can't even recruit a disciple properly. What use are you? This classic line wasn't spoken by the elder, but was actually from a young man's voice, as he had been interrupted by Wang Feng. Haha, this dialogue is so funny. I could guess it with my butt. Wang Feng laughed heartily at the elder who stood there in shock, and the elder's face instantly turned ashen. Let's see how long you can laugh. Kill him. The elder waved his hand, and the 5 of them were all at the 9th level of spirit expansion. But the elder was clearly the leader. The other 4 middle-aged men, upon hearing this, unleashed their momentum, their eyes sharp as they charged at Wang Feng. "Oh my! Oh my!" Wang Feng teasingly laughed, watching the 4 men rushing in, his expression suddenly serious as he flicked his hands, instantly transforming them into dual blades. The elder's pupils shrank sharply. This is that divine ability. It had already spread like wildfire in their holy land. The ancestor personally announced that whoever had news of this divine ability would be greatly rewarded. Chapter 141. "Oh, sir, do you know?" Yi Shufeng, recovering from the pain, exhaled and looked at Wang Feng with an excited expression. "No, I don't." Wang Feng suddenly regained his calm, looking expressionlessly at Yi Shufeng as he spoke. He found that he had searched in his mind for a long time, but still had no clue about his grandmother. However, it was normal. Most of the information in his mind was still stuck in the era of 10,000 years ago. It was like others had already advanced to the 5th stage of the network, while he was still at the 2nd stage. But based on the identities of those few righteous cultivators, it was not hard to see that the emergence of the demonic sect in Zhongzhou was definitely being sheltered by the forces they belonged to. Moreover, the force sheltering the demonic sect was undoubtedly significant. Therefore, Wang Feng concluded that the force sheltering the demonic sect was definitely powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to operate so seamlessly without a righteous cultivator coming to hunt them down. The fact that the demonic sect was able to nest in Zhongzhou suggested that this might be a huge conspiracy. It could even implicate him, as well as countless regions and the Ice Palace. After all, even a sect like the Sword Sect, which was slightly stronger than the Ice Palace, was kept in the dark. Chapter 142. "Mother, he. Little dragon called out in a baby voice again, giggling foolishly, clearly very fond of Jiang Hanshi as her mother. "Don't call me mother. I'm not your mother." Jiang Hanshi looked at Little Dragon and reprimanded her coldly. "Mother." Little Dragon, seeing Jiang Hanshi's suddenly changed attitude, was startled and trembled slightly, timidly calling out again. She didn't understand why her mother had been fine just a moment ago, but suddenly changed her attitude. Little Dragon's divine beast perception could even sense that her mother had been in a good mood earlier. But now, why had her mother suddenly become like this? Looking at Jiang Hanshi's cold gaze, Little Dragon was also confused about the complexities of it all. She carefully freed herself from Jiang Hanshi's embrace, tears welling up in her eyes. At that moment, hearing footsteps behind her, Little Dragon turned around to see Wang Feng walking in, looking pitifully at him. What's wrong? Wang Feng had just cleaned himself up outside before entering the room and immediately saw Little Dragon standing next to Jiang Hanshi, pouting with red eyes. Wang Feng squatted down and hugged Little Dragon, affectionately pinching her cheeks. Chapter 143. I want to eat. "Mother," Little Dragon started to say, but suddenly swallowed the last word back down. Then she cautiously glanced at Jiang Hanshi, and seeing she wasn't angry, she felt relieved. Eat. Little Dragon brought the fist-sized green mineral closer to Jiang Hanshi's mouth. "I want to eat." Jiang Hanshi coldly glanced at Little Dragon. This was just her normal gaze towards others, and she felt there was nothing wrong with it. But to Little Dragon, who understood nothing, it seemed like her mother disliked her. Little Dragon's mouth pouted slightly, but she didn't dare to cry, holding back and obediently retracting her hand that held the green mineral. Then she sat beside Jiang Hanshi, looking pitiful as she continued to eat. This time, she was even careful about the sounds of eating, simply thinking that she had made her mother unhappy. Seeing this, Jiang Hanshi thought to herself that Little Dragon was truly innocent and understanding. "Are you called Little Dragon?" Jiang Hanshi softly called out to Little Dragon, her voice filled with curiosity. She remembered that Wang Feng called this dragon child that way. Chapter 144. It seems the city-destroying thing has been discovered. Hiss. It shouldn't be. The Sword Sect is so far away. How could the Sword Sect's master suddenly appear here? Wang Feng muttered as he looked towards the distance, filled with confusion. Just a second after the city was destroyed, the Sword Sect's master appeared. This was a bit strange. Logically, the Sword Sect was quite far from here unless the master had been lying in wait. Could it be that some rare treasure had appeared here? "Let us go. It's none of our business," Jiang Hanshi said, looking at the direction from which they had come, where a fierce battle was erupting. At the same time, she was glad they had exited the city quickly. Otherwise, if she used the Emperor's corpse again, she would either die or fall into a deep sleep. Wang Feng replied to Jiang Hanshi and headed in the direction of the map altar. He had initially planned to destroy this altar before leaving, but now it seemed it had to be destroyed. When Wang Feng searched for Yi Shufeng's soul, he discovered that there was more than one altar like this here. He didn't know where else there might be. It seemed like they had coordinated capturing some people every few days to kill for the altar. Chapter 145. He had actually thought about capturing Jiang Hanshi and Wang Feng for a blood sacrifice at the altar right after they broke through to the emperor level. But then he thought again that even he had taken hundreds of thousands of years to reach the half-immortal realm. So it wasn't urgent to keep those two emperors alive for now. Could it be that the two newly ascended emperors could cultivate to the half-immortal realm within 10,000 years? Therefore, Feng Tian decided to keep Jiang Hanshi and Wang Feng around, preparing for the altar to personally absorb their blood essence. At that time, it wouldn't just be a simple concept of killing them for blood sacrifice. It would be much more than that. Feng Tian planned to wait until the large altar was completed to maximize benefits. Unexpectedly, one newly ascended emperor suddenly lost their mind for some reason and went to fight another long-established emperor. In the end, not only did they kill themselves, but after 10,000 years, the other emperor also mysteriously disappeared. Although he was at the half-immortal realm, the altar and the task of finding the 9 divine abilities to enhance his strength were driving him mad, and he lacked the energy. After hundreds of thousands of years, there were still 4 divine abilities missing. He had no time to deal with those 2 mad dogs. Haha, it's fine. I still have another newly ascended emperor here. Brother Feng doesn't need to worry about this. Chapter 146. Little Dragon clung to the hem of Jiang Hanshi's skirt with one hand, carefully holding up a candied hawthorn with her right hand. Afraid of getting it on Jiang Hanshi's white skirt, she looked up with her big watery eyes at Jiang Hanshi. A little dragon? Hey! At that moment, Jiang Hanshi felt a gentle tap on her shoulder, and a voice entered her ear from the side. Turning her head, she saw Wang Feng grinning at her, holding a bag of snacks. Fairy sister, what's wrong? Wang Feng noticed Jiang Hanshi's dazed expression and slowly withdrew his smile, asking with concern, already vaguely guessing the reason. It's nothing. Jiang Hanshi stared at Wang Feng for a while under her white veil, finally uttering 2 words. Her tightly clenched hands slowly relaxed. Did you think I was going to run away again and got unhappy? Wang Feng teased, tilting his head with the snacks in hand. Stay close to me. Jiang Hanshi didn't answer Wang Feng's question, but coldly instructed him instead. However, it seemed like an instruction. This time, Jiang Hanshi almost pressed her body against Wang Feng's. Chapter 147. The moment they embraced, Wang Feng felt a weak force trying to break free in his arms. After all, one couldn't move vigorously in the void transmission path. Otherwise, it could lead to the collapse of the void. Just like how Jiang Hanshi had initially let Wang Feng see her completely. It's me. Jiang Hanshi turned her head and said, looking at Wang Feng, whose body was almost pressed against her back, just short of his feet. Fairy sister? Wang Feng's voice was filled with astonishment, as if he was confirming something. And then he began to explore Jiang Hanshi's body. Jiang Hanshi quickly hugged the little dragon tightly against her chest, trying to block Wang Feng's wandering hands. Where's the little dragon? After a while of exploration, Wang Feng touched her waist, her neck, and pinched her leg. But he still couldn't find the little dragon in front of Jiang Hanshi. It's in front of me, Jiang Hanshi hurriedly told Wang Feng, her voice trembling. Likely because Wang Feng had touched a sensitive spot. This bastard had almost touched her all over, even pinching and groping her waist several times. Yet he still hadn't touched the little dragon. Jiang Hanshi began to suspect that Wang Feng could see in this void transmission path. Chapter 148. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi held hands, watching a little girl playing happily in the snow not far away. The struggles from Jiang Hanshi had long ceased, as if she had tacitly accepted it. Even she didn't realize that her bottom line for Wang Feng seemed to be getting lower and lower. The two looked like a couple, watching the child play joyfully nearby. When Wang Feng held Jiang Hanshi's hand, he would occasionally bounce and draw in the snow with his feet. One had to admit that Wang Feng had lived many lifetimes and was quite skilled in drawing. He could accurately draw a little pig, a little rabbit, and even embellish them beautifully. Wang Feng, holding Jiang Hanshi's slender hand, bounced and drew the silhouette of a little girl in the snow. The little girl's silhouette did not wear a white veil, but it was clear that it resembled Jiang Hanshi on the rattle drum. Wang Feng then drew the silhouette of a little boy next to the little girl. Even Wang Feng himself didn't realize that the two little figures he had drawn were almost identical to those on the rattle drum. Looking between the two kids, they were holding hands. Chapter 149. The three supreme elders were on the verge of tears, their mental state collapsing. This palace master's teammate just wanted to listen to advice. Why? Palace master? I'm so confused. Why did she bring this kid back to the ice palace? Daddy, mommy. The little dragon looked at the crazy old lady who seemed to teleport from afar, frightened, and ran toward Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi. The three supreme elders heard the voice, their eyes turning red as they looked over. They saw a cute little girl, like a porcelain doll, running toward Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi in the snow. The child is here. The three supreme elders' steps halted, feeling a tightness in their chest, almost unable to breathe. Crack! The three supreme elder felt as if they heard a crisp sound, and in an instant, they felt a crack appear in their Tao heart. The three supreme elder could only hurriedly stop their forward steps, sit down cross-legged, and close their eyes to regulate their breathing. If they didn't stop and sit down to suppress their anger, the three supreme elder felt they would be severely injured due to the damage to their Tao heart. At that time, as a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, they would suddenly be severely injured for no reason. Chapter 150. Wang Feng was sent flying due to inertia, rolling on the ground for dozens of meters. Not only that, but Wang Feng's figure continued to slide in the snow, rolling out a trench of over 100 meters before finally stopping. Puff! After stopping, Wang Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clutching his abdomen, struggling to get up. But it seemed that due to his severe injuries, he fell back down again. That old lady did it on purpose, only hugging Jiang Hanqi, watching me fly away without a care. If you had just used a little bit of spiritual power to pull me, I wouldn't have flown out. Since that old lady was acting this way, he could only fly further and get hurt more. Wang Feng lay in the snow, gritting his teeth in pain as he looked at the three supreme elders hugging Jiang Hanqi in the distance. If he didn't burn out that old lady's CPU in her brain, then his name would be written backward. The three supreme elders looked at Wang Feng, who had rolled out over 100 meters and spat out blood, their eyes widening in disbelief. I'd already stopped it in time. At most, he should have rolled out 10 meters, just 10 meters. How'd he roll out so far? This brat is definitely pretending. Chapter 151. The palace master's methods are still so unfathomable. Even with her quasi-emperor level consciousness, she couldn't see through it. Indeed, even if the palace master didn't have the cultivation of the emperor realm, her methods were not something they could penetrate. The three supreme elders thought this way. Since a child had been born, the best way was to think about how to arrange the aftermath. Moreover, the offspring born from Jiang Hanqi and Wang Feng definitely wouldn't be that simple. Three supreme elders, we already said we don't have children. Why don't you believe it? If you don't believe it, feel free to search. Wang Feng explained earnestly, as he had a system with him. As long as the little dragon was inside him, he didn't have to worry about being found. As for why Wang Feng was unwilling to disclose the little dragon's whereabouts, he couldn't explain the reasons. First, he might never see the little dragon again, because once the true dragon's identity was exposed, the three supreme elders would definitely not return the little dragon to him. Second, the little dragon might be restricted in its dragon life, becoming a mountain-protecting beast that only needed to cultivate, or might even be bound by an unequal contract. The three supreme elders glanced at Wang Feng, snorted angrily, and finally suppressed some of their anger, turning their gaze to Jiang Hanqi. Let's return to the palace. Chapter 152. Hearing this, Wang Feng raised his left arm and waved it, then squeezed it. Although it was somewhat inferior in adaptability to the system's molding, it had still reached over 90% adaptability compared to his original arm. He just needed to adapt a bit more. Thank you, Great Supreme Elder. Wang Feng clasped his hands in gratitude towards the Great Supreme Elder, sincerely thanking the old lady this time. Sit down, I have some questions. The Great Supreme Elder called Wang Feng to sit down again, and the others gradually began to chat. During this time, Jiang Hanqi mostly remained silent because the right to speak had been completely seized by Wang Feng. If Jiang Hanqi were to confront them, Wang Feng was afraid she might not be foolish enough to reveal everything. But she might still anger the three supreme elders to the point of turning red in the face, wishing they could slap him. After all, she never lies. She either stays silent or speaks the truth, which makes her quite foolish. Although it would be fine with Jiang Hanqi protecting her, what if Jiang Hanqi isn't around? Then he would be in serious trouble. So when the Grand Elder asked a question, Wang Feng would interrupt, not wanting to give her or Jiang Hanqi a chance to talk. Chapter 153. In the Holy Maiden Palace. Cole Ningyue was sitting cross-legged, practicing. Recently, the three Supreme Elders mentioned that a certain imperial secret realm was about to open, and they were sending resources her way. She immediately realized what the three Supreme Elders were up to and directly refused. Of course, with her clever mind. She was not successful in refusing and almost got scolded instead. So now she could only practice like crazy, hoping to quickly break through to the Tianyuan realm in the third level of Yuan, gaining an extra means of survival. Ningyue, go to the main palace and bring that only boy in the palace over to the Han Pavilion, quickly. At that moment, cold Ningyue suddenly felt the jade pendant at her waist tremble a few times, followed by a furious voice. Hearing this, cold Ningyue slowly ceased her breathing and thought about the information contained within. Got it. Thinking aside, cold Ningyue quickly responded, and when she saw the light of the jade pendant fade, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Supreme Elders wanted to summon the fellow townsman. Hiss. Cole Ningyue recalled the Grand Elder's furious tone just now and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seems the fellow townsman will be searched by the Divine Sea or the Soul Search sigh. Cole Ningyue sighed in her heart, feeling sorry for Wang Feng, her fellow townsman. Chapter 154. Get away. Jiang Hanqi glared at Wang Feng, realizing that this bastard's audacity was growing by the day. There was utterly no respect for her as his master. He treated her like a little lover, teasing her. At the same time, Jiang Hanqi thought to herself that she needed to quickly raise her cultivation and seal the cold sword. Otherwise, this bastard would keep oppressing her, and she couldn't fight back. Watching Wang Feng's face getting closer to hers, Jiang Hanqi struggled to raise her right hand and slapped at Wang Feng fiercely. Her aura erupted, and in an instant, frost formed along the edge of the bed, even more intense than when they were in Lu Village. Seeing this, Wang Feng unleashed an even more powerful aura, suppressing her momentum. Then he grabbed Jiang Hanqi's incoming right hand with his other hand, instantly intertwining their fingers, holding her tightly. Master, Wang Feng pressed down on Jiang Hanqi, leaning closer to her ear and slowly exhaling a warm breath. His voice was magnetic, causing Jiang Hanqi to shiver slightly. However, Jiang Hanqi turned her head away, avoiding Wang Feng's approaching face. No, get away. This time, Jiang Hanqi did not close her eyes again, but struggled defiantly. Chapter 155. Han Pavilion. The three Supreme Elders and Wang Feng sat facing each other, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Palace Master, we have something to discuss with him. We hope you could step outside for a moment. The three Supreme Elders lowered their postures, trying to speak gently, wanted to ask Jiang Hanqi to wait outside the pavilion for a while. Jiang Hanqi looked at them, feeling quite helpless. Why couldn't they get along well? She scanned between the few of them and finally looked at Wang Feng, wanting to see what he would say. Wang Feng felt helpless too. He could only let these old ladies talk. Otherwise, would he have to stick to Jiang Hanqi while living in the Ice Palace? Anyway, they would have to talk sooner or later. He didn't know what these three old ladies were up to, so he could only open it up and see. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi and said, Master, since the three Grand Supreme Elders have something to say to me, I can only listen attentively. Jiang Hanqi, seeing this, took a deep look at Wang Feng, thought for a moment while sitting in her place, and finally stood up to walk outside. With her watching nearby, the three Supreme Elders should not do anything to him. As soon as Jiang Hanqi stepped out of the pavilion, a shielding array rose up with a swish. An Imperial-level shielding array. Chapter 156. If ED. It's no big deal. He has died 8 times already, so he doesn't care about this one. It's just that this time, death would be real, quite different from the previous 8 lives. You. The Grand Elder was furious at Wang Feng's words, his eyes blazing with anger as if he wanted to slap him dead. Wang Feng felt as if his whole body was about to explode, turning purple all over. However, the invincible defense card in his storage space had yet to activate. Wang Feng knew that this old lady probably hadn't developed a killing intent yet. The system had been with him for 9 lives, so he still trusted it. Just as Wang Feng was about to lose consciousness, the Grand Elder indeed loosened his hand. Huff! Wang Feng gasped for air, breathing heavily. Daddy! A fearful and worried voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, as if knowing that the 3 crazy old ladies were looking for her. Daddy is fine, just stay put, and I'll give you something delicious later. Wang Feng comforted the little dragon in his heart, and then cut off contact with it. The Grand Elder let Wang Feng down, allowing his feet to touch the ground again. Chapter 157. P.S. The previous chapter had its plot changed. Just one chapter, it doesn't affect much, so readers, please read it again. Take a break, thief. You infuriate me. The Grand Elder glared at Wang Feng, staring at him as if she wished she could crush him to death. At that moment, the time on Wang Feng's invincible defense card was down to about 10 seconds, and he planned to provoke those three old ladies again. Wife, shut up. Jiang Hanshi interrupted Wang Feng, her eyes filled with anger as she glared at him. Wang Feng could only helplessly close his mouth in grievance. At this time, the golden light around him began to slowly dissipate. Wang Feng, like a bullied little girl, gently tugged at Jiang Hanshi's skirt at her waist. Jiang Hanshi also felt Wang Feng's touch and subtly shifted her body, but Wang Feng moved in closer. The three Supreme Elders did not notice this scene. They were just angrily confronting the two of them until they spoke again. Palace Master, he is just a malignant tumor. It was the Grand Elder again, speaking through gritted teeth, looking like a shrew. Chapter 158. After reading, Wang Feng's mind went blank, and he shouted in his heart. Because the system shop even lost the Pango essence blood, filled only with grapes and ice crystal flowers. System, what does this mean? Beep. The system detects that the target's mood is extremely bad at this moment, which is very unfavorable for the little host. I hope the little host can be more understanding. Huh? Wang Feng quickly realized what the system meant, but he still had a question in his mind. System, didn't you say that you couldn't control the refresh of the shop? Beep. These are all mundane items. This system consumes a large amount of source points to refresh them. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll summon heavenly lightning to strike you. After the system finished speaking, Wang Feng hurriedly began to set things up. After a day and night, in the cold pavilion, Palace Master, the sword is sealed. Several Supreme Elders presented the three cold swords, sealed with Imperial-level spiritual power, to Jiang Hanshi, who was practicing nearby. The anger on their faces from the day before had long since disappeared, replaced with utmost respect and even a hint of joy. Chapter 159. Because Wang Feng suddenly stood up and pounced on her at lightning speed. He even used a movement technique that she could only see as an afterimage, unable to react in time. Since both of them were once Emperor-level powerhouses, and now Wang Feng's cultivation was even higher than hers, Jiang Hanshi naturally couldn't dodge. Being approached by Wang Feng, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the physical realm, felt like being entangled by a python. The suffocating feeling was hard to resist. Crash! The sound of the chair and the two of them falling to the ground echoed, and the entire room was instantly filled with a chilling light from the ice crystals, shocking to the heart. It was as if the movements of Wang Feng and the others were being celebrated. Jiang Hanshi stared at Wang Feng, who had her pinned to the ground, but she couldn't say a word, because, woo-woo. Jiang Hanshi was so startled that she let out a few whimpers, just as she wanted to push him away. But Wang Feng seemed to have anticipated this, his large, fair hand firmly grasping Jiang Hanshi's delicate hand and pressing it down on the ground. Jiang Hanshi's whole body was now in a position where both of her hands were pressed above her head, unable to move at all. Jiang Hanshi wanted to shout, but the words were stuck in her throat. Wang Feng disregarded everything, but when he saw Jiang Hanshi continue to struggle, he slowly stopped. Wang Feng slightly raised his head. Their lips were still wet and red, while Jiang Hanshi's red lips appeared even more enticing. Hanshi, I don't want to leave you. Wang Feng felt an intense heat in his body, his eyes burning as he looked at Jiang Hanshi beneath him. His hands pressed firmly on her head. His voice very low. Do I really have to go? If I do, we might never see each other again. Wang Feng's gaze met Jiang Hanshi's, his voice heavy, and it seemed like there were tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Jiang Hanshi stared at Wang Feng like this, stunned, her mind in chaos, unsure of what to do. At the same time, the bracelet patterns on their wrists began to act up again, slowly emitting a faint glow. Hanshi, the two of them stared at each other for a long time, as if a century had passed, until Jiang Hanshi gently closed her eyes. Wang Feng stared blankly at Jiang Hanshi, but her body was filled with aversion and resistance. Seeing her like this, although the desire in Wang Feng's eyes was still burning, it was forcibly suppressed. He was not a man ruled by base desires. Since Jiang Hanshi was unwilling, he couldn't force her. Otherwise, it would only make her feel disgusted. Not just aversion, but disgust. Besides, he didn't even know if Jiang Hanshi was still wearing that protective skirt. But none of that mattered anymore. Wang Feng gently pinched Jiang Hanqi's cheek with his finger. Then, feeling extremely dejected, he got off Jiang Hanqi. The feeling of desire unfulfilled was very heavy, but he suppressed it. Besides, time to leave. Wang Feng sighed inwardly, then stood up from the bed, adjusted his clothes, and walked toward the door. Creak. Hee. Fairy sister, I'm leaving. As the door opened, Wang Feng turned around, putting on a familiar smile that Jiang Hanqi recognized, chuckling twice. Wait. Just as Wang Feng was about to step out, Jiang Hanqi called out. This made Wang Feng halt with one foot out the door and the other foot still in place, turning back to look. Come back. Jiang Hanqi, blushing, weakly lay on the bed and turned her head to look at Wang Feng at the door, awkwardly sitting up. Come back. A surge of excitement rose in Wang Feng's heart. Not understanding what Jiang Hanqi meant. Chapter 160. What's wrong? Didn't you want me to leave? Take this. I'll unseal your cultivation. Oh, so it turns out she didn't want to keep him. He was just being overly sentimental. However, Wang Feng still followed her instructions and walked back, obediently sitting on the bed to face Jiang Hanqi. A storage ring appeared in Jiang Hanqi's jade hand, along with a piece of unknown jade pendant. What is this? Don't ask, just take it. Jiang Hanqi didn't want to answer, stuffing the storage ring into Wang Feng's hand, then gently pressing the unknown ice blue jade pendant against Wang Feng's forehead. Don't move. Wang Feng instinctively wanted to dodge, but Jiang Hanqi stopped him, leaving him no choice but to sit still and watch her operate. Jiang Hanqi disdained using underhanded means. If she wanted to harm him, she could just take out the cold sword and stab him. This was the point that Wang Feng trusted her the most right now, and their relationship had become somewhat ambiguous. When the ice blue jade pendant touched Wang Feng's brow, it suddenly stuck as if glued with super glue, firmly adhering to his forehead. Jiang Hanqi also channeled her spiritual power and gently poked the imperial-level spiritual power inside, activating the entire jade pendant. Wang Feng instantly felt a stream of imperial-level spiritual power, which was of the same origin as his own, slowly melting away the imperial-level spiritual power that was sealing his cultivation. Chapter 161. In the southern region. The land of curses. The place where Jiang Hanqi was sent during her recultivation was now radiating a beam of light, gradually forming a crystal screen. Finally, with a whoosh, a figure appeared within the crystal screen, and it was Wang Feng. Wang Feng's figure appeared here, momentarily blinded by the dazzling sun. Hiss! Wang Feng looked around at the surrounding forest, unsure of where he was, and walked around. Finally, he discovered a pale-colored cloth hanging behind a tree. Wang Feng reached out to pick it up and looked at it, feeling a sense of familiarity, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find the source of this familiarity, feeling quite distressed. System, check this out. Whose cloth is this? Since he couldn't remember, he might as well let the system take a look. It should be able to detect such a low-level item. Beep, detection in progress. This is a piece of clothing torn by a fool from the extreme ice Empress Jiang Hanqi during her recultivation. Wang Feng finally remembered that this was the first time he encountered his enemy, Jiang Hanqi, holding a faded red cloth strip in one hand. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Chapter 162 left a few men stunned in place, and they eventually shook their heads and left. Wang Feng ran through all the villages in this region, and the results are the same, with little variation in what he heard. At this moment, Wang Feng looked at the patches of woods and released his spiritual sense to roam wildly. Damn it, I don't believe I can't find you. Frustrated, Wang Feng waved his hand and shot out a few talismans, sticking them tightly to several trees as a backup plan. Then, he transformed his hands into steel claws and began to dig into the ground, following his instincts toward the unknown object underground. I'll go straight to the source. I don't believe I can't find you. Wang Feng muttered angrily to himself. In just a few years, the first village he lived in during this life had vanished. He didn't even know which skeleton had destroyed it, but Wang Feng always felt it was the one he had clashed with that year. After all, in the world of cultivation, inanimate objects with consciousness are often not simple. Even that unknown skeleton could appear during the day. It seemed that the villagers were not starving, but were instead in a state of constant vigilance. As Wang Feng dug deeper, he contemplated the situation. Chapter 163 opened a gap, and Wang Feng controlled the phantom to share its vision as he looked into the coffin. It was pitch black inside, but no attack erupted. Wang Feng pushed the gap open a little more. Boom! Before he could see clearly, he vaguely saw a green light, and then an attack burst out. The green light seemed to have noticed the phantom's gaze. In an instant, a thin green beam penetrated the phantom's head. The phantom gradually transformed into light and dissipated in the empty underground passage, or rather, the basement. Swish! A seemingly furious green fire spirit flew out of the coffin, circled around, and finally locked onto Wang Feng. "Hello!" Wang Feng waved cheerfully at it, holding a sacred artifact in one hand and forming a talisman with the other. The enraged green fire spirit gradually transformed into a humanoid figure with a mature charm, but its body still appeared as green fire. Its figure was good, but nothing else was discernible, and its eyes were fixed intently on Wang Feng, as if pondering something. You are, get back to me." The spirit in front of Wang Feng, Lu Ling, seemed to recognize him but quickly changed its demeanor, as if yelling at itself. Chapter 164, Looking for Death. Lu Ling's claw shot towards Wang Feng, who was still smiling, disregarding the boundary of the soul-destroying array. It seemed to view the soul-destroying array as a piece of paper that could be torn at will, but it clearly underestimated the situation. This was not just a piece of paper. It was a top-tier Imperial array set up using resources worth millions of source points by Wang Feng. It was also the limit of what he could control with his current cultivation level. Bang! Crackle! As the green fire spirit's claws struck the barrier, a crisp sound echoed. Immediately afterward, the sound of claws scraping against the barrier followed, extremely grating. The barrier rippled widely, as if it were about to break. Wang Feng was not in a hurry, with a thought. The brilliant red soul flower attached to the barrier suddenly burst forth with thousands of blood-red lights aimed at Lu Ling's spirit. Only then did Lu Ling's evil spirit sense something was off. It straightened its body, and an eye-catching green light enveloped it. "Stop!" As Wang Feng's words fell, the thousands of red attacks transformed into petals and slowly dissipated in midair. "You're playing with me." Lu Ling's evil spirit was very agitated, but Wang Feng noticed that it was now staring blankly, resembling a confused creature. Chapter 165. Wang Feng quietly watched the evil spirit attacking the barrier like a mad dog, his expression gradually turning to one of mockery. "Freedom? Hee ha ha ha." As he spoke, Wang Feng even burst into laughter, tears almost coming out. "Are you out of your mind?" The evil spirit saw that Wang Feng seemed crazier than it was and became more composed. "Freedom? Ha ha ha. Is this what you call freedom?" Wang Feng suddenly straightened up, pointing at the dark golden coffin. "Being imprisoned in the coffin or the good soul's tree body for so long, is this the freedom you desire?" Wang Feng glared fiercely at the evil spirit, which was only separated from him by a blood-red, transparent barrier, with a mocking expression. This was also Wang Feng's own guess, relying solely on the system prompts in his mind, weaving the story casually. However, upon hearing this, the evil spirit's expression darkened instantly. Indeed, what the man said was true. Their three souls would continue to resurrect as long as they did not die simultaneously. However, when it was severed, it had only enjoyed a few carefree millennia. It then accidentally wandered into the cursed land of the good souls, becoming one of the evil entities in this cursed place, only able to appear at night. Chapter 166. Ding! Lu Ling's spirit requesting contact. At this moment, the system kept chiming, and Wang Feng heard this signal in his mind. Seeing this, Wang Feng reopened the communication, and in an instant, he heard a gentle voice. "Master, let us be planted here. This is where our true bodies reside, and it will also suppress that group of evil entities." "Master? Don't call me that. Just call me Wang Feng." Wang Feng was stunned by that title and quickly explained. He couldn't bear that title, nor did he like it. Wang Feng began to mobilize the spirit of the willow tree, and finally, a green phantom appeared before him. Thank you. If you have any matters, you can come through that coffin." Lu Ling looked at Wang Feng, her voice very gentle, and she lightly thanked him before preparing to fly toward the city center. "Give me control of the body." At this moment, the good soul's body suddenly paused, and the evil spirit came out to cause trouble again. Without a word, Wang Feng rushed forward and firmly grabbed its head, using the power of the contract to immobilize it. "Where do you want to plant it?" "City. No. City. No. City center." Chapter 167. Tens of thousands of meters away. Jiang Hanqi's pupils contracted sharply as she flew in the sky, her body quickly rising as she tried her best to avoid Wang Feng. How'd he find out? But she had no time to think about this question. She just casually looked at the rattle drum and noticed that Wang Feng had appeared in the north border again. This made her curious. Why hadn't Wang Feng left yet? Was he not afraid of being caught by the three supreme elders? At that moment, she couldn't help but want to see him. But since they had severed ties, just a distant glance would suffice. Unexpectedly, for some unknown reason, chaos erupted during the teleportation, resulting in Jiang Hanshi arriving right above Wang Feng's head, and he even saw her. Thinking of this, a faint blush unconsciously appeared on Jiang Hanshi's cold and beautiful face, making her quite adorable. At this moment, Wang Feng looked at the distant mark and felt anxious. Why was she running? Am I that scary? Wang Feng accelerated, and Jiang Hanshi accelerated too. Wang Feng stopped, but Jiang Hanshi was still speeding up. This left Wang Feng speechless. Jiang Hanshi must have used some treasure that allowed her to outrun him despite his best efforts. Chapter 168. With his fall, the wrapping cloth floating inside the coffin was recovered, and the coffin lid opened. Jiang Hanshi glanced over and saw Wang Feng's figure disappear, which shocked her greatly, and she immediately wanted to jump into the coffin. However, the coffin vanished in an instant before her eyes, making it impossible to find. Where is he? Where's the coffin? What did his last words mean? Jiang Hanshi stood frozen, her heart shaken, and she released her divine sense to the utmost, scanning around and around. Thinking of the last tremor from inside the coffin, she wondered what it meant and why he did that. At that moment, someone flew down from the sky and landed not far from Jiang Hanshi, slightly frowning at the panicked figure in white. Friend, what are you looking for? Qin Yushi called out, and Jiang Hanshi finally reacted, turning to look, her eyes red. Did you see a coffin? Jiang Hanshi pressed down her shock and asked, her voice cold and pleasant. But Qin Yushi didn't answer her, because she was currently stunned by the beauty before her. Those pure blue eyes, combined with Jiang Hanshi's aura, made her look like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. It was no exaggeration to say that standing in front of this woman made her feel somewhat dimmed. Chapter 169. Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Jianlan immediately saw a scene that was hard to look at, closing her eyes in discomfort. Hey, stop, put that down. Jianlan saw Chu Yinji trying to whip Xiao Hao again and quickly rushed over to stop her. Master, tell me. This dead rat clearly can't beat the Holy Sun. Why does he still want to provoke trouble? In the end, he got beaten up badly, and after I painstakingly healed him, he still wants to argue with me. Boo-hoo. As Chu Yinji spoke, she choked up, and finally, wiping her tears with the whip, she ran out. No, second master, it was me who got beaten. Why is she the one crying? Xiao Hao said in a slightly panicked tone, worried that once she finished crying, she would come back to hit him again. Put me down, quickly. Xiao Hao, with his hands bound by spiritual power, could only shout frantically for Jianlan to let him go. Why do you always provoke your senior sister? Oh dear. TSK, look, Yoruba is about to get exposed. Jianlan was not in a hurry, slowly walking towards Xiao Hao and patting his two small braids that hung down vertically, saying, Chapter 170. Ha, thank you, master. Xiao Hao immediately laughed, just waiting for his master to tie up the old maid, and then the rest would be easy. Old maid, just wait. You are done. The two quickly entered the sword sect, but as soon as they arrived, they encountered the sect master, who was also Xiao Hao's second master. Weren't you hiding down a mountain? Jianlan was surprised to see Xiao Hao again, until she noticed the person beside him and frowned slightly. It wasn't that she disliked Wang Feng, but she couldn't remember who she was and wondered why she was staying next to Xiao Hao. Who are you? Sect master. Don't you remember me? Wang Feng gradually approached the sword sect master and slightly bowed, as this was necessary for a formal introduction. I am Xiao Hao's master. Oh dear, you really are forgetful. Wang Feng flattered while clapping his hands, as he hadn't forgotten that Jianlan's casual storage bag was worth tens of thousands of origin points. Oh, it's you. Are you here to find Xiao Hao? Now, Jianlan finally remembered, looking enlightened. Sect master, I want to join your sect. What do you think? Chapter 171. Nightfall. The crying from afar had stopped, and at this moment, Chu Yinji was in her room, staring at a wooden hairpin. Just thinking that this hairpin was a gift from Xiao Hao made her eyes red, but the corners of her lips still slightly curled up, tinged with bitterness. When would that fool finally come to his senses? She remembered that back then, she had casually mentioned how her hair always covered her eyes when the wind blew. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hao went to find a piece of spirit wood without a word, and that very night he made her a hairpin. At that time, Chu Yinji looked at Xiao Hao, then at the hairpin in his hand, in disbelief. Xiao Hao, seeing the confusion in Chu Yinji's eyes, thought, it's just a hairpin, right? Hey, didn't you say your hair was covering your eyes? Hurry and put it up. In the memory, Xiao Hao shouted, and it was then that she reacted. After receiving the hairpin, she clumsily tried to put it up. As in the palace, it had always been the maids who styled her hair. This led her to feel like she could never get it right. Always feeling like she was missing a step. Can't you do it? Xiao Hao was getting anxious watching her, and he walked over to snatch the hairpin from her hand. Then he realized that he also seemed to be unable to style it properly. Chapter 172. During their time in the sword sect, Chu Yinji had probably expressed her feelings countless times, and it was only short of directly saying she liked Xiao Hao. What are you stunned for? Just ask her directly if she likes you. Wang Feng didn't care anymore, thinking that if something went wrong, Xiao Hao would handle it himself. At most, he'd just get beaten by Chu Yinji. Xiao Hao was going crazy. How could the old maid possibly like him? Although she was gentler when healing him, she didn't look like someone who liked him when she was hitting him. Hurry up. This is just part of your revenge plan. Oh, master, I understand. Do you like me? After saying this, Xiao Hao's face turned even redder, instantly becoming completely flushed. He didn't even know why he felt this way. It just felt so hot, and his heart was unconsciously tense. But what was even more tense was Chu Yinji. Xiao Hao's question almost scared her soul away. A faint blush gradually appeared on her face. Xiao Hao was taken aback, inexplicably feeling that Chu Yin'er was somewhat cute. You dead rat. Who likes you? As soon as Chu Yin'er finished speaking, there was no need for Wang Feng to say anything. Xiao Hao's heart trembled at her words, as if he had heard an answer he didn't want to hear. Chapter 173 P.S. To clarify in advance, Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er have long since reached adulthood and are of marriageable age, so please watch with peace of mind. P.S. Due to writing about the apprentices matters for about 10 chapters, but you all want to see Jiang Hanqi. So I directly updated 3 chapters to let you see the meeting between Feng and Xi as early as possible. Main text. Why doesn't he understand? Does she have to tell him, as a girl, to be proactive? Mother clearly said that girls should be a bit reserved. But how could she expect Xiao Hao to understand if she didn't make it clear? She didn't know if Xiao Hao would remember tomorrow. After all, he was so drunk that he started rambling the moment he entered her room. He wouldn't act like this when he was sober, nor would he ask her these questions. Xiao Hao was completely stunned by Chu Yin'er's call, looking at her, unable to articulate his words, stuttering. E. After listening to Chu Yin'er's words, when Xiao Hao came back to his senses, he couldn't even speak from nervousness. At this moment, Chu Yin'er seemed to realize that she had lost her composure a bit. Looking at the person she had feelings for, she felt utterly embarrassed. Chapter 174. On the other side, Xiao Hao, with his eyes covered, didn't dare to move carelessly and eventually fell asleep. With a warm Chu Yin'er lying beside him, Xiao Hao slept exceptionally comfortably and pleasantly. Chu Yin'er lay in the blanket, watching Xiao Hao's steady breathing, and cautiously loosened her grip. After seeing that Xiao Hao didn't wake up, she let out a small sigh of relief. He had drunk, so he shouldn't wake up so easily, right? Chu Yin'er gazed at Xiao Hao's youthful profile, with a distinct jawline, very sunny and handsome. Gradually, she moved a little closer to Xiao Hao, stealthily and slowly embracing him. Chu Yin'er's body trembled slightly from nervousness. It wasn't until she wrapped her left arm around Xiao Hao's waist that she gently exhaled. Xiao Hao felt the warm breath by his ear, squinted, and moved slightly, nearly scaring Chu Yin'er out of her wits. She only felt at ease when Xiao Hao settled down again, carefully observing his fair profile. Finally, while he was sleeping, she secretly pressed her red lips against him. Silly boy, when will you wake up? Chu Yin'er softly complained as she looked at the sleeping Xiao Hao. Chapter 175. Master, I'm finished. I'm really finished. I said so many embarrassing things to old Chu yesterday and ended up sleeping with her. I thought I was dreaming, and then I went to confirm with her in the morning, and I even got mad at her. Now it's over. It's over. It's all over. Jianlan was dumbfounded. The dignified quasi-emperor felt like his brain was about to crash. You mean you slept with your senior sister yesterday? Yes, master. I'm really doomed now. Next time, I definitely won't just get beaten. I might get buried. Xiao Hao jumped up, extremely anxious, shaking Jianlan's shoulder and saying, Master, you have to save me. You mean you slept with your senior sister? Ha. Finally woke up. Let's go back. Find a good day in a few days to settle your marriage. Jianlan was overjoyed and pulled Xiao Hao back to find Chu Yin'er. Master, I don't want to. I just got mad at her, and if I go back now, I'll definitely get hit. Xiao Hao was in a hurry, firmly digging his feet into the ground, trying to pull back Jianlan's hand, but unfortunately, his realm was too low. Chapter 176. Wang Feng got off the bed. With only a few empty bottles and some mineral scraps left next to him, clearly all eaten by the little dragon. With his breakthrough, the little dragon also gained some cultivation in return. They could be said to be 99% connected in their cultivation. Previously, Wang Feng had not caught up with the little dragon's cultivation. Each major realm has a bottleneck that one must break through on their own, and both parties can only pull one another to the limit of that realm. This is also the reason why Wang Feng didn't directly break through to the transformation realm at that time. It seems that this is how the system works, or rather, the rules of this world. But now he had caught up and even helped the little dragon reach another level. As for why it was said to be a level, it was because the little dragon had eaten so many spirit pills and elixirs. In terms of food, Wang Feng had never treated him poorly. So he must have reached the 4th level of the transformation realm. Daddy, want mommy. The little dragon's soft voice entered Wang Feng's mind, and he had actually learned a new word, want. However, the little dragon's words left Wang Feng in silence. The little dragon missed mommy, missed Jiang Hanshi. What should he do? Little dragon, next time I'll take you to find mommy to play, okay? Wang Feng could only comfort the little dragon in his heart. He didn't know when that next time would be. Fate is a mysterious thing. Chapter 177. I'm too lazy to go around in circles. Chu Yenner, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you like my apprentice or not? After Wang Feng spoke, he said a few words to Xiao Hao in his mind. You better look at her with an expectant gaze. Stare at her until she feels uncomfortable and continues to stare. Mustard, What I? Just say if you like her or not. If you don't like her, I'll turn around and leave right now. And don't come to me for help with your matters in the future. Say it. Do you like her or not? Wang Feng was nearly going crazy in his mind. Don't you want me to set you up? Wang Feng had already made up his mind. If he dared to say he didn't like her, he wouldn't need Chu Yenner to hit him. He would just let him. Even though she always whips my butt. Xiao Hao glanced at Chu Yenner, hesitated for a long time, and finally stuttered out his feelings for her. If you like her, keep staring at her until she feels uncomfortable. In fact, the two of them just needed a spark to ignite their feelings, and Wang Feng couldn't watch it any longer, directly acting as the catalyst. Chapter 178. The next day at noon, Xiao Hao groggily woke up, feeling warm all over, his brain momentarily not responding. Looking up, he saw Chu Yenner's side profile pouting against his chest, and they were covered with a blanket. Yesterday. Xiao Hao abruptly pulled off the blanket, his pupils shrinking instantly, and hurriedly covered it back up, gently pushing Chu Yenner to wake her up. Outside in the pavilion, Wang Feng was leisurely eating something, with his cultivation method automatically circulating within him. The array surrounding the room had already dissipated, leaving only a shielding array. I don't know how much that silly boy's cultivation has improved, Wang Feng thought while eating, and due to this distracted way of cultivating, his progress was naturally much slower. However, Wang Feng was already very satisfied, as this was the only cultivation method he had seen that could cultivate automatically within the body. Creak! The door of the house opened in the distance, and two people walked out, their faces flushed. Wang Feng quickly used a probing technique. Xiao Hao, peak of the 3rd layer of the expansion spirit realm. It worked, it worked. Yesterday, Wang Feng was a bit worried that silly boy Xiao Hao was still not enlightened, but thankfully, it worked. Chapter 179. In the ancient times, several great emperors who became immortals all possessed 10 Dan Yuan each. After overcoming 3 thunder tribulations, they successfully became immortals. Becoming an immortal only requires 3 thunder tribulations, known to the world as human thunder, earth thunder, and heaven thunder. However, each of these 3 thunder tribulations is more terrifying than the 9 thunder tribulations required for breaking through to the emperor level, especially when the heaven thunder strikes. The entire continent will fall into temporary darkness until the tribulation bearer finishes their thunder tribulation. Either they become an immortal, or their soul will scatter. However, those who can reach the point of becoming an immortal are generally capable of overcoming the tribulations and opening the path to immortality. Jiang Hanshi suppressed this news and continued to play the role of the 6th elder, telling the 3 supreme elders that it was 9 Dan Yuan. However, this was enough to shock them. A A year and a half later, Wang Feng's cultivation also reached the first layer of the harmonized origin realm, and his physique began to undergo a qualitative change, transforming into a complete chaos overlord body. 10 Chaos Dan Yuan had long become a norm for Wang Feng, but the chaos energy within was actually stronger than in his previous lives. Now, within the entire harmonized origin realm, he dared to say that even if the peak of the 9th layer of the harmonized origin realm came, he could still hold his own. This is the dominance of the chaos overlord body's transformation. Unless one reaches the Saint King realm, the advantages of crossing levels would not be so exaggerated. Chapter 180. Jiang Hanqi tried several more times, but still received no response from the rattle drum. During the 3 years of her closed-door training, fearing she would be unable to resist looking for Wang Feng, she did not fiddle with the rattle drum's locating ability. Every day, she just took it out to observe carefully and then put it back, completely unaware of why it couldn't locate anymore. Jiang Hanqi tried again and again until her delicate palms were unconsciously trembling slightly, yet she still couldn't find the problem. Bang, bang, bang. Unable to resist, Jiang Hanqi shook the rattle drum, hoping to see if it could restore its locating ability. This made Wang Feng, far away, feel his heart racing wildly, thumping loudly. Jiang Hanqi, what on earth do you want? It has been 3 years, and you haven't shaken it even once, and now you keep shaking it. Wang Feng was so angry that he threw a set of punches on the bed. In fact, during the 3 years, Jiang Hanqi hadn't shaken the small drum even once, and Wang Feng still felt quite lost. That thing didn't seem to care about him at all. But now, for some reason, it was shaking like crazy, making his heart race uncontrollably. Jiang Hanqi shook it for a full day and night, and Wang Feng also suffered for a day and night, unable to sleep at all. Chapter 181. At this moment, Wang Feng couldn't help but think of the novels for Blue Star and some experiences from his previous lives. Basically, conscious souls are likely to seize the bodies of those with good physiques. It seems that he needs to pay more attention. If there really is one, he should see if he can kill it and convert it into a source point. The more Wang Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. He had killed countless residual souls in the past, and the source points given were indeed plentiful. Boom! A strong wind blew up, and gradually, a large teleportation passage appeared suspended in midair, dark and indistinct, with no visible scenery inside. Get ready. Make sure to bring your map and jade pendant. The locations of the secret realm will differ, so try to gather as soon as possible. At this moment, Jian Lan, who had been missing, reappeared and began gathering disciples. After explaining everything, he let them fly into the teleportation passage on their own. Once inside, they would all be separated anyway, so it didn't matter whether they entered together or one by one. Of course, countless people from various sects and holy places were also flying in with incredible speed. Seeing this, Wang Feng also rose and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm, a ghostly mask purchased from the system appearing in his hand, gently placing it on his face. Chapter 182. 10 days later, at the bottom of a cliff, Wang Feng quietly squatted down close to a cultivator lying in the grass. Then also lay down. Brother, how's the battle situation? Are you confident? Wang Feng nudged the cultivator with his elbow, asking casually. His eyes were fixed on a group of people not far away who were fighting over a plant belonging to Wang Yaoqing's Zhuling grass. When they're both injured, that will be my time to reap. But after speaking, he sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around, shooting a silver needle towards Wang Feng's throat. Whoosh! The silver needle covered in spiritual power flew by, and a faint sound rang out. At this moment, Wang Feng no longer held back, using his left hand to block with a blade-like motion. Bang! A sound of the silver needle hitting metal echoed, and then it fell straight to the ground. The cultivator's pupils contracted, wanting to use the earth escape technique to flee, but as soon as he moved, he felt the world spinning around him. The last thing that happened was a size 42 shoe sole, infused with black and white spiritual power, landing on his head that was rolling on the ground with a loud smack, and the scene turned black. Boom! Just as Wang Feng was searching through the cultivator's storage bag and belongings, a loud explosion echoed from the battlefield in the distance. Chapter 183. Inside the Bloodstone Gate Treasureland. Yahoo! Wang Feng exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, he was holding a royal herb in his hand, followed closely by a dozen cultivators at the 3rd to 8th layers of the harmonized origin realm, who were chasing him closely, making it particularly thrilling. As Wang Feng ran, his eyes lit up. He bent down and in an instant snatched several storage bags from the corpses on the ground. Damn it! The cultivators behind Wang Feng began to curse loudly at him. They were fighting hard, and then this little person suddenly flew out from the shadows, killing one person and snatching their treasures. I'm speeding up by. Wang Feng ignored the curses and ran wildly through countless passages. However, this also led to some problems, such as the cultivators behind Wang Feng suddenly being poisoned to death by emitted toxic mist, or suddenly being pierced in the back of the head by blood strands and having bugs drill into their hearts. Of course, these were not ordinary things. Wang Feng himself was also injured, but thankfully his reactions were fast enough. However, that group of cultivators seemed to have gone mad, and several of them had already died. Yet they still chased Wang Feng closely, unleashing all sorts of secret techniques. The entire passage was rumbling, and if it weren't for the unknown spiritual or used to construct this passage, it would have probably collapsed long ago. Chapter 184. When Wang Feng lifted his head again, his entire face seemed to have been stamped with a freshly made ghostly mask. Combined with the blood smeared across his face, Wang Feng looked like a malevolent ghost that had come from the underworld. The ghostly mask left a burn mark and was smeared with blood, making the entire face look terrifying, which also added an extra layer of privacy protection. I crawled in the shadows, twisted, played dead, hid, and acted sneakily. I directly jumped up and executed a capture move. As Wang Feng approached the blood bead that was red to the point of blackness, he suddenly erupted and reached out to grab it. Damn! The moment he got hold of the bead, Wang Feng felt his right hand go numb instantly, a wave of cold energy invading his body. The chilling sensation made his whole body stiffen, causing him to be discovered. Another rat appeared, seeking death. At this moment, the fighting crowd paused, and a cultivator shouted in anger. In an instant, dozens of concentrated attacks bombarded Wang Feng, targeting this rat. With a thought, the unclaimed blood bead instantly entered his storage space. By the time Wang Feng reacted, he could only quickly cover his whole body with dragon scales. At this moment, it was too late to take out protective talismans from the storage space, so he could only do this to minimize the damage. Chapter 185. Whoosh! Wang Feng's figure reappeared, but the position was quite awkward, landing directly in Jiang Hanqi's arms. Jiang Hanqi instinctively wanted to dodge, but upon seeing him, she quickly reached out to embrace him despite the bloodstains on him. Looking at Wang Feng, whose face was covered in blood and marked with the ghostly mask imprint, Jiang Hanqi felt her heart tremble. His face, Jiang Hanqi, under her white veil and hat, stared blankly at Wang Feng's face, feeling increasingly heartbroken. Is he unwilling to find me again because he has been disfigured? It must be said if Wang Feng knew this, he might give Jiang Hanqi a thumbs up on the spot. She really has a vivid imagination. What a sin. Si, coke. Take me away. These were Wang Feng's last two sentences, the second one accompanied by a cough of blood, looking weak. His voice had returned to its original tone, after spitting blood. How could he maintain the voice-changing technique? At this moment, he just wanted to give up entirely, leaving everything to his wife. Jiang Hanqi must have already figured out who he was. Indeed, the familiar bracelet pattern on his wrist and the familiar voice. Chapter 186. In an instant, Jiang Hanqi, who had been calm and composed, turned red to her ears, but a few seconds later, her face became flushed. This added a layer of cuteness to her originally proud and aloof face. She got shy after being discovered. If I had known, I should have quickly closed my eyes and continued to play dead. Wang Feng, with his red eyes, looked at Jiang Hanqi and quickly opened his mouth to speak. His eyes full of desire, but his throat was extremely hoarse, and his voice was pitifully small. In fact, he had just drunk some premium spiritual essence. So he wasn't too thirsty, but the sudden feeling made his throat feel dry. Yes, exactly. Didn't you just drink? Jiang Hanqi stood up, her voice icy as she looked at Wang Feng lying on the stone bed, feeling that he harbored ulterior motives. How could he need a drink again so soon after just having drunk the spiritual essence? He must want to take advantage of her again. Cough. Cough. Wang Feng coughed a few times, his whole body shaking. Damn, it hurts so much. Wang Feng originally wanted to put on an act of suffering, but the pain from his body almost made him faint, especially in his chest. The burning pain made it hard for him to breathe. Chapter 187. However, he added a condition. He wouldn't let Wang Feng open his eyes to look at her. Wang Feng stubbornly turned his head away, and Jiang Hanqi finally stopped forcibly covering his eyes. Give me some more spiritual essence. Wang Feng felt very uncomfortable in his throat and wanted to drink some more spiritual essence to clear his throat. Are you sure you can swallow it yourself? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng on the stone bed with a serious expression. She was genuinely a bit afraid of this guy now. Wang Feng helplessly nodded. Hadn't Jiang Hanshi already seen him swallow once? Jiang Hanshi then took out the premium spiritual essence and gently poured it into Wang Feng's mouth. Gulp! The cool, silky sensation flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his body, healing Wang Feng's injuries. Cough, cough. Wang Feng cleared his throat and solemnly said, Jiang Hanshi, I now want to announce something. Jiang Hanshi sat beside him, her expression normal, her ears red, her brows slightly furrowed, not understanding what this guy was up to again. No, I should say that I am informing you that from today onwards, you must be responsible for me. Responsible? Jiang Hanshi raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at Wang Feng on the stone bed with a puzzled expression. Yes. Chapter 188. What's wrong? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who was frowning, unable to help but ask. Woo-woo. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi and whimpered because his mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth. Seeing this, Jiang Hanshi reached out and pulled out the cloth from Wang Feng's mouth. Look at my right cheek. It seems like there's something wrong. Can you come closer and help me check? It feels so uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanshi released her spiritual sense to look carefully, being cautious. Little trickster. Jiang Hanshi's spiritual sense returned, and she saw that Wang Feng's face seemed to carry a hint of disdain that he had never had before. But instead of being off-putting, it added a playful look of having seen through Wang Feng's trick. Sigh. Wang Feng felt helpless. Now he couldn't even trick her if he wanted to. Jiang Hanshi was really getting better at understanding him, so he had to take the initiative. System, are you sure? Besides not touching her body, can I do anything else? Ding. According to the statistical conclusion, it can be said that it good. Then I'm going for it. You do as you wish. Wang Feng shouted dramatically, startling Jiang Hanshi into stepping back a little. Chapter 189. So now, you still owe me 2 bath sessions and 198 kisses. What do you plan to repay them? Wang Feng looked down, counting on his fingers as if he were very serious, and finally raised his eyes filled with expectation to Jiang Hanshi. But at this moment, Jiang Hanshi had already been embarrassed into silence by Wang Feng's words. She could only try to remain calm while looking at Wang Feng, suppressing the rapid beating of her heart and the warmth on her face. If he really had awareness at that time, did he feel everything she did while bathing him? Jiang Hanshi took a moment to prepare mentally, took a slight breath, and decided to clarify a bit more. Do you know what else I did? Jiang Hanshi gradually returned to her clear and proud demeanor, but her ears were still flushed red. Are you sure you want to hear? Once this kind of thing is said, it can't be taken back. You will bear full responsibility. Wang Feng smiled lightly, tilting his head slightly as he looked at Jiang Hanshi in front of him, the meaning in his eyes unclear. Jiang Hanshi frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment, but soon became resolute and replied softly. Then I'll make it clearer. You touched my body a total of 399 times while I was unconscious. Chapter 190. Seeing that Jiang Hanshi didn't extend her hand, Wang Feng simply took the initiative to pull her closer. Then he picked up a piece of silk cloth and started to wrap it around Jiang Hanshi's arm. Black silk? No, I took the wrong one. Wang Feng quickly put back the black silk that had been restored into his storage space. He then hurriedly found a piece of white cloth, confirming it wasn't white silk before applying the spiritual source. He first wiped the blood off Jiang Hanshi's arm and then focused on bandaging it. Isn't that foot garment broken? Jiang Hanshi looked down at Wang Feng, who was bandaging her arm, questioning him. She shouldn't have asked, as Wang Feng suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. After showing her the already broken black silk that he had restored right in front of her, wasn't that just perverted? That was another pair, not yours. Wang Feng didn't dare to look up at Jiang Hanshi, awkwardly focusing on bandaging her arm. He continued bandaging until the end, carefully tying a butterfly knot, which was quite exquisite. All right, let's go. After Wang Feng said this, he didn't even dare to look up at Jiang Hanshi, grabbing her hand and turning to lead her away. Chapter 191. Jiang Hanshi's cold eyes narrowed. With a loud bang, the heavy poisonous insect ice wall shattered entirely, turning into a pile of ice shards. Let's go back and take a look, Jiang Hanshi said, lifting her long right leg to step onto the ice surface. Followed by her left leg, her figure began to slowly walk back in the direction they came from. The soles of her embroidered white phoenix shoes were covered with a faint ice-blue spiritual power, which was why she could walk freely on the ice. "I'm coming too," Wang Feng exclaimed, then jumped onto the ice surface with a big leap, immediately sliding across. Jiang Hanqi looked back and quickly sidestepped as Wang Feng's figure slid past her, spinning on the ice. "Help!" Wang Feng, lying on the ice, seemed to be shouting for help, but on the surface he was laughing heartily, clearly having fun. Wang Feng glided across the ice at an extremely fast speed, like a spinning top, rushing out. Splash! Splash! Wang Feng used his body to sweep all the ice shards off the surface for Jiang Hanqi. As Wang Feng slid, his figure gradually became a small black dot in front of Jiang Hanqi. Jiang Hanqi watched as Wang Feng finally reached the stone door they had kicked open while escaping and stepped inside. Chapter 192, Sister Fairy. "I suppose you want to break through to the Breaking Yuan realm too?" Wang Feng's words were highly tempting, with a hint of ambiguity. After hearing Wang Feng's words, Jiang Hanqi hesitated for a long time in place. The cold spring spirit pool was something rare. In the cultivation world, resources for someone with Jiang Hanqi's ice physique were extremely scarce. Even ice attribute pills were very difficult to refine, because refining ice attribute pills required alchemists to have both ice and fire, although ice and fire were contradictory. Having ice attribute spiritual fire sounds unbelievable, but that's the reality. Moreover, for ice attribute pills, the alchemist level must not be low. You should cultivate first. When you go up later, but if I absorb it all, then the cold spring spiritual power will decrease a lot. What will you do then? And if we both absorb it at the same time, the cold spring's spiritual power will remain balanced. It won't decrease too much. Before Jiang Hanqi could finish her sentence, Wang Feng interrupted her, his expression becoming worried. "And besides, you still owe me 2 bath times, so I won't touch you later." Chapter 193. Wait a moment. Just as Wang Feng was about to make a move, Jiang Hanqi's pleasant voice came again. "What is it now?" Wang Feng turned around again, frowning at Jiang Hanqi, his heart already blooming with joy. "I didn't mean it that way earlier," Jiang Hanqi said, biting her lips slightly, as if she had made a decision, and spoke. We should absorb together." By the end of her sentence, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't finish her words, stuttering, her voice growing weaker. "But you can't touch me," Jiang Hanqi added another sentence, as if it were her last line of defense. Really, is that true?" Wang Feng exclaimed in disbelief, sounding surprised. Jiang Hanqi was too embarrassed to look Wang Feng in the eye, lowering her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "All right, ha ha ha," Wang Feng responded with joy, the previous feeling of disappointment disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Jiang Hanqi took a few steps back and casually threw out an array plate. A light curtain lit up, enveloping her. Chapter 194. In the end, Wang Feng's back was almost pressed against the cold stone at the bottom, but he left a small gap because the stone at the bottom of the pool was really cold. Jiang Hanqi was tightly embraced against his chest, her body clearly trembling. Wang Feng closed his eyes, as he didn't have spiritual pupils. If he opened his eyes now, the cold air would invade them. But Jiang Hanqi was different. Her deep black pupils gradually turned into ice blue, making her look even more like a fairy. Looking at Wang Feng, who was at the bottom of the cold spring, with his eyes closed, focusing on absorbing the cold spring's spiritual energy, Jiang Hanqi, who was nestled in Wang Feng's embrace, couldn't help but smile slightly. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Hanqi slowly stretched out her delicate arms, gently wrapping them around Wang Feng's sturdy body. Warm. Jiang Hanqi simply gave in, pressing her face against Wang Feng's chest, clinging to him like an octopus. "I'm just using his internal heat to resist the cold. Absolutely no other intentions." "Yes, that's right." Jiang Hanqi comforted herself in her heart, but her body couldn't help but lean closer to Wang Feng. What she said wasn't wrong. She was indeed using Wang Feng's internal heat to resist the cold, but whether that last phrase had any truth to it was another matter. Chapter 195. Be good. Wang Feng's face leaned close to Jiang Hanqi, speaking softly. Wang Feng kindly advised, "I'm fine, let go." Jiang Hanqi's voice suddenly became heavier towards the end. Seeing this, Wang Feng, after a moment, said softly, "You were fine just now, but now you're not, right?" Wang Feng gently released Jiang Hanqi's bright red ears and spoke softly. You shameless, despicable." Jiang Hanqi cursed Wang Feng while being held around the waist, her voice extremely weak and powerless. It even had a slight hint of a playful tone. Although it might not really be playful, it still made Wang Feng's heart flutter. However, with her limited vocabulary for cursing, she soon ran out of words. "Why don't you keep cursing? I like listening to it," Wang Feng said with no shame when he noticed Jiang Hanqi suddenly stammering. To be honest, he really did enjoy listening to it. Jiang Hanqi's curses were just a few phrases, none of which were real swear words, and Wang Feng adored it. Jiang Hanqi, in his arms, instantly froze, wanting to repeat her earlier words to curse him again. Chapter 196. Let's go. After Wang Feng said this, he started walking towards her, just as Jiang Hanqi thought he was about to do something. Wang Feng merely brushed past her, squatting down to pick up the cloth she had laid on and dusting it off before putting it into storage. Jiang Hanqi stood still, a strange sense of surprise and confusion suddenly arising in her heart. But the next moment, that strange feeling of discomfort vanished completely, because Wang Feng had already reached out and wrapped his arm around her delicate body, not giving her a chance to react, and leaped towards the mechanism. With a hand pressed down on the control mechanism on the ground, the surface above them began to flip. Wang Feng tightly held onto the slightly struggling Jiang Hanqi with his left hand. With a step against the wall, he leaped again, his palm instantly sticking to the ground above. With a thud, their figures seemed to teleport back into the dark chamber above, where it was pitch black. Even the fire lamps on the walls of the passage outside the chamber had lost their light. Both the passage and the chamber appeared dark and eerie, instilling fear. Jiang Hanqi, in Wang Feng's arms, said nothing, which surprised him, and he looked down. Chapter 197. Jiang Hanqi held Wang Feng's warm hand and continued forward as they entered a turning passage. Just as they stepped into the other side of the passage, the shadow-eating ghost suddenly grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs, and behind it appeared a multitude of its kind, countless in number. However, they did not attack, merely observing Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi's original position for a moment before blending back into the darkness. Following the trail of water, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi soon saw a light on the wall not far away. Fortunately, they were following the water trail, otherwise, they would have no idea where they would have ended up. Upon reaching the light, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi each took out a map to compare. In the end, they realized they didn't know where they were, because there were no basic reference points, making it impossible to locate themselves on a map. All they saw were long passages and stone doors that appeared sporadically after walking a few hundred meters. Wang Feng had already asked the system, but it said it couldn't scan the area due to a force suppressing the probing, unless Wang Feng took out 1,000,000 source points. How could Wang Feng afford that? Was he someone without source points? Chapter 198. Troubled, Wang Feng sat cross-legged under the spirit spring, gradually looking towards Jiang Hanqi on the bed in the chamber. "Fairy sister, do you like me?" Wang Feng decided that if Jiang Hanqi said she didn't like him, he would get angry. If she said she did like him, he would still get angry. Jiang Hanqi was caught off guard by his direct question, her closed eyes trembling as if she was about to open them. And indeed, she opened them. Jiang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng in the spirit spring, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowing, her deep eyes lost in thought. Not like. When Jiang Hanqi said this, she suddenly met Wang Feng's expectant gaze, momentarily hesitating in her words. Wang Feng was stunned, and after a while, the Jiang Hanqi who reacted to her own words was also confused. "So do you like me or not? Why can't you make it clear?" Jiang Hanqi sat on the bed in a daze, looking at Wang Feng's handsome and clean face, her heart involuntarily racing. Did she like Wang Feng? Did she not like him? Did she like that jerk or not? She felt like she did. Jiang Hanqi's thoughts gradually became chaotic, making it hard for her to calm down and cultivate. Chapter 199. If you keep this up, I won't let you walk later. Wang Feng pretended to shout angrily, and this statement only made Jiang Hanqi feel even more ashamed and angry. "You can try." Jiang Hanqi was even more motivated, and with a wave of her hand, the entire pond was surrounded by an ice wall. Wang Feng looked at these ice walls. With his currently unmatched physique, he could definitely break through with a strong punch. But, well, a wife is meant to be cherished. He decided to play along with her and reclaim everything later. However, given Jiang Hanqi's extraordinary talent, Wang Feng felt that he could only fight her at the 5th level of the Breaking Yuan realm at most, and there was a possibility that he might not win. After all, Jiang Hanqi's talent was only slightly weaker than his, or rather, just a tiny bit weaker. Most of the cultivators Wang Feng could fight 9 levels higher than him were of ordinary talent. and Jiang Hanshi was currently at the peak of the third level of the breaking Yuan realm, so for Wang Feng, these ice walls are like cardboard. In just a moment, his feet began to freeze, and soon the ice started spreading throughout his body. With a snap, Wang Feng instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Of course, it was just a thin layer, not enough to shatter. Chapter 200. Time passed, and the scene returned to the chamber where Jiang Hanshi curled up, her eyes slightly red, making her look pitiful. That jerk was too violent, causing several layers of negative effects to stack on her. If Jiang Hanshi hadn't used all her strength to resist, she would probably be picking out clothes for children in a few years. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi's cold and proud face was flushed. Curling up, she looked pitifully at Wang Feng beside her. This was the first time she showed such an expression since becoming a cultivator, looking both pitiful and somewhat cute. However, Wang Feng couldn't see this at the moment, as he was focused on suppressing the remaining blood power within him. Jiang Hanshi was still unwilling, and he couldn't force her, or he might really make her angry. Fortunately, even though Jiang Hanshi said it was impossible and desperately tried to stop him, she didn't take out her cold sword to attack him. In the end, Wang Feng had no choice but to suppress the overwhelming blood power within him through cultivation, fully operating the Chaos Overlord body technique. The two ultimately did not break through that final layer of glass. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi shifted her body, trying to distance herself from Wang Feng. Still unable to recover from the shock she just experienced, Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi, whose eyes were slightly red, and a wave of guilt rose in his heart. Did he go a bit too far? Hanshi, I'm sorry. Wang Feng sincerely apologized to Jiang Hanshi, who was on the side of the bed. Jiang Hanshi said nothing, merely looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. Wang Feng gently reached out, wanting to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. No, don't touch me anymore. Jiang Hanshi shouted in a panic at Wang Feng's slightest movement, fearing he might do something to her again. This is bad. This was Wang Feng's first thought. I'm sorry, are you okay? It's all my fault for being so lustful. Wang Feng spoke this time with genuine sincerity. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a twinge of regret, but also a hint of disappointment. He didn't understand what Jiang Hanshi felt towards him. After all, he was still a lifelong bachelor. Seeing Jiang Hanshi's pitiful appearance made Wang Feng's heart ache, and he wanted to comfort her. But if he touched her now, it might only provoke her nerves and backfire. After speaking, Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi and no longer reached out to touch her. His movements became cautious. Finally, he had no choice but to get off the bed and put on a white robe from his storage space. After dressing, Wang Feng picked up the messy white embroidered shoes that were thrown on the floor. He glanced at Jiang Hanshi, who was still looking at him from the bed, wanting to say something but hesitating. He estimated that there were still several red marks on her body. Lastly, he gently placed the white embroidered shoes at the foot of the bed and walked towards the secret room door, looking back 3 times. Then with a thought, the closed array gate opened, and he walked out, after which the array gate closed again. Now both of them could have some peace and quiet. Jiang Hanshi curled up by the bed, watching him leave, and her heart suddenly felt empty, inexplicably reluctant. It seemed she was afraid of losing Wang Feng. Jiang Hanshi shook off her inexplicable anxiety and quickly began to adjust her breathing, taking a while before she could move again. She took out a pill and swallowed it, and the light injuries on her body gradually faded. However, on her neck, she didn't know the reason. The last red mark stubbornly refused to fade away. Jiang Hanshi used her spiritual power again and again, but it still wouldn't go away. Feeling anxious and restless, Jiang Hanshi simply ignored it. Slowly sitting up and moving to the edge of the bed, looking at the pair of white embroidered shoes, she hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she still put them into her sea of consciousness space. The shoes were tied around her ankle and were very uncomfortable. The rope was made of some tough material that wouldn't break. Jiang Hanshi took out a set of light blue dress, and her eyes gradually turned ice blue. Chapter 201. After scanning her surroundings and confirming there were no suspicious eyes, she finally felt relieved. However, she spotted an interesting silhouette just outside the array barrier. Pacing back and forth, sometimes it would suddenly slap its own face, appearing extremely irritable. Jiang Hanshi quietly watched for a while, and her mood improved significantly. At least the one outside wasn't a truly despicable rogue. She took off her tattered white dress and put on the new light blue dress, along with the shoes from her sea of consciousness. In an instant, her high and cold aura seemed to return. Outside the secret room, Wang Feng was pacing back and forth, occasionally leaning against the wall, feeling extremely frustrated. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Just thinking about how he had forcibly given Jiang Hanshi a full-body massage made Wang Feng feel a wave of regret. Although it felt good earlier, the consequences. Seeing how scared she was of him, he had no idea when he could make it up to her. What should he do? Wang Feng, feeling annoyed, grabbed a handful of his hair and, getting increasingly angry, raised his hand to slap himself to wake up. This was his habit when feeling frustrated and regretting a mistake. He would slap himself to remember not to forget. Chapter 202 Fellow Townsmen. Lung Ningyue's eyes widened slightly, as if trying to see the person opposite her clearly. Hey, come here, Wang Feng called out, but Lung Ningyue and the other female disciples stood still at a distance. Like telephone poles. Saintess, should we go over? The female disciples implied, asking for Lung Ningyue's opinion as the main pillar. Don't use your eye technique to look at them. The person opposite is very strange. Lung Ningyue did not answer a question, but quickly stopped the disciple who was about to use her eye technique, then continued to shout. Bold demon, impersonating my junior brother Wang Feng. Are you seeking death? Lung Ningyue's cold voice echoed in the passage for a moment, extremely crisp. As for the title junior brother Wang Feng, it was because she had seen Wang Feng's name in the mission hall. After asking a female disciple, she learned that this was his name. Thinking that her fellow townsman Wang Feng was dead, she felt free to call him whatever she wanted. The title junior brother Wang Feng could also be considered a memorial to him. Lung Ningyue's tone was domineering and cool, but her body was quite honest, carefully inching backward step by step. Chapter 203 Why are you running? Don't you all have higher cultivation than it? Seeing their expressions as if they were about to die, Wang Feng quickly shouted. Yes, yes. The female disciples finally reacted. They had been with Lung Ningyue for so long that they had developed an instinctive habit of fleeing. Among the four of them, 2 were at the 8th level of the breaking Yuan realm, and 2 were at the 9th level. Even if the Saintess did not take action, they could still kill the giant python. Saintess, how about we stop your plan and just kill it directly? A few female disciples said as they drew their cold, long swords, turning to point at the giant python across from them. The giant python seemed to sense the danger of death and suddenly stopped, coiling up and hissing at them. By the time it reached the breaking Yuan realm, its intelligence was nearly equivalent to that of a human, but it still couldn't understand why the few people who had been so scared just a moment ago were now pointing swords at it. Plan? What plan? Do you have a plan? Lung Ningyue's cold voice rang out, but her mind was momentarily confused as she looked at the female disciples in a daze. Chapter 2 For not long after, 7 people holding lanterns walked through the dark passage. With 7 lamps, the surrounding dark environment began to brighten. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi walked at the back. If they were to be ranked, Wang Feng would be last, Jiang Hanshi second to last, Lung Ningyue third to last. The first female disciple would be ranked first, the second female disciple second, the third female disciple third, and the fourth female disciple fourth. The older brothers and sisters are so amazing. They should understand, right? With Jiang Hanshi blocking Wang Feng, Lung Ningyue couldn't ask him any of her questions. She really wanted to ask Wang Feng these questions. Why are there only you 2 here? Did you and the palace master do anything improper? And didn't you die years ago? But unfortunately, she couldn't ask any of these questions, and even if she could, she wouldn't be able to ask them so directly. After thinking for a moment, Lung Ningyue secretly glanced at Jiang Hanshi, and their cold eyes met, startling Lung Ningyue so much that her heart trembled. She truly didn't expect the palace master to be watching her all along, and there seemed to be some ambiguous meaning in her eyes. Hanshi, can I have a word with Lung Sheng? Chapter 205. At this moment, countless corroding ghosts standing opposite Wang Feng completely ignored his taunts. They leisurely walked towards Wang Feng and his group. System, activate scanning, and give me a complete layout of the terrain. Wang Feng called out to the system in his heart. He noticed that the evil spirits underground had become particularly numerous recently, and if he didn't go out soon, it would be troublesome. Ding, deducting 1,500,000 source points as a service fee. Starting scan. Wang Feng. Isn't it 1 million? You're deducting my source points again, aren't you? Wang Feng felt like cursing. Is there such a system that extorts his source points from time to time? Although it says it follows the master. Ding, there's no way around it. The underground map is too vast, and there's a force resisting the scan. You won't know until you scan it. Now that I scanned, I'm shocked. You can see for yourself. The system's voice sounded a bit helpless, and an electronic map instantly appeared in Wang Feng's mind. Holy crap! Wang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The underground is about as big as the paper map the sword sect gave him. System, are you serious? Just as Wang Feng finished saying this in his heart, the corroding ghosts in front had already slowly walked up to them. Chapter 206. Lung Mingyue now knew she was truly in trouble and could only obediently walk over. The 4 female disciples, as onlookers, naturally did not exclude themselves, but they didn't get too close, chattering from a distance while eating melon seeds. Gulme, to prove that I'm not lying to you, I will count to 3, and we will say the name of our hometown together. Wang Feng looked solemnly at Jiang Hanqi, which made Jiang Hanqi involuntarily believe a little bit. 3, 2, 1, Blue Star, Blue Star. The 2 voices echoed simultaneously, almost finishing the words at the same time. And I swear, I didn't know her at all when I was in my hometown on Blue Star. Wang Feng leaned closer to Jiang Hanqi, raised the arm with the corroded wound, and quickly raised 3 fingers to swear. Now you believe me, right? Wang Feng raised his hand with a helpless expression and softly said to Jiang Hanqi, Then why did you keep saying you wanted to give her something? When Jiang Hanqi thought of this, she felt it was quite strange. Since they were unrelated, why would they do that? Give something, what did I give? Lung Mingyue was confused upon hearing this. She asked twice in a row, Did Wang Feng ever give her anything? Chapter 207. Jiang Hanqi's initial disgust suddenly vanished. Her gaze was filled with a bit of anger at Wang Feng for touching her head without her permission. But why did she feel a little happy? Wang Feng, we picked it up and gathered it into a pile for you. You can directly store in your storage space. Lung Mingyue and several disciples walked over. She initially wanted to call Wang Feng shitty, but after glancing at Jiang Hanqi, she quickly changed her words. Oh, okay. Thank you. Seeing the ambiguous expressions in their eyes, Wang Feng knew that they had overheard some of the sweet nothings exchanged earlier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have squatted there picking for so long. They seemed to be mining corroding crystal, but their ears were perked up like antennas, eagerly receiving the intimate words. Especially Lung Mingyue. Her curiosity about Wang Feng was practically overflowing as she scanned back and forth between the 2. Jiang Hanqi naturally felt the change in atmosphere, although the blush on her face was forcibly suppressed. But her ears turned extremely red, and her gaze glanced aside, as if she were surveying her surroundings. Chapter 208. What's wrong? At this moment, Lung Mingyue, feeling puzzled by the gazes of the 6 people, spoke words similar to Jiang Hanqi's, but with a completely different meaning. Wang Feng was staring at Lung Mingyue with an intense, murderous gaze, while Jiang Hanqi had calmed down a lot, coldly glancing at her. Oh no! I've interrupted them in their corner. Feeling the suffocating gaze that wrapped around her like a python, Lung Mingyue secretly thought it was all over. Follow me. Wang Feng took Jiang Hanqi's hand in front of everyone and led the blushing Jiang Hanqi to another corner. In the end, she mumbled something, but Jiang Hanqi's head lowered more and more, looking like a delicate and beautiful little girl. What were they doing just now? Lung Mingyue looked at the 2 figures, walking over to the 4 female disciples, filled with curiosity and a strong desire to gossip. We don't know either. We just saw him call that incredibly beautiful woman over. Then you interrupted them. Lung Mingyue in the palace looked at the 2 figures in the distance. Eventually, they turned and walked behind a wall, disappearing from sight. Chapter 209. However, her stammering guarantee made Wang Feng feel that she was somewhat adorable. No, she's really adorable. Wang Feng couldn't help but raise his hand to gently ruffle her hair, instantly feeling relaxed. It wasn't until she gently pushed his hand away that he stopped. No, don't mess with my hair. Jiang Hanqi was so shy that she couldn't speak properly. Her charming voice was stuttering. She slightly turned her head and didn't dare to look at Wang Feng, her heart racing faster and faster. What's that red mark on your neck? When Jiang Hanqi turned her head, the mark on her neck that looked like a strawberry bruise was revealed. Wang Feng was a bit puzzled. When did she get hurt? He didn't say anything at first, but now that he has, Jiang Hanqi has become even more shy and took a small step back. Then she turned her back to Wang Feng, hurriedly trying to suppress her emotions and her rapidly beating heart due to nervousness. It was at this moment that Wang Feng realized, damn it, it was his fault that she was feeling this way. Jiang Hanqi managed to calm her expression back to normal before turning around to face Wang Feng again. However, one thing she was most likely to forget was Chapter 210, guess. Wang Feng playfully wrapped his arm around Jiang Hanqi, cheerfully implying that he didn't want to say anything and wanted her to think about it slowly. Guess if I guess or not. A single sentence from Lung Ningyue almost left Wang Feng speechless. What was that supposed to mean? I guess you don't guess. Go away. Wang Feng replied succinctly, as if shooing away a cow. Isn't this child born from you, and then kept in a nurturing space, which is why you didn't bring her out recently? But Lung Ningyue couldn't help but voice her doubts. After all, such spaces did exist in the cultivation world, developed by a peak quasi-emperor. It was to prevent future generations from causing major issues or disasters, and the nurturing space was used to protect the last flicker of the clan. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng really wanted to jump up and give her a big smack. What was going on in her head every day? Didn't you ask me to guess? Sister, can you tell me if this child is? Lung Ningyue couldn't hold back anymore and started asking Jiang Hanqi. She really wanted to know. She was particularly eager to find out. Super eager. Chapter 211. Daddy, here I come. Just as Wang Feng was about to follow, he heard the little dragon's baby voice calling out Daddy, and quickly responded while chasing after her. In a large palace, a magnificent young lady dressed in ice blue attire walked ahead, accompanied by 4 unnamed female disciples. Behind them was a fairy-like woman in light blue and white clothing, holding a giggling little girl in her arms. The little girl was waving at the fairy behind her. Further back in the scene, there was a handsome young man dressed in white like a celestial lord. It seemed he heard something calling him, and hurriedly raised a hand, smiling as he ran forward. Crack, crack, creak. The palace doors slowly opened, and outside light gradually poured in. As if sensing the brightness, the fire lamps inside the palace instantly extinguished, and darkness fell behind them. Hey, intelligent fire lamps. Wang Feng couldn't help but be surprised, teasing the dark environment behind him. But the next moment, his gaze suddenly narrowed, because shadows with blood-red eyes were continuously appearing in the darkness. Hurry, push. Wang Feng anxiously ran to the palace door, pushing hard with the 5 of them, allowing a faint light to shine through. Chapter 212. After dealing with these shadow-eating evil spirits, Wang Feng's sharp gaze swept through the crowd and landed back on Jiang Hanqi, who was quietly watching the scene while holding the little dragon. He quickly stepped in front of Jiang Hanqi, disregarding her objections, and pulled her and the little dragon into his embrace. There are still people over there. Jiang Hanqi was taken aback by Wang Feng's actions. Once she regained her senses, she struggled symbolically for a moment and whispered a warning, or rather, it should be more like a reminder. But Wang Feng was not one to take things seriously. Don't move. I'm checking your body. They won't say anything, and you're still my wife. Once we find the way, we'll separate from them, okay? Wang Feng shamelessly held Jiang Hanqi and spoke in a deep voice. Okay. Jiang Hanqi couldn't help but lower her head slightly, responding in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The little dragon, like a light bulb, was stuck in the middle, finding it hard to escape. Daddy. The little dragon tugged at Wang Feng's hair, which was exactly why she didn't want him to hold her, as it was not gentle at all. Chapter 213. You all hurry to find your team and meet up. We're leaving, bye. Wang Feng looked up at the descending night sky and shouted to Lung Ningyue and the others, pulling Jiang Hanqi and running. He originally wanted to go down and pick up some equipment to exchange for source points, but it seemed he would have to wait a few more days. Be careful. Lung Ningyue nodded, feeling her hands tremble slightly at the distant roars. She quickly took out several protective talismans and hung them on herself before urgently leading her 4 disciples to fly toward the agreed meeting point. The sun in the sky gradually set, and a bright moon began to rise, painting the sky with strokes of black ink. Night fell. In a certain area of the secret realm, the camera couldn't find Wang Feng for a long time until the tracking function was activated. It was only then that it discovered 2 people deep underground, where Wang Feng was cooking porridge, having not eaten for a long time. He had searched for a long time on the system map to find this piece of normal land. After all, the underground maze world almost covered the entire area of the map given to him by the Sword Sect. Wife, come here. Wang Feng took out a wrist spoon, filled a bowl with clear porridge, and walked towards Jiang Hanqi in the empty tunnel. Chapter 214. The Remnant Soul of the Great Emperor? Ding, hurry up. If you wait any longer, the soul tears will be drained by those weeds. The system, seeing him still dazed, immediately shouted in frustration. Wife, quickly cultivate. Wang Feng sat cross-legged, focused his mind, removed the formation barrier, and called out to Jiang Hanqi. He then entered a meditative state and began to fully circulate the chaos dominance body technique. Jiang Hanqi's cheeks were stuffed with the food Wang Feng fed her, and upon hearing him, she raised her cold, clear eyes in surprise. After swallowing the fruit in her mouth with a gulp, she began to cultivate as Wang Feng instructed. However, just as she started to meditate, an extremely pure life energy surged into her body. Jiang Hanqi was even more confused. Was this arranged specifically for her by Wang Feng? Ignoring everything else, she hurriedly focused all her energy on the Ice Emperor technique, fully absorbing the fertile life energy from the land. Just as they were cultivating, a giant eye with a pinkish-purple hue and a very seductive look in the sky let out a surprised "oh." It was astonished to find that someone had discovered its soul tears and was absorbing them. This was quite surprising, as normally, if it didn't want to be found, no one in the entire secret realm would be able to detect it. Chapter 215. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. Wang Feng stood up, moved a stool closer to Jiang Hanqi, and a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted over. What is it? Jiang Hanqi felt he was about to cause trouble again and instinctively shifted her position, nearly getting up from the stool. TSK, are you starting to dislike me? Wang Feng pulled Jiang Hanqi's arm and embraced her tightly, pulling her entire body into his arms. What do you want to do now? Jiang Hanqi's reprimanding voice stopped, and after a moment of consideration, she asked softly, Husband, can I sleep with you for a while? Wang Feng stammered out his request, but his right hand inched closer to Jiang Hanqi's slim waist. Then he tightened his hold, and the two of them were instantly pressed together. No, no way. Jiang Hanqi's face turned red, and her delicate body felt somewhat unnatural in Wang Feng's embrace as she stopped him with a sound. A few days ago when I hugged you, you reminded me that someone was nearby. Now that no one is here, can I not hug you? Wang Feng's handsome face leaned close to Jiang Hanqi's ear as he whispered, making it feel sticky and intimate. Chapter 216. I'm coming. Wang Feng stood by the bed, grinning foolishly for a while before beginning to undress, taking off his shoes and coat, leaving only a thin shirt and pants. You shouldn't do anything to me, right? With her back to Wang Feng, Jiang Hanqi's mind was racing, images flashing through her head. She imagined being with Wang Feng like this, then like that, whispering in her ear, kissing her, and many other inappropriate scenes. Why am I thinking about these things? Jiang Hanqi began to question herself. How did it come to this? I clearly don't want to think about these things, but I can't help it. At that moment, the bed sank slightly, and Jiang Hanqi felt a warm body lying down just a few centimeters behind her. She closed her eyes and waited for a while, but there was no movement. It seemed like the person behind her just wanted to sleep with her. Is he really not going to do anything? No, even if he wants to do something, I'm gonna stop him. Not long after, Jiang Hanqi felt a wave of relief, or rather, should she say gratitude? Chapter 217. Wang Feng finally understood that the main issue was still the cultivation method. Who created this ridiculous cultivation method? Why does it have a chastity clause? Look at us, a man and a woman alone in a room, and we are partners. If we don't do something, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Wang Feng placed his right hand on the back of Jiang Hanqi's head. The faint, cool fragrance of her long hair calmed him, and his mood improved significantly. You. Shoot, don't talk. Jiang Hanqi's rosy face was about to speak, but Wang Feng quickly covered her mouth to stop her. Jiang Hanqi shook her head, pushing Wang Feng's palm away and saying uncomfortably, Don't press down on me. It's too hot. Hot? Are you feeling very hot right now? Hot. Jiang Hanqi was so hot she was almost falling asleep, murmuring softly as her eyes fluttered shut. Since it's so hot then, Jiang Hanqi paused for a moment, seemingly trying to understand what Wang Feng meant. Jiang Hanqi seemed to agree with Wang Feng, her dazed eyes swaying back and forth. Chapter 218. Life. Can we sleep now? Don't worry about this anymore. Seeing Jiang Hanqi not speaking for a long time, Wang Feng leaned his head against her left cheek and whispered gently. Jiang Hanqi remained silent, her face flushed as she lay quietly, not knowing what to think, but she didn't scold Wang Feng anymore. After a long while, Jiang Hanqi responded softly, mainly because Wang Feng's words made sense, or rather, he was quite persuasive. Moreover, she couldn't bear to draw her sword and stab him like she did to that lecherous emperor from 1,000 years ago. What she didn't know was that the person lying on her was the very lecherous emperor she wanted to torture to death. Feeling Wang Feng's hot body on hers, Jiang Hanqi gently pushed him a couple of times, seemingly trying to remind him to get off. No, I like it this way. Unexpectedly, Wang Feng hugged her tighter, burying his head in her ear like a stubborn child. Jiang Hanshi twisted her body a couple of times, trying to push Wang Feng away. Finally, after 2 seconds of thought, Jiang Hanshi closed her eyes helplessly and tried to circulate the Ice Emperor technique to counteract the heat on her body. Chapter 219. The two of them frowned in unison, looking at the ground with confusion. Why was it suddenly cracking? They saw the ground splitting inch by inch, as if something was about to emerge from below. A rumbling sound echoed, and the ground began to rise, a magnificent palace continuously emerging, pushing everything on the ground aside. Even the massive light pillars were toppled, turning into flowing light and dissipating in the wind. Countless cultivators hovered in the sky, looking at each other in confusion, all with blank expressions. But soon after, there were countless screams, as there was no place to hide, and many beasts from the secret realm surged out. Flying, crawling, walking, rolling, burrowing, birds and beasts, insects, and countless others began to clash. Moreover, some thieves who had stolen things found themselves with no hiding place, their forms exposed. In an instant, the entire sky was in chaos, spiritual energy flying everywhere, and the scene was utterly chaotic. Some cultivators still, in confusion, got caught up in it, suffering casualties, and Wang Feng's side was no exception. Originally fine, suddenly several people started fighting over here. Chapter 220. At that moment, a familiar voice of a girl around 17 or 18 came out, angrily cursing Wang Feng. Master, don't believe him. This kid is full of lies. You clearly never interacted with any man before. So how did you get enchanted by this little thief? You thief! I killed you 1,000 years ago. Jiang Hanshi didn't expect the silent cold sword to suddenly start cursing Wang Feng and even mention the past. Wang Feng glanced at the cold sword that had its mouth sealed, his mouth twitching. He really regretted not giving it a kick when he could control it. Forget it. Since it's the wife's sword, he would wait for a chance to kiss Jiang Hanshi in front of it later. Ahem, my dear princess, let's go. It's time to enter the palace. Wang Feng extended his hand, adorned with storage rings, in front of Jiang Hanshi, seeming to joke yet appearing respectful at the same time. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Hanshi's heart trembled. She thought Wang Feng was teasing her about her identity as the palace master. But for some reason, Jiang Hanshi felt inexplicably flattered by Wang Feng's words, tightening her grip on the cold sword. Chapter 221. Facing the illusory purple illusion gate. With a sudden chill, the ethereal gate began to crystallize with ice. The cultivators who had just entered naturally saw that door, but did not act rashly. Instead, they squatted to the side, preparing to see if they could pick up the scraps. If these two went in, they could go in afterward. Deep within the immense palace, a stunning soul entity, Huan Tianying, watched the images returning to her mind, her eyes unable to hide their shock. The man resembling Lin Lang was actually able to resist the allure of her Huan Tian technique. Although her current power was greatly diminished, he was still not someone from a mere broken origin realm who could withstand her charm. She couldn't help but admire the man's willpower, truly formidable. And then there was that chosen successor she had her eye on, who froze the teleportation portal she had set up with a single sword strike. What kind of prodigies were these? Interesting, then let them all come. Her charming and melodic voice echoed in the empty palace, but unfortunately, no one could hear it. Originally, she planned to separate Jiang Hanshi and Wang Feng, but now she decided to invite them both to her presence. The soul entity, Huan Tianying, slowly and laboriously attempted to transform herself to resemble a physical being, though her essence remained that of a soul. Chapter 222. Moreover, my relationship with my husband is very good. Why do you need to interfere? Jiang Hanshi remained as cold as ever. The difficulty of cultivating one technique compared to two was entirely different. Besides, she didn't need this fox spirit-like remnant soul to meddle in her relationship with Wang Feng. Seeing her charming and fox-like appearance, Jiang Hanshi felt that this technique was likely not a good one. That is not necessarily true. Who knows what your little husband might be hiding from you? TSK. Huan Tianying's voice carried a hint of teasing, along with a barely perceptible disdain. The thoughts of those men were quite dirty, only thinking of obtaining the bodies of these stunning women. Luckily, she had encountered her Lin Lang. Thinking of Lin Lang's gentle face, Huan Tianying couldn't help but chuckle softly. But the next moment, she suddenly realized that her Lin Lang was already dead, followed by a wave of heart-wrenching discomfort. raising her hand to wipe away the barely noticeable mist in the corner of her violet-pink eyes. Huan Tianying composed herself before continuing. Have you heard of the Huan Tian technique? Seeing her technique being dismissed, Huan Tianying was not angry. Instead, she narrowed her seductive eyes and asked Jiang Hanshi. Chapter 223. For example, keeping a little something on the side while professing love to your partner. Hee. As Huan Tianying spoke, it seemed she recalled something, laughing softly twice. Little sister, don't let a man's sweet words deceive you. Stop spouting nonsense, and don't try to confuse my wife. Wang Feng abruptly interrupted Huan Tianying, then shielded Jiang Hanshi behind him, fearing that she might believe Huan Tianying's words. In truth, he felt a bit guilty, not because he had a little something on the side, but due to his 8th life. Your wife could be considered half my disciple in name. You'll see shortly whether you're sincere. After saying this, Huan Tianying began rummaging around in the palace, eventually digging up something from the ground. Finally, she unearthed a jar of wine. If I weren't going to accompany my Lin Lang, I wouldn't open this for you. But it's fine. It was originally meant for my successor. With a casual wave, a table appeared in front of Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, and she tossed the basketball-sized jar of wine to them. Chapter 224. You drink first. I'll guard you. Jiang Hanshi seemed a bit tipsy, but still frowned, remaining alert to everything around her. Forget it. Huan Tianying, who had intended for them to drink a toast together, suddenly paused, contemplating for a moment before deciding against it. Watching Wang Feng drink the cup of imperial brew, Huan Tianying's heart began to faintly stir with anticipation. She wanted to see if this man, resembling Lin Lang, was hiding anything from the girl. At this thought, her lips curled up in a suppressed smile. But seeing the wary expressions of the couple, she forcibly suppressed it. What are you looking forward to? After drinking a cup of wine, Wang Feng frowned at Huan Tianying. Her gaze made him extremely uncomfortable. Nothing. When did you see me looking forward to anything? Huan Tianying continued to act nonchalantly, like a little fox spirit, lounging beside the bed and laughing cheerfully. This wine isn't strong, but the effect is quite remarkable. Wang Feng felt the changes in his body as waves of spiritual energy washed over him, warm and very comfortable. The spiritual energy from the imperial brew coursed through his meridians, then surged toward his flesh and skin. Chapter 225. At this moment, Wang Feng's mind was a chaotic mess, talking to himself as if he were schizophrenic. No, you're the extreme ice empress, that dog woman. Wang Feng tilted his head, his cheeks flushed, looking at Jiang Hanshi, who had opened her eyes to gaze at him. What are you looking at? You dog woman. Wang Feng instinctively shouted at Jiang Hanshi, the term dog woman sounding particularly harsh. Jiang Hanshi's body involuntarily trembled. She didn't expect Wang Feng to insult her like this, leaving her momentarily stunned. You're drunk, Jiang Hanshi casually reminded him, not caring about the dog woman remark. Drunk? Am I drunk? With my 8th life's drinking capacity, you say I'm drunk? Wang Feng raised his finger, pointing at his chest with a foolish expression while looking at Jiang Hanshi. He seemed clear-headed, yet undeniably drunk. I remember you're my wife. I must be dreaming, right? Suddenly, Wang Feng calmed down, furrowing his brow as if talking to himself, then seemingly addressing Jiang Hanshi. Wait, we were enemies in the 8th life. How do we become husband and wife in the 9th? That's impossible. This must be an illusion. Chapter 226. Hianansi. No, it's a dog woman. Wang Feng wrapped his arms around Jiang Hanshi's waist, treating her like a pillow, his eyes closed as he mumbled. Dog woman, just kissed once, and you still beat my corpse. Wang Feng was talking in his sleep while holding Jiang Hanshi. At this moment, the images in his mind flickered, with many fragments intertwined. Some were of being killed by Jiang Hanshi, some of her beating his corpse, though there were also moments of living together with her. But the memories of one life couldn't compete with the memories of being killed by Jiang Hanshi over 8 lifetimes. The good images were quickly overshadowed. Beating a corpse? Jiang Hanshi didn't recall ever beating his corpse. Back then, Wang Feng was just an unknown junior, and he was particularly despicable. For a man who had teased her repeatedly, she usually just killed him with a sword. Sometimes, when Wang Feng tried to steal her intimate clothing, she would only break his hands and feet in a rage. Wait a minute. Jiang Hanshi seemed to remember beating someone's corpse, and that was that lecherous emperor. Chapter 227. Jiang Hanshi. In the first life, Just because I wanted to touch your face, you stabbed me in the head with a sword and killed me. I didn't even get to touch it. If I had touched it, that would have been fine." The tear stains at the corners of Wang Feng's eyes had dried up significantly, and he swayed drunkenly, which made him appear even more desolate. Jiang Hanqi was frantically recalling this incident, but there were too many people who tried to tease her, and she had killed too many, so she couldn't remember. In the second life, just because I secretly launched a spiritual attack from behind you, you actually chased me over thousands of mountains and stabbed me in the head with a sword," Wang Feng said halfway, supporting Jiang Hanqi's shoulder, and after swaying and burping, he continued to speak with difficulty. When he spoke of his sorrow, 2 lines of clear tears flowed silently, and Jiang Hanqi quickly raised her hand to wipe away his tears. She didn't have much of an impression of this either. She had pursued and killed too many people. She had even chased people from the outside world into secret realms and killed them countless times. And their SA third life. I just squatted there watching your battle for a while, and your broken sword flew over and cut my neck. Chapter 228. After all, it was the Emperor's tribulation, and everything was well prepared. Even now, it was still fresh in memory. She recalled how the power of the Emperor's tribulation suddenly became much stronger at that time. As a prodigy, the original Thunder tribulation was terrifying enough. At that time, she was almost killed by the Emperor's tribulation in the form of a Thunder Dragon. At that time, because Wang Feng had a system that masked his aura, Jiang Hanqi genuinely didn't notice anyone underground. However, suddenly, during the middle of the tribulation, a particularly loud howl and a torrent of curses erupted. But it was quickly drowned out by the terrifying Thunder tribulation, and she could no longer hear anything. At that time, Jiang Hanqi thought she had experienced auditory hallucinations due to being struck by the tribulation, and she also thought the tribulation should be that terrifying. Looking back now, everything made sense. If Wang Feng hadn't been beneath her, the Emperor's tribulation wouldn't have nearly killed her. No wonder. However, Jiang Hanqi couldn't muster a shred of blame towards Wang Feng, because he was even more pitiful. He was literally struck dead. Watching Wang Feng, who was still clinging to her, Jiang Hanqi held him tightly, her heart racing. Chapter 229. From her perspective, a dragon head totem in red and blue, with a golden base, was clearly stamped on it. This dragon head totem was not unrelated to Wang Feng. It could only be said to be identical. Jiang Hanqi was already so familiar with this dragon head totem that she could even identify any slight differences, because Wang Feng, this exhibitionist, had taken off his clothes so many times, bouncing around in front of her in nothing but a pair of flowery shorts. Yet, Jiang Hanqi still didn't want to believe it. As her divine sense slowly reached out to touch that dragon head totem, a wave of icy spiritual power surged in. Suddenly, the little dragon inside Wang Feng's body sensed a familiar aura and exclaimed joyfully, "Mother!" Hearing that extremely familiar voice, Jiang Hanqi froze for a moment, and she had to believe that this was Wang Feng's 8th life. Ding! Emperor's corpse return rate 50. Unfortunately, at that moment, Wang Feng was sleeping like a dead pig, hugging Jiang Hanqi's thigh and smacking his lips as if eating something. Chapter 230. After a long time, inside the low-grade Holy Realm barrier of fiery gold, Jiang Hanqi sat in a chair, lost in thought as she looked at Wang Feng sprawled on the ground. With her strength, if she wanted to break through this Holy Realm formation barrier, she would probably suffer considerable injuries. Although she could forcibly smash it open with a top-quality sacred weapon, her soul would still sustain significant damage. In fact, the main reason was that she was afraid. She was afraid that it would be difficult to handle the aftermath after going out. Yes, that was what she feared, because there was a remnant soul outside guarding it. She didn't know whether it was good or bad, and for a moment, Jiang Hanqi didn't know what to do. In the end, she could only sit there staring at Wang Feng, her thoughts slowly shifting from breaking the barrier to recalling the details of her interactions with Wang Feng. From the time he first met her in the small forest and carried her back after she was knocked out, one could see Wang Feng's extraordinary nature. At that time, she didn't think much of it and overlooked it. Soon, Wang Feng's figure began to appear frequently in her life, feeling as if he was always following her. Upon thinking of this, Jiang Hanqi felt that Wang Feng had ulterior motives. Perhaps he wanted revenge? Chapter 231. Let go. Jiang Hanqi shouted angrily, her entire body radiating a powerful aura, forcing Wang Feng to finally release her. This time, it was not just a symbolic struggle. Darling, what's wrong? Wang Feng sat helplessly to the side, trembling slightly as he looked at her. He had just taken a nap. How had things turned out like this when he woke up? Wait a minute. Could it be that I got drunk and acted inappropriately, and then I did something to her? Wang Feng thought long and hard and finally reached this conclusion, which led to Jiang Hanshi being angry now. Then I lost out. Right now, apart from a headache, I can't remember feeling anything else. Darling, I'm sorry. Wang Feng lowered his head slightly, intending to apologize. This matter was indeed his fault. He remembered that before he passed out, he was already at the 4th level of the Broken Yuan realm. And as long as he got close to Jiang Hanshi, she would absolutely not be able to resist him at the 5th level of the Broken Yuan realm. Once he got close, she probably wouldn't even be able to take out her magical treasures. Jiang Hanshi's cold eyes trembled slightly as she quietly looked at Wang Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. He had killed her 8 times. She owed Wang Feng, but Wang Feng's reckless treatment of her was something Jiang Hanshi couldn't tolerate. Chapter 232. The best time to teach the illusory heaven technique was after drinking the Emperor's brew. Because when a woman drank the Emperor's brew she made, her aptitude and cultivation would not only improve, but her entire aura would also become more enchanting. This made practicing the illusory heaven technique more appropriate and easier, fitting the needs of the cultivation method. However, being able to control the aura freely was still possible. The illusory heaven technique had its teachings, and Jiang Hanshi's Ice Emperor technique also had its teachings. Jiang Hanshi, as the successor of illusory heaven Ing, was very much liked. The ancient fiendish cold body was truly remarkable. Otherwise, with her cold and icy aura, if she couldn't control the cold body, she would probably be in a state of several degrees below zero every day. Illusory heaven Ing looked at Jiang Hanshi and secretly thought that this successor's eyes were the ancient cold eyes that hadn't appeared in a million years. Some people, even if they had the ancient fiendish cold body, might not necessarily have the ancient cold eyes. They might only have the weaker heavenly ice-cold eyes. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when she wanted to challenge the majesty of the heavenly Tao, she was afraid she would perish. So she had searched for similar heaven-defying prodigies. For thousands of years, I searched and never found one, but unexpectedly I encountered one now. It also proves that ancient saying, what can be encountered cannot be sought. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chapter 233. What happened? Wang Feng groggily opened his eyes, not quite understanding the current situation. Just as he was trying to see clearly, he felt a sudden pain in his chest. Wang Feng let out a scream in pain, his whole body shivering, and he quickly woke up, looking down. To his surprise, he saw Jiang Hanshi drunkenly sprawled on him, like a wild cat, fiercely biting into the flesh of his chest. She was even pulling at the flesh on his chest. Wasn't she in the formation? Wang Feng was a bit confused and turned his head to look at the spot where Jiang Hanshi was originally located in the small formation. Formation? Where was the small formation? Jiang Hanshi was already on him. There was no small formation left. Wife. Wang Feng endured the pain in his chest and gently pinched her flushed cheeks a couple of times. Seeing her in such a drunken state, he helplessly raised his hand and carefully pried her jaw open. Why did you lie to me? Why did you have to deceive me? My mother deceived me. My master deceived me. And now, even you have deceived me. Jiang Hanshi, who could finally speak, started babbling a lot. Her pretty face flushed red. Chapter 234. I really can't take it anymore. They say things come in threes. It's my turn to fight back now, right? But Wang Feng didn't care about that. He moved closer. A faint, cold, and fragrant scent wafted over, warm and very pleasant. Since Jiang Hanshi had already drunk the imperial brew, her body temperature was uncontrollably rising, and being held by Wang Feng, who had the chaotic dominance body, made the heat between the two of them merge continuously. The surrounding air seemed to start getting hot, creating a stifling atmosphere within the entire barrier. At this moment, Wang Feng slightly loosened his hold, but Jiang Hanshi seemed reluctant and laboriously raised her hands to wrap around Wang Feng's neck. No, don't. Jiang Hanshi seemed to be swaying her head like Wang Feng when drunk, talking to herself. Her voice was soft to the extreme, making one's heart flutter. However, while she was saying no, her body was very honest. She clung tighter to Wang Feng's neck like an octopus. Wife. Wang Feng slightly raised his head to look at Jiang Hanshi and gently called out to her. Jiang Hanshi's eyes involuntarily opened a tiny crack that was almost impossible to see. Jiang Hanshi, in her drunken haze, glanced weakly at Wang Feng. her throat emitting a barely audible sound of resistance. But that voice was quieter than a mosquito. At this moment, Jiang Hanqi seemed to have some awareness, just not much. Moreover, she could only weakly keep her eyes open to look at Wang Feng. Her thoughts were extremely chaotic, with many images flashing back and forth, making her dizzy. When she wasn't drunk, she couldn't resist, let alone now after drinking. One could say she was completely at Wang Feng's mercy. Jiang Hanqi seemed to want to speak, but the sounds that came out were all faint murmurs. Wife. Wang Feng leaned closer to Jiang Hanqi's ear. Jiang Hanqi's hands were wrapped around Wang Feng's neck, her eyes trembling uncontrollably, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in her heart. Sure enough, the next moment, her almost limp hands were grasped by Wang Feng and gently placed to the sides of her head. She could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Her mind still hazy. She couldn't even see clearly. Her thoughts were a mess, and the spiritual energy of the imperial brew was continuously washing over her consciousness. Wife, are you hot? Wang Feng asked as he hugged the drunken Jiang Hanqi tightly, but then he lifted his gaze to look closely at her. She wasn't completely drunk. Wang Feng saw the almost invisible crack in Jiang Hanqi's eyes and felt a sense of doubt. Upon closer inspection, he could see the soft and watery gaze beneath her eyelids, which had been stirred by Wang Feng's actions. Oh no, if I do this when she can move, won't I be in big trouble? At this moment, Wang Feng could only force himself to remain calm and decided to use the broken window effect. Wife, are you awake? Wang Feng wrapped his arms around her waist. System, is she awake or not? Hurry up and check. Wang Feng anxiously asked the system in his heart. In fact, he could check Jiang Hanqi's consciousness himself, but it was never as safe as using the system, because the system was unreasonable as long as there was a source point. Beep, host, don't mess this up. Deducting detection fee. 10,000 source points. Beep. Information. She is currently in a semi-drunk and semi-awake state. Once she sobers up, she will definitely know what you did to her. Chapter 235. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Wang Feng, holding the warm and rosy-cheeked Jiang Hanqi, instantly stiffened in place. Wife, if you're awake, could you just make a sound? I'll let go immediately and 1T touch you again. Wang Feng came to his senses, laid Jiang Hanqi back down, and presented her with a choice. He then hugged her a bit tighter, looking at her with reluctance. He couldn't panic at this moment, otherwise he would definitely not have a good outcome later. Just a moment later, Wang Feng suddenly became serious again, gradually getting up and no longer deliberately touching Jiang Hanqi. He quietly waited for her response, feeling a bit anxious. Although he was shameless, he and T reached the point of taking advantage of others' misfortune. Moreover, Jiang Hanqi had already mentioned that there were reasons related to her cultivation technique. Previously, he had been stimulated by Jiang Hanqi and only had the thought of wanting to see her, wanting to have a visual feast. He couldn't truly do anything. Otherwise, if Jiang Hanqi found out, their relationship would only grow more distant. Besides, she was already unhappy before. If this continued, she would definitely hate him. Wife, are you awake or not? Wang Feng, not hearing any response for a long time, slowly leaned closer to Jiang Hanqi as hazy head and spoke. Chapter 236. After a while. Wife, sigh, do you really dislike the gift I gave you so much? Wang Feng gently rubbed Jiang Hanqi's head in his arms, as if coaxing a baby, feeling a bit melancholic. The speaker seemed casual, but there was actually a lot of hidden meaning. The listener, however, was fully aware and indeed took it to heart. Wife, if you remember when you wake up, you can deal with it however you want. If you don't remember. Wang Feng stopped speaking at the end, knowing that Jiang Hanqi could definitely hear him clearly at this moment. He gently rubbed her little head a couple of times and brushed her hair at the temples. The pure white dress clung to Jiang Hanqi's delicate figure, making her seem to return to that cold and aloof appearance, extremely proud and captivating. Wang Feng couldn't help but feel that Jiang Hanqi's rosy cheeks had become a bit more charming, incredibly enchanting. This charm was not the kind of allure associated with a seductress, but rather a combination of her icy temperament and a hint of captivating allure. It gave the impression that one glance could lead to 1,000 years of infatuation, leaving a lasting impression that one would often think of her. Chapter 237. All right, if you want tea, then forget it. Wang Feng spoke so casually, turning around to clear away the table, chairs, and bed. This left Jiang Hanqi stunned in place for a moment, wondering when he had become so easily willing to give up. My lady, Do you still want this imperial brewed wine? Wang Feng approached Jiang Hanshi with a jar of the imperial brewed wine, then lowered the array barrier. Oh dear, how are the little couple getting along? Haha, this is quite something. Before Jiang Hanshi could speak, the outside Huan Tianning laughed like a seductress. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Hanshi, filled with surprise, secretly sighing that she truly was a fairy-like beauty, especially after she drank the imperial brewed wine. Huan Tianying's gaze couldn't help but stick to Jiang Hanshi, as if she didn't want to miss a moment. If you want it, just take it. Jiang Hanshi ignored the noise outside and coldly responded to Wang Feng. She then walked straight towards Huan Tianning, and the sight of two unparalleled beauties from different eras standing together was quite a feast for the eyes. If another man were to come over, he would undoubtedly be transfixed, his mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 238. Slap. Jiang Hanshi did not fulfill her wish this time and grabbed her wrist. Speaking, you have 2 requests. I can agree to the second one. If there's nothing else, just let us go. Huan Tianning was almost furious enough to have a heart attack. She realized that talking to this expressionless person was not fun at all. No matter what she said, her expression remained emotionless, cold as a glacier. Oh wait, when it came to her little husband, her emotional fluctuations were indeed more pronounced. Forget it. Just remember to practice the illusion technique well. Huan Tianning smiled faintly, a smile that was extremely uncomfortable to look at. One word to describe it would be cunning. After Jiang Hanshi finished speaking, she cast a glance at Wang Feng, clearly signaling him to come over. However, the two stared at each other for a long time. Wide-eyed and silent, Wang Feng stood there dumbly, without saying a word. Come here. Reluctantly, she had to call out, but Wang Feng remained dazed. Your little husband seems to be enchanted by you. Huan Tianning raised the fabric of her clothes to cover her lips, laughing as she explained. Chapter 239. Open the teleportation passage, or I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow. Wang Feng's entire demeanor changed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he furrowed his brows and stared at Huan Tianning. Even Huan Tianning was somewhat startled, and he had a body covered in multicolored dragon scales. Did he actually have a Dragon Clan contract beast? And it wasn't just any contract beast, but a dragon with fire, ice, and thunder attributes. It was uncertain whether it was a purebred. Who exactly are you? Huan Tianning ignored Wang Feng's shouts and resumed a lazy posture. She walked step by step back to the bed in the messy palace that Jiang Hanshi had left in disarray and curiously watched Wang Feng. The tear stains on her face had been scraped by Wang Feng, leaving her with only red, purple-pink eye sockets and a pitiful appearance. Instead, it evoked a desire to cherish and protect her, but Wang Feng had no such thoughts. What does it have to do with you? I'll say it again. Open the teleportation path. Will you or won't you? You stay here with me for a few days, and I'll let you go back to find your little lady. How about that? Huan Tianning smiled at Wang Feng, as if she were looking at a plaything, her eyes filled with amusement. Chapter 240. Wang Feng didn't care about her much, just needed to craft a reasonable excuse. If that didn't work, he could take the second route and directly kill Huan Tianning despite being heavily injured. At worst, he could activate the Azure Dragoness inheritance, using the Azure Dragon Emperor's cultivation to crush her with a single finger. A while later, I've finished. Do you have any questions? Wang Feng held a jade bottle, collecting pink tears, calmly looking at the tearful Huan Tianning, with a hint of pity deep in his eyes. The stories he spun were so convincing that he almost believed them himself, as if Huan Tianning were truly his sister-in-law. No, nothing, just go. Huan Tianning was now dazed, clearly still trying to process the news she had just received. She didn't even want to touch him, feeling that even looking at him would be a betrayal to Lin Lang. She actually wanted to use Lin Lang's brother as a substitute for Lin Lang. She truly had no virtue as a wife. She was really despicable. Then open the teleportation path. Otherwise, how will I leave? Seeing that it was about time, Wang Feng put away the 3 palm-sized bottles of pink tears into his storage space. In fact, he was not without ulterior motives, and these pink tears were his selfish desire. Chapter 241. This is the shadow-eating evil spirit. Before Wang Feng could shout it out, someone already understood and shouted to remind everyone. But the many cultivators were too caught up in the battle, which had reached a boiling point, and anyone they saw approaching would be attacked. Kill those 2 first. The long-dead cultivator of the 6th layer of the celestial origin realm possessed, loud a hoarse voice. The 2 it referred to were none other than Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, right in the center of countless ice spikes. Among the crowd, It felt that these two posed the greatest threat to it. Because even the threat posed by the first and second layers of the celestial origin realm was not as strong as theirs. As evil spirits, their perception was very keen. With so many people, you're just going to catch us and attack? Wang Feng grabbed Jiang Hanqi's hand and ran. With their current cultivation, they could only be cannon fodder against the sixth layer of the celestial origin realm. Moreover, that creature had so many minions, all at the broken origin realm. There was no point in fighting. Let go. Jiang Hanqi's cold voice reached Wang Feng's ears, causing him to pause for a moment, his steps faltering. Normally, given Jiang Hanqi's personality, she wouldn't throw a tantrum at such a critical moment. Chapter 242, looking down from the sky, was like watching ants. Wang Feng summoned his spiritual power to rise into the air, preventing himself and the person in his arms from falling. But just as he ascended, countless gazes turned toward him. Some were filled with killing intent, some with pity, some with desire, some with greed, anger, and a multitude of inexplicable emotions focused on them. Because they were not wearing any attire of major powers, just simple clothes that still looked quite exquisite, especially the beauty in a man's arms, which caught the attention of countless men. Some lewd ones even bent down, not daring to stand up, as if afraid that the female disciples nearby would discover something. Moreover, Wang Feng and his companions were among the first to come out, likely possessing many treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a rush. There was an unspoken rule in the secret realm that required major powers to exit first, followed by loose cultivators blending into the crowd. Otherwise, it would be hard for people not to suspect that the first batch of loose cultivators who came out had no treasures. Of course, most of these gazes came from small powers, while some from the Holy Lands merely watched them with interest. However, most of the attention was focused on Jiang Hanqi. Chapter 243. Do you know? I actually kind of hate you. Jiang Hanqi wasn't lying. She detested Wang Feng for deceiving her. She hated that Wang Feng, knowing they couldn't be together, still intruded on her thousands of years of peaceful cultivation. However, she had to admit that she had indeed developed feelings for Wang Feng. And in the end, affection triumphed over hate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mingled with him in the secret realm upon learning about his eighth life. And she felt inexplicably worried about him encountering any trouble. That's why she became anxious when Huan Tunying trapped Wang Feng, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency. Huh? Wang Feng was momentarily stunned, looking at Jiang Hanqi with a puzzled expression, not understanding why she would say that. Do you think it's fun to play me? Are you planning to lure me out of the Ice Palace and leave me alone so you can execute some unknown plan? Do you think I don't know who you are? Do you think I'm so foolish? Do you think the Empress of the Tian-San continent has been severely injured and remade by you, and now you're toying with her, which makes you very satisfied? Chapter 244. The coachman's survival instinct instantly vanished, and he began to cry quietly. But asking her to give up this carriage was like asking for her life. Without this carriage, she couldn't survive as a mortal in this desolate wilderness. Because even if she avoided this ghost, she would still encounter another one without the carriage's help. Watching the hunched shadow getting closer, the coachman's heart was in her throat. Forget it. Just crash through. Drive. The coachman took out the whip and swung it with all her might, cracking it loudly. The horse immediately neighed and charged forward with a loud moo. But as they approached that sound, the horse suddenly kicked up its front legs, and both horse and carriage fell to the ground. My life is so hard. This is the only time I've driven at night, and I ended up encountering an evil spirit so easily. My fate is doomed. A crisp young girl's voice rang out, echoing throughout the forest, particularly pleasant to hear, but Wang Feng only felt extremely irritable. However, the person opposite seemed completely unaware, as she was about to die anyway. Not caring anymore, she began to cry out loud, venting all her pent-up feelings. Chapter 245. Great, I'm lost. This was Wang Feng's first thought, realizing that this girl was really a bit foolish, just simply and purely stupid. Unlike Lung Mingyue, who was a fool in her own way, she belonged to the category of pure foolishness, and she wasn't a real university student. Lost? Seeing her still patting the horse's rear while chattering away, Wang Feng asked lightly. The figure ahead froze for a moment and even quietly shifted a bit further away from Wang Feng. What are you afraid of? Wang Feng thought her reckless behavior yesterday did not match her current demeanor. No, I'm just a bit itchy. I just haven't found a route temporarily. It shouldn't count as getting lost. Lu Qingyao quickly waved her hands, even pretending to scratch her rear a couple of times before answering Wang Feng's question. Well then, I'm leaving. You can take your time finding the route alone. Wang Feng saw her silly look, stood up to leave, but she suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Brother, don't go. Please, please. Lu Qingyao looked up at him with tearful eyes. Just thinking about the scene from yesterday made her anxious. And she even began to fear that if she unintentionally irritated Wang Feng, she would be killed. Chapter 246. System. How did the return rate go from 0 to 60? Wang Feng, unaware that the dragon head totem had also appeared on the emperor's corpse, hurriedly questioned in his mind. Ding. 50 of this increase is due to your drunken state. As for what Jiang Hanshi did to your emperor's corpse, that remains unknown. After listening to the system, Wang Feng tried to recall the details, but aside from darkness, he couldn't remember anything. No matter how much he tried to remember, it seemed he only vaguely saw Jiang Hanshi's face before he groggily closed his eyes to sleep. Sigh, it's frustrating. I didn't even get to see her. And there's no point in thinking about it. It will only make me more upset. Wang Feng gritted his teeth, held his head with both hands in frustration, and was too lazy to think further. He also didn't know if the ethereal thing would still take effect since Jiang Hanshi refused to see him. At that moment, he was still unaware that while the little dragon's physical body remained within the dragon head totem, its consciousness had run to Jiang Hanshi. Because Wang Feng and the emperor's corpse shared the same root, he didn't notice any abnormalities with the little dragon. He felt that the little dragon had been unusually quiet lately, as if it knew he was having conflicts with Jiang Hanshi. Chapter 247. After a long time, coming out of the small house, Wang Feng felt a bit melancholic, but such things were quite normal in the cultivation world. Now Wang Feng also knew that this girl was the little girl who used to swing on the willow tree. He had even saved her father. Her father seemed to be named Zhang Si, who was possessed by an evil spirit and had to be beaten several times before the evil spirit was driven out. Looking back, he saw the village chief lying on a dilapidated bed, seemingly talking about something with the girl who was crying sorrowfully. Wang Feng shook his head, leaving a trace of spiritual energy covering the house, intending to come back every day to check on it. The village chief probably wouldn't live long. For those who don't want to live, living is also difficult. Brother, while walking down the street, Wang Feng suddenly heard a voice behind him and instinctively turned to look. He saw a familiar girl, Lu Qingyao, running towards him with a bag of pastries. What's the matter? Wang Feng asked lightly as Lu Qingyao reached him. This is for you to eat. Thank you for saving me last time. Lu Qingyao's movements were somewhat stiff as he raised the bag containing pastries. No need. I'm leaving if there's nothing else. Chapter 248. Hey. Save some for me. This is tea I've been saving for a long time. Old Lin exclaimed in shock, quickly rushing over to grab it. This was tea brewed from leaves he had nurtured for hundreds of years. In the night, the figures of an old man and a child were seen tussling on the steps of the sword sect, but their steps were surprisingly steady. During the following time, Wang Feng went to find Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er, only to discover they were diligently working on improving their cultivation. Sigh. Wang Feng sighed quietly as he looked at the room protected by a formation outside Xiao Hao's door. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yin'er, wrapped in a blanket with a flushed face and disheveled hair, walked out. She was about to return to her room to get her magical artifact when she noticed a familiar figure not far away. This is for you to take to Xiao Hao. After you both drink it, you should be able to improve your cultivation better. Without waiting for Chu Yin'er to speak, Wang Feng walked over and placed the imperial brew on the ground, then gave a reminder. Wang Feng's words made Chu Yin'er's cheeks turn crimson, and, thinking of the earlier scene, she felt a bit embarrassed. Wang Feng had no intention of meeting Xiao Hao and turned to leave, estimating that Xiao Hao was likely naked at that moment. Wrapped in her blanket, Chu Yin'er stood there in a daze for a while Wang Feng's figure gradually disappeared. Chapter 249. Thank you. Wang Feng touched the coffin, and a strand of consciousness entered it, gradually revealing 4 auras. Among them, 3 were particularly close, almost touching, confirming that these were Wang Feng and the evil and good souls. The last aura was extremely distant, with an uncertain direction. Only a small green that could be seen fixed far from the 3 small green dots. Please take me out. Wang Feng looked up at the sky, which had begun to brighten, and those evil spirits had already burrowed underground. Okay, Lu Ling said as she extended a willow branch, signaling Wang Feng to sit on it, then slowly carried him outside the city like a cable car. As soon as Wang Feng exited the city, he was hit by an overwhelming sense of dryness and heat, as if it were going to scorch him. Is this the Western Desert? Wang Feng took a couple of steps on the desert, glanced around, and wondered. He took out the coffin again and used his consciousness to check. Goodness, did I suddenly arrive at the territory of the human soul? Wang Feng laughed and grinned. The small green dot belonging to him in the coffin suddenly flew to another small green dot nearby. From this, he could deduce that the human soul was indeed in the western desert, and he just needed to find the right direction to locate it. Chapter 250. This is what I specially reserved when switching the source point, intending to see if the little dragon likes to eat it. Mom said, don't say. The little dragon hesitated for a long time before saying a sentence, staring wide-eyed at the erosion crystal mine, speaking very haltingly. Wang Feng furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. Mom? Could it be Jiang Hanshi? He sorted out the little dragon's words and deduced. Mom said not to say it. Is it because Mom doesn't let you say it? Wang Feng smiled and gently rubbed the little dragon's head, and the little dragon instinctively nodded. But then, as if thinking of something, she immediately shook her head and said, No, Daddy Long is hungry. The little dragon looked at the erosion crystal mine in Wang Feng's hand with pitiful eyes, reaching out to grab it. If you don't tell me, then I won't give it to you. Wang Feng chuckled, intending to tease her. He had already vaguely guessed where the little dragon learned those words. But how could Jiang Hanshi have contact with the little dragon? How did she manage to do it? Could it be that she placed something on him? Or perhaps, right, the imperial corpse? Chapter 251. Listening to the hissing sound beside his ear, Wang Feng turned his head and was instantly amused. The little dragon in his arms had tears in her eyes, her pink tongue sticking out, and her whole face was flushed, looking particularly cute. Her right hand was frantically fanning her tongue, which was also why Wang Feng felt a light breeze. Ha, little dragon, what's wrong? Wang Feng laughed at her adorable appearance, feeling like she had eaten something spicy. Daddy, it hurts. The little dragon stuck out her pink tongue, glistening saliva flowing out, her right hand dancing wildly as she fanned herself. What's wrong? Wang Feng realized something was off and gradually stopped laughing to observe. After a while, he concluded that the little dragon was probably feeling the effects of eating the erosion crystal mine. For her dragon kind, eating this kind of erosion crystal mine was probably similar to eating chili peppers, making her tongue feel particularly numb and painful. Drink this. Wang Feng took out a top-grade spiritual source for her to drink. After gulping down several mouthfuls, the little dragon's flushed face finally calmed down. Daddy here. Long doesn't he want it? After having learned her lesson, the little dragon quickly returned the erosion crystal mine in her left hand to Wang Feng and held the top-grade spiritual source like a drink. Chapter 252. Mommy, smile. Huh. The little dragon clapped her hands in joy, looking at Jiang Hanshi, who was walking over step by step, and opened her arms. Meanwhile, the cold sword fell silent, hovering in midair as if watching Jiang Hanshi. If we can't break off the conversation, then let's go find him. The cold sword's voice sounded as if it belonged to someone only 18 or 19 years old. Yet it carried a great sense of weariness and no longer spoke ill of Wang Feng. Long, today we will learn this. Jiang Hanshi seemed not to hear the cold sword's words and walked over to pick up the little dragon. Then she summoned a book from a distance and opened it, gently speaking to the little dragon in a cool voice. All right. The little dragon happily clapped her hands in Jiang Hanshi's embrace, following her cool voice to read along and slowly memorizing it. Sigh. The cold sword listened to the sounds of teaching nearby and silently sighed. After all, it had lived for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, it had stayed by Jiang Hanshi's side for tens of thousands of years, so it knew her thoughts well. Master, she has indeed become emotional, violating the most taboo rules of the Ice Palace. Chapter 253. The elders of the immortal court around seemed to sense that the atmosphere was off and quickly stepped in to mediate. Ahem, there are too many people here. Let us go inside the main hall and chat. An elder at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal court waved his hand, signaling the two to follow. No need, I will entertain these two little ones. An ancient voice echoed from the void, and Wang Feng's Lu Qingyao suddenly vanished from spot. This incident stirred up a wave of turmoil throughout the entire immortal court and even the entire western desert, with countless messages circulating everywhere. For example, have you heard? For over 100,000 years, the immortal court has finally produced another divine child, ringing the talent bell 10 times. What? Wasn't it said that the divine child who rang the bell 10 times was looking for someone? Yes. I heard they have been searching for thousands of years. and only recently found his lover. What? What I heard is different from what you all said. Didn't they already have a child? What? What? Rumors spread one after another, becoming increasingly absurd. There are even stories claiming that the divine child has reached the emperor realm, but deliberately lowered his cultivation to find his lover. Chapter 254. Who are you? Lu Qingyao ignored Wang Feng's brainwashing words, frowning and gazing at him with sharp eyes like a sword. You don't need to care who I am. You just need to know that I want you to merge. You can call me the messenger. Wang Feng sat on the sofa, looking up at Lu Qingyao, standing not far away. The messenger? If you had come thousands of years ago, I might have cooperated with you. Lu Qingyao hesitated slightly, understanding the meaning, then spoke in her usual indifferent manner. But unfortunately, you missed the time. Over the past thousands of years, I have devoured several souls that attempted to take over my body and gained their memories as well. As Lu Qingyao spoke, her gaze slightly dimmed, as if reminiscing about something, looking somewhat reluctant to continue. It's over, Wang Feng exclaimed in his heart, a transmission talisman appearing in the sleeve hidden by his side, ready to flash away at any moment. At this moment, the human soul could no longer be called a human soul. It had acquired a different memory, equivalent to her gaining a new life. She was no longer limited to the memories of a human soul, having broken an invisible shackles imposed by those foolish traverser souls. Chapter 255. Take another sword from me. Wang Feng seized the opportunity, his figure bursting into the sky with a loud bang, rapidly heading towards the flying Lu Qingyao. A sword thrust out, sword intent swirling for miles around, dust rising from the ground, forming a sandstorm. Just as Lu Qingyao was about to stop, she was once again forced to swing the willow whip in her hand. With a loud bang, the chaotic-colored spiritual power collided with the green spiritual power again, and Lu Qingyao suddenly felt another wave of impact coming. Her entire body instantly smashed down from the sky into the sand below, falling like a meteor. Bang! Lu Qingyao's body crashed into the desert, kicking up a large cloud of dust, then fell down, returning to calm. In the center of a large pit in the desert, countless green light spots surrounded Lu Qingyao, protecting her. And Lu Qingyao's small house, it seemed, was protected by some treasure, as it was not destroyed by Wang Feng's sword intent. Wang Feng gave Lu Qingyao no chance to react and unleashed his strongest move again. Heaven! Sword! Wang Feng raised his sword high, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically surged towards the star sword, finally gathering into a giant shadowy sword. Slash! With his left arm restored to a dragon claw shape, Wang Feng reached out, wielding the sword with both hands. Chapter 256. But Wang Feng was soon disappointed, as they all started fighting, showing no signs of merging at all. Wang Feng's face turned pale as he clutched his abdomen, forcing the chaotic spiritual energy within him to stop the bleeding. Willow tree, do it! He quickly dashed to the towering willow tree, raising his voice to shout. Seeking death. Lu Qingyao leaped up from the collapsed buildings in the city, her eyes filled with anger. Lu Qingyao once again swung the tail of the willow whip sealed into a holy artifact towards Wang Feng. Bang! A loud explosion echoed in the air, and this strike was blocked by the branches of the willow tree, clearly at the 9th layer of the broken origin realm. Yet it could withstand an attack from the 9th layer of the heavenly origin realm. One could only wonder what power it was using. Human soul, come back. A warm and clear voice sounded, as the benevolent soul slowly tried to persuade this almost non-existent human soul. Nonsense, human soul. I am now Lu Qingyao. If you want me to merge with you, dream on. Lu Qingyao became even angrier upon hearing the benevolent soul's persuasion, her delicate face turning somewhat fierce. Sigh. I really don't know why the main body chose to become an immortal in this way. The willow tree let out a long sigh, casually extending countless willow branches to attack the human soul. Chapter 257. Hanshi, it hurts in the back. Wang Feng lay pale and powerless on Jiang Hanshi's thigh, his arms wrapped around her thigh, unconsciously tightening a bit. It really hurt, not only in the back, but also in the abdomen, but it was a matter of whether he should endure it. Just bear with it. You'll be fine soon. After Jiang Hanshi said this, her hand hesitated for a moment, then slowly lifted her slender, fair right hand to Wang Feng's head. Wang Feng was a bit confused by her actions. What was Jiang Hanshi doing? Jiang Hanshi recalled the gesture Xiao Long used to comfort her, and thinking about it, she gently stroked Wang Feng's head with a hand resting on it. Wang Feng felt the sensation on his head and froze for a moment. No longer crying out in pain, quickly turning to look. Jiang Hanqi had just come back to her senses from her thoughts, and when she looked down, she happened to meet Wang Feng's gaze. All right, it's not painful. Turn your head back. Wang Feng's stiff head was gently turned back by Jiang Hanqi's hand resting on it, and they resumed staring at each other. Woof woof. Hadi still had that carefree look, staring with intelligent eyes and grinning widely. Chapter 258. The spiritual gauze wrapped around his feet in bundles, then the same way on his left foot. At this moment, Jiang Hanqi was looking at Wang Feng's brightly colored floral underwear, hesitating with a bundle of newly taken spiritual gauze in her hand. In the end, she wrapped it around his waist, as the floral underwear on display was quite inappropriate. All right, since you're fine now, I should go back, Jiang Hanqi said lightly to Wang Feng, who was on her thigh, not knowing if it was intentional or unintentional. After a while, Wang Feng didn't speak, and Jiang Hanqi waited for a bit before she couldn't help but gently push him. Are you asleep? This thought popped into Jiang Hanqi's mind, but it was quickly dismissed. With his current appearance and injuries, how could he possibly be asleep? He was probably just being stubborn. However, Jiang Hanqi didn't have the heart to push Wang Feng away. She just quietly watched him lying on her body like a mummy. Both of them knew what was in each other's hearts, but wanted to stay beside each other a little longer. Jiang Hanqi slowly placed one hand on Wang Feng's head, gently stroking it a few times. Chapter 259. Rustling. Wang Feng looked down at Jiang Hanqi, who was carefully unwrapping the spiritual gauze on his body, and couldn't help but smile with his pale lips. It's good to have her around. Under Wang Feng's neck hung a golden-green jade disc, the creation jade disc, which was gradually healing his injuries. However, the recovery speed of just a fragment of the creation jade disc was somewhat useless for Wang Feng, a broken Yuan realm cultivator. Jiang Hanqi looked at the bloody hole in Wang Feng's abdomen, feeling a bit heavy-hearted as she anxiously changed his bandages throughout the process. Although the wound wasn't on her body, she felt an inexplicable pain. Jiang Hanqi first took out the holy source for healing and applied it, then took some spiritual gauze to rewrap the wound on Wang Feng. Isn't this too ugly? Wang Feng slightly raised his head to glance at the spirals of spiritual gauze wrapped around him and couldn't help but comment. He felt like a mummy. His entire body, even his buttocks, was wrapped in white spiritual gauze. Jiang Hanqi's expression darkened slightly as she carefully examined Wang Feng from head to toe. In the end, she found it really was a bit ugly. Chapter 260. At first, I was just playing you to survive. I didn't really feel happy about it, because I was scared. I was afraid you would remember me, and you must have hated me back then. I truly feared you would kill me with a single sword. After all, this is my last life. I never intended to trick you out of the Ice Palace, leaving you alone to fulfill some unknown plan. Because for the past 9 lives, I have been entangled with you, and I had no time to set up a plan to take down the Ice Palace, which has a foundation of hundreds of thousands of years. Wang Feng lay on the bed, answering Jiang Hanqi's previous 6 questions one by one, with each answer being the truth. Seeing Jiang Hanqi standing there without any movement, his heart sank, and he spoke in a deep voice. If you don't believe me, I won't force you to stay with me. If you believe me, I can swear. However, this time, it wasn't about explaining again. It was just a calm proposition to Jiang Hanqi, suppressing the slight tremor in his voice. People live, and they should have a bit of face and dignity. There's no need to love too humbly. Mutual trust and understanding between both sides is what brings about true love. Chapter 261. Seeing the little dragon obediently lying on Wang Feng, chewing bit by bit, Jiang Hanqi prepared to step back to her chair to cultivate. However, just as she turned around, preparing to move her foot adorned with white phoenix embroidery, she suddenly felt her skirt being tugged. Jiang Hanqi was momentarily stunned, a wave of nervousness rising in her heart. But she still forced herself to maintain a calm expression and turn back. What's wrong? Jiang Hanqi hadn't completely turned around, and she wasn't sure if she was speaking to Wang Feng or the little dragon, her clear voice carrying a hint of confusion. Gula mommy, no, don't go. The little dragon bit Jiang Hanqi's skirt and quickly swallowed the spiritual mineral in its mouth, looking at her with slightly weak dragon eyes. It was only then that Jiang Hanqi realized and looked at Wang Feng's face, discovering that he had already closed his eyes. Looking at Wang Feng's hands resting flat on the bed, she noticed it was the little dragon's mouth that was gently biting her skirt at her waist. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion surged in Jiang Hanqi's heart, and she felt oddly low-spirited. What's wrong? Chapter 262. Could he still be hiding something from her? So should she forgive him? Jiang Hanshi felt a bit uncertain in her heart. She was still very angry about Wang Feng's deceit. But if Wang Feng heard that she forgave him, he would surely be very happy, right? As she thought about this, she wanted to steal a glance at Wang Feng, who was lying not far away, holding her hand tightly through the little dragon. Should she take a sneaky look to see if he was cultivating? Wang Feng also had a similar thought in his heart, and after thinking about it, he made a decision. Just a quick peek, she should notice. Wang Feng comforted himself in his heart, and then slightly opened his eyes, turning his head gently. At the same time, Jiang Hanshi also planned to sneak a look at Wang Feng, estimating that this rascal should have fallen asleep by now. A quick glance shouldn't get them caught. The two of them, harboring different thoughts but the same intention, slowly turned their heads toward each other. When their heads aligned, their eyes met instantly, and for a moment, the air seemed to solidify. Chapter 263. Should I? Wang Feng cheerfully shook the black silk in his hand and smiled at Jiang Hanshi, asking should I? Jiang Hanshi stood still, not saying anything, just quietly looking at Wang Feng's cheerful face with her beautiful eyes for a moment. Then suddenly, she quickly extended her right hand, and two long strands of black silk fell into her delicate hands in an instant. Jiang Hanshi's speed was so quick that it seemed she was afraid Wang Feng would change his mind like last time. Yes. Jiang Hanshi spoke a simple word with a clear, cool voice, but it seemed to captivate the soul. Since I want it, then you have to wear it. Wang Feng spread his hands, his lips curling downwards as he playfully made a face at Jiang Hanshi. This time, Jiang Hanshi surprisingly did not remain silent, but responded lightly. She then stored the black silk in her divine sea space, extended her slender left arm, and gently pressed it against Wang Feng's chest. In Wang Feng's astonished gaze, she pushed him back toward the edge of the bed and gently pressed down on his shoulders. Don't move around until your injuries are healed. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who was sitting on the bed in a daze, with her slightly cool eyes, speaking each word clearly. Chapter 264. Hanshi, where's your white gauze hat? Wang Feng didn't go directly to buy candied hawthorns, but instead asked where Jiang Hanshi's white gauze hat had gone. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who was slightly taller than her, with a frown. She couldn't help but wonder what Wang Feng wanted her white gauze hat for. However, after a while, as if performing a magic trick, the white gauze hat she often wore appeared in her hand. Seeing this, Wang Feng reached out to take it and placed it on the somewhat dazed Jiang Hanshi's head, pulling down the white gauze curtain to cover her stunning face. Not revealing a hint of it, Jiang Hanshi felt the rope tied gently around her neck and momentarily didn't react. She originally thought Wang Feng wanted her white gauze hat for some secretive purpose. Unexpectedly, he placed it on her head, a move that Jiang Hanshi, who had never had a partner, couldn't understand. I'm not used to them looking at you like that, Wang Feng explained as he tied a bow with a rope around Jiang Hanshi's delicate neck. He found that whenever he walked down the street with Jiang Hanshi, they couldn't escape the many lewd or envious gazes from the cultivators. Chapter 265. Wang Feng held Jiang Hanshi's hand as they strolled from the north of the city to the south, then from the south to the west, and finally back to the inn from the west. Jiang Hanshi patiently followed him, listening to his ramblings. The two walked down the street bathed in evening glow, where many people had already hurriedly begun to pack up their stalls. Hadi was ahead with Xiao Long, playfully messing around, and tossed Xiao Long high into the air, catching him with his fluffy back. This kind of play was quite normal in the cultivation world, so Wang Feng wasn't worried. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Wang Feng looked up at the sky, where the red clouds stretched across, casting long shadows of them. The atmosphere was quite nice. Hanshi, can I ask you for a favor? Wang Feng leaned a little closer to Jiang Hanshi, lowering his voice to create a sense of mystery. Jiang Hanshi looked puzzled. She didn't seem to mind Wang Feng getting closer, and subconsciously didn't notice how much he had leaned in. Actually, Wang Feng elongated his voice softly, gently bringing his head close to the side of her white gauze hat. Jiang Hanshi frowned slightly under the hat and leaned back a bit, speaking softly. What do you need to say so close for? Chapter 266. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Long had a sugar-coated hawthorn in each cheek, his eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, and he thanked with his cheeks puffed. Let's go. Wang Feng extended his left hand to Jiang Hanshi, who was still nibbling on her sugar-coated hawthorn, signaling her to take his hand. Jiang Hanshi, focused on eating, looked up in confusion at the hand that suddenly appeared before her. A stunningly beautiful face came into view, her cheeks slightly puffed, which was quite adorable. Thump, thump. What was beating? It was Wang Feng's heart. Jiang Hanshi always unintentionally revealed cute moments, and Wang Feng truly felt his heart racing. The sugar-coated hawthorn in Jiang Hanshi's left hand was still near her lips as she raised her eyes, looking at Wang Feng with some confusion. It's now or never. Come on, put your hand here. Wang Feng smiled and connected this to their earlier conversation. Jiang Hanshi stared blankly at Wang Feng for a moment, but quickly snapped back. Lowering her gaze, she hesitated slightly, then slowly extended her fair, soft right hand to place it on his. Chapter 267. Damn it! Wang Feng, furious, instantly drew the star sword, his right hand covered in red, blue, and gold mixed dragon scales, and swiftly slashed out. A chaotic sword aura of red, blue, and gold surged towards the muscular young demon cultivator with the force of splitting heaven and earth. Heaven-slaying dragon spear. The muscular young demon cultivator roared, a blood-black, coiling dragon spear appearing in his hand, stabbing out fiercely. Bang! As the chaotic sword aura collided with the spear tip, the shockwave sent countless cultivators flying into the sky, their screams echoing in the air. Let us go. No need to pay attention. Jiang Hanshi stood in the sky, coldly watching the young demon cultivator being knocked back, pulling Wang Feng, who was about to go berserk. Then, like a streak of light, she rapidly headed towards the city wall where Hadi had been thrown. Quickly locating the besieged Hadi, Wang Feng raised his hand, swiftly dispatching several demon cultivators surrounding Hadi, shouting "Go!" before rushing towards the city's outskirts. However, upon reaching the city's boundary, their expressions quickly turned grave. They discovered that the entire large city was surrounded by a holy level formation. It seemed they planned to kill everyone without leaving a single soul behind. Chapter 268. Why are there so many demon cultivators, and why Haven Tea, the holy places of the eastern wilderness, and those righteous sects come to eradicate them? Was it ignorance? Or were they actually sheltering these demon cultivators, helping them to slaughter the city? Yi Qing Gong, you won't have a good end. At this moment, an elder fighting with Lord Yi in the distance let out a loud roar, his body starting to swell and expand. This was a sign of self-detonation, intending to take down the entire city, even in death. As expected, boom! 3 massive explosions shook the entire city. Countless things obliterated. 3 extremely powerful shockwaves swept through all areas of the city, instantly obliterating cultivators who were relatively close. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, who were far away, were shocked, and Jiang Hanshi quickly took out the top-tier holy artifact, the Nirvana Holy Seal. A pure white jade seal swiftly flew from her forehead, growing gigantic as it landed on the ground, blocking them from the oncoming shockwave. Hadi, frightened, hurriedly scampered over to Wang Feng, whimpering like a dog, clearly very scared. Wang Feng gripped the star sword behind him, plunging it into the ground, and with a thought, a sword intent instantly enveloped them. Chapter 269. Wang Feng heard a maniacal laugh, his heart jolting as he turned to see Jiang Hanshi, whose face had turned pale. Suddenly, a massive black blood palm shot towards them, crashing into several cultivators hundreds of meters away from Wang Feng. Wang Feng quickly pulled Jiang Hanshi back, his body covered in dragon scales, protecting her in front of him. Jiang Hanshi wanted to speak, but the palm was too fast, and Wang Feng's movements were too swift. Her throat felt as if it was choked. Boom! As the blood palm descended, the entire pale and cracked blood prison sacred formation shattered under the impact. In an instant, the surrounding sealed space was also released. But as that powerful blood palm fell, the 3 of them, 2 people and 1 dog, were instantly swept away by an overwhelming shockwave. They flew thousands of meters away, with Wang Feng shielding Jiang Hanshi from behind. At a speed of 1,000 meters per second, they were violently scraped against the ground, flesh and blood splattering, and white bones exposed. Jiang Hanshi felt the powerful aftermath and, with Wang Feng fiercely protecting her, was about to summon the Imperial Corpse. However, a situation occurred that shook her mind, one that had never shocked her this much in her life. Chapter 270. Wang Feng exerted all his spiritual power, with the Azure Dragon reaching its fastest speed, quickly traversing through the void. Suddenly sensing a crisis from behind, Wang Feng quickly swung his dragon tail. With a bang, a sharp pain coursed through his entire body. Wang Feng could only grit his dragon teeth to prevent Jiang Hanqi from falling out his mouth. Ignoring the pain in his dragon tail, he continued to flee at a speed akin to teleportation. Wang Feng realized a fatal issue. The running trajectories of divine beasts and humans were completely different. This also led him to rely solely on brute force, unable to utilize most of the techniques. Most of the methods provided by the system were for humans, and there were very few for demon beasts. Even if there were, he had never practiced them and couldn't cultivate them. "Let me out." At this moment, a clear and urgent voice came from the dragon's mouth, and it was obvious who it was. It was Jiang Hanqi. "No, we're in the void right now." Wang Feng couldn't speak and could only communicate with her through the red string on her wrist in his mind. After Wang Feng said this, Jiang Hanqi suddenly fell silent, as if she knew what was happening. All he could do now was not to disturb Wang Feng. This was all she could do at the moment. Chapter 271. The Forbidden Place of Tian Songhuang. In a forest filled with lush green trees, a massive azure dragon with a length of 10,000 meters heavily descended towards the ground. Bang! With a loud explosion, countless trees collapsed, and dust on the ground surged up, momentarily obscuring the view. Wang Feng quickly got up, supporting his battered dragon body with exposed bones. Still feeling uneasy as he controlled the azure spiritual power within him to surge wildly. As he flew, Wang Feng realized that there seemed to be a peculiar force interfering with his senses. The surrounding trees began to change, transforming from a forest filled with large trees into a barren desert. Then, it changed from a desert into an endless sea, boundless and wildly fluctuating. Wang Feng looked at the surrounding scene and thought of a word. Rewind. Yes, it was rewind. The time of the scene was rewinding. Wang Feng braced himself, enduring the waves of pain from his body, and struggled to turn around and escape this place of chaos. However, not long after, a peculiar energy seemed to enter his massive dragon body. Wang Feng felt his large form suddenly begin to shrink, gradually turning back into his original human appearance. Then, Jiang Hanqi appeared right in front of him. Chapter 272. Wang Feng nodded heavily and then hugged her a bit tighter. He quickly took out the blue flowered shorts from his storage space and put them on. Wang Feng's mischievous side kicked in. Lowering his head slightly, Jiang Hanqi was startled and quickly raised a hand to press against his forehead. "No." Jiang Hanqi's eyes were filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Her pretty face flushed, unsure if it was from anger or shyness, and she coldly scolded him. Okay, I want tea, dear." Seeing that she was genuinely angry, Wang Feng quickly nodded in reassurance and stopped teasing her. At that moment, an energy surged from the changing environment and flowed next to Jiang Hanqi, causing her to feel a tugging sensation. Wang Feng noticed it too and quickly grabbed her with both hands, but he found that he couldn't pull against that force. After struggling for a while and realizing he couldn't pull her back, he gritted his teeth and jumped directly onto Jiang Hanqi. The tugging sensation on both sides suddenly eased, and they were pulled in one direction, causing the surrounding scene to stabilize and stop changing. Wang Feng tightly hugged Jiang Hanqi's neck, his entire body clinging to hers. Jiang Hanqi confirmed that the surrounding environment was inside a palace, seemingly a guest room. Chapter 273. Wang Feng held Jiang Hanqi's delicate hand, who was still pondering things, and turned to leave. Cough, cough. Wait a moment. The tea is ready. Let us have a cup. Su Qingfeng saw Wang Feng pulling Jiang Hanqi away and quickly coughed twice to stop them. "What do you want?" Jiang Hanqi came back to her senses and turned to look at Su Qingfeng with a somewhat unfriendly expression, coldly asking in Tianxiong language. "Nothing. I just simply wanted to invite you for tea. I presume this young lady is his sister?" Su Qingfeng finally asked the question he had been hesitating to voice. Wang Feng's expression darkened. Although he couldn't fully understand the conversation, he could grasp the general meaning. But what is this nonsense? Can't they see how close their actions are? How could he even ask such a foolish question? Wang Feng simply turned his face and, in front of Su Qingfeng, pecked Jiang Hanqi's side face. Su Qingfeng froze in place upon witnessing this scene. The smile on Su Qingfeng's face remained, but it became a bit stiff. Well, fine. Then, this young master invites you both for a cup of tea, since it's already brewed. Chapter 274. Jiang Hanqi noticed his expression slightly furrowed, and she didn't respond to him, merely holding Wang Feng's hand silently. "My name is Su Qingfeng, from Tianxiong Continent, the young master of Tianjian Mountain. What about you?" Su Qingfeng reluctantly forced himself to look away, feeling like slapping himself for being so lacking in composure. However, this woman was indeed very captivating. The only other woman who could mesmerize him like this in Tianqiong continent was one, and now there was a second. Moreover, this second one was even more so. Her aura was much stronger than the former, giving off a very unique feeling that made him want to look at her uncontrollably. My name is Wang Feng. This is my Dao partner. You don't need to know her name because only I, as a man, can know it. Wang Feng straightforwardly stated his name, but hesitated a bit when introducing Jiang Hanshi. After thinking about it, he decided not to call her Jiang Hanshi, since she had never acknowledged it, and they weren't married yet. Wang Feng felt Jiang Hanshi's hand, which he was holding, tighten slightly, and he couldn't help but turn to look at her in confusion. However, Jiang Hanshi's expression remained calm, with no significant emotional fluctuations. Chapter 275. Why won't you call me wife anymore? Jiang Hanshi stood in front of Wang Feng, her words coming out in a stutter, taking a long time to finish. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately raised his head, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Are you still hung up on me, driving you away? But I was too angry back then, and there were 3 elders watching in the dark. I was just so heartless. Jiang Hanshi's fair hands were gripping the inside of her sleeves, standing there a bit awkwardly. This was her first time showing such a demeanor. This was also the first time Wang Feng had seen her like this, causing a massive quake in his heart, leaving him speechless. This time, he hadn't even made a move, and Jiang Hanshi had already used all her skills. Wang Feng wanted to speak, but found himself so nervous that he stuttered. Wait a moment. Wang Feng stood up and pressed Jiang Hanshi's shoulders, his heart in turmoil, stammering for a long time without being able to say a single word. Chapter 276. Wang Feng, who was confused, could only slowly probe. And after a long time, Jiang Hanshi seemed to sense something. No, Jiang Hanshi opened her eyes and slightly raised her head, wanting to shout, my dear. I absolutely won't do anything too excessive, okay? Wang Feng raised his head and saw that Jiang Hanshi had begun to hesitate, so he asked again. After hesitating for a moment and considering many things, Jiang Hanshi still firmly uttered a soft reply. No, that's not possible. Wang Feng felt a bit disappointed. This time it was genuine disappointment, not an act, and he felt somewhat helpless. All right, but Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. Since it couldn't be that way, then it could at least be this way, right? The subsequent content is not suitable for viewing, but it was a mutual willingness, and neither had any complaints. Fortunately, she had set up a saint-level defensive formation in advance. Formations of emperor level and above have a common ability, which is a shielding function. After a while, Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi in front of him. Holy shit, the Chaos Overlord body really has 2 combat modes. Wang Feng didn't expect that the Chaos Overlord body would automatically activate at such a time. Wang Feng's face turned increasingly red, as if he were about to boil over. What is wrong? Jiang Hanshi sensed Wang Feng's unusualness and asked with difficulty, eyes closed. Hiss! It's so hot, Wang Feng gasped. Jiang Hanshi gently raised her head upon hearing this. What she saw was Wang Feng, looking as if he were drunk, with a handsome face flushed, as if he had been baked. Jiang Hanshi was taken aback. You, my dear, I feel so uncomfortable, Wang Feng interrupted her, his breath extremely hot. At that moment, Jiang Hanshi thought of 2 methods. Wait a minute. Jiang Hanshi exerted all her strength to mobilize the power within her body, gently pushing Wang Feng's head with her arm. Wang Feng, hearing this, looked puzzled with his flushed cheeks and slightly reddened eyes. Move aside, I have a way. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment under her watery gaze. He wanted to see how Jiang Hanshi would help him. Once the Chaos Overlord body is activated, it either consumes the vigorous blood energy within the body through combat or suppresses it by fully practicing the Chaos Overlord body technique. But this process is very difficult and uncomfortable. If he were to fully operate the Chaos Overlord body technique, it would probably take several days for the Chaos Overlord body to stabilize. After a while, Jiang Hanshi gradually regained her composure and released her physique, a chill rising from her body. Jiang Hanshi supported herself against the bed with both hands, straining to sit up, and hugged Wang Feng, who was still focused on suppressing himself. Yes, this was her method. She intended to use her ancient cold body to suppress Wang Feng's Chaos Overlord body. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated, The quality of the Chaos Overlord body was far superior to her ancient cold body. Soon, the coldness of her physique gradually dissipated, and the heat of the Chaos Overlord body once again surged into her body. Jiang Hanqi's beautiful eyes widened slightly, surprised by Wang Feng's Chaos Overlord body. Then, the scene went black. The next day, in the morning, Wang Feng struggled against the weakness in his waist and opened the system lottery panel in his mind. System, give me 10 draws for 10 source points. Wang Feng shouted in his mind, then raised his eyes to look at the now dirty blue floral boxers beside him. This time, he wanted to draw several pairs of floral boxers to change and wear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pack of tissues. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a scented towel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining. After 10 draws, not even a single pair of boxers appeared. Wang Feng drew dozens or even hundreds of times. He got nearly all daily necessities, but no floral boxers. Damn system, what does this mean? Where are my floral boxers? Wang Feng saw that he had already drawn thousands of source points, yet still no floral boxers appeared, and couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, the system didn't respond to him and continued to remain silent, as if it had fallen asleep. Chapter 277, Wang Feng drew another single draw for 10 source points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a limited edition indestructible floral boxers that were sewn back together after being blown up by the Azure Dragon. A dazzling red light burst forth from the lottery wheel, and with a loud noise, the floral boxers made a shining appearance. Wang Feng's mind felt a bit dazed. Why did this pair of floral boxers feel just like the one he had before? After drawing dozens of times, no more floral boxers appeared, and he felt somewhat depressed. Looking at the pair of red floral boxers in his storage space that was almost identical to the one he had before, he felt speechless. Why did he say it was almost identical and not identical? Because on the front of the floral boxers, there were countless red flowers forming 2 characters, limited edition. And it was even in vertical font. Wang Feng was speechless. So after being blown up by the Azure Dragon, they just sewed it back together and put the limited edition label where the Azure Dragon was, right? Wang Feng called out to the system a few more times, but it still didn't respond, and he couldn't help but curse silently before calming down. Wang Feng turned his head to glance at Jiang Hanqi, who was lying beside him, her eyes tinged with a rosy hue, hiding in the quilt and secretly looking at him. Finally, he got out of bed first, took out a large wooden tub resembling a bathtub, filled it with water using an infinite water jug, then tossed in a firestone to heat the water, and took out 2 scented towels. My dear, come take a bath. Wang Feng waved to Jiang Hanqi, who was still hiding in the quilt and secretly watching him, gently calling her. However, Jiang Hanqi just silently looked at him without speaking, seemingly too shy to lift the blanket. So this villain had to step in. Wang Feng was a bit dirty, so he couldn't wear clothes now, but he wasn't shy. After all, there was no one else here. Wang Feng walked over, but couldn't see Jiang Hanqi's expression clearly. He could only see that she seemed a bit shy and afraid of him lifting the blanket. Just as she expected, Wang Feng placed his hand on the quilt and lifted it. Cough, 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 bath time. Wang Feng coughed a couple of times, covering his mouth. His face slightly flushed and picked up the still shrinking Jiang Hanqi. Be good, husband is not an outsider. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanqi was too shy to say anything more, burying her head into Wang Feng's chest and no longer making eye contact with him. Wang Feng carried her off the bed, walked to the large tub, and gently set her down. A warm sensation enveloped Jiang Hanqi's entire body, making her feel so comfortable that she couldn't help but relax. Jiang Hanqi instinctively wanted to get up, but was pressed back down by Wang Feng, who raised his hand on her shoulder. Don't move, I'll wash your hair. Wang Feng whispered in her ear, and Jiang Hanqi felt a bit dizzy for a moment. Jiang Hanqi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obediently sat down, allowing Wang Feng to groom her hair from behind. Coincidentally, Wang Feng had just drawn a comb from the earlier lottery, so he took it out and gently began to comb Jiang Hanqi's hair. He lightly poured some water on her hair to wash it, then took out some floral liquid that Jiang Hanqi had given him before and poured a little out. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the entire room. Wang Feng finally covered Jiang Hanqi's eyes with one hand, using his spiritual sense to control warm water to rinse her head clean. When he reached for a scented towel nearby, Jiang Hanqi was quicker and grabbed it first. After a while, the two of them felt refreshed after their bath. Jiang Hanqi wore a long white dress, while Wang Feng donned a long white robe. However, when Jiang Hanqi saw his limited edition big floral underwear, there was a strange look in her eyes. Wang Feng directly used chaotic spiritual power to evaporate all the water in the big wooden tub, leaving not a single drop behind. Then he ran to the bed and stored the entire bed into his storage space, ensuring nothing was left behind before feeling more at ease. Chapter 278 Yet. Wang Feng still observed the room several times to ensure no one could touch even a trace of Jiang Hanqi's belongings. After confirming everything was fine, Wang Feng, under Jiang Hanqi's surprised gaze, cleaned the entire room's damp, scented towels thoroughly before feeling completely reassured. Why go to such lengths? Jiang Hanqi's cold voice came, carrying a hint of unnoticeable charm, as if she had returned to her former self. Because only I can see and touch my lady's things. Wang Feng replied to Jiang Hanqi's question while meticulously checking the room. Upon hearing his words, a blush suddenly appeared on Jiang Hanqi's delicate face, a red line connecting from left to right. All right, let us go out and see. I don't even know what time it is now. Wang Feng looked at the refreshed room, which was even newer than when they first entered, and smiled at Jiang Hanqi. However, unlike the first time they entered, the room was now missing an entire large bed. Wang Feng gently held Jiang Hanqi's right hand with his left, their fingers tightly interlocked, as they put away the formation materials together. My lady, you set up this holy level formation yesterday. It couldn't have been premeditated, could it? After they tidied up the formation materials, Wang Feng leaned in to meet Jiang Hanqi's gaze, his expression as if he had discovered something significant. Jiang Hanqi raised her free left hand to gently push against his forehead, nudging his head back. If it weren't for you, would I be like this? Jiang Hanqi's cold tone carried a hint of complaint, though it was not very obvious, still maintaining a proud and indifferent demeanor. Wang Feng teased Jiang Hanqi while pulling her small hand to lead her toward the door. Creak! Wang Feng used spiritual power to unlock the door and pushed it open, the two stepping out together. They immediately spotted a figure in a golden robe holding a fan, resembling a scholar, standing not far away. Su Qingfeng. Upon hearing the door open, Su Qingfeng suddenly turned to look, feeling a little embarrassed inside. They wouldn't be holding hands even while resting, would they? Alas, what a pity. Such a fairy-like beauty belongs to someone else. The illusionary goddess is married, and this unknown beauty is also married. What a shame, what a shame. Su brother, what are you doing here? Wang Feng asked, somewhat puzzled, as he walked towards Su Qingfeng, still holding Jiang Hanqi's hand. Su Qingfeng looked at Wang Feng, admitting he felt a bit speechless. Hadn't they just talked about this yesterday? Brother Wang, didn't you say you were going to check out the Fortune War realm? Did you have too much fun last night and completely forget? Su Qingfeng initially stated a matter to jog Wang Feng's memory, then jokingly teased the couple. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. The atmosphere grew somewhat quiet, and Jiang Hanqi slightly furrowed her brows, causing Wang Feng to feel a bit awkward. Jiang Hanqi didn't catch on to the teasing between men, and her cold, proud expression turned somewhat displeased. However, Wang Feng observed Su Qingfeng's expression and confirmed it was unintentional teasing before feeling relieved. After all, he had inquired with the system yesterday and used his spiritual sense to check the entire environment. Plus, Jiang Hanqi had set up a holy level formation. Su Qingfeng, originally smiling, noticed the slightly strange expressions on the two and gradually stiffened. He realized he seemed to have become the clown again. He had only teased a bit, but it seemed these two really did have a good time last night. Did they not feel uncomfortable in a strange environment? Were they not afraid of being peeped at? Suddenly remembering the holy level formation when he knocked on the door this morning, Su Qingfeng's thoughts froze. Ahem, Su brother. Such a talented and extraordinary person as you, the young master of Tianjin Mountain, must have a partner, right? Wang Feng, feeling a bit awkward as he held Jiang Hanqi's hand, gently asked Su Qingfeng while observing his stiff smile. He shouldn't have asked. Su Qingfeng's expression not only stiffened, but he stood there as if petrified, even stopping his fan from moving. After a while, Su Qingfeng finally collected himself and restored his nonchalant demeanor. Besides the illusionary goddess, the first beauty of Tianxiong, and the one beside you, no one else catches my eye. However, both the one beside you and the illusionary goddess are already married, Sai. Su Qingfeng felt a bit melancholic. The two most beautiful women he had ever seen were both married. Besides, he didn't have any strange preferences. So he naturally wooed T resort to disgusting tactics to compete for someone else's wife. He had T met the illusionary goddess's husband, or else he would have been shocked upon seeing Wang Feng for the first time. My lady, where's your white veil hat? But that didn't T hinder Wang Feng's possessiveness. He called for Jiang Hanshi to take out her white veil hat and then gently placed it on her head. Moreover, both of them operated with different hands, their other hands still holding on to each other. The two seemed to be perfectly in sync, as if they had done this countless times before. In no time, Jiang Hanshi had the white veil hat on securely. All right, Su brother, let us head to the Fortune War realm, but I'll wish you good luck in finding a good partner in the future first, huh? Just as Wang Feng lightly pinched Jiang Hanshi's smooth and delicate face at the last moment the veil hat was lowered, he turned to speak. Su Qingfeng felt somewhat speechless. It was just a fairy-like beauty. Did it really require not even a glance? Let us go, Su Qingfeng replied, fanning himself as he walked ahead slowly. However, what bothered him was that the sound from behind were incredibly annoying. My lady, tonight, no. My lady, no. The lady said no. Su Qingfeng simply closed his ear consciousness with his divine sense, focusing all his attention on the surrounding scenery, not wanting to glance at Wang Feng and the others. My lady, why? No reason. Jiang Hanshi, under her white veil and hat, looked at Wang Feng's expectant expression, repeatedly refusing in a flat voice. But you weren't like this yesterday, Wang Feng said, shaking her smooth and soft hand, then extending his free right hand to wrap around her arm. Jiang Hanshi was led away, remaining silent for a moment as she seemed not to notice Wang Feng holding her arm. Wang Feng secretly laughed, loosening his right hand from her arm, then gently lifting her veil, and his head slipped inside. You! Jiang Hanshi's reprimanding voice paused, and no one knew what happened inside the veil. They only knew that after Wang Feng emerged, he no longer disturbed Jiang Hanshi, seemingly satisfied. Under the white veil, Jiang Hanshi's charming face was unseen by anyone, but it was likely still that cold and proud expression. After walking for a while, Su Qingfeng looked at the rustling breeze outside, a coolness washing over him. Chapter 280. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng was startled by Su Qingfeng's sudden barking, looking at him with confusion, not understanding what had gotten into him. So refreshing. Su Qingfeng swiftly closed his fan, placing both hands to his mouth and shouting at the sky. All right, Wang Feng understood. Su Qingfeng had social anxiety. Because he had shouted like that before, he could truly empathize. Jiang Hanshi, however, found it a bit hard to understand, as the white veil and hat made soft sounds in the rustling breeze. Wang Feng looked at the vast plain before them, devoid of mountains or trees, only weeds like seedlings. A gentle breeze blew, causing Jiang Hanshi's long white dress to rustle against her legs, making her look like a fairy. Wang Feng stood beside her, not looking bad himself in his flowing white long robes, holding Jiang Hanshi's hand. The scene at that moment resembled a painting, an immortal welcoming another immortal. Brother Wang, do you see that giant gate in the distance guarded by people? Su Qingfeng said, turning to look at Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, momentarily dazed by the sight before him. Looking at this pair of immortal lovers, he felt an urge to recite poetry, but unfortunately, he hadn't studied much poetry, which was quite awkward. Chapter 281. Wang Feng touched the headstone engraved with the tomb of Hadi, taking out materials for a holy grave formation and arranging them around. The grave mound was small but significant. The highest formation Wang Feng could set up was a mid-grade holy formation, which should last for tens of thousands of years. The size of the grave mound wasn't large, so the materials needed weren't many, but each was very precious. Hadi, if there is reincarnation, Big Brother will wait for you. Wang Feng filled the energy needed to maintain the formation, standing up with a slightly pale face and gently patting the tombstone as he spoke. Brother Wang, who is Hadi? Su Qingfeng, who had been standing by for a long time, asked with slight confusion as he looked at Wang Feng's melancholy expression. A rather clever fool, the demon emperor, Wang Feng blurted out instinctively, pausing halfway through before continuing. The demon emperor? Brother Wang, are you joking? What kind of existence is an emperor? Su Qingfeng was stunned by Wang Feng's words, stuttering as he gripped his fan tightly. All right, let's go. Don't disturb it anymore. Wang Feng hugged the silently standing Jiang Hanshi around the waist and took one last look at the grave mound. Chapter 282. Hee. Brother Su is joking. Why should our grievances involve our respective sex? Tu Shintong's gloomy expression changed, replacing it with a cheerful smile as he spoke. At this moment, he seemed to have just noticed the two people behind Su Qingfeng. His gloomy gaze scrutinized them. Then he was startled, fear spreading throughout his body. Lin Fan, what are you doing here? Tu Shindong took 2 steps back, nearly running away, stuttering. Lin Fan? Wang Feng was puzzled for a moment. Then his eyes widened slightly. Wait, he wouldn't have arrived at. All right. Jiang Hanqi's mention of the forbidden wilderness not only brought them to the ancient era, but also to the era of Huan Tianying. Goddess of illusions, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made a move against you. I truly didn't know it was you back then. Tu Shentong spoke again, completely in a tone of pleading, and bowed his head in fear. Jiang Hanqi's cold and questioning voice emerged, clearly a bit bewildered as well. Goddess of illusions? Are you talking about Huan Tianying? Jiang Hanqi spoke again, her icy voice carrying a hint of inquiry, her mind beginning to form some guesses. Chapter 283. After a long while, the two parted their lips slowly, no longer breathing heavily as before, just lightly exhaling a breath of fresh air. Jiang Hanqi's face flushed, and Wang Feng couldn't help but open his lips and gently bite her small face. Jiang Hanqi momentarily felt at a loss, instinctively wanting to lower her feet, which were wedged against Wang Feng's waist, to evade. Don't move. You'll fall off here and become a puddle of mush. Very tragic, Wang Feng warned, tightly holding her legs as if for her safety, refusing to let her down. But this isn't Blue Star. It's the immortal cultivation world. Such a clumsy lie. Who would believe it? After all, one could fly once reaching the spirit connection realm, just not as high as Wang Feng was now. Jiang Hanqi naturally didn't believe it either. She slightly twisted in Wang Feng's arms, still wanting to get down. Seeing that Jiang Hanqi wouldn't respond to soft tactics, Wang Feng decided to be more forceful, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist. Jiang Hanqi's delicate body, positioned on Wang Feng, suddenly stiffened, looking at Wang Feng, who was buried before her, with a mix of shyness and anger. You. Chapter 284. Wang Feng wondered if he had acted too quickly this time. Why wasn't Jiang Hanqi speaking? It seemed that the tactic of desire and restraint couldn't be overused. He needed to take more initiative, or else this silly lady would get annoyed. Wang Feng silently speculated, realizing he could only change his approach, since Jiang Hanqi wasn't a complete fool. While sipping on a plum fruit wine, he pondered how to ensure Jiang Hanqi wouldn't be repelled, ultimately figuring out how to make her happy. For those kinds of actively arranged romantic scenes, it seemed they wouldn't have much effect on this ice-cold Empress. Only in a suitable environment, where both were caught up in the moment, would a naturally occurring romantic scene be most effective. Just like the recent red moon, with the world as a backdrop. There was no need to arrange anything. When the feelings were right, it would naturally happen. However, one side still needs to take the initiative. So Wang Feng drank the last bit of green plum fruit wine in his cup, slowly stood up in his white robe, and walked towards the bed. Wang Feng stood by the bed, looking at the fairy beauty lying on the bed with her back to him, and then slowly took off his shoes. He tiptoed onto the bed, gently reached out his hand around Jiang Hanqi's waist, and touched her soft belly, hugging her lightly. Chapter 285. The next morning. At the hour of the snake, 10 o'clock, Wang Feng closed his eyes a couple of times, feeling something soft and sticky in his mouth. Tender, just like Jiang Hanqi's lower lip. But what is this? Wang Feng frowned slightly, then slowly opened his eyes. And what he saw was a stunningly beautiful face right in front of him. Below that exquisite nose was exactly the spot he was biting at. In that instant, Wang Feng felt completely awake. His eyes widened in shock. It really was Jiang Hanqi's lower lip. Jiang Hanqi seemed to sense the movement, her long eyelashes fluttering as if she was about to open her eyes in the next second. Indeed, as Wang Feng had anticipated, Jiang Hanqi gradually opened her sleepy eyes. Did she really fall asleep last night? Didn't she cultivate? Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi's appearance with some curiosity, as if she were a sleepy little kitten just waking up. Jiang Hanqi's mind seemed a bit slow to catch up, and she furrowed her brows at the stunning face filling her vision. Then she moved her head slightly, as Wang Feng was already awake and didn't use much force. Chapter 286. Until Jiang Hanqi finished tying the last bow on her ankle, Wang Feng still felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to look up at her. He could feel that angry gaze fixed on him. Jiang Hanqi let out a heavy breath, as if suppressing her shame and anger. Next time, I'll wear it for you to see. Jiang Hanqi suppressed her emotions, slowly drew one foot back over Wang Feng, who was squatting in between her feet, and stepped down from the bed. Only after Jiang Hanqi passed by him did Wang Feng cautiously stand up, and then foolishly asked, "Is it an inner layer?" The moment Wang Feng finished speaking, an angry and embarrassed gaze shot back at him from the front. "If you say it again, I will." Jiang Hanqi glared at him slightly, her tone mixed with shame and anger, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't really do anything to Wang Feng. "What will you do?" Wang Feng enjoyed teasing her. Although Jiang Hanqi looked very embarrassed, her shame was real, and her anger stemmed from her need to maintain her modesty. After spending so much time with her, how could Wang Feng not know her little temper? Chapter 287. These spiritual fruits are edible, and if you have any matters, you can come find me, but wait a moment, Xiao Su should be back to look for you soon. Jiang Qingyao led Wang Feng and the others to a luxurious room, and, looking at the fruits on the table, spoke softly. "Xiao Su." Wang Feng, holding Jiang Hanqi's delicate hand, sat beside her and was momentarily stunned at the affectionate address. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qingyao seemed to realize she had been too intimate in her address and blushed slightly, but quickly composed herself. "It's nothing." Wang Feng smiled vaguely, raising his eyes to examine Jiang Qingyao's appearance, noting her fair and beautiful features. While not quite on par with his wife, she was still extremely beautiful. With half her hair tied up, she wore a long white robe and held a green long sword in her left hand, exuding a strong senior sister vibe. Of course, he only examined her closely because he thought of his good brother Su Qingfeng. After all, she called him Xiao Su. Jiang Qingyao noticed his scrutinizing gaze. But when she realized it didn't feel invasive, she said nothing and turned to leave. Chapter 288. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, but still wrapped his arms around Jiang Hanqi's waist and flew up, and the three of them arrived at a luxurious room. Next, they met several good-looking, smiling, talented individuals, both male and female. "This is..." Someone looked at Jiang Hanqi's cold demeanor and asked in confusion. "My wife." "It's inconvenient for her to meet everyone. I apologize," Wang Feng said, raising the juice in his hand slightly, as if to slip away, drinking it all in one go. "Hiding your face? Is it too beautiful, or—" "Shut up." A woman scrutinizing Jiang Hanqi spoke with a hint of annoyance, but was quickly reprimanded by Su Qingfeng. "How does my wife's appearance concern you?" Wang Feng held Jiang Hanqi's hand and slightly raised his eyes, glancing at Su Qingfeng, who was apologetically looking at him after reprimanding that woman. "Then she must be extremely ugly. Which of you here isn't showing your true face in front of everyone? You two are unfamiliar faces but act so high and mighty." The woman clearly didn't care about Su Qingfeng's reprimand. After all, her sect was only slightly weaker than the Tianjin mountain. Chapter 289. Jiang Hanqi took off the white gauze hat from her head and stored it in her divine sea space, revealing her cold and stunning features. Then she took out a piece of clothing, holding it in one hand, while in her right hand, she took out a small dagger and cut a strip from her sleeve. Under Wang Feng's astonished gaze, she gently lifted his wrist and tied it up, while the red string on her own wrist was still very visible. A small rubber band? A term popped into Wang Feng's mind. But was this little rubber band really sturdy? "Wife, you're being so perfunctory," Wang Feng complained a bit unhappily to Jiang Hanqi, that she casually gave him such a small rubber band. Jiang Hanqi was focused on tying a recognizable mark for Wang Feng, and didn't realize anything else. Wang Feng fell silent upon hearing this, and when Jiang Hanqi finished tying it, he pulled on it with force. "Oh, it didn't break?" Wang Feng was a bit confused. He had thought it was just an ordinary gauze, and was surprised that it didn't break, feeling a bit awkward for a moment. It seemed Jiang Hanqi only then realized something, her cold voice softly asking, "Don't you like it?" Wang Feng was genuinely a bit unhappy now. Jiang Hanqi really didn't put any thought into it, just casually brushing him off. Chapter 290. Although the surroundings were still crowded, the towering stone doors and name tablets had disappeared. Bang! Boom! A massive, rumbling sound erupted, exploding in the crowd, and some unaware cultivators were instantly blown away, losing their combat capabilities, looking for death. Just as Wang Feng steadied his footing while holding Jiang Hanqi, he noticed the huge explosion of spiritual power. Then, accompanied by a shout of seeking death, the unruly cultivator was instantly beaten to death, and his belongings were searched thoroughly. At this moment, Wang Feng finally understood that the rules about not killing were merely false, only applicable to those with power. Can't we directly engage in battle after entering? Wang Feng looked at the people who wanted to take action but held back, feeling a bit puzzled, but soon the scene before him made him understand why. This was an old rule when entering the Fortune War realm. Everyone should disperse in an orderly manner, and the next time we meet, we will be enemies. A seemingly authoritative young man flew above the crowd, using his spiritual power to call out, and the surrounding people quickly began to leave. Wang Feng then noticed that among so many people, the highest cultivation level did not exceed the 9th layer of the celestial origin realm, and he vaguely had some guesses in his heart. Chapter 291. Wang Feng was flying with Jiang Hanshi over a vast plain, scanning his surroundings as if searching for something. Yes, found it, Wang Feng exclaimed excitedly and flashed past the cultivators blocking his way. He then grabbed Jiang Hanshi's slender arm and touched the golden light cluster. Pop! A strong wave of cold energy radiated from Jiang Hanshi, causing Wang Feng, who was standing beside her, to feel a chill. Who do you think you are? Daring to steal the fortune of this holy sun? Yin Shaoqing watched in disbelief as Jiang Hanshi absorbed the golden light cluster, instantly infuriated. Wang Feng ignored the barking behind him. This was a battlefield for competing for fortune, and he could only blame himself for being slow. Moreover, that idiot was still over 10 meters away from the light cluster and thought it was his. Wang Feng then used a probing technique on Jiang Hanshi to see her current information. Jiang Hanshi identity. Wife of Wang Feng. Extreme Ice Empress. Recultivation. Ice Palace Master Realm. 3rd layer of the Celestial Origin Realm techniques. Emperor Ice Art. Illusion Sky Technique. Sun and Moon Yin-Yang Art Chapter 292. Melt. Yin Shaoqing no longer hesitated, gripping his clear water sword tightly and twisting it forcefully. A wave surged from the spot where Wang Feng had fallen into the water. Break! With another shout from Yin Shaoqing, the water vortex began to wrap around Wang Feng's bones, twisting with the intent to break him. It hurts! Wang Feng casually yelled a couple of times in the center of the water vortex. Then his gaze sharpened, and he exerted force. Bang! The water vortex suddenly exploded, with one piece shooting like a sharp sword towards Yin Shaoqing's chest. Bang! A crisp scream sounded as Yin Shaoqing was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Summon soldiers. Black Armored General. Go! Yin Shaoqing could no longer endure and took out a talisman, closing his eyes to chant a spell. And with a shout, it was released. Boom! With a loud noise, the void that had just been torn apart was suddenly shattered by a chaotic punch. And Yin Shaoqing was once again sent flying. Flash! With his command, his figure immediately vanished. The summoning was merely a distraction. No! Yin Shaoqing's voice echoed in the void. Ignoring the barking behind him, Wang Feng scratched his ear and turned to Jiang Hanshi. Chapter 293. Ha! Seeing Wang Feng being knocked back, Su Chusheng immediately burst into laughter, completely devoid of his previous demeanor as a graceful young master. Su Chusheng flipped back to his feet with both hands on the ground. Glancing at the sword stuck in the ground, now dimmed of light, his killing intent surged to the extreme. When the Fortune War realm is over, I want you to watch your fairy-like wife be humiliated to death by me. Ha ha ha. Su Chusheng, bloodied and with a sinister expression, took out a red talisman. With a thought, the talisman in his hand ignited. Just as his figure was about to disappear, an extremely cold aura surged in his heart, freezing him in place. What is happening? This is a holy level teleportation talisman. Su Chusheng shouted in shock. The blood vessels in his eyes, clearly visible, almost popping out. Jiang Hanshi glared at Su Chusheng with her ice-blue, ancient cold eyes. In an instant, a cold sword appeared in her right hand, and her figure shot forward like a sharp sword. Clang! With a clear sound, the creation jade disc on Su Chusheng's neck emitted a green light, desperately resisting Jiang Hanshi's attack. Chapter 294. However, the two small light figures remained stuck together, making it impossible to see their true content, but one could understand the implication. System, why can I see her cultivation techniques? Meanwhile, Wang Feng discovered something even more astonishing. He could see Jiang Hanshi's cultivation methods. He quickly clicked on Jiang Hanshi's Emperor Ice Art and saw the same thing. As long as he followed the training, he should also be able to cultivate it, though he lacked the cold ice physique. Ding! Since the host is somewhat bound to Jiang Hanshi, they can naturally see and cultivate together, but whether the host is suitable for her techniques is unknown. What's wrong with me? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who was staring at her face in a stammering manner, feeling a bit puzzled. And no, nothing. Wang Feng retracted his head, but his gaze still fixed on Jiang Hanshi, not her beautiful face, but the demonstration of the two small light figures' training postures, which might be useful in the future. No, it will definitely be useful. He wondered where his silly wife got this technique, as she shouldn't be intentionally memorizing such techniques. Chapter 295. Haha, those three fools are killing me with laughter. Countless cultivators stood in the sky, and some were immediately amused by this scene. These three people were truly fearless for fortune, daring to attempt to seize fortune and defeat the top-ranked Battle Realm's fortune. Hey, senior brother, why don't you go meet him? Wang Feng rolled his eyes and flashed away, two figures rapidly plummeting towards the ground. Bang, bang. Two more loud crashes sounded, and when the rising dust settled, two figures lay safely next to the senior brother. A small golden light flew out from the three figures' bodies, heading toward Wang Feng and finally merging into him, instantly elevating his realm to the peak of the 7th layer of the celestial origin realm. However, to others, Wang Feng's cultivation is completely inscrutable. At most, he can only be at the peak of the 9th level of the Tianyuan realm. Countless cultivators estimate that this young man is at the peak of the 9th level of the Tianyuan realm and possesses astonishing talent, which is difficult for ordinary people to see through. After Wang Feng dealt with these people, he looked around and found that the area within 1,000 meters centered on him had been completely sealed off. Chapter 296. Lin Lang, do you want to kill him? Huan Tining did not know what kind of treasure could sense Lin Fan's thoughts, and she transmitted a message to him in her heart. This person poses a great threat to me. Lin Fan slightly nodded and replied to Huan Tining in his heart. In fact, he did not harbor any hatred towards Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi. It was just that this was a threat. The cultivation world operates this way. Threats must be eliminated, rather than being left alive like in novels, only to be drained of resources and ultimately meet an unknown demise. Be careful, host. His system has said that he was almost killed by a traveler, and he has now developed a killing intent towards you. Oh, what level is his system? You can even pressure his system to say such things? Wang Feng was startled. He had long realized that his system was not simple. I won't tell you. He. Damn system, go away. Wang Feng cursed inwardly, too lazy to deal with it. This dog system was like a mischievous little ghost. You want to be my enemy? Wang Feng listened to the system's prompt and knew that Lin Fan had developed a killing intent towards him. So his attitude became somewhat unfriendly. Chapter 297. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly felt a surge of evil energy rising up, and he sharply raised his eyes, which had turned pitch black due to the Chaos Dominance body. Blood Sky Demon Blade. Kill. With a furious shout from the sky in the distance, a blood-red, slender blade shadow descended rapidly towards Wang Feng. Kill. Wang Feng's anger surged within him, regardless of the consequences. He gripped the star sword and charged directly at the blood-colored blade shadow, aiming for the demon skyblade. His handsome face was filled with fierce determination, and his speed reached an extreme, almost akin to teleportation. Cover me. The demon skyblade, seeing him charge forward fearlessly, was startled. It was the first time he encountered such a reckless young man. However, he was currently casting a spell in midair and had nowhere to escape, so he could only shout desperately, hoping someone could stop Wang Feng in time. I want to see who can cover you. Today, I will first cripple you. Wang Feng's figure flashed with all his might, moving so fast that it was almost like teleportation, leaving trembling traces in the void. Even Lin Fan, who possessed the heavenly eye, was left stunned in place, feeling powerless to act. Although he could see Wang Feng, he was unable to stop him because he couldn't keep up with Wang Feng's speed. Chapter 298. Boom. A powerful wave exploded out, and Wang Feng, having just defeated the demon Skyblade, instantly broke through to the peak of the 8th level of the Tianyuan realm. He stepped into the 9th level of the Tianyuan realm. The clouds in the sky were instantly swept clean by the wave of killing intent, turning into a bright blue day. The surrounding cultivators retreated repeatedly until they were thousands of meters away, only then feeling slightly relieved. You want to be my enemy? Then I can only cripple you before we can have a good talk. Wang Feng turned to look at Lin Fan, twisting his neck covered in black patterns, the dragon scales rubbing against each other with a harsh sound. Lin Fan, Su Hao, and Tu Shentong stood in a triangular formation, stunned around him. Their hearts had already been shaken by Wang Feng's overwhelming killing intent, as that killing intent had become tangible. They even felt that if they moved even slightly, they might instantly perish. But there was no way. They had to move. The three of them, as if sharing a telepathic connection, suddenly took out an unknown red pill and stuffed it into their mouths. They swallowed hard, and in an instant, their auras began to surge violently. They instantly rose to the peak of the 9th level of the Tianyuan realm, surrounded by a burst of light that protected them. Chapter 299. At this moment, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi seemed like mysterious powerful beings coming from a secret place to claim lives, shaking the hearts of all cultivators in the entire luck battle realm. One was surrounded by a terrifying black and white aura, topped with a blood-red light beam shooting straight into the sky, his body covered in dragon scales and fierce black and white patterns. The aura around his eyes radiated a rich, chaotic, and violent energy, and he held one person tightly in each hand. The other slender and beautiful figure simply held an ice-cold sword, her icy white hair fluttering in the wind. The wound on Jiang Hanqi's back was enveloped in a layer of ice mist, making it impossible to see the skin beneath. She quietly stood beside Wang Feng, watching the thousands of cultivators at the peak of the 9th level of the Tianyuan realm, her grip on the sword tightening. I already said it. Do you want to be my enemy? Wang Feng seemed to be possessed, his eyes swirling with crazed black and white energy. He tightly gripped Lin Fan and Huan Tianying, questioning them fiercely, although he did not apply much force. If it weren't for Huan Tianying's imparting of cultivation techniques to his wife, Wang Feng would have already snapped their necks. Chapter 300. Finally, it condensed into a white, jade-like, Fush spiritual power dun yuan. The spiritual power contained within was extremely domineering, like an immortal pill. This was something that had not been possessed in 9 lifetimes. And for a moment, Wang Feng was a bit dazed. Around the white light, Dan Yuan, thick chaotic spiritual energy slowly entwined, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Boom! The time and space of the entire luck battle realm seemed to stop for an instant, then began to flow again in the blink of an eye. However, the surrounding chaotic spiritual energy and the incoming golden light of luck erupted like a tidal wave. The domineering aura of chaotic spiritual energy slapped against every cultivator's face, only to be completely absorbed by an extremely strong suction. In no time, the chaotic spiritual energy enveloping the entire luck battle realm dissipated completely. A trace of chaotic imperial might erupted from Wang Feng. Wang Feng's realm also ascended from the peak of the 9th level of the Tianyuan realm to the peak of the 9th level of the Holy King realm. Finally, he advanced to the Quasi-Emperor realm. In an instant, the entire luck battle realm was suppressed so that the cultivators in the sky could hardly fly. Just a trace of imperial might was so terrifying. Quasi-Emperor. How is that possible? How could a quasi-emperor appear in the luck battle realm? Chapter 301. In the luck battle realm of the ancient era, Lin Fan stood in place for a long time, surrounded by noisy sounds. However, he paid no attention to them, instead listening to the voices still echoing in his mind, trembling in his heart. Will I die in the future? Ying would still be trapped in a secret realm for who knows how many years. The voices in Lin Fan's mind gradually became smaller, then smaller, until they finally disappeared. But it seemed like those voices were still echoing in his mind, buzzing incessantly. He couldn't quite believe it. How could this happen? How could he possibly die? And Ying, right? Ying. Lin Fan, frozen in place, suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly picked up the unconscious Huan Tianying from the ground, worry evident in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly recalled Wang Feng's earlier words, as well as the title of Huan Tian Emperor. Lin Fan wasn't foolish. Upon hearing the title Emperor, he quickly connected it to Huan Tianying. Moreover, Wang Feng had no reason to deceive him. After all, he could have killed him at any moment, but chose not to. Chapter 302. This foolish system. Wang Feng cursed inwardly, but he wasn't truly angry. After all, this was how they had always interacted. Although they often exchanged insults, whenever one party spoke, the other would quickly respond. Of course, this was excluding moments of anger. And as long as Wang Feng wasn't in danger. To be precise, Wang Feng preferred to treat the system as his little buddy. At this moment, he was just a bit annoyed that the system kept him in suspense, keeping secrets from him. But then again, the system had always used a mechanical voice. Wang Feng didn't know if it was male or female, or if it was just a mass of light or a lengthy program. However, a lengthy program seemed unlikely, as the system was quite flexible, unlike other rigid systems. It felt more like a mischievous little spirit, both in its actions and speech. Although the voice of the dog system was mechanical and cold, it conveyed emotions, especially when it was angry, looking quite foolish. But it didn't matter. He just needed to know that the system was his little buddy, regardless of whether it was male, female, or something else entirely. Wang Feng stopped thinking about these trivial matters, looked around at the rapidly reversing environment, closed his eyes, and began to sense something. Chapter 303. What Wang Feng didn't know was that from the moment he and Jiang Hanqi returned to Tiansong, the entire continent, or rather, the entire world, had undergone a slight change. However, it wasn't significant. History repeated itself. Lin Fan still died, and Huan Tianying remained trapped in the secret realm. Yet, far away in the imperial fallen secret realm, Huan Tianying's violet-pink pupils suddenly began to brighten. She. In the last memory she experienced in the luck battle realm, two people appeared, people she had seen not long ago. Huan Tianying's beautiful face couldn't help but light up with joy, as if the original memory had changed. But she understood that these memories had appeared out of thin air, and she also remembered how the first memory was. At this moment, however, the second memory was in her mind, confirming that Wang Feng truly wasn't lying to her, truly not lying. He truly wasn't lying. Sobi. Huan Tianying sat on the luxurious bed, smiling as tears the size of beans slowly rolled down her distinctly contoured chin. Although Wang Feng had deceived her in some aspects by saying he was Lin Fan's brother, at least he had returned to the past to warn Lin Fan. Chapter 304. Is my husband hitting at me? Jiang Hanqi stood there, looking at Wang Feng's gaze fixed on her, feeling a bit unnatural under his stare. Wang Feng glanced at Jiang Hanqi for a moment, sensing the golden luck within him, and tried to move it with his thoughts. As his thoughts moved, the luck trembled slightly, but it couldn't fly out no matter what. Hiss, it shouldn't be like this. Wang Feng didn't avert his gaze from Jiang Hanqi, and upon seeing the scene of the golden luck within him, he couldn't help but frown. Jiang Hanqi, seeing Wang Feng's expression, mistakenly thought he was indifferent to her, feeling a bit unhappy. But how could she take the initiative in such matters? No, she wouldn't take the initiative, nor would she allow it. Jiang Hanqi stood still, locking eyes with Wang Feng, but Wang Feng's frown deepened. At this moment, he was focused on manipulating the golden luck within him and had no idea that Jiang Hanqi's mind was running wild. Ding! The host can try to embrace Jiang Hanqi first to see if it helps in mobilizing the luck, as it seems like you are the starting point. But the luck has no endpoint, so it doesn't dare to run away. Otherwise, where would it go? Chapter 305. Wang Feng slowly walked towards the bed while holding Jiang Hanqi, glancing at the clean bed, seemingly hesitating about something. After a long while, Jiang Hanqi watched Wang Feng lost in thought and gently called out, "Why haven't you put me down yet? Forget it. Just wash up later." Upon hearing Jiang Hanqi's voice, which was struggling to suppress her embarrassment, Wang Feng simply disrupted his thoughts. "Oh, all right." Wang Feng, like a clueless fool, hurriedly laid Jiang Hanqi gently on the soft bed. Then he knelt down beside the bed and carefully took off her white phoenix embroidered shoes. Oh, that's right. Wang Feng suddenly remembered something Jiang Hanqi had promised him. She had said she would show him her inner outfit. What's wrong? Jiang Hanqi, suppressing the ticklish sensation from her feet through the white silk, asked in a cold voice with a hint of trembling. "My dear, do you remember that you promised me something?" Wang Feng continued to gently remove her white phoenix embroidered shoes, his tone seemingly casual, yet full of intent. Chapter 306. However, if he hadn't added that last sentence, it would have been truly unforced. I kiss. Jiang Hanqi felt the back of his hand being patted and gripped him tighter. After speaking, she was too shy to lift her face to look at Wang Feng. Wang Feng revealed a triumphant smile, but he indeed gave Jiang Hanqi two choices. It was just that Jiang Hanqi chose to kiss. All right, you have to listen to your husband and not let go immediately. Jiang Hanqi originally planned to just kiss and let go, but she didn't expect Wang Feng to be so considerate. Jiang Hanqi bit her lip and softly responded, realizing she had dug a pit for herself and had no choice but to continue filling it. Wang Feng quickly sat back down, his eyes wide open, and secretly produced a recording stone in his right hand. Close your eyes. Jiang Hanqi raised her slightly blushing face, seeing Wang Feng staring at her intently, which made her feel even more embarrassed. Wang Feng agreed to her and slightly closed his eyes, which made Jiang Hanqi feel a bit more at ease. After preparing herself mentally, she gently closed her eyes and slowly leaned in. Chapter 307. Inside the room, Wang Feng held Jiang Hanqi, dressed in a black dress, and ran to the bedside, gently placing her on the mattress of the large bed. Then he grabbed her legs and made her sit cross-legged, followed by placing his hands on her exposed shoulders. Jiang Hanqi instinctively wanted to dodge, but was stopped by Wang Feng, who was directly opposite her on the bed. "Don't move. I'm going to start transferring luck now." Wang Feng's expression was very serious, his gaze fixed tightly on Jiang Hanqi. Seeing his serious expression, which didn't seem fake, Jiang Hanqi slowly stopped her attempt to pull away. "Whatever I say next, you just do it, understand?" Wang Feng repeatedly instructed, his demeanor very earnest, as if Jiang Hanqi would suffer a backlash if she didn't cooperate. Jiang Hanqi, dressed in a beautiful black dress, sat cross-legged on the bed and nodded seriously at Wang Feng. However, she forgot what the difference was between transferring through her shoulders and palms. Wang Feng felt the ample golden luck within him and began to slowly forcefully mobilize it. As the golden luck reached its destination, it started to flow slowly into the palm of Wang Feng's hand. Chapter 308. Suddenly, Jiang Hanqi felt a bit anxious. Even she herself didn't know what she was anxious about. Was she anxious that Wang Feng would get up and stop staying opposite her? Or was she anxious that if she didn't do as Wang Feng said, the luck would slowly dissipate as he said? As Jiang Hanqi grew anxious, her hands hurriedly grabbed Wang Feng's waist where his white robe was. Jiang Hanqi bit her lips slightly, gradually lifting her flushed face, and softly spoke. I will take it off." Jiang Hanqi was so embarrassed that her face, which she had just raised, slowly lowered with her voice, which was as weak as a mosquito's buzz. "If you really don't want to, then forget it. Acting like this makes it seem like I'm forcing you. It's really okay." Wang Feng quickly sat back down, gently pinching her hot little face to comfort her. I am willing. It's not that you're forcing me." "Really? Really?" Jiang Hanqi was so nervous that she struggled to speak. This kind of thing was really too shameful, and her husband kept confirming it. "Then I can relax." Wang Feng rubbed her head, but his expression suddenly became serious. Chapter 309. Wang Feng struggled to suppress the chaotic dominance of the quasi-emperor realm and climbed back up, facing Jiang Hanqi directly. "Master, I have something to ask you to agree to," Wang Feng said as he placed his hands on either side of Jiang Hanqi's blushing ears on the bed. Jiang Hanqi was slightly stunned. She hadn't heard her husband call her that in a long time. The four words that popped into her mind, in stark contrast to respecting one's teacher, were that her husband actually wanted to be a rebellious disciple. "Don't call me that." Jiang Hanqi tried to push Wang Feng away, and with her newly attained Saint King level, she actually managed to lift her hands, but they felt soft. Wang Feng felt Jiang Hanqi's soft hands pressing against his chest. From the feeling of being pushed away, Wang Feng sensed that she was putting in her all. However, whether she truly was, only Jiang Hanqi herself knew. Now, at the peak of the 9th level of the Saint King realm, whether she could mobilize her spiritual power to break free from Wang Feng was also something only she knew. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi stared at each other for a while. Wang Feng gazed at her beautiful face for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking, but he did not let go of her. Jiang Hanqi could no longer take it and simply closed her eyes. After a while, somewhat confused, Jiang Hanqi slowly opened her eyes, only to see a handsome face merely 3 centimeters away from hers, staring back at her. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. There were only the two of them, and neither spoke. Wang Feng felt the warmth of her face and could hardly bear it. A faint chill seeped into his body, making him feel very comfortable, and he couldn't help but rub his lips together. "Master, would you be willing to help a poor little disciple?" Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi's dazed eyes and spoke pitifully. Jiang Hanqi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her long eyelashes casting shadows as she looked at him with narrowed eyes. Jiang Hanqi thought for a long time, but did not speak, and Wang Feng waited for a long time before finally breaking the silence. "If Master is unwilling, then stop me." As the sun and moon rose and set, time quietly passed. Wang Feng lay on the outside of the bed, covered with a quilt, slowly opening his handsome eyes, feeling a bit dazed. Wang Feng slowly lowered his gaze to the person in his arms. Jiang Hanqi's slightly flushed face was buried in his chest, her hair a bit messy. But the messiness of her hair did not make Jiang Hanqi look ugly. Instead, it added a certain charm of fragility to her. Wang Feng gently raised his hand to stroke Jiang Hanqi's head while smoothing her slightly messy hair. As he combed Jiang Hanqi's hair, his thoughts also flowed along with it. He felt a bit regretful. Jiang Hanqi had really held on well yesterday. At that time, Wang Feng felt that he was almost unable to control the eruption of his chaotic dominance, a quasi-emperor's chaotic dominance, which scared him into quickly suppressing it. However, in the end, after Wang Feng's pleading, Jiang Hanqi still took a step back. But it was still okay. Chapter 3, 10 At this moment, Jiang Hanqi let out a soft moan, and her captivating eyes slowly opened. Wife. Wang Feng waited for Jiang Hanqi to recover a bit before pulling out his arm that had been under her head and gently placing her head on the pillow. Then he began a series of tasks, getting out of bed, fetching a bucket, filling the infinite water jug, heating the water temperature. After taking a shower, Jiang Hanqi kept avoiding him while getting dressed, and Wang Feng, feeling a bit helpless, began to wash the bedding, mattress, and the entire bed. Wang Feng happily finished washing the bed, then used his spiritual power to dry it and put everything away. Finally, after cleaning the whole room, he felt relieved. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanqi sat somewhat awkwardly in a chair, starting to feel a bit hesitant to face Wang Feng directly. Husband is really too annoying. Jiang Hanqi's face showed a slight blush, feeling a bit frustrated and disordered, needing to follow the yin-yang technique to find the best cultivation posture. Although it had changed somewhat, it wasn't too excessive, but that sense of shame still lingered in her heart and wouldn't go away. Moreover, she had made the bed like that, especially seeing Wang Feng smiling while washing the bed. Chapter 3:11 Just this time-turning wheel, there are only two in the world. After using it, your souls will return to your historical selves. If that era didn't have you, then you would return to that era in your physical body. It seems that this fellow Taoist can reside here, indicating that they have at least experienced a rewind once. Jiang Shaoqing explained while holding the time-turning wheel, and his spiritual power was slowly circulating to heal his injuries. Then he tried to put away the time wheel in front of Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi. Seeing that they didn't make a move, he finally felt relieved. Jiang Hanqi, sitting properly beside Wang Feng, remained silent, lost in thought. Although she still felt a bit strange, it didn't hinder her contemplation. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Shaoqing hadn't said much when his injuries flared up again, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. However, since he was in someone else's house, he struggled to control his spiritual power to wrap the blood and throw it outside. You guys should wear this for healing. Seeing this, Wang Feng took out a piece of creation jade disc from his storage space and handed it to him. Wait, is this the creation jade disc? Chapter 3:12 Ding, the foolish host didn't have weapons before, so I couldn't use this function, but now I can finally use it. Upgrade. Spend 5 million source points to gamble on its evolution to an imperial weapon. Hurry up. Wang Feng was a bit speechless. The more he listened, the more he felt like the system was mocking him. Ding, the star sword is starting to evolve. Time, 7 days. With the system's voice falling, Wang Feng's source points were deducted by 5 million, bringing him to over 53 million. System, in the future, display all the resources in my storage space. Not just the source points. Ding, the host has 9,356,000 source points left. Wang Feng looked at the missing 7 million source points and planned to borrow some cultivation resources from good friends outside after he went out. Even if he didn't borrow, it didn't matter. He still had 3 pieces of creation jade disc in front of him, which would probably be worth several tens of millions. Whether it was the star sword or anything else, it was all counted as source points. In any case, as long as the resources were in the storage space, they would be counted. Conversely, those not in the storage space would naturally not be counted. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi, who was in a meditative state in her chair, as the chair moved a little. Chapter 3:13 Daughter? I already have a daughter. Jiang Shaoqing was stunned for a long time, slowly turning to look at Chu Moxie, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up in his heart. When he returned to the historical period alone, he had another battle with Chu Moxie, causing chaos in the house and collapsing the bed. Perhaps it was at that time that she became pregnant. Before that, they had another child, who he secretly took away without caring. This led to Chu Moxie, in the Danyang dynasty, resenting him every time she saw the child who claimed to be Chu Yin's brother. Every meeting was inevitably filled with her grievances, blaming them for leaving without a word. Their son, as a helper secretly taken by Jiang Shaoqing, discovered his father's life plate was about to break outside the wasteland. In the end, the boy, feeling helpless, hurried back to inform Chu Moxie about the situation. So, in the end, they had this experience of meeting here. Running back and forth was indeed fate. Let us go. You should have a way out, right? Wang Feng tidied up all the furniture in the room and put it into the storage ring on his finger, then stepped forward to ask them. Chapter 314, what do you mean his daughter was harmed like this by his apprentice? Don't ask, you'll know when you go out. Wang Feng ignored him and dragged him toward the supported Chu Moxie. As he approached, he directly picked her up. Wang Feng walked to Jiang Hanxi's side and pulled her aside to watch the show, leaving Chu Moxie without any support. Jiang Shaoqing saw that Chu Moxie could hardly exert any strength and didn't care much anymore, quickly supporting her. Don't touch me. Chu Moxie, who had initially been kind to Jiang Hanxi, suddenly turned cold, frowning and staring at Jiang Shaoqing. It seemed she particularly disliked Jiang Shaoqing's touch. But she didn't try to pull away forcefully. What to do now? She keeps acting like this. Jiang Shaoqing hurriedly wondered in his heart, feeling somewhat helpless. They were once engaged in a Holy Land union, and initially, they didn't have a substantial relationship. Later, Chu Moxie suddenly realized that his mind was rather straightforward, and the girls he interacted with couldn't stand him. Then, for some unknown reason, she suddenly fell in love with him. At that time, their previously awkward relationship, after some handling by Chu Moxie, eventually turned into a real marriage. Every time Chu Moxie got angry, Jiang Shaoqing was at a loss. Chapter 315, I'll come back to find you soon. Will you wait for me at the sword sect? Wang Feng listened to Jiang Hanxi's words and the sensation on his head, and for a moment, he was a bit distracted. All right, Wang Feng agreed. With Jiang Hanxi's personality, she would definitely keep her word, so there was no need to worry. Chu Moxie looked at the affectionate couple over there, and then glanced at the person beneath her, immediately feeling a bit angry and tapping him on the head. Ouch! Hey! Moxie, what are you doing? Look at what they're doing. Chu Moxie pointed her gaze at Wang Feng and the others, and Jiang Shaoqing curiously looked over, frowning. What's wrong? Just a head pat? Talp! Ouch! A crisp tapping sound rang out, followed by a cry. Jiang Shaoqing felt somewhat helpless, not understanding what she was acting up about, but he was used to it. After all, he would occasionally get hit. What are you doing? It's nothing. Just wanted to hit you. Chu Moxie looked at his head that turned toward her, and she tapped him again, rolling her eyes at him. Looking at Jiang Shaoqing rubbing his head, Chu Moxie felt somewhat speechless. Forget it. I wouldn't expect this brainless stubborn mule to think too much. Chapter 316, the two didn't stand together for comparison, and Wang Feng decided to wait a bit before comparing. I hope that when we meet, my foolish apprentice is not currently buried in hard work with Chu Yin, mutually improving their cultivation. Wang Feng looked at the sword sect's mountain gate, silently praying in his heart. One person began walking toward the mountain gate. Just as they were about to enter the sword sect, Wang Feng suddenly noticed a familiar figure sitting there drinking alone. He approached and found that the person was gently dozing off. So he decided not to disturb him and planned to come back to find him later. Follow me. Under Jiang Shaoqing's puzzled gaze, Wang Feng glanced at the person leaning against the steps for a while before continuing to walk into the sect. Most of the disciples coming and going around recognized Wang Feng and greeted him. A few who hadn't borrowed resources from Wang Feng just took a distant look and left. Wang Feng, leading Jiang Shaoqing and Chu Moxie toward Xiao Hao and Chu Yin's house, was contemplating how to deepen the impression of that small group of people. And the method didn't need much explanation. He just happened to be short of 7 million source points to reach 100 million. All right, wait here for a while. Wang Feng looked at the house of Chu Yin'er, which was enveloped by a formation barrier, and for a moment, his mind was filled with speechlessness. Chapter 317, Master, hello. But Wang Feng just watched him with a cheerful expression, thinking that there would be a good show to watch. Ha ha ha. Wang Feng sat upright, elegantly poured another cup of tea, and replied lightly to Xiao Hao. Who is this? Jiang Shaoqing, with a gentle and refined personality, did not get angry and stand up to refute. Instead, he sat in his place, furrowing his brows, looking at Xiao Hao with some confusion. He said, what father-in-law? Could it be son-in-law? He looked quite good, but why did he feel a bit foolish? Jiang Shaoqing pondered in his heart, and this appearance instantly made Chu Yin'er and Xiao Hao's fists feel as if they were hitting cotton. Yin'er, he is indeed your father. At this moment, Chu Moxie, who was standing by, hurriedly explained, fearing that they would start tearing each other apart. Mother, did he tell you to say that? Haven't you been telling me since I was little that my father is dead? Chu Yin'er was immediately angered when she saw that her mother was not on her side, and her eyes instantly turned red. Because the most she had heard about her biological father since childhood was Chapter 318. Jian Xinyu felt this aura of a quasi-emperor, and his pupils shrank slightly, feeling a tremendous inner shock. How long has it been? This kid has become a quasi-emperor. Jian Xinyu appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was secretly astonished that he had misjudged. Lin, how do you feel? Wang Feng sounded the steps of the sword sex gate, holding a bottle of wine in one hand, and slowly spoke while looking at the night view in the sky. The distant bright, white moon hung in the high sky. Yet it seemed so close. Very good. This wine is something I have treasured for decades. Little Wang, you can't drink it like you do with tea. We need to savor it. Old Lin's face was flushed, grinning widely, and he earnestly taught Wang Feng how to appreciate tea. As for the decades, that's fake. All fake. This is wine he has brewed for thousands of years. After so long, only a few bottles are left. I'm not talking about this. Wang Feng continued looking at the night view, raising the wine bottle and taking a big gulp. The fiery and fragrant sensation surged, making him feel completely comfortable and warm, with a peculiar spiritual energy flowing within. Chapter 319. One day later, Jian Xinyu was cleaning the ancient scriptures hall, and as usual, he took out a thick book of the history of Tiansong and began to read. Jian Xinyu gently touched the cover of the book, then opened it to see the recorded battle of the Fortune War from the ancient era. The prodigies of the ancient era. It's a pity the Fortune War didn't pass on to their Tiansong for some reason, sigh. But I will know soon. Jian Xinyu's slightly withered hands gently turned the pages of the history book. Eventually, he slowly stopped at the section about the Fortune War, looking serious. Ancient history records. The last battle of the Fortune War. The last battle recorded. The Fortune War was created by the heavenly Tao. The purpose was to prevent prodigies from frequently appearing, leading to insufficient resources on the continent. In the last battle of the Fortune War on Tianqiong continent, various prodigies gathered and plundered each other's fortunes. Unexpectedly, during this period, the Fortune War suddenly changed, and dozens of prodigies were killed by two monstrous prodigies in just a few days. After that, those two monstrous prodigies were besieged by 7 prodigies, with prodigies from both Tianqiong and other continents present. Chapter 320. Its body was entirely snow white, and the cool, ice-like fur danced in the wind, drifting in the air. Oh, whoa. At this moment, a somewhat strange ice beast on the ground suddenly became anxious and began to run wildly in the snow. The snowflakes it passed through gradually turned into ice. Even with its heavy steps, the ground for several dozen meters instantly froze with a crackling sound. What is this thing? Wang Feng's eyes widened, feeling inexplicably that this young beast was definitely not simple. Ding! Host, hurry up, you've hit the jackpot. This is the divine beast, Ice Qilin, and like the little dragon, it's a cub. Ding! It seems the host's fortune from defeating various prodigies has started to dissipate. Hurry and catch up. At this moment, the system's anxious yet delighted voice came. Wang Feng, who was hovering in the air, watching the young Ice Qilin on the ground, was startled, not knowing what it was chasing. A divine beast, Ice Qilin? Wang Feng was shocked and hurriedly dashed towards the young beast. Oh, whoa! The young Ice Qilin seemed to sense someone chasing it, and suddenly began to cry out anxiously. Chapter 321. Lift your foot. Bow your knees. Step forward. Set off. Wang Feng first extended his right foot onto the steps, then began to walk up slowly and steadily. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The pace seemed slow, but he quickly reached the entrance of the Ice Palace. Wang Feng slowly raised his head to look. Ice Palace. The words Ice Palace in ice blue and extremely large came into view. Wang Feng then looked at the disciples guarding on both sides. What business do you have at the Ice Palace? 2 beautiful female disciples saw Wang Feng approach and hurriedly stepped forward to reprimand him. My name is Wang Feng, a male disciple accepted by the palace master of the Ice Palace years ago. Wang Feng held a bright red gift in both hands and spoke lightly to the 2 disciples. Then, fearing they wouldn't believe him, he used spiritual power to levitate the gift in midair and took out a gold-edged ice token from his storage space. This was given to him by Jiang Hanshi before, so that he, as the only male disciple, could move freely in the Ice Palace. The female disciple, who was about to continue reprimanding, was suddenly speechless upon seeing the ice blue token. Could this be the male disciple that the senior sisters mentioned? the one accepted by the mysterious palace master of the Ice Palace? Chapter 322, Palace Master Yu. The third elder also noticed her reaction and was instantly a loss for words. The palace master actually did not trust her. What? Jiang Hanqi's voice turned cold as the third elder seemed to be about to act against Wang Feng. Frightened, Jiang Hanqi hurriedly increased the distance between them. However, she had indeed misunderstood. The third elder was simply shocked and wanted to see clearly. She just didn't expect that Jiang Hanqi was so sensitive that she immediately pulled them apart, as if she was afraid Wang Feng would be harmed. Wang Feng was smiling at the third elder when suddenly he felt his ear being gently tugged, pulling him in a certain direction. Hey. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Feng hurriedly covered that ear, only to touch a smooth back of a hand, cold and slippery. Suddenly, during this moment, Wang Feng was unsure if it was intentional or accidental, but the sleeve at his wrist suddenly loosened. The white strips wrapped around his wrist immediately became visible. It was evident that they were strips cut from a woman's clothing. The three supreme elders were still immersed in the shock of Wang Feng's release of his quasi-emperor mid-stage cultivation, when their eyes suddenly glanced. Chapter 323, seriously? This time it's definitely serious. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanqi's disbelieving expression and quickly began to explain. He suspected that the ice Kirin had some connection to Jiang Hanqi's physique, the ancient cold body, cold nether Kirin. The names were similar, and even the spells they released were alike, both turning objects into ice and shattering them into ice cones to shoot at the enemy. Where to go? Jiang Hanqi frowned and looked at Wang Feng for a while, and seeing that he didn't seem to be faking, she coldly asked. Wang Feng saw that she agreed and slowly stepped forward, turning his back to her and slightly bending down. Come up. Wang Feng called out to Jiang Hanqi with his back facing her, extending his palm behind him to beckon her. Jiang Hanqi hesitated for a moment, gazing at Wang Feng's back, then bit her lip and gently lay down on him, while Wang Feng felt that soft, delicate body lying on his back. And in an instant his heart fluttered. Not bad, really great. Wang Feng mumbled with a smile while carrying Jiang Hanqi, leaving her a bit dazed. What is not bad? Jiang Hanqi, feeling Wang Feng holding her legs around his waist, asked in a bit of a daze. Chapter 324. Meanwhile, deep within the Ice Palace, the three supreme elders maintained their expressions, coldly watching as Jiang Hanqi was carried away by Wang Feng. Aren't they concerned about the palace master and that brat? The third supreme elder asked the grand elder, who was still watching Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi leave. After decades reaching the quasi-emperor realm, he is already qualified. Perhaps we shouldn't have interfered from the beginning. One of the three palace rules of the Ice Palace is likely to be reduced. The Grand Elder coldly responded in an aged voice, fixated on the horizon. At this moment, on the other side of the sky, Wang Feng was flying towards the location of the Ice Kirin with Jiang Hanqi on his back, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. You're so bad. Jiang Hanqi lay beside Wang Feng's ear, recalling the scene of Kolmina being trampled, and couldn't he help but speak. Ha! Who told her to always want to eat our melons every day? It's just a little punishment for her. Wang Feng laughed a couple of times, responding to Jiang Hanqi's words as they flew through the sky. Jiang Hanqi fell silent for a moment and finally responded lightly, not planning to pursue the matter of cold Ningyue any further. Chapter 325. Wang Feng looked at the snow cave arranged with a holy level formation, raised his foot, and slowly stepped forward. My dear, hold on tight to me. Clamp your legs around my waist so I can move without letting you fall. While saying this, Wang Feng grasped Jiang Hanqi's ankles, crossing her feet, which were wearing white phoenix embroidered shoes, against his abdomen. Although Jiang Hanqi's body felt a bit weak, she could still hold on. Actually, at her current realm, she could get down, but she would feel a bit soft and wouldn't really fall. However, being carried by her husband gave her a very reassuring feeling. Jiang Hanqi reluctantly got down, her fair and delicate face gently pressed against Wang Feng's back, and she softly closed her eyes. Wang Feng glanced back slightly and couldn't help but smile. Why did he feel that Jiang Hanqi following him was increasingly like a little woman? Wang Feng shook off his thoughts and stepped forward to begin dismantling the holy level formation. Oh, woo. As soon as he opened it, the cave echoed with the cries of young ice Kirins, a chaotic chorus of howls. Jiang Hanqi was also startled awake, slowly opening her eyes to look ahead, but at that moment, she couldn't see anything. Chapter 326. The mark appeared. radiating a wave of light before disappearing. Jiang Hanqi slowly stood up, and a soft figure hugged her thigh. "Mommy." Little Dragon clung to Jiang Hanqi's pants leg, looking up with tear-filled eyes, pitifully gazing at Jiang Hanqi. "What's wrong?" Jiang Hanqi hurriedly hugged her into her arms, slightly furrowing her brow as she looked at Wang Feng. "Did your father bully you?" Little Dragon shook her head at this, lying on her head and not speaking, tightly wrapping her arms around her neck, not wanting to be apart for even a moment. "You let that ice Kirin cub out." Wang Feng pointed with his chin, helplessly shrugging his shoulders as he slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanqi seemed to realize something and, feeling a bit embarrassed after the misunderstanding was exposed, glanced at Wang Feng. Jiang Hanqi then stroked Little Dragon's head and finally activated her spiritual sense. A ball of cold light slowly flew out, gradually transforming into the form of a Kirin beast as it landed on the ground. As soon as it landed, the ice Kirin cub wobbled and couldn't stand steady, no longer the lively appearance it had before. "Mommy." Little Dragon looked back and immediately hugged her mother tighter, as if afraid Jiang Hanqi would no longer want her. Chapter 327. After eating for a while, Wang Feng slowly let go, raised his hand, and gently wiped Jiang Hanqi's lip corner, revealing a teasing smile toward the good girl emperor. "I'll go bury that adult ice Kirin's corpse." Wang Feng pinched Jiang Hanqi's rosy cheek and spoke. He then glanced over at Little Dragon, who was grabbing the ice Kirin cub's fur, treating it like a mount and running around. "Ha ha!" Little Dragon was obviously very happy, tugging at the icy fur on the ice Kirin cub's back. "Oh, whoa!" The ice Kirin cub instantly reared its front hooves, taking on a standard warhorse's neighing pose. However, due to the size difference, it looked like a small child riding a pony, a bit comical and cute. Wang Feng watched for a while, then approached the massive adult ice Kirin, preparing to lift it. Suddenly, a flash of ice blue rushed in, causing Little Dragon to quickly tug at the ice Kirin cub's ice blue fur. "It's Daddy! Daddy!" Little Dragon hurriedly shouted at the little Kirin beneath her, and then raised her small hand to gently pat its rear. The little Kirin seemed to understand Little Dragon's meaning, standing in front of Wang Feng and slowly lowering its little beast head. Chapter 328. A surge of celestial energy washed over the child and beast, pressing them down a bit uncomfortably. Little Dragon easily climbed off the little Kirin, descended the steps, and pulled the little Kirin's foot, dragging it back. "What the heck? This can't be the testing steps for qualifications as described in the novels, right? What about the 99 layers, or the 999 layers, that only the protagonist has ever climbed?" But when Wang Feng looked up, his face immediately darkened, because the stairs seemed to lead straight to the sky, and there didn't seem to be many layers at all. Wang Feng even used the extreme eye technique that a quasi-emperor could employ to look, but he still couldn't see the end at a glance. Ding! This is the immortal ascension ladder, different from the immortal path, which is a road that leads to immortality when walked to the end. Ding! However, this immortal ascension ladder has no end. When you climb to the point of feeling it, you will become immortal. Ding! The number of immortals in the immortal realm who ascended through the immortal ascension ladder can be counted on one hand, and you are currently still quasi-emperors. So even if you climb to the limit where you can become immortal, you will likely be forcibly sent back. Just as Wang Feng was still puzzled, the system's voice sounded in his mind, starting the explanation mode. Chapter 329. In an unknown deep mountain, Wang Feng opened his eyes somewhat hazily. A strong sense of dizziness hit him, making him uncomfortable enough to close them again. "Right, Hanqi, my wife." After a brief moment of recovery, Wang Feng suddenly reacted, hurriedly feeling around him. After a chaotic search, feeling the warm touch and delicate body, Wang Feng let out a gentle breath, and his palm unconsciously squeezed. Jiang Hanqi seemed to also sense the strange touch, tightening her brow with her beautiful eyes closed. Next to him was his husband. Jiang Hanqi felt the presence of the person beside her and slightly relaxed her heart. However, she did not open her eyes, and her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, allowing Wang Feng to touch her without any intention of resisting. After Wang Feng had touched Jiang Hanqi's upper body, he confirmed that it was indeed his little wife. Feeling the surging chaotic immortal energy within him, Wang Feng tried to mobilize it to alleviate the discomfort of his soul. After a while, Wang Feng lay on the ground and slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Jiang Hanqi, who was slightly curled up and still dizzy beside him. "My wife." Chapter 330. Wang Feng. Wang Feng's series of question marks directly slapped the system in the face. And the feeling in his heart was beyond words. No, we've come to another continent, but we still can't escape the sanctions of the Immortal Ascension platform, right? Wang Feng questioned the system in his heart, wondering if the Immortal Ascension platform would cover the entire world. And why has the time changed from 1,000 years to 100 years? Wang Feng looked at the time in confusion, quickly checking the task related to the Immortal Ascension platform. Sure enough, it had also changed to 100 years, which meant that during these decades, there was always a possibility of ascending the platform at any time. Ding, who knows? I don't know either. The system replied innocently, indicating that it was also unclear about the matter. Never mind. Anyway, Feng Tian has to die, so it doesn't matter if there's another one. Although Wang Feng felt helpless in his heart, it didn't matter. Wasn't it just another half-immortal? It would be strange if they didn't kill him together later. Wang Feng was going crazy. Another half-immortal? What a hassle. At this moment, he only hoped that the two of them were not brothers, but rather the type that used each other. After all, in the cultivation world, most people were old foxes, and sometimes even biological brothers could stab each other in the back. But the probability of that was too low. Hey, come on, you're a hanging loser. Everyone believes the little host will definitely defeat Feng Tian and Luo Tianen. System, are you acting up again? Wang Feng listened to the system's cold mechanical voice, which somehow felt a bit nauseating and couldn't help but curse. Idiot. The system left a final remark before cutting off contact, leaving Wang Feng in disarray. Oh no, wait, there were two people. Jiang Hanshi was still with him. Although his conversation with the system seemed long, in reality, only a few seconds had passed. Put me down. Jiang Hanshi, seeing Wang Feng still standing still for over 10 seconds, shyly said as she lifted her slightly flushed face. Being held by her husband and smelling his scent made Jiang Hanshi feel very secure and comfortable. This was also the reason she didn't want to leave Wang Feng's embrace. She really liked the feeling of being held by her husband. After saying that, she wanted to get down, but unexpectedly, Wang Feng suddenly tightened his embrace even more. What's wrong? Does my wife not like her husband's hugs anymore? You weren't like this earlier, Wang Feng said, ignoring Jiang Hanshi's symbolic struggles, and walked toward the city. No, this is too indecent. Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng's handsome face, blushing and anxiously said, why bother being decent? Comfort is what matters. Don't you like it, my wife? Wang Feng said as he walked, adjusting Jiang Hanshi's skirt, finally using chaotic immortal power to secure it, ensuring nothing inside could be seen. He swaggered into the city while holding her, and Jiang Hanshi seemed so shy that she buried her head deep into Wang Feng's chest. Nothing significant happened in the city. The guards didn't stop people from entering or leaving. However, the guards' gazes were somewhat strange, just watching Wang Feng carry a shy beauty into the city. Hey, who is this young master? That beauty is so alluring just by her figure. Yeah, tis TSK, unlike us just sitting here like two dogs guarding the door. It's still a waste of time. A few guards at the city gate began to whisper, as every time something novel happened, it always sparked their conversation. After entering the city, Wang Feng looked at the environment that was completely different from Tiansong. Tiansong had that kind of ancient and simple houses. Chapter 331. Here. However, it felt very new, although it was also a tiled house, but there was a sense of the 1980s of Blue Star. Wang Feng walked down the street holding Jiang Hanshi, surrounded by curious gazes, as if they were gossiping about something. Jiang Hanshi's slender arm wrapped around Wang Feng's neck, making her bury her head even tighter in shyness. Wang Feng didn't tease her and started searching for an inn on the street, searching for quite a while before almost failing to find one. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, he asked for directions for quite a while, finally arriving at a large river. In the center of the big river was a large boat, and on it was a large inn named Piao Xian Inn. Wang Feng flew over while holding Jiang Hanshi and slowly walked into Piao Xian Inn to start the check-in process. However, at that moment, a person in the inn who was bowing his head to eat caught Wang Feng's attention, and he narrowed his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow. Wife, do you think there could be 3 people in the world who look almost identical? Wang Feng looked down at the table where only one person was sitting and asked Jiang Hanshi softly. Jiang Hanshi seemed a bit taken aback. Seeing this, Wang Feng gently set her down and raised an eyebrow in that direction. Jiang Hanshi immediately spotted a person who looked about 80% like Wang Feng sitting there. The person had his head down and was quietly eating, seemingly unaffected by everything around him. Is this Lin Fan? Jiang Hanshi was startled. It seemed that their journey to the ancient era had subtly altered some events. Wang Feng, somewhat uncertain, sent a probing glance over. Lin Fan identity, owner of the heartless Emperor system. Reborn from the ancient era of Tian Tsang realm. Early stage of Emperor realm, innate weapon. Pseudo-Emperor artifact. Yin locking heaven tower. Wang Feng looked at his information and confirmed his identity, but the identity section did not include the title Huan Tianying's husband. Additionally, he had gained the title of Heartless Emperor. It was unclear whether he truly was heartless. At that moment, Lin Fan, who was buried in his meal, seemed to sense something. He slightly raised his head and made eye contact with Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi. Upon seeing Jiang Hanshi, he paused for a moment, reminiscent of the ancient era. However, he quickly averted his gaze. What intrigued him more was that the man looked so much like him. After observing for a while, Lin Fan realized he couldn't see through their cultivation levels and pretended to lower his head again to continue eating, while his mind was racing. System. I can't see through them. Scan their information. Although Lin Fan appeared to be focused on his meal, he was actually searching for the system in his mind. Ding. Deducting 10,000 points. After a moment, ding, 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 the system requires an update. Update time, 24 hours. Lin Fan was stunned. He stared blankly at the scene in his mind. This was the first time the system had suddenly updated. However, he wasn't foolish. It was likely due to the two people not far away. Just a scan, and the system had to update. Lin Fan thought it was bad news. He dropped a few spirit stones on the table, picked up a nearby hat, and prepared to leave. The cultivation levels of these two were definitely above his. Leaving quickly was the best strategy, and this was also why he had been able to cultivate to the Emperor realm. Just as he reached the door, two figures flashed and blocked his path. Chapter 332. Lin Fan, wearing the hat, slowly raised his gaze and saw that the two people who had just been at the counter were now in front of him. Lin Fan and Wang Feng exchanged glances, both secretly surprised, not understanding why this person resembled him so closely. However, it was best to leave for now. Perhaps this person was using a disguise technique to impersonate him and was deliberately seeking him out. Lin Fan adjusted his hat and took a step to the side to pass by Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Wang Feng extended his arm to block his way and uttered a classic phrase. Fellow Taoists, I have matters to attend to. What do you mean by this? Lin Fan saw that he couldn't avoid them and had no choice but to raise his head to meet Wang Feng's gaze. Amnesia? Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi exchanged a glance, both seeing the mutual confusion. Lin Fan actually didn't recognize them. Amnesia? Amnesia. Lin Fan's pupils slightly widened under the hat. He indeed had lost some memories, and he had watched them fade away with his own eyes. He only remembered waking up with a splitting headache, as countless memories began to slip away rapidly with time. At that moment, Lin Fan wanted to grasp them, but he couldn't stop even a little. He could only watch as those memories disappeared bit by bit. In the end, only the memories of his journey from Blue Star to the cultivation world remained, while all memories of his previous life in the cultivation world had vanished. Although he couldn't recall those memories, he knew he had definitely lost many. This feeling was strange, like when you clearly remember having drunk water, but you forget it while doing other things, yet you know for sure you have drunk water. He had relied on many treasures in the divine sea space to cultivate to the Emperor realm, which was evidently a backup plan he had left for himself before. This further convinced him of his amnesia. Can we discuss this in detail? Wang Feng glanced at the onlookers around and quietly asked. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, looking at the man who resembled him so closely, but ultimately nodded. The three of them booked a private room and sat down inside. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Wang Feng looked around, then stood up to set up a top-tier, sacred-level formation around the room before slowly sitting back down. Tian Qiong continent, ancient era, Fate War realm. And your wife, Huan Tianying, do you remember? Wang Feng, seeing Lin Fan's reaction, no longer hesitated and spoke up. Actually, he was also curious about how Lin Fan was reborn. Was there really such a thing as reincarnation? Tian Qiong continent? And my wife Huan Tianying? Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, pondering left and right. A beautiful figure surfaced in his blank mind, but he couldn't see it clearly no matter what. Hiss! Lin Fan lowered his head slightly, furrowing his brows as he thought for a while. I don't remember having a wife, but there is indeed a figure of a woman in my mind. Even if there is, so what? Lin Fan's voice was somewhat indifferent. Even if there was, that wife was probably dead by now. Ever since his rebirth, he had found himself emotionally distant, appearing indifferent to everyone. This was how he had come to be known as the Heartless Emperor. It seemed he had lost all his feelings. I know where your wife is. Do you want to go back to see her? Wang Feng was naturally not idle. He wanted to return to Tian San continent. However, he didn't know how to get back, while Lin Fan, being an emperor and reborn here, should have a way. Chapter 333 No. Perhaps I had deep feelings for her in the past, but now that I have amnesia, meeting her would be pointless. Besides, cultivation is the priority. Otherwise, survival in the cultivation world will be difficult. Lin Fan waved his hand, showing no concern for Huan Tianying's situation, responding to Wang Feng indifferently. Huan Tianying has been trapped in a secret realm for hundreds of thousands of years, thinking of you day and night, even mistaking me for you. It will be better if you don't see her. After all, she is not my wife. My wife is still well by my side. Wang Feng waved his hand somewhat speechlessly, signaling for him to leave, and subtly mocked him. However, Lin Fan kept his head down and did not move. His brows gradually furrowed, as if recalling something. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi did not disturb him. After a while, Lin Fan slowly raised his head. You said, Ing. Huan Tianying has been trapped in a secret realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Fan seemed to instinctively want to call out her name, but the memories in his mind felt somewhat unclear again. Chapter 334, still not working, clearly on the verge of remembering, yet suddenly interrupted, making it hard to continue. Lin Fan shook his dizzy head, that pink figure lingering in his mind, refusing to dissipate. It's okay. You'll remember once you see her. By the way, do you have a way to travel between the two continents? Wang Feng asked about the matter that concerned him most, how he could return to the Tian San continent. Yes. Then that's good. First, lend me some resources to cultivate. I need them urgently. Wang Feng's face lit up with joy as he looked at the more than 100 million source points from the origin and the storage space resources. After talking so much today, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Let's see if he can get some benefit from this Fandi. You guys stay in the city for a few days, and after I finish my business, I'll come back to find you. As Lin Fan spoke, he took out a storage ring and began to pour the resources from the divine sea space into it. After watching Lin Fan close the door and leave, Wang Feng couldn't wait to look at the storage ring. Wow, what a lavish amount. Indeed, becoming a person of the Emperor realm is different. Chapter 335, however. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi was nestled in his arms, her pretty face slightly flushed, sleeping soundly. Wang Feng guessed that this silly woman had secretly crawled into his arms in the middle of the night, just like she did last night when she sneakily nibbled on him. Unexpectedly, this silly woman was quite bold when he was asleep. She wouldn't act like this when he was awake. It seems this silly woman is like a little cat who enjoys sneaking snacks. He didn't know how many things she had done to him at night. Wang Feng gazed quietly at Jiang Hanshi, nestled in his arms, and gently raised his hand to rub her head. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi was actually not asleep. No, she had woken up a bit earlier than Wang Feng. She did sleep, but after grabbing Wang Feng's hand and hugging herself, she unknowingly fell asleep in his warm embrace. However, she woke up before Wang Feng. She was a bit reluctant to leave Wang Feng's warm embrace, so she just continued to nestle in his arms. It was warm, and there was her husband's unique fragrance. Being held like this made her feel very secure and especially comfortable. When she noticed Wang Feng moving in the morning, she hurriedly closed her eyes to feign sleep. She didn't open her eyes even when Wang Feng touched her head, knowing that if she woke up, her husband would definitely let her go. If she had known, she wouldn't have woken her husband last night. Jiang Hanshi buried her pretty face in Wang Feng's embrace, feeling the gentle touch on her head, and she felt a bit regretful. She thought to herself, why did she suddenly tease her husband when she was fine? The two of them cuddled on the bed for a long time, and Wang Feng began to think about whether to go back to sleep. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi finally felt comfortable enough to get up, though still a bit reluctant. Wang Feng heard her soft whimper and couldn't help but smile slightly, enjoying the faint fragrance on her body, feeling very content. Awake? Wang Feng gently rubbed her head, her long hair feeling exceptionally good, with a faint, delicate fragrance. Jiang Hanshi felt a bit shy, facing Wang Feng, her fairy-like face turning red as she softly replied, "That wife of yours should let go now." Wang Feng looked down at her hands, tightly wrapped around his waist, which was one of the reasons he didn't just get up directly. Oh. Jiang Hanshi's mind momentarily blanked, and after realizing, Although she was reluctant, she hurriedly withdrew her hands. Sure enough, as soon as she woke up, her husband wanted her to let go. What? Does the wife want to stick to her husband forever? No, no, Jiang Hanshi instinctively replied, and after realizing, she quickly corrected herself, her pretty face turning bright red, looking particularly cute. Clearly, her entire temperament was cold as frost. Even her fairy-like face had a high cold demeanor. Yet at this moment, she was so adorable. This created a particularly strange contrast with Jiang Hanshi's usual self, but made her even more endearing. Then once I finish tidying up, we can sleep a bit more. Your husband will let you hold on as long as you want, Wang Feng said while pinching her rosy little face, which was delicate and smooth, without any foreign feeling, and felt particularly comfortable. No, really not. Jiang Hanshi denied it again. With her personality, she wouldn't admit that she wanted to hold him. Chapter 336, no lying. Okay? Lying is not good for children. Then how about this? Once I finish tidying up, if you get off the bed, we won't hug anymore. How about that? Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi's beautiful cold eyes, thinking of a clever way to indirectly let Jiang Hanshi choose. I should cultivate. You go tidy up. Jiang Hanshi didn't directly answer Wang Feng's question, but changed the subject. Then she sat up, crossed her legs on the bed, closed her eyes, and entered a standard cultivation posture, remaining still. As everyone knows, sitting cross-legged in meditation takes a long time, and that time was enough for Wang Feng to finish tidying up the room. All right. Wang Feng pretended not to understand her meaning, got up, and began to clean the room, finally putting the clothes and scraps on the floor into the storage space. After everything was tidied up and the room was renewed as usual, Wang Feng slowly stopped. But still feeling uneasy, he checked again. His and Jiang Hanshi's possessiveness was equal. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to touch Jiang Hanshi's things. Then Wang Feng took out a bottle of floral fragrance liquid, dispersing the unpleasant odors in the room. Before looking back at Jiang Hanshi, he saw that Jiang Hanshi was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, cultivating. Chapter 337. Wang Feng carried Jiang Hanshi on his back, holding her thighs with both hands, then packed up the bed that had accompanied him for so many years. Next, he started to tidy up the array materials, finally unraveling the top-tier holy-level array. Wang Feng carried Jiang Hanshi all the way to the counter, told the shopkeeper to keep that room for him, and then walked out. Upon reaching outside the ship, the entire city was brightly lit in the night, with colorful lanterns hanging from the beams. Wang Feng stood on the crowded large ship, carrying Jiang Hanshi on his back, looking at the riverside scenery, momentarily lost in thought. Then they were staying at was on a large ship in the center of the river, and, at this moment, the river scenery in the city was in full view. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi were merely a slightly more noticeable pair among the masses. Occasionally, cultivators flew by in the sky, and the stronger ones would unleash their spiritual power, dazzling everyone and attracting gasps of admiration. Wang Feng, carrying Jiang Hanshi, walked discreetly on the enormous ship, step by step toward the edge of the river. Gazing at the reflection of the brightly lit scenery on the water's surface, Wang Feng leaped into the air, flying toward the crowded streets on the shore. Chapter 338. As the small windmill turned, Jiang Hanshi looked at the hand she held, and her heart inexplicably filled with joy. Gazing at the spinning blades of the windmill, her beautiful cold eyes seemed to sparkle with a bit more light. This was a feeling she had never experienced before meeting her husband, called companionship. Wang Feng watched as Jiang Hanshi blew the small windmill. Her cheeks slightly puffed up in a cute manner, and his heart almost melted, laughing out loud from the bottom of his heart. What's wrong? Jiang Hanshi was startled back to her senses by the sudden laughter, subconsciously wondering if she was being too childish. Boss, I'll buy everything at the stall. Wang Feng turned to look at the boss, who was still slightly dazed while gazing at Jiang Hanshi. He blocked the boss's view. Oh, you two are really a match made in heaven. Buying so many fun things. Your children must be very happy. The boss, regaining his senses, scratched his head awkwardly and smiled, thinking Wang Feng was buying for their children. We don't have children yet. After Wang Feng's words, the boss was stunned. No children? Then who are these toys for? Chapter 339. With her fair, jade-like feet slowly stepping onto the water's surface, Jiang Hanshi, releasing her held right hand, gently lifted her skirt with her left hand. Wang Feng, on the other hand, was more casual, allowing his long white robe to get wet. thinking he could dry it later. Gradually, without realizing it, their hands slowly loosened, but their bodies drew closer together. Wang Feng, using his cultivator's vision, caught fish with his mortal strength in the water. He chased from upstream to downstream, then ran back from downstream, with a large fish hanging from a rope at his waist, about the length of half an elbow. Wang Feng looked up, and Jiang Hanshi had already let go of her skirt, allowing the creek to soak it, probably thinking it was too much trouble. Actually, she could have used her internal celestial energy to hold up her skirt. However, considering her husband's experience of the mundane world, she chose not to do that and accompanied him without using the means of a cultivator. But this feeling of simply catching fish in the water without any spells made Jiang Hanshi feel inexplicably joyful and more relaxed than ever. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi slightly leaned forward, seemingly watching the small fish underwater. Her stunningly beautiful face was focused and serious, appearing very aloof, yet somehow giving off a feeling of cuteness. Chapter 340, Darling, You Eat. Jiang Hanshi raised her eyes to look at the charred grilled fish, which emitted a delicious aroma, especially since this time there were seasonings. She extended both hands to gently receive it and began to eat in small bites under Wang Feng's happy gaze. Wang Feng watched Jiang Hanshi eat the grilled fish. He couldn't help but remember the time when Jiang Hanshi was unable to move after using the holy artifact, the Annihilation Holy Seal, and there was still half a grilled fish left after she finished eating. Wang Feng reminisced about the funny moments spent with Jiang Hanshi, and his lips gradually began to curl into a smile. At that moment, a piece of intact grilled fish was handed over to him, so similar to what he recalled. I'm full. Jiang Hanshi still had some grilled fish in her mouth, and when she spoke, her cheeks were slightly puffed up, making her words a bit unclear. Why didn't you eat it all? Wang Feng asked in confusion. He had only caught one fish without using celestial power, specifically to grill for this silly wife to eat. I'm full, you eat. Although Wang Feng was a bit puzzled, he still took the intact piece of fish and began to nibble on it. He had to admit that his cooking skills were really good, and it was quite delicious. Jiang Hanshi watched Wang Feng eat with such enjoyment, and although she still felt a bit greedy, she held back and didn't say anything. Chapter 341, Darling, come. Hold this. Wang Feng ran to Jiang Hanshi with the kite string reel, extending a hand to take the small windmill from her. One was slanted onto his back, and the other was gently slanted onto Jiang Hanshi's back. As the breeze blew, the exquisite little windmills on their backs began to turn with the wind. I can't. Jiang Hanshi hesitated as she looked at the kite string reel Wang Feng handed her. It's fine. That's why you need to learn. Your husband will teach you. Come, hold it. Wang Feng bypassed Jiang Hanshi and gently hugged her slim waist from behind, causing her delicate body to slightly freeze in surprise. Hurry and hold it. Wang Feng leaned his head against her shoulder, which was not holding the small windmill, shaking the kite string reel in front of her and saying. Jiang Hanshi hesitated for a moment, allowing Wang Feng to hold her, and gently raised her hand to take the kite string reel from him. Come, hold his hand. It's very simple. Wang Feng gently held her slender, cool hand, guiding her to hold the reel, and began to control the kite. Watch the kite. Wang Feng saw her eyes still staring blankly at the kite string reel and pressed his face against her cheek, gently saying. Chapter 342. Until the end, she looked at Wang Feng's back, filled with a strong sense of shame in her heart. But she still slowly stepped onto the water's surface, creating ripples on the water. My husband is not an outsider, Jiang Hanshi silently comforted herself. After all, she had seen it before. Wang Feng heard the noise behind him, and the corners of his handsome face gradually lifted as he suddenly dove into the water. Boom! As the water surface created waves, Jiang Hanshi hurriedly tried to hide to the side. Unexpectedly, a pair of hands held her waist from underneath the water, and the figure emerged, splashing water onto her face. Darling, your husband really likes you. Why do you always agree to whatever I ask? Wang Feng held Jiang Hanshi's smooth, slender waist, his eyes meeting hers, filled with tenderness. At first, Jiang Hanshi felt a bit unnatural being held, but upon hearing Wang Feng's words, she froze for a moment and fell silent. After a while of silent eye contact with Wang Feng, she slowly spoke, I don't know either. Chapter 343. In the Zhangtian continent, southern region. In a desolate wilderness of the Danyang dynasty, fierce winds whirled around, stirring up dust. Whoosh! Suddenly, 3 figures appeared. and beneath their feet was a golden teleportation array symbol that slowly dissipated with the wind. As the three figures appeared, the raging winds around them gradually calmed down, returning to tranquility. As soon as they appeared, they released their spiritual senses to cover the surrounding area, intending to familiarize themselves with the terrain first. At that moment, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, who had just explored their surroundings with their spiritual senses, slowly locked eyes. Wang Feng smiled, while Jiang Hanshi remained silent. This is the place where they first met, and at that time, Jiang Hanshi was still tied up like a zongzi by Wang Feng and brought back to the village. It was also the first place Wang Feng saw her completely unclothed, the place where he took her away. Wang Feng recalled the bow tie in his storage space, which had faded to the extreme, something he had picked up the last time he returned. Haha, I'm back again. Wang Feng ran in front of the dazed Jiang Hanshi, and with a swift movement, he instantly appeared behind her. Chapter 344. After a while, are you ready? The master of the Little Sword sect looked at the few people in the teleportation array and asked with great energy. Report, sir. Ready. Wang Feng immediately stood tall, as usual, and loudly responded to the master of the Little Sword sect. Jiang Hanshi, holding his hand, slightly tilted her head to look at him, her cold eyes under the white gauze hat appearing somewhat dazed. Husband, hasn't he changed at all? The master of the Little Sword sect nodded, then extended his hand, causing the few people in the teleportation array to be momentarily stunned. After realizing it, Wang Feng helplessly took out 20 top-grade spirit stones to give to him, thinking he would have to pay out of his own pocket. Haha, I just love this generous friend of mine. The master of the Little Sword sect smiled and praised Wang Feng for the 4 extra spirit stones from the 16 slots. The master finally embedded the top-grade spirit stones into the slots and formed a hand seal. The large teleportation array began to glow slowly, enveloping the 3 of them, and the runes started to move. Finally, with a whoosh, the figures of the 3 vanished in an instant, leaving only the delighted master of the Little Sword sect, who inexplicably gained a few top-grade spirit stones today. Chapter 345. If it weren't for the persistent longing for Lin Lang in her heart, her soul would have scattered with the wind long ago. At the same time, Lin Fan, who was standing there in a daze, looked at the almost transparent, beautiful figure. Hearing the call of Huan Tianying, he felt an inexplicable suffocation and heartache. The image of the woman in his mind also began to slowly clarify, overlapping with the almost transparent soul not far away. At this moment, Lin Fan suddenly felt countless memories surging from the depths of his mind like a tide. Taishang Shenzong, Huan Tianying, Lin Fan, Tianqiong Continent. Numerous scenes of being with that beautiful woman not far away crazily emerged from the depths of his mind. Huan Tianying's almost transparent soul was clearly startled to see Lin Fan like this. At the same time, due to her emotional excitement, her already transparent soul became unstable. But she hurriedly ran towards Lin Fan. Lin Lang, what happened to you? No, let me touch him again. Just once. Huan Tianying discovered halfway that her soul was becoming unstable and showing signs of faintly dissipating. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, who were wearing a white gauze hat, exchanged glances, nodded, and began to form hand seals. In an instant, 2 streams of immortal power surged from their hands towards Huan Tianying, stabilizing her soul. Huan Tianying finally got her wish and touched Lin Fan, but upon seeing his painful expression, she was immediately at a loss. Lin Lang, Lin Lang. Lin Fan covered his head, feeling the shoulder that was grabbed and the call, tears gradually flowing from his red eyes. Huan Tianying, Yingye. Lin Fan slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes filled with tears as he looked at Huan Tianying's beautiful face. What's going on? At this moment, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi on the other side felt a resistance preventing them from infusing Huan Tianying with immortal power. Ding! It's the heavenly Tao. Huan Tianying is being suppressed and hated by the heavenly Tao, and now feels your immortal power prolonging her life. Of course. The power of the heavenly Tao doesn't allow it. Ding! However, the main reason is that your realms are not strong enough. If your immortal power were at the level of the Great Emperor, you could definitely act against the heavenly Tao. Damn it, why is the heavenly Tao meddling? I really want to take it down. Wang Feng cursed the heavenly Tao a few times in his heart after hearing the system's words. Now they had no way out. Looking at the 2 embracing not far away, Wang Feng felt a touch of sourness in his heart, as Huan Tianying was slowly beginning to dissipate. However, although her pink eyes were crying, the corners of her lips were smiling, as if she was already satisfied. Lin Long, it's really good to see you one last time. As the last drop of pink tear from Huan Tianying fell on Lin Fan's shoulder, her already transparent figure began to slowly dissipate. Yingya, no, you can't do this. Yingya. Lin Fan panicked as he embraced the dispersing Huan Tianying. They had crossed time for millions of years to meet at this moment. Why is this happening? Why? Lin Fan tried to grasp Huan Tianying's body, but all he touched was the gradually dissipating soul. No, Yingya, you can't just leave like this. Lin Fan seemed to remember something, his hands trembling, tears flowing as he desperately took out his life weapon. Pseudo Emperor Artifact, Yan Suo Tian Tower. Chapter 346 Comeback. A dark-colored treasure tower appeared in Lin Fan's hand as he shouted, instantly infusing it with his entire imperial power. In an instant, the entire secret realm began to shake, and without Huan Tianying's control, the whole secret realm, along with the palace they were in, began to violently shake and tremble. Countless pink, semi-immortal imperial powers began to slowly rise from the ground, spreading throughout the secret realm. This was the heavenly Tao forging this vast imperial false secret realm with Huan Tianying's entire semi-immortal flesh and blood and semi-immortal imperial power, and ultimately suppressing her here. It showed how terrifying the consequences of offending the heavenly Tao were, simply murderous. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi stood by, feeling the rich dispersing semi-immortal imperial power and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Ding! Host, quickly absorb it. Even if you don't absorb it, Huan Tianying can't reclaim these semi-immortal imperial powers. There's no need to feel guilty. Just as Wang Feng hesitated, the system's voice sounded in his mind. A bit urgent, because when these semi-immortal imperial powers first emerged, they were the purest. This was the best time to absorb them. Wang Feng stood still, thinking, considering that he didn't know how long until he would face those two semi-immortals. Chapter 347, but in the end, for some unknown reason, she slowly turned around and left, her golden silhouette inexplicably feeling a bit lonely. And after the cold mechanical voice shouted roll, there was no more sound. And this conversation was known only to the three of them. At this moment, Wang Feng was inside the Imperial False Secret Realm, looking at his panel. Wang Feng, Atmospheric Fate-Bearer, Realm, late stage of Semi-Emperor Cultivation Technique, Chaotic Dominating Body, Formula Abilities, Sword Intent, Weapon Transformation, Strength Items, Big Flower Underpants X1, Unusual Bed X2, Pseudo-Emperor Weapon Star Sword, Fragments of Heavenly Tsang Qiong Creation Jade Plate X3, Jiang Hanqi's White Dress X1 Source Points, 128568305 Overall Evaluation. Wang Feng was initially focused, but he was puzzled when he saw the overall evaluation. However, he quickly reacted. Damn system, you really know how to mock me as a chicken. Wang Feng secretly cursed, realizing that this dog system's overall evaluation had only been normal once in this life. Ding! This system is taking a nap. Don't disturb me. Go play by yourself. Wang Feng looked at his panel, heard the system's voice, and wanted to speak but hesitated. In the end, he decided to let it go. Chapter 348. Husband Jiang Hanqi opened her weak, ice-blue eyes and murmured a call before she could no longer hold on. Suddenly, her graceful figure began to lose strength in midair, causing her to drop rapidly towards the ground. Wang Feng was startled and quickly flew forward to catch her, feeling her extremely cold body, which made him panic. What's going on? Wang Feng swiftly carried Jiang Hanqi down to the ground. In just a moment, he felt his arms starting to stiffen slightly. So cold, Jiang Hanqi, like a discarded kitten, was held in Wang Feng's arms, trembling as she nestled against him. At this moment, Jiang Hanqi had almost lost her consciousness, and the power within her was completely out of control, running rampant. Wang Feng quickly set up a supreme holy level array around them to prevent any thieves, evil spirits, or demon beasts from attacking in the secret realm. Panicked, Wang Feng held Jiang Hanqi and disregarded everything else, sitting down and channeling his internal power to drive away the cold for her. In Wang Feng's embrace, Jiang Hanqi unconsciously felt a source of warmth and couldn't help but extend her arm to cling to it. At the same time, Jiang Hanqi let out a painful whimper, indicating that the clash of the two powers within her was quite uncomfortable. It's okay, hang in there. Wang Feng pressed closely against Jiang Hanshi, rubbing his cheek against hers, softly comforting her in her ear. Jiang Hanshi seemed to sense it, and a wave of reassurance suddenly surged in her restless heart, alleviating her discomfort significantly. Husband, it's cold. Jiang Hanshi clung to Wang Feng, burying her head tightly in his embrace, still unconsciously murmuring for her husband. I'm here, it'll be okay. Wang Feng was somewhat anxious because he noticed that Jiang Hanshi had unconsciously activated the ancient dark cold body. The ice-blue pupils that had changed colors were the best proof, and she was continuously emitting cold air. Wang Feng looked down and was shocked again. He found that icy patterns had begun to spread around Jiang Hanshi's neck. Her black hair was slowly turning into silvery ice, and the chill emanating from her was gradually intensifying. Moreover, the ice Qilin in her third eye seemed to sense its master's anomaly and began to release a cold light to stop it. Get away. You're accelerating her spreading speed. Are you helping me or hindering me? Wang Feng looked at the cold light released by the ice Qilin, and the icy patterns on Jiang Hanshi's neck actually accelerated a little. After being scolded by Wang Feng, the ice Qilin seemed to realize this and gradually quieted down. The icy Qilin mark on Jiang Hanshi's forehead also slowly receding. With the retreat of the ice Qilin, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi reached a stalemate. Their two powers clashing like fierce bulls, neither side willing to budge. Both were in the late stage of semi-emperor. But Wang Feng's foundation and aptitude were much stronger than Jiang Hanshi's, who had just broken through. So Wang Feng was feeling quite uncomfortable right now, because if he activated the chaotic dominating body, and if there were no battles afterward, he would end up like Jiang Hanshi is now. But if he didn't activate the chaotic dominating body, his semi-emperor level chaotic immortal power could stop Jiang Hanshi in her fully unleashed state. However, that was just a temporary measure. It merely kept the two powers at a standstill. Were they just going to remain like this? Chapter 349. Just as Wang Feng hesitated, Jiang Hanshi, in his arms, let out another painful whimper. Her hands, which were wrapped around his waist, tightened instinctively, causing Wang Feng to focus and become tense. In an instant, he was frightened enough to activate the chaotic dominating body, unleashing his chaotic immortal power to suppress the turmoil within Jiang Hanshi. What made him anxious was not Jiang Hanshi's sounds of discomfort, but that the cold ice immortal power within her seemed to be going berserk, especially the icy patterns around her neck, which began to spread rapidly up to her face, intertwining and wrapping together. Her hair, which had been half black and half silver, instantly transformed into a silvery ice color, and the ice Qilin mark on her forehead suddenly emerged. Wang Feng could feel the ice Qilin trying desperately to stop it, but Jiang Hanshi was the master, and had no choice but to forcibly borrow its power. Darling, Wang Feng called out anxiously, trying to awaken the unconscious Jiang Hanshi in his arms. As he activated the chaotic dominating body, black and white chaotic patterns gradually spread across him. But compared to Jiang Hanshi, his was controllable. At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly realized that the cold ice immortal power within Jiang Hanshi began to repel his chaotic immortal power. Chapter 350. Wake up, you piece of crap. But Wang Feng did not run away. Instead, he roared and charged at the swirling cold sword. Hey, are you crazy? Don't you care about your life? When my master wakes up and finds you dead, she will kill herself. The cold sword trembled violently in Jiang Hanshi's hand, trying to deviate from its stabbing direction. It was not worried about Wang Feng. It was worried that when Jiang Hanshi woke up and saw her husband killed by her own hand, she would definitely commit suicide. The cold sword knew Jiang Hanshi's temperament all too well, having witnessed her feelings for Wang Feng over the years. Hanshi, if you don't wake up, I'll die for you today. Wang Feng shouted angrily as he flew towards Jiang Hanshi in midair, exuding a rogue-like aura. In the sky, a cold ice light and a chaotic light approached rapidly, as if two shooting stars were about to collide. With the two beams of light colliding, a crisp sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed sharply. You really stabbed me? Wang Feng looked at the cold sword that had pierced through his shoulder, murmuring in disbelief. Chapter 351. After a long while of healing, Jiang Hanshi anxiously looked at Wang Feng beside her. At this moment, she also realized that the stab was not to Wang Feng's heart, but just to his shoulder. However, this made her even more afraid, feeling grateful that it wasn't his heart. If Wang Feng had really been killed by her own hands, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life, even to the point of self-harm or suicide. It's fine, just a small injury, no need to worry. Wang Feng smiled and reached out to gently rub her head. Noticing her silver hair, which felt a bit cool, but indeed looked beautiful and felt even better to touch. This silver hair was striking, not the kind associated with malnutrition, but like that of a silver-haired fairy. Feeling the touch on her head, Jiang Hanshi finally snapped back to reality and stared blankly at Wang Feng. Wang Feng looked at her dazed and regretful expression, wondering if she had really been scared silly. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hanshi suddenly hugged his waist and threw herself into his arms, her delicate arms tightening around him as if she were afraid of truly losing him. Next time, don't be so foolish. Jiang Hanshi buried her head in Wang Feng's embrace, her voice carrying a hint of tears, her whole body trembling slightly. It was clear that Wang Feng had frightened her quite badly. When a person is scared to the extreme, their body will tremble uncontrollably. Wang Feng felt his chest relaxing and was momentarily taken aback. When he came back to his senses, his expression became more serious. It's okay, it's not your fault. Seeing her trembling, Wang Feng knew he couldn't be so silly anymore. He gently embraced her and softly comforted her fears. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Feng looked down at Jiang Hanshi, who was still trembling in his arms, and gently stroked her head to soothe her. After a long while, Jiang Hanshi finally loosened her grip, looking at Wang Feng with red eyes full of self-reproach. The once proud Ice Empress was actually on the verge of tears. After seeing her recover a bit, Wang Feng raised his right hand to gently wipe her tear-stained eyes and teased, "Not at all." Jiang Hanshi replied, denying it but not resisting Wang Feng wiping away the sparkling tears that had gathered in her eyes. "Haha, next time when you practice outside, be more cautious. What if your husband isn't by your side?" Wang Feng's left shoulder still hurt a bit, so he could only use his right hand to finish wiping away the tears from her red eyes. Then, like petting a cat, he gently rubbed her beautiful silver hair a few times. "Don't say things like that." Jiang Hanshi felt his touch on her head, but didn't care. Instead, she slightly furrowed her delicate brows and said coldly, "I've been in that situation before, but when I came back, my consciousness was still clear. I'm Fine. Just promise me you won't be so foolish next time." Jiang Hanshi gently frowned, her stunning face seriously talking to Wang Feng. Wang Feng gave a somewhat perfunctory smile, but his hand continued to rub her head, seemingly addicted to it. "No more touching." Jiang Hanshi saw him, still smiling, and raised her hand to pat his hand that was still rubbing her head. Then, with her delicate arm, she gently tugged at Wang Feng's ear, causing him to hurriedly beg for mercy. Hey, I hear you, I hear you." Only then did Jiang Hanshi release her grip and stand up, using her icy fairy power to clean the blood off her hands. Finally, she wiped her eyes again with the back of her fair hand, as they still felt a bit foggy. Chapter 352. My dear, I've noticed that since your hair turned silver, you seem even more beautiful. Plus, it feels so cool to the touch. Haha. Wang Feng stood up right after, looking at Jiang Hanshi with a smile and cheerfully speaking. Jiang Hanshi's silver hair really felt incredibly comfortable to touch. The hair quality was excellent, and it had a pleasantly cool sensation. "Do you like it?" Jiang Hanshi fell silent for a moment, her deep and beautiful eyes looking at him hesitantly as she asked. I like it a lot. My dear, you look so good like this, much better than when you have black hair. Anyone would be enchanted by you." Wang Feng didn't think too much about it, assuming Jiang Hanshi's icy silver hair color was temporary, and praised her directly. Jiang Hanshi fell silent for a moment and gently nodded, softly responding. Wang Feng, standing beside her, didn't mind. After all, Jiang Hanshi's appearance couldn't be permanent. It was just a temporary experience. Looking down at his blood-stained clothes, Wang Feng flicked his white robe and noticed the blood had soaked through. He then glanced at Jiang Hanshi, whose white dress was similarly stained, and there were also some spots of blood on her neck. "My dear, let's take a bath. Then we can leave the secret realm." As he spoke, Wang Feng raised his head to look around, realizing that everything around them had been utterly destroyed. Even the passageway beneath the secret realm was exposed. Suddenly, Wang Feng thought of the spiritual spring they had encountered before. He wondered if it was still there. "Let's go. Follow me." Wang Feng took Jiang Hanshi's hand, noticing that her palm was still trembling slightly with unease. Was she that scared? Wang Feng stared blankly at her hand in his, feeling a sudden pang of regret. He shouldn't have used such extreme methods to wake her up. He hoped she wouldn't be left with psychological scars. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Let me hold you." Wang Feng gently embraced Jiang Hanshi, then lifted her knees with his left hand and her delicate body with his right. "Hold on tight to my neck. Let's go see if that spiritual spring is still there." Feeling Jiang Hanshi gradually relaxing in his arms, Wang Feng's heart also slowly eased as he spoke softly. Jiang Hanshi, cradled in Wang Feng's arms, slowly reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. Then, like a little cat, she buried her head in Wang Feng's embrace, making tiny movements to snuggle closer, gently inhaling the scent that reassured her. As they began to move, Jiang Hanshi seemed to realize her behavior was a bit excessive. She slightly lifted her head, only to find that Wang Feng was focused on using his divine sense to search for the place they had once lived. Since he hadn't noticed, Jiang Hanshi gently buried her head again, her silver hair resting on Wang Feng's arm. Her incredibly beautiful cheeks lightly brushed against Wang Feng's body. Wang Feng noticed Jiang Hanshi lowering her head again, and then felt a cautious caressing sensation on his chest, causing his lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Indeed, she was like a little cat that liked to sneak a taste, peeking up at him cautiously, afraid of being discovered. Wang Feng pretended not to know, embracing her as he released his divine sense, which instantly covered most of the imperial fallen secret realm. Then, with a movement of his divine sense at the late stage of the quasi-emperor, he absorbed most of the energy-depleted top-grade holy-level array materials from that area and stored them in his storage space. Accompanied by Wang Feng's search, he quickly found a spiritual spring where he and Jiang Hanshi had bathed before. However, it was already dry. Chapter 353. But there were still several spiritual spring pools elsewhere, and Wang Feng found a cold spring with the most abundant spiritual energy, which was particularly beneficial for Jiang Hanshi. Whoosh! The two instantly vanished, and when they reappeared, a clear and cold spring was in front of them. "Does my wife like to rub against things so much? How about letting your husband rub a bit too?" Wang Feng noticed that Jiang Hanshi seemed quite addicted, unconsciously rubbing a little more intensely. Looking at her, Wang Feng suddenly thought of a cat smelling catnip. Jiang Hanshi seemed unaware and not satisfied, snuggling in his embrace and letting out a delicate whimper. Feeling the warm cheeks, Jiang Hanshi closed her eyes, and Wang Feng's earlier words echoed in her darkened vision. "Does my wife like to rub against things so much? Let your husband rub too." The more Jiang Hanshi thought about it, the more wrong it felt, and suddenly she was startled awake, realizing it. She gently turned her head and raised her eyes to look at Wang Feng's smiling, handsome face, and in an instant, her cheeks turned bright red. No. Jiang Hanshi, with her flushed face, avoided his gaze slightly and scanned the surrounding secret chamber. Chapter 354. Jiang Hanshi felt the extremely warm bedding, and her entire pretty face became shy. "Husband." Jiang Hanshi gently wrapped her arms around Wang Feng's arm. The enchanting aura of the illusionary heaven technique was slowly released by her, elevating her entire demeanor to a new height. At this moment, the scene went dark just like before. After Wang Feng spoke, there was no more image. The next morning, Wang Feng turned to look at Jiang Hanshi beside him, gritted his teeth, and suppressed the thought of continuing to tease her. Forget it. I won't think about it." Wang Feng got out of bed and jumped into the cold spring with a splash, taking a full body bath. Then he took out a basin filled with cold spring water and used chaotic celestial power to heat the water in the basin. Only when he felt the temperature was just right did Wang Feng slowly come ashore. He put on a limited edition floral underwear, followed by a long white robe, cinched at the waist, instantly transforming into a white-clad celestial prince. After a while, Wang Feng noticed Jiang Hanshi's sleeping eyes fluttering, seemingly about to wake up. After a short time, Jiang Hanshi indeed woke up. "Cough, are you awake?" Chapter 355. Who are you? Why did you trespass into the imperial fallen secret realm? As soon as Wang Feng emerged, he was met with a barrage of questions, leaving him momentarily confused. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi, who was comfortably snuggling in Wang Feng's arms, slowly poked her head out to look. Upon seeing that they were all at the Saint King realm, she shrank back, thinking her husband could handle it, so she naturally didn't need to worry. "What does it have to do with you? I say I'm the master of this secret realm. Do you believe me?" Bold. The imperial fallen secret realm is called that because its master fell here. As soon as Wang Feng's words came out, he was met with a chorus of scolding voices, causing his face to darken. "Get lost. or I'll kill you all. Wang Feng was also annoyed and directly released a trace of imperial might from the quasi-emperor, angrily shouting. A trace of imperial might appeared, instantly forcing the Saint King realm experts flying in the sky down to the ground, unable to lift their heads. A quasi-emperor realm expert. Dozens of Saint King realm experts simultaneously had a shocking thought in their minds, all lying on the ground. No matter how embarrassed, they didn't dare to raise their heads. In this era where the celestial path is severed and emperors do not emerge, I, the quasi-emperor, am the heaven of all continents. Chapter 356. If it weren't for the innocent people within your range, and if I weren't concerned about the world, you would truly deserve to die. Forget it. I'll spare your lives, Wang Feng said, pulling Jiang Hanqi's graceful figure and instantly disappearing from the spot. In the Saint King realm of the Earth Celestial City, many people recognized Wang Feng and knew he was back for revenge. TSK, 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 the heavenly secret holy land. I didn't expect you to have provoked a tough opponent now. Someone in the Earth Celestial City quietly mocked, while several Saint King realm experts hid in the dark, feeling apprehensive and not daring to show their faces. Wang Feng then arrived at the heavenly immortal city, coming to the Wang family. Wanted to find the so-called Wang family's young lady from a few years ago. Releasing his quasi-emperor cultivation all the way down, he entered the Wang mansion, which previously could only be accessed through tunnels. Welcome, senior. May I ask what brings the two seniors to our Wang mansion? As soon as he stepped into the Wang mansion, someone immediately came to greet him, but Wang Feng showed no courtesy. Bring out Wang Ping's daughter, Wang Qin, or today I will annihilate your Wang mansion. Wang Feng shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the heavenly immortal city, causing countless people to tremble under this quasi-emperor pressure. Several Saint King realm experts in the heavenly immortal city, just like those in the Earth Celestial City, did not dare to show their faces. What are you looking at? Wang Feng slapped away a man who was staring at Jiang Hanqi without any sense, truly lacking awareness. You. The man looked well off, but even though he was quickly covered by someone, his eyes still glared fiercely at Wang Feng. Oh! Wang Feng raised his hand and slapped again in midair. And with a slap, the hand that was covering the man's mouth was loosened. 30 years in the East River. 30 years. The man glared at Wang Feng, shouting slogans, his resentful gaze completely unhidden. Bang! Wang Feng raised his hand and directly struck down, turning him into air, creating a large pit in the ground. You can't compare to that person. Your body is weak and your cultivation is only at the gathering spirit stage. What about your sister? Wang Feng said, waiting for a long time, and finally found that the head of the Wang mansion had come out cautiously to greet him, but Wang Qin still hadn't appeared. Where is Wang Qin? Has she hidden away? Wang Feng frowned, and his quasi-emperor divine sense covered the entire city, scanning around, but still found nothing. She died alongside her father, Wang Ping. Senior, we truly did not hide her. The head of the Wang mansion lowered his head in front of Wang Feng and respectfully spoke about Wang Qin's whereabouts. I said before that I would destroy the Wang family after being hunted down that time. Since they are all dead, I am not a bloodthirsty person. You tell me what should be done. Wang Feng's quasi-emperor pressure was released a bit more, instantly pressing the head of the Wang mansion down so he couldn't lift his head. After a while, Wang Feng smiled and took Jiang Hanqi out of the Wang mansion. And the source points on the system panel also reached. Source points. 168457085. Over 16 million. All right. No need to see me off. Good brothers, we part ways here. If there's a chance, I'll come to your Wang Fu for tea again. Ha. Wang Feng laughed as he turned around, seeming as if he and the master of Wang Fu were brothers, laughing heartily. He then waved his hand and disappeared from the spot, leaving the master of Wang Fu with a bitter expression. He had just taken office for a short time, and right from the start, he suffered an inexplicable loss. In an instant, Wang Fu went from a first-rate power to a second-rate power, which could be considered a punishment for chasing Wang Feng. Meanwhile, Wang Feng followed the guidance of Jiang Hanqi and arrived above the Tianji sacred land in Zhongzhou. He needed to accumulate some origin points, preparing enough as a trump card after that great calamity. So, Wang Feng targeted his enemies who had grievances against him. Chapter 357. Outside the Tianji sacred land. The Tianji sacred land is located atop a towering mountain that reaches the sky. At this moment, Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi stood at a higher point above the Tianji sacred land, frowning slightly as they looked down at the entire area. Wang Feng thought for a moment, Since he had to demand compensation, he naturally couldn't go in peacefully. He had to make a scene. If he didn't create a stir, how could he ask them for compensation later? Let's go. Wang Feng stepped out with Jiang Hanqi, who wore a white hair black dress. And in an instant, their figures disappeared into the high altitude. When they reappeared, they were already inside the Tianji sacred land. Wang Feng was just about to unleash his quasi-emperor pressure to summon the ancestor of the Tianji sacred land. But in the next second, Wang Feng's aura suddenly dissipated. At that moment, Wang Feng looked at the giant building not far away, feeling a chill behind him, utterly astonished. Was the Tianji sacred land preparing to assist that Feng Tian in becoming an immortal, offering sacrifices from their own sacred land? Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear in the Tianji sacred land? Shortly after Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi appeared, several elders of the Tianji sacred land surrounded them. It was clear to anyone with eyes that these individuals were guarding the giant altar. Chapter 358. No more touching. Jiang Hanqi, seeing Wang Feng rubbing continuously, felt a bit annoyed and softly spoke up. Then I'll touch next time. Wang Feng replied with a grin and gently lowered his hand. I have to say, the feeling of touching Jiang Hanqi is truly pleasant. He then cast a sharp gaze at the Tianji cultivators lying on the ground, wailing incessantly. Jiang Hanqi moved her thin lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed it back. Next time I'll touch. Then I'll touch, Wang Feng thought as he looked at those with low cultivation who were already bleeding from their orifices, lying on the ground in great discomfort, gasping for breath. The higher-level ones also had pale faces, unable to raise their heads under the pressure of two quasi-emperor late-stage auras, some even spitting blood. The 9 major sacred lands didn't have the powerful foundation of the Sword Sect, Ice Palace, or Celestial Court. Having one quasi-emperor was already the limit. Fellow Taoists, we apologize for our inadequate hospitality, and we are willing to compensate. As long as you two don't pursue the matter, our Tianji sacred land is willing to activate the Tianji disc to probe the future for you. The ancestor of Tianji flew back, his disheveled white hair and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 359. After Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi left the Tianji sacred land, they made their way to the Sword Sect in Zhongzhou, returning to Wang Feng's residence. Creak. Wang Feng quickly closed the door, turned around, and pushed Jiang Hanqi to sit beside a chair. Do you believe that old man Feng Tian could safely settle the subaltar within their Tianji sacred land without any surveillance measures? Jiang Hanqi sat thoughtfully in the chair and, after a moment, gently shook her head in response to Wang Feng. I don't believe it. No, we must go to the Celestial Court. The several ancestors there should also be aware of the dangers of the immortal ascension altar. Wang Feng felt an inexplicable pressure building in his heart. He wondered how many powers Feng Tian had infiltrated through his schemes over the years. In recent years, many demonic sects had emerged in Zhongzhou, all engaged in killing and sacrificing for the altar. Moreover, they had managed to survive unscathed, with no righteous cultivators to stop them. This was enough to prove that it was definitely that old man Feng Tian at work. The semi-immortal realm was undoubtedly the pinnacle of this continent, capable of easily annihilating a large domain with a single hand. Some of those powers might have been coerced, while others perhaps willingly succumbed, accepting Feng Tian's benefits. Chapter 360. Don't try to persuade me. I will not change my decision to marry him. Since I have broken the palace rules of the Ice Palace, I will not evade it, and can accept the punishment from the Ice Palace at any time. Wang Feng felt Jiang Hanqi's hand tightening slightly around his right hand, probably because she was quite nervous at the moment. The 3 supreme elders listened, and, aside from a 3rd supreme elder showing some emotional fluctuations, the other 2 sat in their chairs, deep in thought. All right. After much hesitation, the great supreme elder seemed to relent, saying with a hint of resignation that it was acceptable. Previously, the palace master never left the palace, staying hidden inside, a complete cultivation fanatic. But since that brat showed up, the palace master transformed into someone who jumps out of the palace, rushing out for 3 days and months, as if she had been abducted by that frivolous brat. No, she was indeed abducted. They had long been mentally prepared for the announcement of her marriage. But hearing it now, they couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in their hearts. They had cared for the palace master, who had been their precious cabbage for tens of thousands of years, and had done everything to meet her needs. Chapter 361. Hearing Wang Feng's words in his arms, Jiang Hanshi slightly raised her captivating cold eyes, seemingly a bit shy. Jiang Hanshi gently hummed in response, then pressed her cheek lightly against Wang Feng's chest, seeming to enjoy it very much. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi, nestled in Wang Feng's embrace, appeared completely different from the one who had been discussing matters with the three supreme elders at the Ice Palace. The Jiang Hanshi now was soft and delicate, as if a single bite could yield sweetness. In contrast, the Jiang Hanshi from earlier seemed like her other persona, the icy Empress. In the future, we want to ascend. We'll just live here and have 2 babies. With those 2 little beasts, we'll have 4 babies. Wang Feng held her while flying towards the city, planning their beautiful future. Jiang Hanshi said nothing, just holding Wang Feng tightly, burying her pretty face gently in his embrace, occasionally responding softly. The 2 transported from the northern region to Zhongzhou using a large teleportation array, and then traveled to the western desert, a place filled with swirling dust. As soon as Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi arrived at the Xiaoxian city in the western desert, they immediately noticed several lewd gazes directed at them. Chapter 362. Huh? Not bad, not bad. Follow me. The elder of the immortal court slowly flew into the air with his hands behind his back and smiled at Wang Feng and the others. What are you all gathering around for? Go do what you need to do. He then scolded the countless disciples who had come to watch. At this moment, the elder of the immortal court resembled a celestial being in an yin-yang robe, seemingly indifferent to everything. No need, let Lu Qingyao come out. We will handle it ourselves outside. It has nothing to do with the immortal court. Wang Feng did not move, as Lu Qingyao had nearly killed him back then, causing him pain for over a month. Even if he didn't kill her today, he had to avenge that blow to his abdomen. The elder of the immortal court narrowed his eyes dangerously, and a pressure targeting only Wang Feng and the others began to slowly release. Seeing this, Wang Feng also started to feel displeased, gently raising his hand in a palm shape towards the sky. Suddenly, his 5 fingers bent back, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and the space to hum. The elder of the immortal court was shocked at this scene, just like everyone else who had seen Wang Feng's true power. How many years has it been? This child has actually reached the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 363. What? Do you want to spit blood on me? Wang Feng furrowed his brows and directly exposed Lu Qingyao's scheme. Lu Qingyao, realizing her thoughts had been seen through, stopped speaking and lay on the ground, shivering from the cold, because she really did think that way. The biting cold continued to erode her body. But as a willow tree incarnation, her powerful recovery ability was also restoring her. This led to a painful clash of 2 feelings of agony. However, she didn't even furrow her brows. When she was being slowly tortured before, she merely frowned slightly. Hiss, this is troublesome. I was planning to forcibly merge them with quasi-emperor celestial power. Now, the good soul and the evil soul have completely disappeared. But they probably didn't die. After all, the 3 of them are a symbiotic entity, a situation Wang Feng had discovered during his contract with the evil soul. Wait, the contract, right? His contract with the evil soul. Wang Feng almost forgot about it and quickly focused his thoughts. At this moment, deep within a certain area of the Blackwater Sea, the evil soul shouted, and the countless waters in front of it were dispersed, its form beginning to slowly turn to ashes and merge into the sea. Chapter 364. Wang Feng, seeing Jiang Hanshi stop behind him, couldn't help but feel delighted. Indeed, although he was at fault, his wife was not the kind of unreasonable little girl. Her previous indifference was merely a way to remind him, even if he didn't notice. She would likely comfort herself afterward. Wang Feng gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, not speaking immediately, but flying into the dark sand pit first. As they flew in, their vision began to darken, as if the sunlight outside could not penetrate. Holding Jiang Hanshi from behind, both of them absent-mindedly scanned their surroundings. As they delved deeper, Wang Feng discovered that the dark sandy walls around them gradually turned into stone walls. Moreover, the sand that had fallen within a 100-meter radius had completely disappeared. They didn't know how long they had been descending, but they still hadn't reached the ground, and Wang Feng began to suspect if this was an endless pit. After descending for a long time, they finally landed on the ground, and a sense of solidity immediately spread from their feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as they landed, several strange sounds suddenly echoed around them. Chapter 365. Damn. Wang Feng's body froze in midair, and he exclaimed in shock, almost dragging Jiang Hanshi in with him. Fortunately, Jiang Hanqi sensed something was wrong behind him and quickly pulled him back. Wang Feng suddenly stumbled forward into Jiang Hanqi's embrace, his head hitting her limited edition bag heavily, making it hard for him to lift it. In the end, it was Jiang Hanqi who grabbed him by the collar and pulled him away, causing him to frown slightly and look at Wang Feng with a flushed face. "Ah, cough, cough. Thank you, my wife. I almost suffocated just now. That was close." After being pulled away, Wang Feng hurriedly tilted his head back and took a deep breath, thanking Jiang Hanqi. Jiang Hanqi's delicate brows involuntarily raised slightly, feeling a bit puzzled about how his chest felt so. "Get in there." After Wang Feng said this, he released his quasi-emperor divine sense, preparing to cover the entire supreme divine sect, but suddenly a force was blocking him. Wang Feng strengthened his divine sense release, and that force was immediately weakened by more than half, but it still strongly resisted his divine sense invasion. System scanned the surrounding environment. Seeing that there was still resistance blocking him, Wang Feng simply asked the system in his mind. Chapter 366. Naturally, it was impossible for Wang Feng, being her husband, to unilaterally decide on Han Jian's will. Moreover, Han Jian had transformed once when it just ascended to an imperial weapon, and its form was quite beautiful. However, after that, it refused to transform again, stating that the sword body feels more comfortable. To be honest, Jiang Hanqi had always regarded Han Jian as a younger sister, even though on the surface she was the owner of Han Jian. "All right, little star, you need to manage your feelings yourself. I can't help you anymore. Go back and think about your problems." "All right, I knew it would end up like this." The voice of the star sword sounded a bit disappointed, but it didn't say much more and was finally put back into Wang Feng's storage space. "My wife, if Han Jian won't let the star sword rub against it, can I at least rub against you?" After putting away the star sword, Wang Feng mischievously leaned closer to Jiang Hanqi, gently cupping her smooth face. He then pressed his face against hers and rubbed it a few times. It must be said that Jiang Hanqi's face was indeed smooth and delicate, feeling incredibly comfortable, without any sense of foreignness, super perfect. Jiang Hanqi didn't stop him, though her face turned slightly red. However, seeing that Wang Feng was rubbing against her endlessly, she gently reminded him. Chapter 367. Wang Feng leaned against the wall in the pavilion, watching Jiang Hanqi, who was surrounded by an aura of coldness not far away. For a moment, the psychological shadows from previous lives when he was killed seemed to resurface. Jiang Hanqi began to walk slowly towards Wang Feng, eventually crouching down and extending her hands, ready to help him up. Wang Feng had not yet come to his senses from his memories when he saw Jiang Hanqi's hands reaching out, and he was startled into a defensive stance. In Jiang Hanqi's view, she saw Wang Feng's body tremble violently, suddenly raising his hands to protect himself, seemingly afraid of her. Jiang Hanqi was very familiar with this feeling. When she had just resumed her cultivation back in Lu village, her husband had treated her with the same caution. "He still hasn't been able to escape from the memories of being killed by me?" Jiang Hanqi felt a bit down, her eyes lowering considerably for a moment. She had always felt guilty about this matter. 8 lives, that's a whole 8 lives. What should she use to repay? Her husband? Jiang Hanqi cautiously called out softly, and the chill around her gradually dissipated. Her ice blue, cold eyes softened. It was then that Wang Feng suddenly snapped back to reality. The past was the past, and the present was the present. Chapter 368. At this moment, Wang Feng held a piece of creation jade dish from the ancient era with only 1 mark on his left hand. There was also a creation jade dish from the celestial era with 2 marks. He first tried to condense the energy within the ancient era's creation jade dish. Then he directed it towards the 3 already dimmed creation jade dishes, preparing to see if he could activate them. In an instant, the 3 creation jade dishes seemed to receive some violent azure energy, bursting forth with a dazzling light. Bang! 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 Finally, 3 loud and ear-piercing explosions occurred, and the 3 creation jade dishes emitted a wave of azure light. Wang Feng lost his grip, and all 3 creation jade dishes fell to the ground with a thud. Even his hand went numb from the shock. After all, Wang Feng was also a practitioner of body refining. The azure light on the surface of the 3 creation jade dishes slowly dissipated, returning to their dull and lifeless appearance. Hiss! It seems the energy inside the ancient era's creation jade dish is not gentle enough. It's still too strong. Wang Feng thought, while picking up the 3 creation jade dishes again, storing the ancient creation jade dish into his storage space. Finally, when he condensed the celestial creation jade dish with 2 marks, a gentle azure energy surged forth. Chapter 369. Wang Feng took Jiang Hanqi's somewhat cool palm and began walking towards the outside of the loft. Jiang Hanqi remained quiet the entire way, tightly holding on to Wang Feng as they flew rapidly in one direction. Wang Feng looked at the position on the map, avoiding the magnificent hall ahead, heading straight for the supreme treasure vault. After a while of rushing, they finally stopped in front of a door made of an unknown sacred spiritual mine. Judging by the surrounding environment, it must have been heavily guarded in the past. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi slightly raised their eyes to look at the giant door, which was deep black and several meters high. Enough already. Open for me, Wang Feng shouted, as usual, lifting his foot to kick the dark giant door. Bang! This time, the giant door did not open violently as it did last time, but remained completely unmoved by the kick. Wang Feng, expressionless, gently retracted his slightly numb right foot, secretly cursing what kind of broken spiritual mind it was made of. At this moment, Jiang Hanqi looked at Wang Feng's expressionless face and inexplicably wanted to smile. But when she saw Wang Feng's bewildered expression, she held back her emotions and continued observing the giant door. Chapter 370. Comain. The Supreme Sect Master S. Soul said, waving his dark robe and walking past the two without even glancing back. Then, he raised his hand and waved, instantly illuminating the entire treasure vault with a mysterious blue light, making one feel as if they were in a starry sky. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi followed closely behind. And as soon as Wang Feng entered the vault and saw the scene clearly, his eyes widened in shock, staring at the several weapons floating in the air and a golden dragon scale robe. Ding! Host! Immortal artifact! It's the immortal true dragon scale robe. Hurry and choose that one. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, a cold mechanical tone that still conveyed excitement. Following the system's words in his mind, Wang Feng looked up and saw a neatly floating dragon scale robe in the air. The dragon scale robe was dark golden in color, entirely made of imposing unknown dragon scales that shimmered with golden light. Wang Feng had a vague feeling that if he wore this dark dragon scale robe, combined with the little dragon scale attachment ability, it would definitely lead to a qualitative leap in his strength. Respected Supreme God Sect Master, I only want that fish scale robe, the rest is up to you. Chapter 371. Follow me. The Supreme Sect Master S. Soul waved at the two, then began to step deeper into the starry blue vault. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi exchanged glances and gently nodded to each other before following closely behind. They were led by the Supreme Sect Master S. Soul to a stone platform, where he stepped up first. Come up. The Supreme Sect Master S. Soul called out to Jiang Hanqi, then turned his back and stepped on the stone platform. Crack! Crack! A series of stone rubbing sounds echoed as a stone pillar rose from the platform, and the Supreme Sect Master S. Soul reached out and slapped it. Crack! A cold light shot out towards him, and the Supreme Sect Master S. Soul was startled, quickly raising his hand to suppress it. It took a full hour, and Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi watched like spectators for an hour. Wang Feng even took out some grapes to eat, while Jiang Hanqi's cheeks were puffed up adorably. The two leaned against each other, silently chewing on the fruits, watching the Supreme Sect Master S. Soul struggle to suppress the cold aura. Until the Supreme Sect Master S. Soul's hands were encased in ice, that cold light gradually dimmed. Chapter 372. Wang Feng opened his panel to take a look. Wang Feng, Great Fortune Bearer, Realm, Peak Late Stage of Semi-Emperor Realm, can break through. Technique, Chaos Overlord Body Technique Divine Abilities. Weapon Transformation, Sword Intent. Strength Item, Big Flower Shorts X1. Odd Bed X2, Pseudo Emperor Artifact Stellar Sword X1, Celestial Creation Jade Dish X5 Origin Points, 3583856575 Comprehensive Evaluation, a somewhat wealthy little chick. Wang Feng looked at his realm and decided to first stabilize his foundation, maximizing his body's immortal power before breaking through. As for the origin points, with the 3 treasures from a Supreme God Sect and the refined spiritual mind added in, it directly increased by several tens of millions. No need to say more. Wang Feng directly took out a sparkling top-grade holy medicine and threw it into his mouth. Then, he entered a meditative state in his mind, instructing the system to keep an eye on the surroundings and began to operate his technique wholeheartedly. A stream of chaotic energy gradually circulated throughout his body, enveloping him, while the surrounding spiritual and cold energy surged towards him. Even the snowflakes around him were absorbed into his body, all refined into chaotic, immortal power. Time passed slowly. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the three elders of the Ice Palace, two ancestors of the Sword Sect, and the ancestor of the Celestial Court gathered in a certain ancestral land. Chapter 373. 2.5 months later, the ice layer on the surface of the Supreme God Sect, located deep in the Western Desert, suddenly erupted with a loud bang. With a resounding explosion, it shattered entirely, creating a scene of swirling wind and snow. A powerful aura erupted from the Supreme Treasury, signaling a breakthrough, confirming that Jiang Hanshi had reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. At this moment, the giant door of the Supreme Treasury, filled with ice blocks, slowly opened a crack. A white-haired woman in a black gauze dress stepped out slowly. At this moment, the cold air around Jiang Hanshi's eyes and the icy patterns on her neck and face had yet to dissipate, giving her the demeanor of an ice mountain. Especially her cold eyes, surrounded by frost, slightly lifted to gaze at Wang Feng, who stood in the sky. Their eyes locked instantly, causing Wang Feng's heart to tremble slightly. It was evident that the psychological shadow buried deep within him had not completely faded away. Thus, every time he saw the extremely cold Jiang Hanshi, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Jiang Hanshi continued to gaze at Wang Feng, her icy patterns slowly fading, and the coldness in her eyes gradually dissipating with the wind. As Jiang Hanshi's state changed, the falling snow in the entire Supreme God Sect abruptly came to a halt. Chapter 374. Meanwhile, the Supreme Sect Master in the distance did not intervene, but instead flashed his figure and entered the Supreme Treasury first. It seemed that there was no avoiding this calamity. Well, let it be. Consider it a meeting gift for the Ice Fairy's successor. Although the Supreme Sect Master's soul thought this way, his expression clearly showed visible pain. On the other side, while flying halfway, Wang Feng suddenly felt a surge of warmth and strands of silver cold hair brushing against him. However, he paid no mind, thinking his silly wife was just craving to snuggle against his neck again. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt a gentle bite near his ear, a slight sensation of rubbing that was mildly ticklish and painful. What was his wife doing? Wang Feng paused in the air and then widened his eyes, immediately understanding. Oh no, don't. Wang Feng hurriedly flew towards the ground, as if he had already started to soften, almost stumbling when he landed. Jiang Hanshi felt a slight joy in her heart. It seemed she had grasped a little handle on her husband. Haha. Seeing this, Jiang Hanshi stopped teasing Wang Feng, relaxed, and leaned closer to his ear, breathing out a warm breath and whispering, Chapter 375, Then I will hug you. Wang Feng immediately scooped Jiang Hanshi up in a princess carry, their warm bodies pressed closely together in an instant. Jiang Hanshi's scheme succeeded, and she couldn't help but feel a bit of joy in her heart. Then, she nestled her head in Wang Feng's embrace and cautiously inhaled his scent a couple of times. Her husband smelled warm and fragrant, although she felt weak all over. It was true, but to this extent, she could still use her celestial power to resist. However, she also wanted to be held by her husband. So Jiang Hanshi came up with a clever plan to turn herself from the active party into the passive one. Sure enough, her silly husband easily fell for it. Haha, TSK, you little rascal. I see you just want to snuggle against my chest, right? Unexpectedly, just as Jiang Hanshi was secretly delighted, Wang Feng's cheerful voice broke through her little thoughts. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi seemed to want to bury her pretty face deeper into Wang Feng's embrace. Not daring to show even a hint of her face, the embarrassment of having her little scheme exposed instantly surged. Chapter 376. Meanwhile, the domineering three-color dragon energy in Wang Feng's hand suddenly surged in. In an instant, the previously resisting Xianjin dragon scale robe stood still in midair as if it had become dull. It's not good. The Supreme Sect Master's soul thought to himself, realizing something was off. Sure enough, when the Xianjin dragon scale robe moved again, it was no longer resisting. Instead, it was compliant. The Xianjin dragon scale robe flew towards Wang Feng, as if trying to possess him, startling Wang Feng. However, the speed of the Xianjin dragon scale robe was incredibly fast, merging with his armor in an instant, swiftly attaching itself to Wang Feng's chest. Then, the Xianjin dragon scale robe quickly reversed direction, turning its back to Wang Feng. The entire back of the Xianjin dragon scale robe transformed into a flowing golden light, rapidly passing through Wang Feng's body. When a golden light disappeared, Wang Feng stood there in a powerful robe covered in Xianjin dragon scales, looking somewhat dazed. At this moment, Wang Feng exuded 3 parts handsomeness mixed with 9 parts domineering power, and the violent aura of the Xianjin dragon scale robe caused the space to tremble. Just like that, it was tamed. The Supreme Sect Master's soul was stunned, looking at Wang Feng with a face full of disbelief. Was this the determination of a treasure to acknowledge a monstrous talent? Chapter 377. Wang Feng, carrying Jiang Hanshi, hurriedly flew back to the Celestial Court, preparing to discuss the matter of Feng Tian with the Celestial Court's ancestor. As soon as Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi landed at the entrance of the Celestial Court, the ancestor of the Celestial Court immediately appeared before them. "Where's our Saintess Lu? You haven't killed her, have you?" As soon as the ancestor appeared, he quickly questioned Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi. It had been 3 whole months since they last went out, and he had not seen any trace of them, which truly worried him. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanshi, who was in Wang Feng's arms, had already landed and steadied herself. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly remembered this matter, feeling a bit awkward as he looked around, and then slowly spoke. Wait a minute. Wang Feng seemed somewhat oblivious, disappearing from a spot in front of Jiang Hanshi and the Celestial Court's ancestor. However, in less than half a second, Wang Feng whooshed back to the original spot and wrapped his arms around Jiang Hanshi's slender waist. Whoosh! As a gust of fresh wind passed, it left the Celestial Court's ancestor, dressed in a yin-yang robe, standing there in a daze. Jiang Hanshi, seeing Wang Feng leave her again, felt a wave of disappointment rising, only to find herself suddenly appearing in Wang Feng's embrace. Chapter 378. Wang Feng, carrying Jiang Hanshi, hurriedly flew in midair, while the entire continent seemed to have transformed into a prison. They, along with the others, were rushing madly towards a single direction, which was the Junction Sea area between the Tian-San continent and the Xianhai continent, the location of the Celestial Master's main altar. At this moment, a 10,000-meter-high main altar slowly rose from the sea, accompanied by the surging waters. Whoosh! Finally, the blood energy accumulated at the center of the main altar suddenly shot out an enormous blood-red beam of light. The blood-red beams from the 2 continents appeared minuscule before this blood energy, like children encountering their father. Even quasi-emperor realm cultivators from other distant continents felt this aura from countless miles away. Eyes filled with uncontainable shock, I had no idea what was happening there, only feeling a chilling sensation. At that moment, countless people on the 2 continents were stunned. Bang! Suddenly, the 2 continents shook violently, and the lower-level cultivators were instantly injured, bleeding from their 7 orifices, while many mortals were directly killed. With this violent tremor, the Tian-San continent and the Xianhai continent were forcibly crashed together by the Immortal Master Altar. Chapter 379. With a bang, a large cloud of dust was stirred up in the southern region, embedding both feet firmly into the muddy ground. Pull! The disciples of the Celestial Court shouted in unison, and the yin-yang Dharma image exerted tremendous force. However, the inertia from the golden giant sword still dragged their bodies out into a deep trench thousands of meters long. In the end, it was only by forming 2 layers of ice beneath their feet that they prevented being carried away further by the golden giant sword. Otherwise, countless Tian-San cultivators would surely have died, and the sword formation of the sword sect might have collapsed in an instant. At this moment, the cultivators in the sky above the Tian-San continent were divided into 2 waves. The first wave consisted of densely packed disciples from the 3 major sects of Tian-San. The second wave comprised scattered cultivators fighting alongside countless frenzied demon cultivators from various major sections. On the other hand, the Xianhai continent was caught off guard, but fortunately reacted quickly. Countless Xianhai cultivators and demon cultivators, although fighting chaotically, were not completely overwhelmed. At this time, the disciples of the 3 major sects of Tian-San stood in the sky, forming a human wall and looking at each other. Accompanied by the nod of the yin-yang Dharma image, the golden phantom giant sword, towering at 10,000 meters, trembled violently in the hands of the much larger yin-yang Dharma image. The towering yin-yang Dharma image, visible to countless people, held the golden phantom giant sword in its right hand, while its left hand brought its index and middle fingers together. Then, it fiercely wiped across the blade of the golden phantom giant sword, unleashing an extreme chill. In an instant, frost covered the entire ground, and snowflakes fell from the golden giant sword. The area around the enormous Yin-Yang Dharma image quickly transformed into a frozen world. Below it, regardless of friend or foe, the cultivators instantly became ice sculptures. Their ultimate fate was to be crushed by a giant Yin-Yang foot. Like a primordial beast, the Yin-Yang Dharma image stepped across the icy surface of the sea towards the immortal master altar, wielding two powerful sword energies. Whoosh, whoosh, two intersecting streams of golden-blue mixed sword energy, displaying a world-splitting force, slashed towards the immortal master altar on the sea surface. Boom! Bang! Slash! The Yin-Yang Dharma image ignored the shockwaves generated by the exploding sword energy, stepping down towards the ground and creating a 10,000-meter deep pit. The swirling Yin-Yang aura rushed towards countless cultivators, sending many of them flying away. The Yin-Yang Dharma image stood in mid-air, raising the golden 10,000-meter giant sword, infused with an extreme chill above its head. The figure of the Yin-Yang Dharma image, like a falling star, flew towards the immortal altar with the giant sword raised. Finally, wielding the golden giant sword, swirling with sword intent and coldness, it exerted its utmost strength and swung down fiercely. This was the offensive from the three major sects of Tian Tsang. Countless swords, cold, and Yin-Yang disciples formed three major formations in the sky, launching an attack, comparable to the peak strikes of an emperor. Do not even think about it. A furious voice echoed from the heavenly layer, and a blood-colored spear shadow spanning 3,000 miles appeared, determined to counter this blow. Fong Tian, old thief! A sharp and domineering curse resounded through the sky. Immediately after, an extremely powerful sword intent suddenly appeared between the two continents, rapidly charging towards that blood-colored spear shadow. However, in front of that semi-immortal emperor-level blood-colored spear shadow, it still seemed a bit lacking. But whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following closely were several different styles of Imperial weapon phantoms, and in an instant, 13 Imperial weapons manifested. As for why there were 13 Imperial weapons, it was because there were also 6 Imperial weapons from the Xianhai continent. Spear, sword, blade, halberd, mirror, painting. 13 Imperial weapons soared into the sky at lightning speed, attacking that blood-colored spear shadow. Chapter 380, accompanied by the towering Yin-Yang Dharma image. The golden 10,000-meter giant sword was fiercely cleaved down onto the immortal altar on the sea surface. The 13 Imperial weapons collided violently with a massive blood-colored spear shadow in the clouds. Bang! Bang! 2 earth-shattering explosions erupted, and in that instant, it felt as if the time of the entire world had frozen. Then, 2 waves of overwhelming aftermath surged towards the southeast and northwest of the 2 continents. In an instant, both continents were devastated, and the dust rose so high that no one could see the direction. Boom! Countless cries of despair erupted, and some didn't even have time to scream before instantly turning in a blood mist, which filled the sky. The millions of disciples maintaining the 3 major formations in the sky flew about like countless ants, with many low-level cultivators dying on the spot. The towering Yin-Yang Dharma image and the golden giant sword infused with extreme coldness instantly dissipated with the wind. At this moment, less than 10 million of the disciples from the 3 major sects of Tian Tsang survived, with casualties beyond counting. The Xianhai continent suffered even more. Without the protection of major formations, countless cultivators were almost instantly wiped out, turning to ashes with nothing left. Chapter 381. Because the Thunder Tribulation detected the presence of Luo Tianan, a semi-immortal, it instantly cranked up the power consumption to the maximum. Boom! As the purple thunder dragon opened its eyes, it roared and charged towards the 2 individuals in the clouds at high speed. Roar! It even let out a dragon roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, spreading for countless miles. Even cultivators from distant continents heard it. Bang! At that moment, the cultivator known as Ergo exploded, turning into fragments that rained down from the sky. There was no longer a peak quasi-emperor named Ergo in the world. After failing to find a target, the purple dragon Imperial Thunder quickly locked onto Luo Tianan. causing him to feel a moment of heart palpitation. Damn thing. Luo Tian'an cursed silently, raised the black fan imperial weapon, and donned a blue ice armor. Roar. The dragon roar sounded again, and the purple dragon imperial thunder changed direction, charging at high speed towards Luo Tian'an with its massive thunderous mouth wide open. Boom! With a loud explosion in the clouds, countless people on the ground only saw a powerful purple light erupt. Finally, as the thunderclouds receded, the world gradually returned to calm, leaving behind a crack in the sky that continued to expand. The crack had grown large enough to absorb the corpses on the ground, and the deceased bodies, with no resistance, were instantly sucked in. Chapter 382 at this moment. Dozens of corpses that had died in the sky slowly flew towards the crack in the immortal altar above. They were eventually swallowed into it. Fortunately, the tribulation of thunder above the clouds was rolling and had already formed, causing Feng Tian and Luo Tian'an to be greatly alarmed. What a bunch of annoying trash. Feng Tian cursed angrily, thinking that so many emperor-level thunder tribulations stacked together were more than enough to kill a half-immortal. Because at this moment, it wasn't just the 4 thunder tribulations from Tiansong. There were also several from the Xianhai continent. Green Vine Thunder, Red Flame Thunder, Golden Sword Thunder, Ice Cold Thunder. As the 7 thunder tribulations formed, it was as if they sensed each other. Instantly, they transformed into powerful thunder dragons of various styles, surging and soaring within the thunder layer. The immense momentum of the thunder tribulation felt like it could obliterate 2 continents at any moment, changing the color of the world. This tribulation was destined to shatter the 2 continents of Tiansong and Xianhai. Roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars echoed across the sea. Distant emperor-level experts from several continents were shocked to see the dense thunderclouds and soaring dragon thunders in the sky. Chapter 383 Poof. Wang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood while holding Jiang Hanshi, discreetly spitting the blood into the seawater. Because Jiang Hanshi was beneath him, most of the residual waves of the thunder tribulations were blocked by Wang Feng. Looking at Jiang Hanshi, whose face was filled with ice patterns and worry, Wang Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Hissed Jiang Hanshi heard the sound of him gasping and wanted to turn over to take Wang Feng's place, but he held her tightly, giving her no chance at all. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in midair above the sea of blood, 7 figures sat on the immortal altar, eyes closed. Each one was in a state of severe injury, on the brink of death, with a dim and colorless imperial weapon standing beside them. Damn it! Hurry and stop them. Feng Tian's expression changed drastically as he called out to Luo Tian'an and flew towards them. If you want to kill them, you must step over our corpses first. Kill. The remaining 5 peak quasi-emperor experts roared angrily, pouring all their quasi-emperor power into their holy or imperial weapons. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of cracking echoed, but Feng Tian and Luo Tian'an were not afraid at all, brandishing their black fan and blood-red spear as they charged forward. Chapter 384 in mid-air, Feng Tian felt a jolt when 2 people stared at him, but it was only for a moment. Then, his half-damaged face tightened as he searched for the gaze that made his heart race. System, is there a lottery with 1 million source points? Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi dove back into the blood-red seawater, temporarily hiding, and quickly inquired within their minds. Ding, not yet available. Only after you ascend to the upper realm will the million source point prize pool be completely refreshed into immortal items. Ding, host, please note, you currently have only 358,046, 768 source points left in total. Ding, host, you better reserve 300 million source points for resurrection, otherwise, the little dragon inside you might die, resulting in 1 corpse with 2 lives. Damn, 1 corpse with 2 lives. I'm done. You think I can't beat this half-damaged Feng Tian, right? Although I think so too. Wang Feng, submerged in the blood sea, tightly held Jiang Hanshi's hand and complained about the voices in his mind. Ding, based on your current odds of winning, hard to say, but you can try. After all, you're still alive. Accompanied by a loud explosion in the sky, an incredibly powerful wave of light erupted in the high altitude. The tremendous force caused the space to hum and even shatter. Wang Feng and the others were instantly blasted away into the distance. Meanwhile, Feng Tian was only knocked back a few steps. Feng Tian was somewhat startled, and his desire to kill them intensified. However, just as he was about to act, a massive, dark tower descended from the sky towards him. Feng Tian sensed the imperial power atop the tower and was immediately startled, hastily raising his blood-red spear to stab upwards. Bang! Another explosion sounded as the blood-red spear clashed with the Yin Suo Tian tower, releasing a wave of light that spread outwards. Whoosh! A figure appeared before Feng Tian, as if teleporting, raising a foot covered in golden imperial power to kick him in the head. Feng Tian instinctively tried to raise his left hand to block, only to find that his left hand was already gone. However, he was an experienced fighter and quickly threw away the blood-red spear, extending his right hand sharply to the left. Snap! In an instant, Lin Fan's ankle was seized, and he was violently thrown away, crashing into the blood sea. Chapter 386. You are dead. 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 Wang Feng's eyes, covered in dragon scales, were blood-red as he clenched his claws into fists and charged at Feng Tian like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang! One punch after another slammed into the blood-red spear, but Feng Tian showed no fear, raising his foot to kick Wang Feng in the waist. At this moment, Feng Tian looked at this crazy person who only attacked and did not defend, and couldn't help but laugh. But soon he was shocked again. Wang Feng seemed to feel no pain at all, reappearing in front of him. A peak emperor-level killing sword intent slowly began to condense above Wang Feng's head, startling Feng Tian, who quickly retreated. But the next moment, another figure identical to Wang Feng appeared behind him, directly blocking his escape route. Two identical Wang Fengs, their blood-red eyes filled with fury, crazily rushed in all directions, throwing punch after punch at Feng Tian. Moreover, Wang Feng's momentum continued to rise, and the black sword intent above his head was rapidly expanding. Feng Tian saw that the gigantic black sword intent was about to fall, and his front and back escape routes were blocked. If it were during his peak period, he wouldn't have regarded two emperor-level Wang Fengs at all. But he was not at his peak right now. Chapter 387. Lin Fan sighed in relief as he saw Jiang Hanshi, who had temporarily stabilized her injuries, and turned to observe the fierce battle behind him, feeling an immense shock in his heart. Meanwhile, the ice Qilin mark on Jiang Hanshi's forehead flickered, and finally, an ice Qilin cub emerged. The appearance of the ice Qilin startled Lin Fan, who instinctively raised a hand, but quickly calmed down and lowered it. The ice Qilin cub, shedding tears, approached Jiang Hanshi and gently licked her wounds. As the ice Qilin licked, streams of cold light flowed into Jiang Hanshi's body, healing her severe injuries. The ice Qilin had wanted to come out to help earlier, but was forcefully suppressed back by Jiang Hanshi. It was only now, unable to be restrained any longer, that it could come out to heal her. As the cold light from the ice Kirin surged into her body wave after wave, Jiang Hanshi's fingers began to move, and her consciousness slowly awakened. At this moment, Lin Fan had already placed the Yin Suo Tian tower above their heads, struggling to protect them from the aftermath of the battle. Jiang Hanshi endured the pain in her body, her eyes fixed on the three rapidly moving black shadows in the overcast sky. Chapter 388. Feng Tian turned to look, and the two figures of Wang Feng had already appeared behind him again, raising their fists to strike. Boom! In the 10,000-meter high sky, the second lightning tribulation quickly coalesced, slowly revealing a substantial blood-black murderous intent imperial thunder amidst the dark clouds. At this moment, this thunder tribulation could hardly be considered a tribulation. It was more like the heavens seeking reasons to annihilate these two. Get lost! Feng Tian's head, floating beside his body, shouted angrily as his body raised the blood-colored great halberd, preparing to stab the person behind him. Feng Tian lifted the blood-colored great halberd, and with a lightning-fast thrust, sent the shadow of the blood halberd towards Wang Feng's stomach. Seeing that the blood-colored great halberd was not aimed at his head, Wang Feng's eyes, filled with blood, widened, and he let out a sinister laugh as he lunged forward. Ha 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 ha! D! The two figures of Wang Feng, covered in tattered dragon scales, now seemed like madmen as they pounced onto Feng Tian. Puff! This was the sound of the blood-colored great halberd piercing flesh, brutally penetrating Wang Feng's stomach, but he did not retreat. Instead, he charged towards Feng Tian. His right hand grabbed the head floating beside him, tightly embracing Feng Tian's body. He even opened his mouth, transformed into dragon teeth, and began to gnaw frantically at Feng Tian's body and head. Advanced version of invincible defense card. Activate. Ah. At this moment, a wave of despair surged through Feng Tian's mind as he felt his flesh being torn apart, feeling utterly powerless to turn the tide. Divine Power Boom. Just as Feng Tian intended to unleash his last resort, a blood-black heavenly thunder descended, striking both of them. Bang! A splash of blood-black murderous intent burst like fireworks, shattering against their bodies, creating a scene that was both enchanting and beautiful. Wang Feng refused to let go, still gnawing at Feng Tian's flesh. Feeling no pain from the ancient murderous intent thunder tribulation, the advanced version of the invincible defense card took effect. This blood-black thunder tribulation could at most be considered an attack of the Emperor realm. But Feng Tian was in dire straits, being madly bitten by the two Wang Fengs, with any hope of escape obliterated by the thunder tribulation. At this moment, the blood-black thunder tribulation in the heavens seemed to sense that the two were embracing each other. Another massive blood-black thunder tribulation loomed overhead, and the heavens rumbled as it crashed down. In less than 3 seconds, another blood-black lightning flashed and vanished. Boom! 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, boom! 9 blood-black murderous intent Emperor thunder tribulations dyed the entire sky, completed in just 30 seconds. The murderous intent thunderclouds slowly receded, but the substantial murderous intent lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. The cracks on the immortal master altar and the heavenly machine had shattered into dust under the bombardment of the 9 murderous intent thunder tribulations. A figure, with a blood hole in the chest and abdomen and covered in cracks, plummeted straight towards the sea. Upon closer inspection, his skin was gradually tearing apart, as if being devoured piece by piece. This was the side effect of the forceful divine power. Wang Feng's life was already beyond saving, and Feng Tian had long been obliterated into dust by the 5th blood-black murderous intent Emperor thunder tribulation, his soul shattered along with his body. At this moment, the falling Wang Feng looked at the sky that had returned to a grayish-white day, tears of blood streaming down from his eyes, flowing towards the sides of his eyes. Hanshi! Wang Feng wanted to shout Hanshi, but he found that his throat had already been torn apart, and only a hoarse sound emerged. A powerful sense of pain gradually eroded his body. In this moment, he wished for death. He truly wanted to die. This kind of pain was too torturous, penetrating deep into his soul, but there was no one beside him. The feeling of relaxation after the battle washed over him, making it even more difficult to move, let alone speak. What awaited Wang Feng next was a gradual engulfing by this tearing sensation, leading to an excruciating death. Chapter 389 Bang! Wang Feng's body crashed heavily into the water surface from 10,000 meters high, the tremendous impact shattering his already damaged dragon scales. At this moment, in the dragon head totem space on Wang Feng's chest, the little dragon lay weakly curled up, falling into a deep sleep. On Wang Feng's remaining right hand, a crimson, substantial bracelet emerged, radiating light, no longer appearing as a bracelet pattern. Wang Feng felt his body sinking into the water, each inch of his flesh cracking, enduring immense pain as he slowly closed his eyes. The sensation of sinking into the water enveloped him completely, feeling suffocating. Wang Feng experienced this wondrous sensation for the first time, but it was only for a moment. The next instant, a powerful tearing sensation erupted within his body, his skin beginning to dissolve at the seabed. With his eyes closed, Wang Feng endured the feeling of his internal organs and soul being torn apart, preparing to welcome death. Suddenly, he felt his body being embraced by a pair of slender, scarred arms, swiftly flying towards the surface of the sea. Splash! Jiang Hanshi, covered in blood, desperately emerged from the sea of blood, holding Wang Feng tightly. Lin Fan was outside, quickly raising the Yin Suo Tian Tower to envelop the two, providing them with a safe landing. Chapter 399. No. Jiang Hanshi knelt on the ground, her face streaked with tears, hurriedly picking up what had become a pile of scrap iron, the blue moon bracelet. What shattered her even more was that the indestructible red rope on her wrist had also caught fire, slowly breaking into 2 pieces. The sole red rope, covered in Jiang Hanshi's bloodied hand, gently fell into the blood water that Wang Feng had transformed into, staining it even redder. The soul within the soul red rope had long since vanished without a trace, turning into a gleam of light that scattered with the wind. Why? Why? Wu Jiang Hanshi collapsed, kneeling on the ground, frantically gathering the broken pieces of the bracelet and the red rope, crying with tears streaming down her face. Lin Fan and Huan Tianying silently watched this scene. Lin Fan felt a bit of sadness in his nose. Hadn't he and Huan Tianying been the same before? Only their ending was much better than this fateful couple. At least Huan Tianying was still alive, with hope of being reshaped in the future. But Wang Feng had turned directly into blood water, never to be restored, his body and soul completely extinguished, with no possibility of survival left. As Wang Feng's ninth life came to an end in extreme agony, Jiang Hanshi lost her only reliance in this world. Chapter 391. A few days later, Jiang Hanshi found a deserted sea area and took out the cold sword that had remained silent since Wang Feng's death. Then, a chilling aura began to rise sharply around her. It felt as if some shackles within her body had been broken. Dark thunderclouds quickly gathered in the sky, forming a cold ice attribute thundercloud in midair. The sea area where Jiang Hanshi stood froze instantly within a radius of hundreds of miles. The momentum of the ice thunder tribulation was immensely powerful. An ancient black ice thunder dragon slowly emerged. This was the real thunder tribulation, not like Wang Feng, where the heavens used him as a catalyst to invisibly counter the blood-black, killing, intent thunder tribulation of Feng Tian. Boom! The thunderous sound of the tribulation resonated across the entire continent, moving countless people, their gazes fixed on the icy sea area. Boom! The first illusory ancient black ice thunder dragon descended, and Jiang Hanshi's expression remained calm as she raised the cold sword and struck. Bang! The sword energy of the cold sword clashed with the deep black ice thunder dragon in the sky. That massive black ice thunder dragon was instantly shattered, causing an uproar among the people of the continent. Jiang Hanshi, with her black hair and white dress, stood high in the sky, her eyes emanating a murderous intent as she gazed at the thunderclouds. Chapter 392. I hope you won't disappoint me in your 10th life. Otherwise, we will die together. This system is running on empty. The system began to exhaust billions of source points to fully fabricate Wang Feng and Xiao Long, occasionally grumbling. The system vaguely remembered when it chose Wang Feng as its first host. He carried billions of source points. What it valued in Wang Feng was naturally his 9-colored fortune. But this 9-colored fortune seems utterly useless. Damn it, how could I have been lured by this dazzling yet useless 9-colored fortune? You, this dog host, encountering me. This system is probably the greatest fortune of your life. While the system was using source points to fabricate Wang Feng, it continued to grumble about him and its own foolishness. Sigh, if those old predecessors were here, they would have probably abandoned this useless dog host long ago. Unfortunately, since my birth, I have been at the god level, naturally possessing things other systems do not. Otherwise, I would have abandoned you too. The system endured the pain in its body, watching as Wang Feng began to condense drops of blood, and spoke in a cold mechanical voice with great ferocity. Chapter 393. I said I want to wait for my husband. Give me a little more time. Jiang Hanshi gazed at the heavenly Tao golden body standing not far from her, her icy tone gradually rising. No. Whoosh. Bang. Before the words of the heavenly Tao were finished, Jiang Hanshi suddenly appeared before it, raising the cold sword and striking down fiercely. The heavenly Tao hurriedly raised its hand to block, and with a bang, a burst of cold light and golden light exploded in the sky. I will say it one last time. I want to wait for my husband to return. Jiang Hanshi's stunningly beautiful face was extremely cold, and the surrounding air began to crystallize with frost, her voice carrying a chilling, murderous intent. This is the rule. The voice of the heavenly Tao also began to turn unfriendly, an invisible gaze carrying a chill. Rules? Rules are meant to be broken. Jiang Hanshi swung the cold sword in her hand, standing in the sky in a white dress like a sword immortal, staring intently at the heavenly Tao golden body. Do you want to challenge me? The heavenly Tao golden body, though lacking eyes and glowing with flowing golden light, made Jiang Hanshi feel as if it was watching her. I just want to wait for my husband. Chapter 394. Finally, after tens of thousands of years in the immortal realm, Jiuzhou, sitting in the central area of Jiuzhou, in the forbidden area of the Daotian immortal palace of the divine land, inside a cave filled with cold, ice, immortal energy, An unknown entity was condensing at a rapid pace. First, a silhouette appeared, followed by blood threads, blood, bones, internal organs, and flesh. Finally, a pure white like jade. Surrounded by dense, chaotic, immortal energy, chaotic Dan Yuan appeared. It hurts. Wang Feng suddenly sprang up from the ground, crying out in pain. The tearing sensation deep in his soul felt as if it was still there, momentarily leaving him dazed. Hiss! It doesn't hurt. Once Wang Feng regained his senses, he stood there and randomly touched his body, only to find that the tearing sensation had long since disappeared. Alive. Wang Feng looked at his intact body and hurriedly pulled at his chest clothing. Upon seeing the undamaged totem on his chest, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the source points were still sufficient. System, what are you up to this time? Don't put me in some situation like the fifth life, like where Jiang Hanshi was bathing. Chapter 395 Wang Feng. Hearing this name made Jiang Hanshi's heart tighten, and she instinctively murmured it. However, she frowned, remembering she had never interacted with this person. It could be said that since she ascended to the immortal realm, killing and calming chaos, she had not interacted with any man. However, it seems that people in the immortal realm have been wary of mentioning the word husband in front of her since thousands of years ago. You're Jiang Hanshi, right? Wang Feng ignored the cold sword and calmly asked Jiang Hanshi. Yes, Jiang Hanshi instinctively responded. Even she didn't realize her voice had softened a bit. That it's correct. You are my wife, and I am your husband, but we are not yet married. Wang Feng began to gesture excitedly in midair, causing Jiang Hanshi to frown at him. Nonsense. I don't remember ever interacting with you. Jiang Hanshi looked at the person before her, thinking of attacking. But when it came to the action, she was reluctant to move. If it weren't for her using her ice immortal power at the Emperor level to hold back her tears, she would probably have been unable to stop crying. Master, if you trust me, let him go first. If you kill him, you will definitely regret it. The cold sword seemed to have confirmed that the person before her was Wang Feng, and then turned to speak to Jiang Hanshi. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi hesitated. This man had intruded into her cave. His life was technically in her hands. However, she felt as if her heart was being grasped by a large hand, making her feel uncomfortable, and her nose couldn't help but feel sour. Let us hand him over to the law enforcement hall. Jiang Hanshi seemed to be speaking to the cold sword, yet also seemed to be informing the bewildered Wang Feng before her. The cold sword fell silent, no longer speaking. As long as Wang Feng did not die, it would not care about what happened next. Jiang Hanshi slowly sheathed her cold sword, forcibly suppressing all surface emotions, although her heart still felt sour and painful. Finally, as Jiang Hanshi raised her sleeve and gently waved it, the two figures in the cave instantly disappeared from sight. Wow, my wife is amazing. She's so much stronger than her husband. Wang Feng felt a blur before his eyes, and his figure appeared in front of a hall, his expression instantly transforming from confusion to excitement. Unfortunately, it seemed that Jiang Hanshi was only familiar with him but did not remember him. Although Wang Feng found it hard to accept, he had no choice but to believe that their fate was not yet over. The fact that the system could randomly assign him to Jiang Hanshi's cave indicated this. He didn't believe in the karmic ties of 9 lifetimes. Could it really be that the 10th lifetime would also be a karmic tie? Even if it were, he had to turn it into a good connection. At the moment Wang Feng shouted that phrase to Jiang Hanshi, countless gazes from other cultivators immediately focused on him, filled with sympathy, schadenfreude, and anticipation. They were all aware of this master. After all, her statue was still placed at the center of the Daotian immortal mansion. The countless legends about this master had spread throughout the entire immortal realm. Just the tale of how she single-handedly ended the chaos in the immortal realm tens of thousands of years ago was enough to be passed down for eternity. Not to mention, she had more than just this one legend. Just when everyone thought Wang Feng would be directly killed by Jiang Hanshi's raised hand, an unexpected event occurred. Jiang Hanshi furrowed her delicate brows. Her gaze was somewhat cold, and her palm slightly moved. But in the end, she suppressed it and coldly said, "Do not call me that." Chapter 396. Do not call me that. Jiang Hanshi slightly frowned as she looked at Wang Feng, coldly expressing her displeasure. Wang Feng was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle lightly, feeling an inexplicable familiarity and helplessness at this version of Jiang Hanshi. "Fine, my lady." Wang Feng slightly lowered his tone, elongating his words, then called out once more, "My lady." Jiang Hanshi. The people around them looked at Wang Feng in confusion, not understanding why he was so audacious. Yet the Empress still did not kill him. And, "Do not call me my lady," Jiang Hanshi said, though inwardly she felt no great anger. In fact, there was a strange sense of pleasure she herself was unaware of. "Fine then, wife. All right. Are you planning to execute me?" Seeing that Jiang Hanshi wanted to continue speaking, Wang Feng waved his hand to interrupt her. He realized that Jiang Hanshi seemed to be accommodating him. Only her words were a bit stubborn. Otherwise, he would have been killed by now. Thinking of this, Wang Feng's courage grew bolder, unlike the first time he met Jiang Hanshi in the 9th lifetime. Chapter 397. At your command. Empress, you can rest assured to leave him to us. We will definitely handle it properly. The several people in front straightened up, speaking with righteousness and respect. Jiang Hanshi's ears hidden under her hair were still flushed, and she secretly glanced at Wang Feng. Then she turned and whoosh, disappeared from a spot. "Let's go. Where's your prison?" Wang Feng clasped his hands behind his back, looking powerfully at the group before him, slowly speaking with great authority. "Hey, please follow me." "All right, you all can go about your own business." An elder who seemed to be the leader among the cultivators of the law enforcement hall stepped forward and respectfully addressed Wang Feng, then called out to the people behind him. "MHM." Wang Feng gently nodded at the elder, indicating he could lead him to inspect the prison. The elder's expression was obsequious as he led Wang Feng toward the direction of the prison. In the shadows, Jiang Hanshi, who was observing this scene with her divine sense, felt somewhat strange. However, strange as it was, she could not help but feel an inexplicable attachment to this man, and her divine sense unconsciously followed him closely. Chapter 398. Get lost. Don't disgust me. Wang Feng automatically ignored the barking sound from the system behind him, turned around, and directly released a chaotic aura. Boom! A powerful chaotic aura instantly erupted from him, and the chaotic immortal power surrounding him was extraordinarily vigorous. Lao Tzu's eyes widened in shock. Secretly amazed that he had a chaotic-type constitution, with such talent, there was no need to assess further. Absolutely a monstrous genius. How's that? Clap, clap, clap. Just as Lao Tzu was about to take Wang Feng to find his old friend, suddenly, his voice came to an abrupt halt, because at that moment, a celestial being with an ethereal presence appeared in the hall, her aura giving off a sense of superiority over all living beings. Chaotic body? As soon as Su-Wan appeared, her eyes locked on a Wang Feng, who was surrounded by chaotic immortal power not far away, and she asked with confusion. The system's functions had failed, and Wang Feng's cultivation was instantly laid bare before those several great realms above him. However, what puzzled Su-Wan was that she did not recognize this type of chaotic constitution. Yet, anyone with a chaotic body was undoubtedly a monstrous talent, which was the very reason she had come here. She even rushed over as soon as the chaotic immortal power's aura appeared, fearing it would be snatched away by someone else. Chapter 399. Sister She? After a while, Su-Wan suddenly realized something was wrong and hurriedly turned around. Then she discovered 2 living beings had just disappeared right behind her. Sister She, you shameless. Su-Wan furiously furrowed her brows, gazing at the residence of Jiang Hanshi, her figure vanishing from the spot. At this moment, inside the cave where Jiang Hanshi resided, Wang Feng was gently thrown onto the ground by Jiang Hanshi, but was not untied. Full of lies, quite bold. Jiang Hanshi's beautiful eyes slightly lowered as she locked her gaze with Wang Feng, her words sending a chill down his spine. I didn't lie to you. You really are my wife. Wang Feng squirmed on the ground, slowly flipping over and sitting up on the stone chair. When did this emperor have a husband? Jiang Hanshi wasn't angry. She found it hard to muster any anger toward this man she found quite pleasing. If it had been someone else, they would have likely been slapped to death long ago. How could she allow him to be so audacious? Yet this man gave her a strange feeling, a desire to always stay by his side, unwilling to part. Chapter 400. Wang Feng awkwardly laughed twice, stood up to stretch his limbs, and surveyed the desolate cave. Take it out. Jiang Hanshi sheathed her cold sword, her cold eyes gunned on to looking at Wang Feng, softly saying, thud, thud, thud. At this moment, a sound of knocking on the stone door came from outside, and Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but frown, feeling somewhat displeased. Who is it? Jiang Hanshi turned to look at the stone door and asked unhappily, then released her divine sense. Sister She, open the door. I have something to discuss with you. Outside, Su-won was knocking on the door while chattering away, which made Jiang Hanqi's brows furrow even deeper. Let's talk about it later. It's about that man. Creak, creak, creak. The stone door slowly opened, and Su-won hurriedly ran inside, then sat down on one of the few stone chairs and refused to leave. Speak. What should I say? Upon hearing Jiang Hanqi's voice, Su-won pretended to look innocent with a hint of playfulness. You say there's no affair, but the moment you hear news about this man, you immediately open the door. There must be something going on. Su-won looked at Jiang Hanqi, secretly feeling curious. She wanted to see what connection the usually aloof Empress had with this man. Chapter 401 no. You have a living husband right in front of you, yet you prefer the one from the image. At this moment, Wang Feng, who was being dragged away, felt somewhat helpless. Could it be that the light in the cave was too dim earlier? And Jiang Hanqi was so focused on the image of him that she forgot about the real him? Wang Feng felt as if he were floating, being supported by a celestial force that carried him far away. What Wang Feng didn't know was that Jiang Hanqi had watched the recording stone countless times, 20,000 years worth of it. This led her to develop a strong longing and dependency on the Wang Feng in the recording, making it hard for her to distinguish between reality and the image. When a person desires something to the extreme, they can forget themselves and act beyond reason. Moreover, combined with her already intense emotions from the dark cave, her pain erupted at once. It's over, it's over, it's over. The Empress has gone mad again. Chapter 402 time passed, and Wang Feng lay on the bed, his eyelids twitching slightly. The cold pain in his body made him uncomfortable. Are you awake? A strange woman's voice entered his ears, cold and distant. Wang Feng's eyes trembled as he gently opened them. Who are you? Wang Feng frowned, having been unconscious for too long. Everything before him was somewhat hazy. I'm the Ice Fairy, Jiang Hanqi's mother. The Ice Fairy's voice softened towards the end, carrying a hint of guilt. Wang Feng closed his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling the treasure beneath him nourishing his injured body. So you're the one who abandoned her in the lower realm? Wang Feng spoke bluntly, feeling heartbroken for Jiang Hanqi, his tone turning somewhat unfriendly. The Ice Fairy admitted this matter generously, not denying it. I am a third-generation emperor of the Ice Palace. At that time, the path to immortality had opened, and I had no choice but to do so. The Ice Fairy explained her reasons for abandoning Jiang Hanqi, her tone icy yet filled with guilt. Chapter 403 until the Ice Fairy saw the small clay figure at the inner side of the headboard. She then looked closely at Wang Feng's appearance and realized that the small clay figure was him. At that moment, the Ice Fairy believed 9/10 that Wang Feng was Jiang Hanqi's husband. Because when Jiang Hanqi first arrived in the immortal realm, she would often cry over a small rattle and that small clay figure. Eventually, exhausted from crying, she would hold that small clay figure and fall into a deep sleep. She waited for you for over 30,000 years. Now that you're back, she should be able to rest easy. Can you stay here to take care of her? Otherwise, when she wakes up, she will cry again. The Ice Fairy's cold voice carried a touch of melancholy, as if Jiang Hanqi were a child who would cry if she couldn't find her mother upon waking. However, she was not a child, and what she was looking for was not her mother, but her husband. Jiang Hanqi had always cried uncontrollably every time she woke from her dreams thousands of years ago, and the Ice Fairy could only sigh silently in the shadows. In the past, the Ice Fairy had heard countless times the word husband in Jiang Hanqi's choked voice, yet she never knew who it referred to. Won't you wait for her to wake up together? Wang Feng couldn't help but frown. Was this really Jiang Hanqi's so-called mother? Chapter 404 Wife, your husband is back. Wang Feng's hand gently stroked Jiang Hanqi's head, carefully comforting her. Jiang Hanqi's delicate body clearly stiffened for a moment. Then she incredulously raised her tear-streaked face. Husband? Jiang Hanqi's voice hesitated, filled with intense suspicion. It's okay now, your husband is here. Wang Feng had no idea how to comfort Jiang Hanqi in such a state. He awkwardly raised his hand to wipe her tears. Husband, woo-woo. Jiang Hanqi's emotional defenses instantly crumbled, wrapping her arms around Wang Feng's body tighter and crying louder. Why? Why did you only come back after over 30,000 years? Woo-woo. Jiang Hanqi curled up in Wang Feng's embrace, crying more tragically than before, completely shedding her usual imperial demeanor. Wang Feng was at a loss for what to do, frozen in place, allowing her to cry. But when her husband returned, his wife forgot about him. Wang Feng recalled the unfamiliar Jiang Hanqi from earlier days and spoke with resigned softness. Chapter 405. The two embrace for a long time in the quiet room, filled with various objects, reluctant to part. Husband. Jiang Hanqi nestled close to Wang Feng's ear, crying like a little flower cat, her delicate face buried tightly in his embrace as she weakly called out, "Your husband is here." Wang Feng gently held her, responding to everything she said so she could feel that this was real. Jiang Hanqi seemed unsatisfied with the embrace, holding on for over 10 minutes without letting go. Wang Feng said little, simply proving his feelings through action. He gently cupped her face and leaned down to kiss her, with tears still glistening in her eyes. Jiang Hanqi seemed caught off guard by Wang Feng's sudden action, her expression momentarily stunned. After a while, Wang Feng, breathing heavily, gently cradled her face, using his thumbs to wipe away the tear stains on her delicate cheeks. It's okay, it's okay." As Wang Feng wiped her tears, he continuously reassured her. "Look, the bed is all wet from your crying. Shift a bit and sit properly. Your husband will clean up." Wang Feng observed his surroundings and adjusted his position before speaking softly. Chapter 406. Ding. You need 10,000 source points to open it. You can ask your wife for some resources to open it. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Wang Feng's mind, stating the conditions to open the system store. No, it's not the usual time. How can I rely on others now?" Wang Feng rejected the system suggestion, deciding to wait until Jiang Hanqi's emotions stabilized before seeing if he could take advantage of the situation. "Well, then I'll cross-dress once. I wonder if it can make Jiang Hanqi a bit happier at this moment." With the intention of cheering Jiang Hanqi up, Wang Feng gently removed his hand from her head. Jiang Hanqi seemed to realize what Wang Feng was about to do and loosened her grip, pitifully holding onto his right hand. Unexpectedly, the next second, a set of white dress that closely resembled what she was wearing appeared on Wang Feng. Jiang Hanqi was momentarily stunned. While Jiang Hanqi was in a daze, Wang Feng had already started putting it on. "Why is it so hard to wear?" Wang Feng was a bit frantic as there were several binding points, making it difficult to maneuver with one hand. Just as Wang Feng was feeling anxious, he suddenly felt his right hand released, which made him panic. Chapter 407. Wang Feng slightly lowered his gaze to Jiang Hanqi, whose lips were unintentionally resting against his chin, and couldn't help but chuckle. Sure enough, this silly wife still couldn't resist stealing kisses, although Wang Feng thought this way in his heart. His own lips quietly lowered as well. Wang Feng gently pressed his lips together, which were glistening, and then lightly kissed her. However, his movements were very small, just a gentle touch, which brought an inexplicable thrill. He didn't know why. Wang Feng was somewhat afraid of waking Jiang Hanqi, who was quietly lying in his arms with her eyes closed and breathing steadily. Perhaps this was the source of the thrill. Could this be why Jiang Hanqi liked to secretly kiss him? But it was indeed quite thrilling. Wang Feng's lips lightly brushed against Jiang Hanqi's red lips, and his heart began to beat a bit faster. After a while, feeling satisfied, Wang Feng started to look around at his surroundings. A dry towel was placed on the chair, and the bed on the other side was dampened by Jiang Hanqi's tears. Wang Feng thought for a moment and gently tried to pry apart Jiang Hanqi's hands that were tightly hugging his waist. Jiang Hanqi let out a soft whimper, her eyes slowly opening, looking at Wang Feng with a pitiful expression. Chapter 408. Should I go back and wake Jiang Hanqi up? Wang Feng thought a method, but eventually shook his head, dismissing the idea. Forget it. I won't trouble my wife. I'll just wander around and see if I can find someone to ask. Wang Feng looked at the sky, which should be noon, and slowly took a step forward. Creak. As Wang Feng opened the courtyard gate, his figure vanished into thin air, passing through a transparent barrier and appearing outside. When he turned back, he found nothing behind him, which startled him, and he hurriedly took a step back. Passing through the barrier again, Wang Feng saw the courtyard and house not far away, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was a formation set up by the ice fairy. His aura had likely been integrated into it, allowing him to come and go freely. Wang Feng left an aura mark at the spot, then suddenly flashed, turning into a blur and disappearing. Wang Feng ran for several hours, and the sky, which should have darkened, showed no signs of change. System, this fairy world doesn't have a night, does it? Chapter 409. Ding. The total converted source points amount to 46,890,000. Ding! Congratulations to the little hoes for arriving in the fairy world. Even a low-level fairy artifact costs over 10 million source points, so I can finally enjoy myself. Ha ha ha. This was the happiest Wang Feng had ever heard the system laugh, probably more than all his previous lies combined. All right, look at you getting carried away. Open the system store and take some source points to recover yourself. Wang Feng spoke disdainfully to the system in his heart, though his tone was tough. His heart was soft. Ding. Thank you, dear little host. Feel free to instruct your little servant if you need anything. The system's voice, filled with laughter and flattery, echoed in Wang Feng's mind, annoying him so much that he directly cut off the connection. But the next moment, Wang Feng jumped up from the stone chair, cursing at the system in his heart. Dog system. Damn it. Is there such a thing as eating this much? 46 million. You damn well fed me 46 million. Wang Feng was so angry that he bounced around in the small pavilion like a monkey, wildly gesturing in an exasperated manner. Ding. But there are still 890,000 left, right? 10,000 to open the system store, and there are still 880,000. What a lucky number. Chapter 410, What is wrong with my wife? Wang Feng was startled and hurriedly sensed the mark he left behind, quickly flying towards the entrance. Su Si-ong. There is no time to explain. Hurry, we'll catch up next time. No drinking, no return. Hey. Su Qingfeng watched Wang Feng disappear in a blur, reaching out to call him, but when he focused, he realized the figure had already vanished. Helpless, he straightened his expression, flicked his blue robe, and walked into the Fairy Academy, slightly frowning at the disorganized crowd. Find your seats. Su Qingfeng used his fairy emperor cultivation to release a slight pressure, startling the group of fairy cultivators. Not bad, they're quite fast. Su Qingfeng looked at the hundreds of fairy cultivators who had almost seated themselves in the blink of an eye, nodding in satisfaction. At this moment, some of the clever fairy scholars among them seemed to have begun to realize the seriousness of the situation. I'm the new Taoist master. You can call me Master Su. What? As soon as Su Qingfeng said this, it caused an uproar, and their last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. Chapter 4:11 Oh no. What is wrong? Wang Feng noticed that Jiang Hanshi was about to cry again and suddenly became a bit flustered. No. Jiang Hanshi slightly raised her head, holding back the tears that were about to spill, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Jiang Hanshi thought about how she had searched far and wide, through the southeast and northwest, even into the deepest part of the northern border. Yet she couldn't find even a familiar ice crystal flower before her. Not even one. If you don't like it, then let us not keep it. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi's reddened eyes and felt a pang of heartache, wanting to put the ice crystal flower next to the bed. No, don't. Jiang Hanshi's expression was somewhat anxious as she pulled her hands back from Wang Feng's waist and then embraced the ice crystal flower. I liked seeing Jiang Hanshi holding the ice crystal flower, as it reminded me of how Wang Feng once expressed his desire to become her Tao partner using this flower. Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her cat-like protective demeanor. As long as you like it, look, your husband brought you something. Chapter 4:12. Wang Feng didn't have to worry about his parents because he hadn't seen them since he could remember. He just assumed he was like the monkey from a TV show, popping out from a rock. Since he had never seen them, Wang Feng wasn't too heartbroken, as that was just his nature. At this moment, in this life, no matter what the future held, the only family he could truly call his own was Jiang Hanshi. I said get lost. Jiang Hanshi frowned, and seeing that the ice fairy remained unmoved, her voice turned even colder and more solid. An inexplicable chill was driving the ice fairy out, swirling around her. Wang Feng stood by, not daring to speak. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi was a bit intimidating, afraid she might suddenly lose her temper. The ice fairy stood for a while, then slowly retracted her delicate right hand and reluctantly turned to leave. Wang Feng watched the ice fairy's retreating figure, feeling inexplicably that she seemed somewhat helpless and guilty, not knowing how to repay Jiang Hanshi. Creak. The door was gently closed, and the ice fairy's figure disappeared, returning the room to its original state. Chapter 4:13. Wang Feng looked at the star sword upgrading in the storage space. Holding Jiang Hanshi and staring blankly for a while, his mood inexplicably sinking. It seemed that other than Jiang Hanshi and him, perhaps Lu Qingyao, the rest of the people from Tianshan continent had probably all perished. After 10 lifetimes, he had had good friends in the first 8 lives before the 9th, but they all ended up dying due to various accidents. The cultivation world was still too perilous. It was easy to lose one's life with just a small mistake. Sigh. Every time Wang Feng thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since he first arrived in the cultivation world, It seemed that only Jiang Hanshi had completely accompanied him through 9 lifetimes. Well, being killed by her in 8 lifetimes could also be considered companionship, right? After all, she had been present at each of his deaths, which was a different kind of companionship. My disciple Xiao Hao, poor kid, and my disciple-in-law, Chu Yener, silly dog Hadi, fellow villager Lung Mingyue, sword sex holy son Shi Tian, sword sex ancestor old Lin, and so on. Wang Feng felt a bit bitter. Looking down at the slight trace of the dragon head totem revealed on his chest, he didn't know why. Chapter 414. 100 days' time should not be too urgent. Wang Feng estimated that based on the system's past habits, 100 days would roughly be between 30 to 100 days, so it wasn't too urgent. He believed Xiao Hao would be fine. Damn it. As soon as Jiang Hanshi wakes up, I'll go find him. Because Wang Feng could no longer sense the position of the dark gold coffin. It indicated that the coffin might have been refined by Xiao Hao. Otherwise, after 30,000 years, Xiao Hao would probably have long been buried at the bottom of the sea. How could he possibly ascend to the immortal realm? Moreover, Wang Feng also didn't know what had happened to Chu Yener, who was with him. Had she been buried, or was she still being carried along? Forget it, forget it. I'll sleep first. Overthinking is useless. When I see him, everything will be clear. Adhering to this principle, Wang Feng embraced Jiang Hanshi's delicate body within her clothes and began to circulate the chaos dominance body technique, gradually falling asleep. As Wang Feng fell asleep, in the immortal realm's 9 states, in the 8th tier's Jiezhou. Jiezhou was a large state composed of countless small worlds, each small world belonging to a different force. Only a few small worlds were unclaimed, where many loose cultivators roamed, seeking opportunities for immortality. Chapter 415. Oh. After Wang Feng called out a few times, Jiang Hanshi finally came back to her senses and responded, her pretty face blushing as she released her grip. Wang Feng looked down at the shy Jiang Hanshi and sensed his 9 divine abilities, suddenly having a thought. Wife, come here, help me tight. After saying this, Wang Feng opened his arms, trying to get Jiang Hanshi to come a little closer, but Jiang Hanshi frowned slightly. No. Wang Feng was puzzled. Hadn't Jiang Hanshi always liked to be close together? Why was she suddenly rejecting it now? She used to beg him to hug her. Wang Feng raised his finger to pinch Jiang Hanshi's delicate nose, then opened his arms again, signaling her to hurry and come in. Jiang Hanshi lowered her eyes. Her adorable little appearance, making Wang Feng want to pinch her cheeks and forcibly kiss her. Though confused, Jiang Hanshi trusted her husband. In the end, she still tightly snuggled into Wang Feng's embrace from the quilt. Just as Jiang Hanshi entered Wang Feng's arms, his figure in front of her began to fade. Eventually, he completely merged into her body. As Wang Feng merged into her, Jiang Hanshi was momentarily stunned. Chapter 416. All right, husband was just teasing you. Since you don't like it, I'll act as if this divine ability doesn't exist. Wang Feng said, lightly scratching Jiang Hanshi's beautiful nose affectionately, wrapping his arms around her waist and rubbing his cheek against her ear. Actually, it's not necessary. You're different from other women. Jiang Hanshi's voice was very low, and as she spoke, her voice became softer because they both understood the meaning behind her words. Oh. A charming smile gradually appeared on Wang Feng's face as he responded with a somewhat ambiguous, oh, but you must get my consent before you come in. Hearing Wang Feng's strange tone, Jiang Hanshi hurriedly added, fearing he might take advantage of her when she wasn't paying attention. MHM. Wang Feng nodded heavily, thinking that he would use this divine ability to enhance the romantic atmosphere between him and his wife in the future. If the possession divine ability had consciousness, its mood at this moment would definitely be like this, expressing it in one word: awesome. After all, it was not just a simple act of possession. It could also manipulate the enemy's body and was very effective for killing. Chapter 417. Forget it, little rascal. You need to be more careful next time. Wang Feng patted Jiang Hanshi's head to comfort her, saying things that could give one goosebumps. However, Jiang Hanshi slightly squinted her eyes, seemingly accustomed to these cheesy words, and instead felt a bit pleased. System, locate Xiao Hao's position. Wang Feng snuggled into the quilt with Jiang Hanshi, holding her tightly in his arms, their body temperatures intertwining. Ding, deducting 50 million source points, starting location tracking. As the system's voice fell, Wang Feng, nestled in the quilt with Jiang Hanshi, did not feel any changes. System, where's the location? Wang Feng hurriedly asked the system in his mind, and soon a quantum map appeared in his mind. Looking at the coordinates on the map, Wang Feng frowned. He realized that he seemed to have a hard time understanding it. The map displayed a large state region, followed by countless local areas. Places without local areas were marked with the word empty, and the map itself was also quite empty. No, system, you ding. 50 million source points can only scan the state where Xiao Hao is located. Scanning the entire fairy world requires 1 billion source points. Chapter 418. What happened to my husband? Are we there yet? Jiang Hanshi turned around, looking at Wang Feng, who was gazing around in shock, and asked with a frown full of confusion. We missed it. Turn around. Wang Feng held Jiang Hanshi's delicate neck with his left hand and waved his right hand, directing her to turn back and fly. Oh, Jiang Hanshi responded lightly, twisting her steps to turn around, and then headed in the direction Wang Feng pointed with another thought. Boom! A sound even stronger than before erupted, and the two figures disappeared again. 1 second later, Wang Feng looked at the void space around him, his eyes wide open like bells. Where did this come from? Dear wife, do you know where the state region is? State region? Jiang Hanshi lowered her gaze and searched her memory, but after a long time, she realized that she seemed to know nothing about what the entire fairy world looked like, with her only familiarity being the Dao Tian fairy mansion. Ever since her ascension, the emotions of not being able to see her husband had made her feel extremely oppressed, and a heavy emotion had been weighing on her. Coincidentally, that was also during a chaotic battle throughout the entire fairy world. Chapter 419. While on the way, Wang Feng discovered that when he reached the edge of a regional boundary, there was nothing but endless void and darkness. Wang Feng was a bit confused about this situation, holding Jiang Hanshi as he tried to dive into the void to continue their journey. However, after traveling for a while, Wang Feng found that the green and red dots on the quantum map in his mind were getting farther apart. Something's wrong. It's really, really wrong. Smelling the faint fragrance on Jiang Hanshi, Wang Feng felt comfortable and murmured while gazing at the dark void around them. What's wrong? Jiang Hanshi, nestled in his arms, comfortably dozing off, raised her pretty face with a look of confusion after hearing his voice. It seems we got lost. Wang Feng tightly held Jiang Hanshi and flew for quite a distance before confidently telling her. Jiang Hanshi's voice was soft and pleasant, and she responded with a puzzled as thoughts quickly formed in her mind. Wang Feng was not anxious because Jiang Hanshi had also encountered this kind of situation when she was flying with him before. However, Wang Feng was afraid that if he let Jiang Hanshi lead him now, they would instantly teleport to an unknown place again. Chapter 420. It's just a normal riding position, similar to when you're on your back. Wang Feng thought for a while before coming up with a seemingly normal, yet actually abnormal statement. Jiang Hanshi, of course, couldn't understand and furrowed her brows, pondering what kind of riding method it was. Could it be that she crawled while her husband sat on her back, like riding a horse? Just like she had seen in the mortal realm, where a middle-aged father crawled on the ground while his child sat on his back shouting, "Giddy up," and both seemed very happy. But they were both adults, and that position was too indecent. It was strange. However, if her husband really wanted it, Jiang Hanshi bit her lower lip, hesitated, and then seriously responded with a as if agreeing to a serious matter. Did she understand? Wang Feng, hurrying along, suddenly heard the from behind and froze for a moment, quickly turning his head to look. However, when his gaze met Jiang Hanshi's clear and deep eyes, which showed no shyness at all, Wang Feng confirmed that this silly girl probably didn't know where her thoughts had wandered. She definitely wasn't thinking the same thing as him. Chapter 421. Goodness, so this good disciple is hosting a heavenly demon. Huh. Just as Wang Feng was astonished, Xiao Hao's pitch-black eyes moved slightly, as if sensing Wang Feng and the others. There are still people who haven't entered? Xiao Hao murmured as he looked at the many immortal cultivators inside the defensive array. Although his voice was low, this sentence struck like thunder in the minds of the immortal cultivators within the array. The heavenly demon intentionally gathered all the surviving people in the city together. Is he planning to take them all down at once? It's over. Completely over. Some not-so-smart people inside the array were still looking around, confused. Some smarter ones had already lost hope and were despairing, anxious even before death. The number of immortal cultivators and spirit beasts within the array was countless. Although there were heads everywhere, it seemed like they could not see the end at all. It took the entire city's power to form a large defensive array that encompassed all the surviving people in the city. But now, Just a single person in a dark golden coffin had trapped all of them inside this array, making it hard to break out. At this moment, Xiao Hao, controlled by the heavenly demon, had already reached the initial stage of the immortal sovereign realm, while the highest immortal cultivators in the city were only at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. Chapter 422. However, Jiang Hanqi thought for a moment and leaned her ear closer, as Wang Feng gestured to seal off their voices. "Dear wife, wait a moment," Wang Feng said while covering Xiao Hao, who was suspended in midair and continuously begging, with one hand, and turned his head to whisper to Jiang Hanqi. Meanwhile, countless immortal cultivators on the ground inside the defensive array looked puzzled. They were all wondering why those two powerful beings did not kill the heavenly demon, but covered his eyes instead. "I understand. He wants the heavenly demon to die in fear. Didn't you see that the heavenly demon has been begging for mercy?" A suddenly enlightened, immortal cultivator spoke up, startling those around him, including spirit beasts and mounts. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A spirit parrot on the shoulder of one immortal cultivator trembled in fright and then stared at the cultivator, continuously repeating a phrase. Is there a possibility that there are two souls in one body, and the one controlling the body is the original owner? After all, I've never heard of the heavenly demon having a wife. Doesn't he usually just suck the souls of women dry? Some immortal cultivators in the crowd began to analyze, and it seemed many people agreed with his statement. Chapter 423. Just a little bit more. This divine ability could easily make Xiao Hao pass away on the spot. Wang Feng looked at Xiao Hao lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Black blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes clear. Finally, he slowly retracted his right hand, which had just touched Xiao Hao's cheek, and smiled. "My good disciple, Master has missed you so much." Wang Feng smiled broadly and hurriedly helped Xiao Hao, who was still lying on the ground recovering, to his feet. Immediately, a mysterious great elixir given by Jiang Hanqi appeared in his hand, and he quickly fed it to Xiao Hao. Finally, he activated one of the 9 great divine powers, healing. As Wang Feng's divine power was unleashed and the elixir took effect, 2 streams of extraordinary energy surged into Xiao Hao's body. The 2 warm currents flowing within him made Xiao Hao feel an immense sense of comfort. Xiao Hao's hunched body eased the dizziness and nausea that had overwhelmed his spirit. The heavenly demon within him had long been knocked unconscious. The few slaps from his master had nearly extinguished his soul, leaving him unable to stand straight. Xiao Hao took more than 10 minutes to finally recover from the sensation that his head was about to explode. Chapter 424. Despite having a wrap that was taller than a person, the tail end was empty and flat. It was not hard to guess that the wrapped object was the upper half of Chu Yin'er. I discovered something in the depths of the ruins in that world, and it took hundreds of years to refine this coffin. Xiao Hao looked at the round wrap and couldn't help but shed tears again. His voice choked as he continued speaking, word by word. Thud! At this moment, Xiao Hao suddenly turned and knelt down again before Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi, tears streaming down his face as he looked at them. Wang Feng, Jiang Hanqi. Master, disciple begs you to save Yin'er. Master, I am willing to do anything, even die, as long as I can save Yin'er. Xiao Hao knelt straight on the ground, a heavy aura enveloping his emotions. His red eyes, unable to stop shedding tears. The thought of Chu Yin'er's tragic condition caused his spirit to waver again, and his teary eyes quickly turned black. Slap! Get up first. Master has a way to help you. Wang Feng saw that Xiao Hao was about to fall into madness again, raised his hand for another slap, and then helped him up. Chapter 425. In the 9 regions of the celestial realm, in the depths of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion's forbidden area, there was a vast expanse of icy land. In the center of the icy land, a wave surged in the void, and 3 figures along with a coffin-like object suddenly appeared with a swoosh. Wang Feng, supporting the still unconscious Xiao Hao, took out the elixir spirit source given by Jiang Hanqi and pried open his mouth to feed it in. Wang Feng then tried to sense the dark golden coffin beside him, but found no connection at all. It seemed that this dark golden coffin, originally belonging to Lu Ling, had now been completely refined by Xiao Hao, his chief disciple. Wang Feng silently thought to himself. However, it was good that it was refined. After all, Lu Ling's 3 souls could not come together now. Lu Qingyao was locked up in the heavy prison of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, while Lu Shan's soul and Lu Yi's soul were also missing. 100 million source points. Wang Feng no longer cared about them, but if there was an opportunity, he might as well give it a try. After all, no one would ever complain about having too much money, and source points were naturally Wang Feng's little money. Wang Feng looked down at Xiao Hao, whom he was supporting, then took out a piece of cloth and laid it on the cold ground, gently placing him down. Finally, he stood up and spoke to Jiang Hanshi, who was standing aside and examining the dark golden coffin. Chapter 426. Jiang Hanshi, who was deeply engrossed in her affection, suddenly heard a cough and panicked, her movements faltering. "My dear, why are you so flustered? Your disciple is here. It's not inappropriate." Jiang Hanshi buried her head in Wang Feng's embrace, her voice soft and weak as she spoke. Jiang Hanshi had always disliked being affectionate in front of others. In this era of strict sect rules in the cultivation world, she valued such hierarchical relationships, just like when her husband was in the lower realm. To summarize in 4 words: rush, master, rebellious, disciple. Well, that's true. Wang Feng looked at the blushing Jiang Hanshi and gently patted her head to comfort her. He then stood up with her and noticed that the position seemed a bit uncomfortable. "My dear, I'll carry you," Wang Feng reminded her, then moved to carry her on his back, and Jiang Hanshi cooperatively wrapped her arms around his neck. Wang Feng held Jiang Hanshi's legs tightly and hurried over to Xiao Hao, who was still lying there with his eyes closed. Their whole interaction took only about 20 seconds, and Xiao Hao remained peacefully lying there, unaware of what had happened. Wang Feng stood beside him, looking down to observe his condition. Chapter 427. Spend 100 billion, and when resurrected, also upgrade her physique. Wang Feng thought for a moment and directly chose the latter. He had always been generous towards his own people. He would arrange the best, absolutely everything. Ding, okay, but the first step requires the host palm to first touch Chu Yinner's body. The system's voice carried a hint of glee, but it quickly concealed it seamlessly, remaining unnoticed. Regaining his focus, Wang Feng looked at Xiao Hao, who was sadly touching the dark golden coffin not far away, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "What are you panicking about? Don't you know who your master is?" Wang Feng took Jiang Hanshi's hand and walked to Xiao Hao and the dark golden coffin, raising his free hand to gently pat Xiao Hao's head. With a crisp sound, Xiao Hao was momentarily stunned. However, after regaining his senses and hearing his master's words, he became even more bewildered. Even Jiang Hanshi, standing beside him, showed a hint of confusion in her eyes. If her husband dared to say such a thing, did it mean he had a way to allow Chu Yinner to be reborn? Jiang Hanshi was confused, but did not speak any further. Chapter 428. Bang. The moment Wang Feng finished speaking, a loud noise of something heavy closing behind him startled him. "What's going on? Where is Chu Yinner's body?" Wang Feng turned around and saw that the body had disappeared, panicking as he shouted. It flew back to the coffin. Jiang Hanshi observed Wang Feng thoughtfully for a moment, then shifted her gaze to the dark golden coffin and spoke softly. "If my husband can't do it, then don't force it. I will find a way." Jiang Hanshi's voice was soft, and her tone lowered as if afraid Wang Feng would be angry or disappointed. "A man cannot say he can't. Just wait. When the coffin opens, it will be the moment Chu Yinner is reborn." Wang Feng had already received the system's reassuring voice in his mind. Only then did he dare to speak to Jiang Hanshi and the trembling Xiao Hao. "Okay." Jiang Hanshi's cold yet gentle voice and Xiao Hao's choked voice sounded at the same time. At that moment, Wang Feng felt a strange emotion stirring in his heart. Chapter 429. Unable to perceive oneself or anything around. Wang Feng's consciousness seemed to float quietly in mid-air like a mayfly. Although Wang Feng felt a bit panicked in his heart, he relaxed when he asked the system and found out it was Jiang Hanshi's doing. "Wife, where are you?" With a thought, Wang Feng gently nudged towards Jiang Hanshi, even though he couldn't perceive anything. However, he didn't know that this was akin to a soul leaving the body. His spirit and body were connected, yet it felt as if they were separate. Seeing Wang Feng nudge towards her, Jiang Hanshi instinctively dodged, preventing Wang Feng, whose eyes she was covering, from succeeding. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on the dark gold coffin in the distance. Following her gaze, one could see Chu Yinner sitting in the coffin, her body wrapped in dark energy, looking confused. Has she turned into a ghost clan? Jiang Hanshi thought to herself, her right hand tightly covering Wang Feng's eyes. "Wife, please stop blocking my perception. It's so uncomfortable." Chapter 430. You. Woo woo woo. You actually fell asleep. Woo woo woo. Chu Yin'er, now wearing a windbreaker and no longer bare, choked on her words and cried even louder while hanging onto Xiao Hao. Who understands? I was terrified inside the coffin, banging crazily, and this dead rat was sleeping outside. Woo woo woo. With that thought, Chu Yin'er stopped pounding her fists against Xiao Hao's chest and simply clung to him, crying heartily. Xiao Hao tried everything to comfort her, but nothing worked. Sometimes, because of something he said, Chu Yin'er would pause in her cries, then start crying even louder. But dead rat, please stop talking. Just let me be okay for a moment. Woo woo woo. Bang. While crying, Chu Yin'er pleaded with Xiao Hao to stop talking, then banged her forehead against his head. At this moment, she no longer expected Xiao Hao to comfort her, but just begged him to be quiet. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chapter 431. Husband, will you blame me? Jiang Hanshi asked anxiously, as she had sealed Wang Feng's consciousness without his consent, disregarding his feelings. At this time, Wang Feng, who was still adjusting to the return of light to his eyes, paused when he heard Jiang Hanshi's apologetic voice beneath him. Wang Feng focused his gaze on Jiang Hanshi, then leaned down to gently kiss her forehead. Silly girl, I'm your husband, of course. You shouldn't look at other women's bodies casually. It was an emergency. You did the right thing. No need to feel guilty. After kissing Jiang Hanshi's forehead, he smiled and comforted her as she slightly closed her eyes. Jiang Hanshi bit her lip, feeling a bit shy, and softly replied, okay. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi truly felt very happy. No, it should be said that since her husband was by her side, she had never felt unhappy. Of course, from Wang Feng's perspective, all of Jiang Hanshi's happiness was built upon herself, as she had never caused trouble for him, always being reasonable and considerate, especially when Jiang Hanshi made mistakes. She looked both aggrieved and adorable, fearing that Wang Feng would get angry at her. All right, let's go and see those two. Wang Feng gently held Jiang Hanshi and sat up, moving her to the edge of the bed to start putting on her embroidered shoes. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Hanshi was still wearing the legendary silk stockings, and they still smell nice. No wonder they were a system reward. Wearing them for tens of thousands of years had no issues. Wang Feng silently gave a thumbs up to the system in his heart, feeling quite good about it. Jiang Hanshi sat on the bed, lightly biting her lower lip as she watched her husband, who was squatting on the ground putting on her embroidered shoes. Why was she lightly biting her lip? Because every time Wang Feng helped Jiang Hanshi put on shoes, she felt ticklish and could hardly bear it. This time, Jiang Hanshi finally couldn't hold back and asked with some confusion, Husband, why do I feel ticklish every time you help me put on shoes? It's uncomfortable. Her voice was gentle and soft as she looked down at Wang Feng. Wang Feng paused for a moment. It's nothing. That's normal. I feel the same when I put on shoes. He raised his head, chuckling, and spoke seriously. Oh, Jiang Hanshi, upon hearing this, stopped questioning further and just gently pressed her lips together. All right. Once Jiang Hanshi was fully dressed, Wang Feng stood up. He then slightly bowed, placing his left hand behind his back and slowly extended his right hand towards Jiang Hanshi. My dear princess, let's go with your husband. Wang Feng was very serious at this moment, waiting like a gentleman for Jiang Hanshi to take his hand. Palace Master. Jiang Hanshi was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed no one had called her that in a long time. It reminded her of the three elders who had followed her for tens of thousands of years. Although they didn't get along with her husband, they had been with her for tens of thousands of years, so it was false to say there were no feelings. After a moment, Jiang Hanshi came back to her senses and gently extended her left hand, taking Wang Feng's right hand. Chapter 432. As Jiang Hanshi held his hand and stood on the cold ground, Wang Feng moved the bed on the cold ground into a storage space. When Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi walked to the side of Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er, the two in front seemed not to have noticed them yet. Xiao Hao was still busy using a handkerchief to wipe away the tears of Chu Yin'er, who was standing on the cold ground and sobbing. Meanwhile, Chu Yin'er was pouting, softly sniffling, trying hard to alleviate the fear and helplessness she had just felt. As Chu Yin'er suppressed her emotions, the cold energy around her gradually dissipated, floating away with the wind. Ahem. Wang Feng, holding Jiang Hanshi's hand, straightened his expression and then raised his other hand to cover his mouth and coughed a couple of times. Only then did Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er notice someone beside them. Startled, they quickly turned around. Master. Xiao Hao's eyes lit up, calling out with immense gratitude. And then he wanted to kneel down and knock his head 3 times on the ground. All right, stop bowing all the time. If you're not annoyed, I am. Wang Feng extended his foot to stop Xiao Hao's head from bowing down, speaking somewhat unwillingly and impatiently. Chapter 433. In a world of cultivation, which resembles ancient times, there's not a single normal woman who does not care about her first purity. Moreover, Jiang Hanqi is an exceptionally pure and high-minded empress. As Wang Feng was deep in thought, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected changes in the task time for cold condensation moon and Hadi, specifically reminding the host to check. Ding! Issuing a special task. Within 100 days, the host must create a wedding token for Jiang Hanqi. Reward. Guaranteed one-time win. No! System you. Wang Feng was instantly stunned, exclaiming in shock in his heart. This damn system really ruins the atmosphere. As Wang Feng was communicating with the system, at that moment, Jiang Hanqi was looking at her husband, who agreed with her thoughts, and her eyes lit up. She then hurriedly tried to sneak away to a chair nearby. Jiang Hanqi knew that if she continued to sit dumbly on the bed, she wouldn't be able to escape later. This was the first time Jiang Hanqi showed a sneaky demeanor, cautiously trying to slip away from Wang Feng's side. Her stealthy appearance was inexplicably cute and charming. Unexpectedly, Wang Feng suddenly reached out a hand, pressing down on her little head, gently pushing her back. It's fine. Haven't we always come like this before? Wang Feng wore a harmless smile, looking like a handsome god, but his words were somewhat ambiguous. Huh? Jiang Hanqi, with her head pressed down, slightly lifted her chin, her shy face looking up at Wang Feng in a daze. After Wang Feng glanced at the task, he found there was nothing urgent, so he relaxed. Wife. Wang Feng ignored Jiang Hanqi's dazed look, slightly crouched down, and gently embraced her. No, I'm still a bit unaccustomed. Jiang Hanqi couldn't help but nervously bite her rosy lower lip, raising her hands to symbolically push against Wang Feng's embrace. However, when she touched his warm body, her cheeks couldn't help but flush. That's why you need to get used to it again, huh? Wang Feng leaned closer to Jiang Hanqi's ear. But Jiang Hanqi couldn't comprehend what her husband was saying, but it seemed to make some sense. In a short while, Wang Feng's breath began to grow heavier. He hadn't been intimate with Jiang Hanqi for a long time. Since Jiang Hanqi ascended to the immortal realm, both her temperament and skin had undergone a qualitative change. Her demeanor seemed to almost make people fall into a trance with every movement. The extremely cold temperament exuded a faint charm, making Wang Feng unable to resist. Although Jiang Hanqi's skin and figure had changed significantly, there was an alluring quality that captivated the soul. Soon after, Jiang Hanqi felt her consciousness gradually becoming more and more hazy. In the end, she only felt her husband's figure becoming increasingly blurred, her vision becoming dim. And then she sank into darkness. She no longer knew what happened afterward. On the other side, after a while, Wang Feng smiled and slowly lifted his head, looking at Jiang Hanqi's stunning face. When he focused his gaze, he was immediately stunned, wide-eyed, staring at Jiang Hanqi, who had already closed her eyes, her breathing steady and motionless. Chapter 434. The next morning, Jiang Hanqi nestled in Wang Feng's embrace, her eyes fluttering as she slowly awakened from her slumber. What happened? After waking up, Jiang Hanqi felt a bit dazed, but soon memories of yesterday surfaced in her mind. That damn husband. Jiang Hanqi lay in Wang Feng's arms with her eyes closed, but in her heart, she gently complained. After silently complaining in her heart, Jiang Hanqi hurriedly used her spirit to check her body. As she closed her eyes and examined her entire body with her divine sense, she couldn't help but feel a moment of disappointment. Her husband actually resisted the temptation of her body. Well, if her husband had really done that, she should have felt pain when she first woke up. Jiang Hanqi kept her slightly trembling eyes closed, feeling quite disappointed as she leaned against Wang Feng. This time her husband didn't even move her clothes. Jiang Hanqi carefully sensed and found that she was still dressed, which made her feel even lower. In fact, Jiang Hanqi didn't particularly hope for Wang Feng to touch her body. Chapter 435. When he was putting on shoes, his movements were very light. And coupled with Jiang Hanqi's sensitive physique, the feeling of being lightly touched was magnified countless times, even if Jiang Hanqi was wearing shoes. This was the source of Jiang Hanqi's itchy feeling, and she was too foolish to notice it. Just like now, in Jiang Hanqi's eyes, Wang Feng putting shoes on her right foot felt tingly, making her feet tremble involuntarily. However, she couldn't see any problem. Her husband's actions were all very normal. Moreover, they were gentle, as if he was afraid of hurting her, which made Jiang Hanshi feel a bit happy. Her husband is so nice. Jiang Hanshi slightly curled her lips, unconsciously giggling, and that smile was enough to make Wang Feng become infatuated. Sure enough, as Wang Feng helped Jiang Hanshi put on her shoes and slowly raised his head, he was stunned by the sight of Jiang Hanshi smiling sweetly. Just one glance made Wang Feng unable to distinguish whether it was a dream or reality. Jiang Hanshi was already beautiful, but her smiling appearance was absolutely stunning. What's wrong? Jiang Hanshi looked at Wang Feng, who suddenly looked dazed, feeling puzzled, and her smile gradually faded as she slightly frowned. Chapter 436. Especially the spirit beasts in the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. If it weren't for the little dragon's low realm, they would probably have already prostrated on the ground. Even the old tortoise with the Xuanwu bloodline, deep in the cold domain of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, couldn't help but tremble beneath the 10,000 meters of cold water. What kind of dragon is this? The old tortoise murmured in astonishment under 10,000 meters of cold water, releasing a strand of demonic, immortal divine sense towards the fish dragon pool. The higher the level of the beings, the more they could sense the extraordinary nature of that dragon's roar, and countless divine senses instantly probed over. At this moment, Wang Feng and dozens of others near the fish dragon pool were just gazing intently at the little dragon soaring in the sky. However, the little dragon's size was still so small, inexplicably carrying a hint of cuteness amidst its wild dominance. At that time, the little dragon in the sky erupted with a strong aura of red flame, ice, and golden light. Its dragon eyes fixedly stared at the giant dragon gate above the waterfall that exuded luck, and finally, those dragon eyes gradually focused. Roar! Another dragon's roar echoed. The little dragon's body tightly arched, and then it charged towards the luck dragon gate with a crash. Chapter 437. Your master's wife is quite protective, huh? At this moment, Xiao Hao and Chu Yin'er, who had already hidden in a corner, were huddled together, whispering excitedly. Yeah, my master's wife looks really scary right now, Xiao Hao said as he wrapped his arms around Chu Yin'er's neck, their cheeks pressed closely together, nodding in agreement. Do you think your master's wife is as tough when she with your master? Chu Yin'er teased, tilting her gaze slightly as she spoke. What do you mean? Xiao Hao was a bit confused, momentarily not understanding what Chu Yin'er meant, and asked in a daze. Forget it, you blockhead. I'll let you know what I mean later tonight, Chu Yin'er said with a hint of resentment, glancing at Xiao Hao. Hearing tonight and feeling Chu Yin'er's warm cheeks against him, Xiao Hao finally understood what she meant. Suddenly, Xiao Hao's words were interrupted by a loud pop sound, like water droplets, resonating throughout the entire fish dragon pool area. Chapter 438. I don't know if the little dragon can turn back. Wang Feng felt inexplicably troubled. What if it couldn't turn back? Would that mean he would no longer have a cute little dragon to cuddle? Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Hanshi hesitated upon hearing Wang Feng's earlier words. Her cold, beautiful eyes looked at the little dragon in front of her, tears streaming down its cheeks. In the end, Jiang Hanshi softened and helplessly opened her arms slightly, indulgently. The little dragon immediately jumped into her embrace, rubbing its head against her neck. The dragon horns on the little dragon's head inadvertently poked Jiang Hanshi's delicate, smooth face, causing her skin to gently indent. This adorable scene between the two drew a lot of attention, especially from Wang Feng, who was less than a meter away. Wang Feng watched Jiang Hanshi, who was being poked by the dragon horns, and felt his heart racing wildly. Is it done? Chapter 439. Wang Feng's every action seemed to tell everyone present that the Empress was his wife. Jiang Hanshi stood there holding the little dragon, feeling a mix of helplessness and indulgence, showing no signs of blame. Wang Feng pinched the little dragon a couple more times before rushing towards the fish dragon pool amidst the many stunned gazes. With a swift movement, Wang Feng manifested a chaotic giant hand, quickly scooping up several colored immortal base. Standing on the water's surface without getting wet, Wang Feng hurriedly released his soul attack, killing them instantly. He then stored 3 of the immortal base in his storage space and flew back to Jiang Hanshi. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just as Wang Feng was about to call Jiang Hanshi to go home with a smile, an urgent voice came from behind. Wang Feng frowned slightly, puzzled, and turned to look. Upon seeing the person, his expression darkened. A figure in a blue dress, Su Wan, was rushing towards them, calling for them to wait. But in the next second, Wang Feng was taken aback again. Su Wan was holding a wrapped baby in her arms. Chapter 440. Wang Feng bought firewood from the system mall, and after some negotiation, he also bought some seasonings. Finally, he used some methods to ignite it and started processing the immortal base. Jiang Hanshi sat on a bench, watching the little dragon, which was snuggling against her neck and sleeping, while quietly observing the busy Wang Feng, watching his seamless fish-killing movements. Jiang Hanshi couldn't help but recall their first meeting in the ninth life. No wonder her husband was so afraid of her that he fell to the ground. Jiang Hanshi felt a hint of melancholy, thinking about how many times she had cut him, and now seeing him again, how could he not be afraid? However, speaking of her husband, had he ever married anyone in all those lifetimes? When a person is idle, they tend to overthink. Just like Jiang Hanshi now. While pondering about Lung Ningyue, she also wondered if her husband had ever married anyone. After all, her husband's playful antics seemed to come naturally, and she truly couldn't withstand his teasing. After a while, Wang Feng crushed the processed immortal base entrails into powder with his spiritual power, scattering it into the air to drift away with the wind. Chapter 441. Can you tell me now? Jiang Hanshi, holding the little dragon who was staring blankly at Wang Feng and smiling foolishly, couldn't help but remind him that it was time to talk business. Huh? Oh, I promise I've never married anyone before. I was avoiding you every day back then. How could I have time to marry? Wang Feng said, deliberately glaring at Jiang Hanshi with a somewhat resentful look, causing her to lower her head in apology. I'm sorry, Jiang Hanshi said, her tone filled with self-reproach, which made Wang Feng feel uneasy. He only wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect her to react like this. It's fine. My husband isn't blaming you. Besides, didn't you promise to marry me? You agreed to that condition I mentioned before, right? How about we get married once we find Hadi? I could prepare something for you in the meantime. Wang Feng quickly reached out to pat her head, trying to soothe Jiang Hanshi's self-reproach. Wang Feng still wanted Hadi to attend their wedding. Chapter 442. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll poke your eyes out. Han Jian tried to move its sore body, and, finding that Jiang Hanshi hadn't restricted its movements, immediately flew into the sky and shouted angrily. Huh? Sorry. Su Chun, who was standing still and staring at it, immediately lowered his head in apology upon hearing the scolding. Han Jian, flying in the sky, was momentarily stunned, feeling incredulous that this sword was so shy. Should it be just as arrogant as its master? Han Sansui, why don't you transform into human form and show yourself? Wang Feng said, looking at Han Jian in the sky, getting straight to the point. Su Chen, who was slightly bowing his head, looked up with some expectation upon hearing Wang Feng's words. Huh? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Han Jian froze. Who was Han Sansui? Facing Wang Feng, Han Jian noticed this annoying thing was staring at it, as if calling out. Han San, no, that is definitely not right. The cold sword standing in mid-air felt increasingly out of place. Why did it feel like it was related to Han Sansui? Chapter 443. As the tip of the cold sword lightly touched the ground, a chill emanated from the sword body, enveloping it. Wang Feng felt a flash before his eyes, and a figure appeared before him. He lowered his gaze slightly to look at that figure, and the atmosphere in the entire courtyard fell silent. After a while, puff. Ha ha! Wang Feng looked at the cold sword's transformation, which was less than 5 meters tall, and suddenly burst into laughter, unable to close his mouth. The ice blue-haired Han Miao was immediately infuriated, holding her breath in a cute, pouting manner that was utterly harmless. Most importantly, she had a small tuft of silly hair on her head. Wang Feng really didn't expect that such a cold and lethal weapon like the cold sword would transform into an adorably cute little loli. Just thinking about the stark contrast between the cold sword and her master, Jiang Hanshi, made Wang Feng want to laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? Han Miao tilted her head back, gritting her teeth and glaring at Wang Feng. Her angry expression was so charming it was completely non-threatening. If she jumped up to kick Wang Feng right now, it would definitely hit his knee. Chapter 444. As time passed, the food was nearly finished, and the ice on Wang Feng's lips was also thawed by Jiang Hanshi. My lady, let me do your hair. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Hanshi's blushing face from being teased, and then at her long black hair. A sudden idea struck him. Huh? Jiang Hanshi hadn't yet reacted to Wang Feng's suggestive words and reflexively responded, only to suddenly realize something was off. How to do it? After realizing, Jiang Hanshi's pretty face flushed slightly, and she asked in confusion, I'll tie it up for you. Jiang Hanshi, Wang Feng saw the look of grievance in Jiang Hanqi's eyes and stopped teasing her. He took out a piece of jade from his storage space. Can this be used? Jiang Hanqi looked at the fist-sized jade stone, feeling quite helpless. Was her husband going to tie her hair or smash it? What are you thinking? I'm making it for you right now, just to show you my skills. Wang Feng said as he took out a small dagger resembling a carving knife and began to carve the jade, each movement flowing smoothly. Chapter 445 progressing so fast. They embraced after just one night? How is that possible? Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi were both shocked in their hearts. Their thoughts were different yet the same, both astonished that they had ended up in an embrace. Jiang Hanqi, who was sitting, quickly stood up and instantly appeared in front of Su Chan, her heart calling out to Han Miao. As Jiang Hanqi's thoughts connected, Han Miao transformed back into the cold sword in Su Chen's arms and suddenly flew back into Jiang Hanqi's hands. Su Chan was momentarily stunned, but didn't take any action. He just felt a bit regretful that he could no longer hold the small, soft, and fragrant Han Miao. Did you use some trick? Jiang Hanqi furrowed her brows. She knew Han Miao's character. How could she possibly have gotten so close to him so quickly? I just lightly tugged on that tuft of hair on her head, and then she fell asleep in my arms. Su Chan felt inexplicably nervous when questioned by Jiang Hanqi, fearing that the owner of the cold sword would misunderstand him. Hearing this, Jiang Hanqi was puzzled. Could that silly tuft of hair really make her fall asleep? Would she be angry when she woke up? Chapter 446. The blazing sun shone down on the earth as Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi prepared to set off. They exchanged a glance and gently nodded to each other. Wang Feng lightly took Jiang Hanqi's left hand and walked towards the door, while simultaneously glancing at the system task in his mind. Ding task. Help the cold fool in the fairy world get through the forced marriage dilemma. Reward. A red thread from the matchmaker. Time. Within 100 days. Ding. Find a foolish dog hottie who is hiding from pursuers in the fairy world and help him through the crisis. Reward. The most loyal foolish dog. Time. Within 100 days. Creak. Wang Feng looked at the tasks in his mind, holding Jiang Hanqi's half-tied hair with a jade hairpin, and slowly opened the door. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as they opened the door, both of them keenly heard the sound of something being dragged across the ground outside. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanqi frowned slightly and looked up towards the main gate of the courtyard. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Step, step, step. They saw a small figure storming in angrily, striding in with an imposing yet strangely harmless presence, with a silly tuft of hair on Han Yao's head, dragging along a half-dead Su Chan. Chapter 447. Then, how do I save that foolish dog? Wang Feng could only helplessly check if the system had other solutions. After all, that foolish dog was destined to die within 100 days, and Wang Feng, who had been relatively calm, began to feel anxious. Just a few days ago, it had shown a year's time, and now it suddenly changed to 100 days, which scared Wang Feng. The only explanation for such a change was that Hadi must have taken another hit recently. Ding, little host, don't panic. I currently have 2 methods. Then, tell me. I'm currently flying around with my lady and have no idea where to go. Wang Feng glanced back at Jiang Hanqi, who was quietly resting with her eyes closed, and sighed in his heart to the system. Ding, the first method. I can use origin points to weaken that foolish dog's battle fortune. But the consequence is that it might die even faster. Damn. Then skip that nonsense and hurry up and tell me the second. Ding. The second method is, use 1 billion origin points to exhaustively counteract the battle fortune on that foolish dog, vaguely locating its position. Only vaguely locating where it is? Wang Feng frowned. If 1 billion origin points could only vaguely locate that foolish dog, what about 20 billion or 30 billion? Chapter 448. Inhaling, cough, cough, cough. The almost naked Lung Ningyue ran an unknown distance, knowing that if she didn't stop, she would soon be exhausted. At this moment, Lung Ningyue was in the early stage of the immortal emperor realm, and the distance that made her breathless to the point of coughing was unimaginable. However, the fairy world was vast. Despite running for so long, she hadn't even left Hangzhou, and the surroundings were still icy cold. The fairy world is divided into regions from Shenzhou, the first state, to Huangzhou, the 9th state, with each state being separate. It was as if the fairy world was divided into 9 maps, rather than being one large, contiguous area. The fairy world was merely a collective term. If you need to go to a certain region, you must rely on a celestial array, or that person's cultivation must be high enough to cross domains directly. Where is this? At this moment, Lung Ningyue's clothing barely covers her body, with her slender waist and long legs completely exposed. Only two important areas are covered by a piece of cloth, and her delicate skin looks extremely tempting yet pitiful. Lung Ningyue looks around at the icy trees and grass, unable to help but wipe away her tears and hug her arms. Chapter 449, A Wu. At this moment, the blood-stained hottie, forced to transform into a cub, sees the bipedal beast across from it charging towards its black barrier, colliding with the cold spear's tip. It immediately collapses onto the ground, unable to hold on any longer. The cub-like hottie stares at the bipedal beast wearing two small pieces of clothing and adorned with numerous protective treasures with wise eyes. A Wu. The small hottie lets out a weak and pitiful cry, its fluffy body, about the size of 3 palms, lying on the ground, already unable to move. Lung Ningyue raises her hands and closes her eyes tightly, thinking she is about to die, her whole body trembling in fear. But as she listens carefully, what does that sound? It sounds a bit like a puppy's bark. A Wu. The small hottie lies on the ground, its pure black pupils weakly lifting its gaze and barking a couple more times. At this moment, the uniquely dressed bipedal beast across from it is its only hope. Otherwise, as a dignified demon immortal, it would be frozen to death here. Lung Ningyue hears the sound and cautiously opens her eyes a crack, carefully looking ahead. Chapter 450. It's okay. Dear husband isn't blaming you. Wang Feng looks at Jiang Hanshi, who seems to have done something wrong, and his frustration instantly dissipates. Jiang Hanshi's speed in traveling is indeed fast, but perhaps a bit too fast. Roar. At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoes through the pitch-black expanse, shaking Wang Feng's mind. Boom! From an unknown distance, a loud explosion reverberates throughout the dark expanse where Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi are currently located. What the heck? Wang Feng instinctively tightens his grip on Jiang Hanshi's hand, feeling a bit nervous, fearing that a ferocious beast might emerge from the darkness. That was the voice of Xiaotian Wu. Jiang Hanshi's surprised and puzzled voice comes from beside Wang Feng, intensifying the tense atmosphere. Jiang Hanshi knows that with her current strength, she could only have a 60 to 40 chance against such a powerful immortal beast as Xiaotian Wu. Moreover, with her husband beside her, they might fall into a disadvantage, but they should still be able to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 451. At this moment, in a luxurious house within the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, Su-Wan is playing with the baby girl in her arms, first making her cry and then trying various ways to soothe her. Buzz. At this moment, Su-Wan suddenly feels a buzzing in her heart and instantly realizes that someone has triggered the barrier to find her. Who is it? Su-Wan looks at the baby in her arms, who is crying loudly because of her teasing and mutters impatiently. Then she releases her divine sense. If it's someone unimportant, she simply won't see them to avoid wasting time. However, Su-Wan soon freezes, her expression revealing joy, and she disappears with the baby from the room. Yeah, she baby? Ha! As soon as Su-Wan appears, she doesn't care about the crying baby and, after a moment of surprise, teases Jiang Hanshi in Wang Feng's arms with a smile. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, Su-Wan suddenly feels a chill behind her, a vague, killing intent, and her smile slowly fades. What do you all want? Chapter 452. Then you wait a moment. I will first hand over my sister to my mother. Su-Wan smiles slightly, calls out, and then disappears into the small pavilion while holding the bundled baby girl. Wang Feng, sitting idly in the small pavilion, decides to gently squeeze Jiang Hanshi's soft cheek like before. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly has a whimsical idea and reaches towards Jiang Hanshi's chin. Seeing her eyes tremble slightly with enjoyment, it reminds Wang Feng of petting a cat. Jiang Hanshi seems to sense Wang Feng's movement. Her heart trembles, and her heartbeat quickens. Does her husband want to touch her? Jiang Hanshi struggles internally, contemplating whether to get down from Wang Feng's embrace. After all, her husband is reaching out in broad daylight. It feels too, but Jiang Hanshi is also reluctant to leave her husband's embrace. In the end, she decides resolutely in her heart, if her husband wants to touch her, then let him. Jiang Hanshi instinctively straightens her body, pushing her chest out a bit. Wang Feng is taken aback. What is this silly girl doing? However, he doesn't pay much attention to it. Chapter 453. Ugh. Hottie, disregarding all relations, walks up to Lung Ningyue and then spits out a glowing ice-blue demon core onto the cold ground. Woof woof. Lung Ningyue seems somewhat accustomed to this, showing some disdain but not daring to express it too obviously as she picks up the saliva-covered demon core. This is the demon core of the demon immortal lord. Lung Ningyue examines it closely and suddenly discovers its extraordinary quality, exclaiming in surprise. Hadi, upon hearing this, raises its head higher than the sky, almost lifting it to its back, grinning broadly. Brother Hadi is awesome. Noble brother Hadi, please enter the cave. Little Lung will bathe you right away. Lung Ningyue collects the demon core, deliberately lowers her head slightly, and strikes a pose as if inviting a king. She then follows Hadi, who disregards all relations and walks with each foot taking its unique step, slowly entering the cold cave. Meanwhile, in various regions of the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern parts of Han Province, countless cultivators of different races, including immortal cultivators, demon cultivators, and spirit cultivators, appear in large numbers. Countless beings march forward, led by a group of immortal cultivators with celestial wheels embroidered on their chests. Chapter 454. Since you are so powerful, why have you come here? At this moment, someone among the crowd of humans shouts, their tone laced with disdain, but his figure is nowhere to be seen in the crowd. Me? I can't just join the fun. I can easily pin down that silly dog with one hand. Unlike you all, TSK. Wang Feng smirks, looking at the dense crowd around him without fear. His expression incredibly arrogant. All right, I admire this brother. Then you'll be the first to go. How about that? At this moment, a humanoid being surrounded by red flames steps forward, and the surrounding beings instinctively make way for it. The one known as the Red Fire Immortal Sovereign had its eyes fixed intently on Su Wan, who was the source of its greatest apprehension. It did not perceive any threat from Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi, likely because their cultivation was not as high as its own. Perhaps they were using some treasure to conceal their aura. It had always trusted its instincts. Could that pair of partners holding hands possibly be immortal emperors? Because Jiang Hanshi and Su Wan had spent many years in the Dao Heaven Immortal Mansion, most beings in the immortal realm did not recognize them. Chapter 455 thus. Countless beings, swarming like mosquitoes, flew across various regions of Han Prefecture, drawing the attention of the entire area. Most of the indigenous inhabitants of Han Prefecture had no idea why so many races were gathering together, only speculating and hastily notifying their respective sects that a major battle might ensue. Han Prefecture, the extreme north having finished bathing long ago. Hadi was currently troubled by the cold Ningyue, who clung tightly to its back and refused to let go. Hadi, don't abandon little cold. Without you, how can I survive in this area? Cold Ningyue, with red-rimmed eyes, desperately clung to Hadi's fur, unwilling to let it leave. Hadi was her solid support. It couldn't just disappear like that. Since Cold Ningyue discovered that after bathing Hadi, it transformed back into its original form as a towering ancient giant beast, she became anxious. She was unfamiliar with this place, and Hadi had previously hunted immortal sovereigns here. If she were to encounter one by accident without Hadi, who was immensely powerful, wouldn't she be doomed? Chapter 456. What? You seem very happy to see the cold saintess? Jiang Hanshi noticed Wang Feng's significant reaction upon hearing the mention of the cold saintess, and her expression gradually turned cold. Oh, no. Wang Feng, smelling an incredibly sour scent in the air, quickly shook his head in denial. Roar! Just as the two were conversing, their words were abruptly cut off by a thunderous roar that shattered the void. Wang Feng and the others quickly looked up, and upon seeing Hadi, Wang Feng was instantly mesmerized. Hadi's form was now towering thousands of feet high, its pure white fur gradually turning black, billowing in the wind with an overwhelming presence. At that moment, Hadi resembled a supreme immortal beast, especially with the fierce black flames swirling around its fur, causing hearts to tremble. Its four massive claws were now sharp and formidable, like howling wolf claws, capable of destroying everything with a single swipe. Boom! At that moment, Hadi suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a massive, indiscriminate column of black flames towards the crowd. Seeing this, Su Wan quickly raised her hand to form a green barrier in front of her to meet Hadi's attack. Chapter 457. Wait. Don't let them escape. They're in cahoots. If that beast were to weaken, then why was the immortal power surrounding the woman it was protecting still intact? At this moment, the leader of the Heavenly Machine God sect snapped back to reality and yelled urgently. Instantly, the atmosphere around them became subtle, and countless people began to slowly approach Wang Feng and the others. Damn it, you stupid dog. Your acting skills are terrible. Can you be more careful? Wang Feng angrily knocked Hadi on the head, causing it to yelp. With Wang Feng's words, the surrounding people no longer hesitated, fearing they might escape, and unleashed their powers with full force. In an instant, countless strange attributes of immortal power surged towards them. However, when those innumerable powers were within 10 meters of them, they suddenly all came to a halt. Finally, the dense immortal power surrounding the 3 and 1 dog slowly dissipated with the wind. This scene immediately shocked countless onlookers, as it was known that among them was an attack from a peak immortal sovereign. Boom! The next moment, a chilling aura of an immortal emperor suddenly erupted, striking every being's face. Chapter 458. At this moment, Su Wan looked at the panicking cold Ningyue, who was crying uncontrollably and in a fluster. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Su Wan raised her hand and forcibly bound her with immortal power, which only frightened cold Ningyue more. Don't kill me. I surrender. Bound and with her vision blurred from crying, cold Ningyue could barely see what was happening, overwhelmed by the fear of death. Wang Feng, seeing this, quickly flashed behind her with Jiang Hanshi and signaled Jiang Hanshi with his eyes. Upon noticing this, Jiang Hanshi's cold eyes carried a hint of helplessness and affection. Ultimately, she could only comply with her husband's wishes and slowly raised her hand to gently cover cold Ningyue's eyes. Since her husband wanted to play as his wife, she could only go along with it. It's over. Are they going to execute me directly? Cold Ningyue's heart trembled, and a terrifying thought suddenly arose. Moreover, the person behind her wanted her to die in the dark fear. Such a cruel heart. But why were these hands cool and soft? There was also a faint fragrance. Was this a woman's hand? At this moment, in her despair, cold Ningyue still had the presence of mind to consider other things. Truly a foolish girl. Chapter 459. No way. Jiang Hanshi immediately rejected without hesitation, as the room contained all her treasured possessions. Then sister, come with me. You are unfamiliar with this place. Su Wan, having been rebuffed, turned to cold Ningyue and began to plot in her heart. This sister seemed easy to deceive. She would first trick her home. What about Hadi? Cold Ningyue did not forget about Hadi, her recently tear-stained face looking somewhat pitiful, truly evoking a desire to cherish her. This scene struck Su Wan's maternal instincts, making her want to hug cold Ningyue and spin her around. It's fine. Hadi can guard our yard. We need to prepare for my wedding with my wife. Wang Feng waved to cold Ningyue, indicating that Hadi could stay with him. You know Hadi? Cold Ningyue was taken aback, shocked, and surprised, not expecting such a coincidence. Yeah, that silly dog was my little brother before. I was actually looking for it, but I didn't expect you to be by its side. Chapter 460. Sometimes many immortal beasts wander around here, like the Dragon Clan or the Phoenix Clan, or even some strange groups. Su Wan had grasped cold Ningyue's timid point, and her words increasingly suggested they might be attacked. Is it really that dangerous here? Cold Ningyue's heart trembled, and upon hearing Su Wan's words, she felt a wave of panic rise within her. When the cold condensation moon perished in the ice palace, her true form had long been revealed, and there was no need to act anymore. At this moment, her timid appearance was displayed to the fullest, as it was indeed her true nature. It was fine, still very safe. Su Wan poured a cup of fairy spring from the table and took a sip, responding lightly to cold condensation moon. There were indeed many races in the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. The human ghost tribe, the transformed dragon and phoenix tribes, and many others like the Qilin. So what she said made sense, and she had mentioned it was very safe, not lying to cold condensation moon, just seeing how she would think. What's wrong? Su Wan noticed cold condensation moon's fearful expression and felt a strange excitement in her heart, though she did not show it. Sister Su, can you take me away? Are you scared? Hearing cold condensation moon's words, Su Wan was not surprised, but looked at her meaningfully and said, No. It's just that I'm a bit unaccustomed to the environment here. Cold condensation moon straightened her body, indicating that she was not scared. But her trembling hands made Su Wan chuckle softly. It's okay. If you're scared, you can hold me while cultivating or sleeping. With your sister here, you can relax. Is that okay? Cold condensation moon nervously scanned the luxurious surroundings of the room, which didn't look much like a place with fairy beasts. Roar. Seeing this, Su Wan used her green fairy power to conjure a green dragon outside the house, roaring fiercely as if a fairy beast was passing by. That roar startled cold condensation Moon, making her tremble all over, and she looked pitifully at Su-wan, waiting for her response. "Sure," Su-wan said as she pretended to open her arms, welcoming cold condensation Moon into her embrace. Seeing this, cold condensation Moon no longer hesitated. After all, they were both women, so what was there to be shy about? With a thud, in an instant, cold condensation Moon hugged Su-wan tightly, clutching her right arm as if afraid she would run away. "Let us go to the bed. It's uncomfortable to hold like this. Just hold me tightly for a bit. Whether you want to cultivate or sleep is fine." "Okay." After hearing that roar, cold condensation Moon no longer hesitated and agreed to whatever Su-wan said. However, when they reached the bed, cold condensation Moon suddenly found that Su-wan had turned the tables and wrapped her arms around her waist. This caught her off guard, but thinking that sister Su might be afraid she would be scared, she didn't say anything more. Thus, cold condensation Moon foolishly allowed herself to be tricked into bed by Su-wan. Nevertheless, Su-wan did not do anything to cold condensation Moon. She still preferred women over men, not those perverts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Feng looked at the red string from the deity of marriage in his hand and the task in his mind. He was pondering what kind of wedding token he should create for Jiang Hanshi. Chapter 461 at this moment. Wang Feng was holding the red string from the deity of marriage, contemplating the task in his mind. "Darling, turn around for a moment." After thinking for a while, Wang Feng spoke to Jiang Hanshi, who was sitting on the bed playing with two small clay figurines. "What is wrong?" Jiang Hanshi turned slightly, facing Wang Feng with a frown, her delicate brow slightly furrowed as she tilted her head in confusion. "Darling, let us sign a master-servant contract from now on. You'll be my little maid," Wang Feng said with a gentle smile, jokingly pulling out the red string in his hand. Jiang Hanshi's slightly cold voice responded with a questioning him, as she looked at Wang Feng with her crystal-clear eyes. "Darling, do you want to become my little maid?" Wang Feng appeared to be joking, and after saying this, he gently extended the red string, patiently waiting for Jiang Hanshi's response. Jiang Hanshi was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her gaze to the red string in Wang Feng's hand. Because of Wang Feng's earlier indecent remarks, her face turned slightly red. At this moment, Jiang Hanshi seemed to be contemplating the truth of Wang Feng's words, but she still unconditionally believed in her husband from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 462 Ding. Please open the system mall, little host, to check it out. Wang Feng opened the system mall upon hearing this, and found that the spot for Pangu's essence had been refreshed. Buy. Wang Feng saw the limited edition Divine Ice Crystal Flower and bought it without hesitation. 2 flowers cost exactly 200 million. Alright, next. It's time to start preparing for the wedding location and everything else. Wang Feng looked at the 2 stunning ice crystal flowers, even more radiant than before, in the divine sea space, and began to plan in his heart. "Darling, we should get married next." Wang Feng embraced Jiang Hanshi from behind, his slightly husky voice softly speaking in her ear. Jiang Hanshi didn't say much, only gently nodded. After all, she knew nothing about marriage. As Jiang Hanshi nodded, time began to slowly pass. During the following time, Wang Feng devoted himself to crafting the ring while discussing with the Ice Immortal. The Ice Immortal's attitude hadn't changed much. After a long silence, when he looked at Jiang Hanshi's cold face, he responded with a somewhat guilty okay. Chapter 463 The next morning. Wang Feng, in the room, slowly opened his eyes while holding Jiang Hanshi in the blankets, looking at her sleeping face with a doting smile. The room was already decorated festively, and the first rays of morning sunlight streamed in from outside, brightening the closed room significantly. Wang Feng slightly leaned down and gently kissed Jiang Hanshi's brow, then reached out to stroke her head. After that, Wang Feng tried to gently pry away the arm she had wrapped around his waist, as he still needed to prepare for the wedding. However, with Jiang Hanshi's sensitivity to everything, as soon as she sensed Wang Feng wanting to leave her embrace, she immediately woke up. Jiang Hanshi let out a soft grunt, tightening the arms around Wang Feng's waist, seemingly reluctant to let him go. "Darling, you need to prepare a bit too. You can sleep a little longer while your husband goes out to get ready for the wedding." Seeing Jiang Hanshi holding onto him tightly, Wang Feng could only helplessly lean back in and stroke her head to comfort her. "Just hold me for a little longer, okay?" Chapter 464 At this moment, on the other side, as the night gradually descended. Outside the main hall, at the center of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, The tables on both sides of the road were packed with figures of importance from the immortal realm. The festive atmosphere filled the entire Dao Tian immortal mansion, with countless people laughing and waiting quietly for the bride and groom to appear. Each side of the road in the grand hall had 9 towering giant pillars, each wrapped around with living golden dragons, ready to welcome the arrival of the bride and groom. A few days ago, the cold sword that had just been released was still chasing after the star sword outside the arena. Behind them was a little brother with wise, big eyes, grinning and bouncing along to watch the show. "Why are you running?" Han Miao moved like lightning, chasing after Su Chun while shouting, as countless people stood by to watch the spectacle. "Don't hit me. I was wrong. I won't pull that silly tuft of yours again." Su Chun ran frantically, clutching his head, his clothes already torn in several places, slowly mending themselves. He hadn't forgotten that Han Miao had chased him to another family's house just to beat him up. Chapter 465. Jiang Hanshi sat upright on the bed, catching a glimpse of a pair of familiar shoes through the small view under the red veil. She also noticed that a shadow loomed over her. The scene made her uneasy, her heart racing and feeling a bit at a loss. Thump, thump. Jiang Hanshi's heartbeat quickened, wondering if the so-called makeup of the cold saintess that could mesmerize her husband was reliable. After standing for a while, Wang Feng's gaze shifted to the items on the right side shelf. He slowly reached for the prepared immortal-grade jade rui on the bedside shelf. Finally, he lifted the jade rui toward Jiang Hanshi's red veil, gently lifting the bright red cover. At this moment, both of their heartbeats quickened, the anticipation and mystery reaching their peak. Wang Feng and Jiang Hanshi hadn't seen each other for a day, and it would be a lie to say they didn't miss each other. In the days without their husband or wife by their side, time felt like it passed slowly for both. As the red veil was slowly lifted, an enchanting, otherworldly beauty that could mesmerize anyone gradually appeared. Chapter 466. Immediately, Wang Feng's left hand gradually wrapped around Jiang Hanshi's delicate body, while his right hand reached for her calf, gently lifting her up. Jiang Hanshi bit her rosy lower lip, feeling extremely nervous, as if her heart was about to leap out. Wang Feng walked to the soft bed and slowly laid Jiang Hanshi down. He then crawled onto the bed. Soon after, Wang Feng quietly gazed at her. Finally, he leaned down and softly reassured her, "It's okay." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanshi seemed to hesitate, her heart resolute yet conflicted. "Wife, are you ready?" Jiang Hanshi slightly tilted her pretty face and softly replied with a hum. Having made up her mind, they were already married. It was only a matter of time. At this moment, the scene suddenly turned dark, as if witnessing something inappropriate for children becoming blind. The next afternoon, under the blazing sun, the scorching sunlight illuminated the entire Daotian immortal mansion, with countless disciples coming and going in the sky above. At this moment, in a house within the forbidden area of the Daotian immortal mansion, with its 2 windows and double-opening wooden door closed, Wang Feng lay on the brand-new bed as if paralyzed. It was the same bed that had followed him from the lower realm to the immortal realm. Wang Feng gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling a bit melancholic. His gaze slowly turned, eventually resting on Jiang Hanshi. Finally, he had avenged the blood feud of 8 lives, although he had only taken 1 blood from Jiang Hanshi. But that was still revenge. Glancing at Jiang Hanshi's fair and rosy face, Wang Feng couldn't help but lean in for a kiss. He lifted the quilt, then stood up, feeling sore all over. Although he practiced immortality, everything within him would still change with his body's condition. If he overexerted himself, it would consume his energy. However, the benefit of being an immortal was that he could quickly restore his health. Sitting on the bed, Wang Feng began to practice the chaos dominance body technique. Rich immortal power surged in, frantically nourishing his body. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Feng stopped his breathing exercises, feeling much better. Seeing this, Wang Feng slowly got off the bed and, as usual, started fetching a bucket, getting water, pouring it, and heating it. Finally, he stood in the tub and began to wash up. After finishing, he returned to the bed with a basin of warm water. Wang Feng tried poking Jiang Hanshi's face and nudging her, but found she still didn't respond. Then he wet a fragrant towel in warm water and began wiping her soft, delicate arms. After a while, Wang Feng looked at the sleeping Jiang Hanshi and smiled faintly. Forget it, forget it. Wang Feng then started cleaning up the traces in the room. In no time, he had evaporated all the bathwater and other things. After carefully checking several times, Wang Feng let out a heavy sigh and finally crawled into the bed, hugging Jiang Hanshi. Sleep, sleep. If my wife doesn't wake up. I want to wake up, hee hee. Wang Feng tightly held Jiang Hanshi, their body temperatures intertwined under the covers as they slowly drifted off to sleep.